desolate-like aura spewed forth from Empyrean Piljade's body. This aura was stronger than everyone's previously, including Yi Yuan. Facing Empyrean Piljade was like facing the heavenly Tao. That kind of ever-constant changes of the world, that kind of changes in season, was displayed in its entirety at this moment.
This is Ancestor Realm? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Piljade and said ponderingly.
This was the pinnacle realm of alchemists, the peak of alchemy Tao. Even Yi Yuan also yearned immensely for this kind of realm. Empyrean Piljade reached his hand out and beckoned. A pile of rank 7 spirit medicines instantly turned to grains of powder and flew into the Empyrean spirit treasure. An incomparably solid yellow light ball gradually spread out, enveloping over toward Empyrean Flutterfeather. This is Empyrean Piljade's Ling Shao Heaven transformation art. Legends have it that when cultivated to the limit, it can refine the firmament, capable of doing anything. Seeing it today, it indeed lives up to its reputation. Well deserving of being the Southern Border's #1 alchemy Tao person. This kind of strength simply makes people unable to give rise to the courage to battle. Empyrean Flutterfeather was too impulsive. Even if he stepped into Ancestor Realm, how can he possibly be Empyrean Piljade's match?
This is the Ancestor Realm?
Indeed extraordinary.
I feel like my alchemy Tao is akin to an ant in front of him.
Forget about the Southern Border. Even in the entire Heavenspan world, someone in the Ancestor Realm was also a very rare existence. Even to those 7-star alchemy gods, they rarely see Ancestor Realm powerhouses take action too. There were even many 7-star alchemy gods who had not seen Empyrean Piljade take action before. Empyrean Piljade being an Ancestor Realm powerhouse, he himself was a legend. But today, the legend actually took action in front of everyone.
Everyone stared at Empyrean Piljade without moving their gazes, fearful of missing any detail.
This kind of experience was extremely valuable to everyone.
Flutterfeather, you're asking for humiliation by challenging this Empyrean.
Don't you forget as well, once you lose, Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital will have to offer up 50% of the medicinal pills share. Empyrean Piljade said with a cold smile. Relax, this Empyrean naturally won't repudiate a debt. Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, somewhat uncertain what it meant. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary alchemy Tao sparring. Looking at it now, it was not the case. Brother Pupluing, wonder what they are talking about means? Yi Yuan asked Empyrean Pupluing. Empyrean Pupluing smiled bitterly and said, This is a long story. This Cloud Pill Summit is indeed the superb place for alchemists to interact. But it's also an important venue to carve up profit. It turned out that the 7 Great Holy Lands Masters formed a Southern Border Alliance, and Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital claimed the seat of Alliance Chief because of Empyrean Piljade.
These 7 Great Peak Holy Lands divided up more than 70% of the Southern Border's medicinal pills and spirit medicine trade. One had to know medicinal pills and spirit medicines were hugely in demand among martial artists, the profits being tremendous. Especially to holy lands that possessed powerhouses in the Grand Completion Tao realms, their statuses were impregnable. The 7 Great Holy Lands agreed back then to take the Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital as the head. Between Holy Lands, if they wanted more territory and share, they would battle it out in the Cloud Pill Summit. However, Empyrean Piljade's status was transcendent and he had always commanded the 6 cities with the identity of Alliance Chief. Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital also occupied 40% of the 70%, while the other 60% were divided up by the other 6 parties. Concerning the territorial division of the 6 Great Holy Lands, they could only use 10% of their own each time as the wager. The victor gained 10%, the loser lost 10%. But because the other 6 parties had similar strengths, after many Cloudpill summits, the 6 parties' strengths were actually still more or less the same. Logically speaking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was the greatest and Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital's territory should be the most. But Empyrean Piljade frequently hammered Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital with the status of Alliance Chief. Hence, Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital's share was a little lesser than the other 5 parties instead. It was also precisely because of this that Empyrean Flutterfeather was still quite resentful toward Empyrean Piljade. However, wanting to challenge the Alliance Chief,
one had to use 50% of their own share as the wager. This was a massive transaction. If one, lustrous gold great imperial capital would soar to the sky with one leap, becoming the alliance chief. Cloud Pill Summit would also change names to Lustrous Gold Summit. If lost, Myriad Treasure Tower's share in the southern border would reduce greatly. Only after hearing this entirely did Yi Yuan know that there were still so many methods to profit during this Cloud Pill Summit. Sure enough, everyone comes swarming in for profit. Everyone goes running everywhere for profit. It turns out that this southern border's territory has long been divided up, Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh. He finally understood why Empyrean Pilljade would target him. 2 Grand Completion Dao Realm Grandmasters appeared in the Myriad Treasure Tower. Furthermore, it was a Grandmaster that could break through to the Ancestor Realm like him. The pressure on Empyrean Pilljade was too great. Empyrean Realm Pilljade smiled bitterly and said, "Yeah, Heavenly Emperor Bottomanda stands aloof from worldly things. The ones truly operating in these secular affairs are still the various great imperial capitals. And the status of an alchemy holy land is comparable to the other great imperial capitals, even a notch higher. However, I still feel that Brother Flutterfeather is too rash. Even if he broke through to the Ancestor Realm, he's likely not Pilljade's match too." Hua! Popluing's voice had yet to fade when 2 dragon roars shot to the sky, incurring a wave of exclamations. That was right, it was 2. 2 divine dragon phantoms intertwined and crisscrossed, producing an incomparably strong undulation. Once the aura rose, it was actually not the slightest bit weaker than Empyrean Pilljade. 2 great Ancestor Realm powerhouses went blow for blow, not giving an inch. Empyrean Flutterfeather's aura was actually standing up to Empyrean Pilljade as equals. When Yi Yuan saw the scene, he could not help laughing. "Hoo-hoo, Brother Popluing, rest assured. This match, Brother Flutterfeather will definitely win," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. This scene in front of him, Yi Yuan was extremely familiar. Wasn't it the scene of him battling with Empyrean Flutterfeather in alchemy back then? But this scene before his eyes was much weaker than the alchemy battle back then. This was not that Empyrean Flutterfeather's strength was weak, but that the resonance the two of them triggered at that time was too strong. Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's resonance was absolutely not 1 + 1 = 2 that simple, but a certain strong chemical effect that was produced. This kind of intense resonance even surpassed Ancestor Realm. One had to know the medicinal pills that the two of them refined, in the end, were both End Spirit Divine pills. End Spirit Divine pills, even the Ancestor Realm Empyrean Pilljade could not refine it at all too. Empyrean Flutterfeather clearly obtained tremendous inspiration in that battle. That was how he broke through to the Ancestor Realm in one stroke. Furthermore, by relying on this dual dragon power, even though he just entered the Ancestor Realm, his strength did not lose to Empyrean Pilljade in the slightest. Empyrean Pilljade's expression was extremely ugly. He completely did not expect that Flutterfeather, this newbie who just entered the Ancestor Realm, would actually be so strong. Those two dual dragons added radiance and beauty to each other, as if weaving a massive cage between heaven and earth, causing tremendous pressure to Empyrean Pilljade. Two great Ancestor Realms having a fierce struggle while evenly matched, vying with each other. It lasted for a full 3 days' time. During these 3 days, the air of the entire Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital was surrounded by auspicious omens. With light radiating everywhere, the scene was incomparably gorgeous. Condense! Condense for me! The two great Ancestor Realms also cried out in unison. The condensing of the pill was successful. Everyone held their breaths, impatiently wanting to see the result of this battle. The 5 great Holy Lands masters walked up to the platform at the same time and opened the furnaces to examine the pills. Empyrean Pilljade, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Empyrean Flutterfeather, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Hiss, this is Alchemy God. Rank 7 Divine Pill, Vast Spirit Divine Grade. Truly terrifying strength. It's both Vast Spirit Divine Pills? Could it be a tie? In my view, it's still Empyrean Pilljade who's a level higher. After all, he's a veteran Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Both people being Vast Spirit Divine Pills immediately caused a wave of marveling. To be able to refine a level 9 difficulty rank 7 divine pill to vast spirit divine grade, the might of Ancestor Realm could be seen at a glance. When pills reached rank 7, the difficulty and complexity would soar. Hence, these two great Ancestor Realm powerhouses also used 3 days and 3 nights' time before they finished refining the Heavenly Center 9 Lives pill. As for who won and who lost, everyone debated without ceasing. Although the two people were evenly matched in strength, Empyrean Pilljade's accumulation was clearly a little thicker. Hence, more people felt that Empyrean Pilljade would win. Empyrean Pilljade stood with his hands behind his back and looked at Empyrean Flutterfeather with a proud look as he said, "You breaking through to the Ancestor Realm indeed surprised this Empyrean greatly. However, you're still a little too inexperienced in the end. This match you lost for sure." Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "You've been in this position of Alliance Chief for too many years and have long already lost your former edge." How fired up with boundless enthusiasm was the Empyrean Pilljade back then. Hacking your way through all obstacles along the way, defeating countless geniuses, stepping into Alliance Chief. It's just a pity that he who sits too high to be touched for too long. You're already afraid of being challenging and afraid of failure. Hence, you're destined to lose. Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and said disdainfully, "What a joke! This Empyrean has entered the Ancestor Realm for as long as 100,000 years already, standing right at the absolute summit and viewing how small the mountains are. Why would I be scared of failure? Would I be afraid of challenges? Because no one can make me fail at all." Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a faint smile. "Is that so? How's the result, 5 fellow Taoists?" At this time, the expressions of the 5 great Holy Lands masters were very odd. Seeing Empyrean Flutterfeather inquired, Empyrean Blazing Sun let out a slight sigh and said, "The 2 of your medicinal pills qualities are extremely high, being rarely seen in the world. It's just that Brother Flutterfeather's medicinal pill is still a notch better." Empyrean Pilljade's face changed drastically. His 2 eyes glared and he said in a fierce voice, "Impossible! He merely just entered the Ancestor Realm. How can he possibly win me?" Empyrean Luoshui also sighed lightly and said, "Brother Pilljade, the quality of your medicinal pill is indeed extremely high, but younger Brother Flutterfeather's medicinal pill already approaches End Spirit Divine grade. In terms of quality, it wins by that slight trace." The other 3 people also ruled unanimously. After all, the quality of medicinal pills was clear at a glance. It was also impossible for them to resort to deception in broad daylight. Empyrean Pilljade had a face full of disbelief. Rushing in front of the 2 medicinal bottles with a lunge, his divine sense sank inside swiftly. With this probing, his face could not help changing greatly. Empyrean Flutterfeather's medicinal pill was really that tiny hint better than his. Although it was just a tiny bit, he ultimately lost. How is it possible? How is this even possible? Empyrean Pilljade had a battered out-of-his-senses look, clearly not believing this result. And some alchemists that worshipped him as God similarly did not dare to believe it. Lord Pilljade actually really lost. How can this be? Even if Empyrean Flutterfeather broke through to the Ancestor Realm, he's also 100,000 years later than Lord Pilljade. So how can he possibly win just like that? Sigh. The end of an era. Yes, an era was over just like this. The era belonging to Empyrean Pilljade already ended. Empyrean Flutterfeather's era was currently arriving. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled faintly and said, "Why does Brother Pilljade think that this Empyrean would hand this Grandmaster token to younger Brother Yiyuan? Could it be that it's merely appreciating his talent?" The moment these words came out, everyone's gazes all gathered on Yiyuan, full of stunned looks. No one would have thought that at this time Empyrean Flutterfeather would actually bring up Yiyuan. Could it be that the key figure that influenced this battle of the century was actually Yiyuan? Empyrean Pilljade's entire body trembled and could not refrain from looking towards Yiyuan once more, full of astonishment. Empyrean Realm Flutterfeather continued to say slowly, "Back then, when this Empyrean fought with Yiyuan, it could be said as encountering a rare bosom friend who can appreciate me, and this actually produced the effect of conjugal harmony. With the 2 of our powers, we each refined an End Spirit Divine pill. It's also because of this that this Empyrean finally took this last step, achieving Ancestor Realm."
Empyrean Piljade's pupils constricted, his eyes full of aghast as he said in disbelief, "Alchemy intent resonance."
Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled slightly as he said with a nod, "That's right, it's precisely alchemy intent resonance."
"Therefore, you know why you lost, right? Alchemy intent resonance? What's that?"
"Yeah. Never heard of it before. But it sounds very impressive." The vast majority of the alchemists in the plaza were very perplexed because they had never heard of this term before. Only those experienced 7-star alchemy gods radiated brilliant light from their eyes, showing strong yearning. Empyrean Luoxue sighed lightly and explained, "The so-called alchemy intent resonance is referring to when two people are evenly matched in an alchemy battle and reach a kind of wondrous resonance state. Under this state, the two people's thoughts and feelings about alchemy Dao will far surpass their own strength, unleashing double, or even several times the power from there. It's just that this kind of state is too rarely seen, so it's not commonly known by people." When saying this, Empyrean Luoxue also had an enraptured expression on his face.
Even for Yi Yuan, it was also his first time hearing of alchemy intent resonance, this sort of thing.
The others all revealed astonished faces, feeling that it was incredulous. Alchemy battle was a mutual suppression process. The medicinal pills refined tend to not be their peak standard. But Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather actually helped each other achieve their aim, each outperforming themselves, even each breaking through their realms. It was truly incomparably miraculous. This time, everyone finally understood why Empyrean Flutterfeather would hand the Grandmaster token to Yi Yuan.
He had confidence in Yi Yuan, and it was also because in order to thank Yi Yuan.
Empyrean Piljade's expression flickered incessantly. He guarded against Empyrean Flutterfeather in every way but did not expect that Yi Yuan, this kind of variable, appeared. Alchemy intent resonance. This was a state that was extremely hard to appear. It was the same as having a sudden epiphany.
Empyrean Flutterfeather kept that alchemy intent resonance firmly in mind. When the dual dragons reappeared, that was how he defeated him, this veteran ancestor realm.
Brother Piljade indeed has an awe-inspiring view from a high place, but you don't view how small the mountains are. You're afraid of other people rising up, worried that you'll have a powerful opponent. But the more you're like this, the faster you'll lose, Empyrean Flutterfeather said coolly.
Empyrean Piljade snorted coldly and said furiously, "It's not up to you to lecture this Empyrean. This time, this Empyrean admits to his bad luck. The next Cloudpill Summit, this Empyrean will claim it back with interest."
Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled when he heard that and said, "Brother Piljade's words are not correct. The next session won't be the Cloudpill Summit, but it is the Lustrous Gold Summit." Empyrean Piljade could not help choking when he heard that. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left.
Everyone exchanged glances. No one would have thought that an opening performance would actually wind up in such a manner.
This way, the Cloudpill Summit's main act actually concluded in advance. However, to the alchemists in the plaza, their time was just starting.
In the plaza, several tens of thousands of genius alchemists were in the midst of fierce battles. The Cloudpill Summit was an alchemy grand gathering. Each time, there would be a batch of geniuses that flooded forth, becoming everyone's focal point.
This time was no exception either. The moment Yuni took the stage, it made the group of geniuses pale in comparison. With his strength that just entered Dao realm, it was akin to like a crane standing out among chickens in this kind of alchemy battle. The opponent did not have any strength to fight back at all.
TSK, barring no accidents, Yun-E will be the #1 of this Cloudpill Summit's 6-star alchemy god group. He's well deserving of being Empyrean Piljade's great-grandson. Calling him the #1 alchemy genius isn't in vain.
The moment Yun-E made his move, the onlookers were not stingy with their praises. It was just that these words sounded so ear-piercing in Yun-Yi's ears. #1 genius? Truly satire. Did you all forget Grandmaster Yi? He isn't even half of my age. Although Yun-E understood that there was already no one who put Yi Yuan in this generation to appraise, his proud heart seemed to be pricked. He was unable to feel at ease. Actually, his pressure was not just Yi Yuan but also involving another person. This person was Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu did not participate in the 5-star alchemy god group, but she took part in the 6-star alchemy god group. Her strength already had no need to take part in the 5-star alchemy god group anymore.
Since the start of the matches, Ningxiu left people far behind in the dust and already cut down numerous 6-star alchemy gods. Many of them were all seeded contestants that were fixed before the match. Including Yun-Yi, all the 6-star alchemy gods felt a never-before pressure. This Ningxiu was just a measly little maidservant of Yi Yuan's. Could it be that a maidservant was also going to replicate her master's battle achievement that looked down upon the world? My God! Truly incredible! That Ningxiu actually defeated Hua Tianqiang. That's the Qiunan's Hua family's #1 genius. Suddenly, a series of exclamations came from the crowd. Clearly, there was a new battle report that came over again. Upon hearing Ningxiu's name, Yun-Yi's breathing blocked up. Some unsteadiness actually appeared in his control of the flame. The opponent was currently being pressured until he could not catch his breath. This interval immediately let him see a trace of hope. It was just that he did not know how intense the shock in Yun-Yi's heart was currently. Hua Tianqiang was the alchemy ancient family, the Hua family's top genius. In terms of strength, he was an existence that could rank in the top 10 in the 6-star group too. Now he actually lost to a 5-star alchemy god little girl. Grandmaster Yi is truly remarkable. A little maidservant of his actually has such terrifying strength. Heh! I've already understood the situation. This heavenly eagle imperial city is merely a barren land. Its rise is also merely something that happened in the recent several hundred years. How can this kind of place have any genius? This is also to say that Ningxiu only used a few short hundred years under Grandmaster Ye's guidance, and then she reached grand completion initial realm. This kind of means is simply inconceivable. What did you say? Several hundred years to groom a grand completion initial realm? Then given time, wouldn't this Ningxiu surpass young Master Yun-Yi? Before this, no one would go and pay attention to what kind of place Heavenly Eagle Imperial City was at all. But many days had passed. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's background was dug out very quickly. Southridge, this kind of remote place, normally no one would go and pay attention at all. They also did not believe that Southridge would produce what unparalleled genius. It was absolutely impossible for Ningxiu, this kind of bumpkin, to have much strength before encountering Yi Yuan. But in just a short few centuries, a grand completion initial realm powerhouse already rose up. Giving Ningxiu another few hundred, or even 1,000 years' time, surpassing Yun-Yi, the southern border's #1 genius, might not be impossible. What did this show? This showed that not only was Grandmaster Ye's own strength fearsome to the extreme, his ability to teach disciples was also rarely seen in the world. A barren Southridge, Yi Yuan even brought up Ningxiu, this kind of powerhouse. Then, if it were these geniuses? Thinking up to here, everyone's goosebumps welled up. For some time, hearts rippled. Yi Yuan naturally did not know the thoughts of the several tens of thousands of alchemists outside. He was currently participating in the Peak Alchemy Meet at this time. The Peak Alchemy Meet was the main show of the Titans. Bang! Empyrean Pill Jade suddenly smacked the table and stood up, saying furiously, "Brat, your appetite is also too big. Even if you're half-step ancestor realm, you're also merely a 6-star alchemy god. You actually asked for 50% the moment you open your mouth." One had to know the share that Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital controlled was also merely 40%. The other Empyreans also revealed unhappy looks, clearly feeling that Yi Yuan's appetite was too big. It was only to see Yi Yuan saying coolly, "With our myriad treasure tower strength, what's the problem with occupying 50%? Since this Cloudpill Summit has always determined the victor with alchemy battles, then why don't we each place our bets and carry on battling in alchemy?" The group of Empyreans could not help nearly fainting in anger when they heard that. Your myriad treasure tower had an ancestor realm and a half-step ancestor realm who could beat you guys in alchemy battles. Empyrean Pill Jade smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Then if this Empyrean doesn't agree." Yi Yuan looked toward Empyrean Pill Jade and said expressionlessly, "If you don't agree, then why not dissolve the partnership then? At that time, every one of us each will rely on their own ability. It also wouldn't be to an extent of quarreling endlessly like now." "You!" Empyrean Pill Jade nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Before the Cloudpill Summit appeared, the southern border's alchemy world could be said to be in the Warring States era, feudal kings in a tangled warfare. Several dozen medicinal pill shops would even appear in the same place, belonging to different factions.
At that time, everyone unleashed everything in their arsenal in order to vie for territory. Things naturally could not dispense with price wars. In the end, everyone made huge losses.
Only all the way until the Holy Land Alliance appeared was there today's situation.
Everyone had their own territories and developed with peace of mind, and could all earn divine essence stones. Everyone was happy. If the partnership was dissolved, then the southern border would definitely enter the Warring States era once more.
At that time, who could block the Myriad Treasure Tower's footsteps?
One had to know the Myriad Treasure Tower was like a parasite, setting up all over the entire Heavenspan world.
It was precisely this contract that restricted the Myriad Treasure Tower's development. Of course, this was also because the Myriad Treasure Tower did not have Ancestor Realm alchemists. But now, the Myriad Treasure Tower had an Ancestor Realm alchemist. Furthermore, there was even an additional alchemist who was about to step into Ancestor Realm.
If the partnership was dissolved, the consequences would be too dreadful to contemplate. Our Myriad Treasure Tower has one Ancestor Realm and a half-step Ancestor Realm, but only occupy 50% of the share. Is it very overboard?
If we really dissolve the partnership, I believe you all also know the consequences. Moreover, I still have more than 10 kinds of new medicinal pills in my hands. The medicinal effects are at least 30% stronger than the medicinal pills on the market.
Once I throw them in, what will you all use to block? Yi Yuan's gaze swept, overflowing with overbearingness.
This peak alchemy meet was a bunch of alchemists lining up and dividing the fruits here.
How to allocate it was naturally distributed according to strength. More than 10 kinds of medicinal pills? Heh, who are you scaring? Do you really think that new pill formulas are a wholesale market? A big bunch with one grab?
The group of Empyreans snickered unceasingly. But a hint of glimmer flashed across in Empyrean Lumen's eyes. He sighed and said, "What Grandmaster Yi says is likely the truth."
With his understanding of alchemy Dao, remodeling the current medicinal pills is likely as easy as turning his hand over.
What?
Everyone was stricken with fear. Empyrean Lumen naturally would not talk through his hat. Those present also all knew that Yi Yuan had once reconstructed a pill formula.
Could it be that this kid still had such terrifying deducing ability?
In the end, the Myriad Treasure Tower got 50% of the share, and 10% of it was naturally Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities. A puny little imperial city carved out 10% of the southern border's profits. This was also the first time in the history of the southern border. However, these 7-star alchemy gods did not have any opposition against it. The trump cards in Yi Yuan's hands were too many. Once the partnership was really dissolved, what they were about to suffer would be a destructive blow. Yi Yuan and the Myriad Treasure Tower teaming up was simply without any weaknesses to exploit. As for the remaining things, it had nothing to do with Yi Yuan. This was a battle of attrition that dragged on for a long time and would last for as long as several months. In this period, the Cloud Pill Summit was also being held like a raging fire. In a blink, half a year already passed. The peak alchemy meet finally bet the gongs as the signal to end. The various major forces also gained their territories and shares. The 7 great factions still left people far behind in the dust, occupying more than 70% of the southern border's profits. The remaining 30% was divided up by other 7-star alchemy gods. But this arrangement of 70% had major changes presently. Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's territory was reduced drastically. Hence, they extended their fiendish claws towards the other factions, hoping to be able to make up for it.
The other 5 great holy lands naturally also shrunk considerably. The Myriad Treasure Tower naturally became this Cloud Pill Summit's biggest winner. More importantly, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became a faction that could not be overlooked, rising domineeringly.
One had to know 70% were divided about among the 7 major factions, with the Myriad Treasure Tower occupying 40% of the total market share and Heavenly Eagle occupying 10%. The remaining 50% needed 6 major factions to divide among themselves.
With Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's domineeringness, they naturally occupied more, taking 20% in the end.
Then the other 5 major factions only had 30% remaining out of the total 70%.
This was also to say that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City became the number 3 major faction after Lustrous Gold Great Imperial Capital and Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. After Yi Yuan learned about the significance behind this Cloud Pill summit, he naturally had some thoughts about it too. For Heavenly Eagle to want to rise up, resources were indispensable. If Yi Yuan relied on just himself alone to refine pills, even if he refined for a lifetime, what would be gained would also be limited and could not support the operation of a Holy Land at all. The Cloud Pill Summit this time provided a huge opportunity for him. One should not look at how there was only 10%. The profits involved were simply unimaginable. With these profits, Heavenly Eagle's rise would be inevitable. And this half a year's time, Yi Yuan's great reputation also thoroughly erupted, spreading throughout the entire southern border. Everyone knew that the southern border produced a remarkable grandmaster. When Zhang Qiuan heard this news, he sat in the hall of his own home for a whole 10 days and 10 nights. He did not even move an inch. After 10 days, he walked out of the hall, his hair already completely white. Then, he issued an order. The Zhang family was to move toward the north and leave the southern border. This news caused a great sensation for some time. When the news spread to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, the whole city rejoiced. Their lord refreshed their understanding once more. Although they all knew that Yi Yuan was very impressive previously, they did not have a clear idea of his strength. But now Yi Yuan defeated 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods in the Cloud Pill Summit. This battle achievement was seriously too dazzling. But right at this time, the curtains also fell on the Cloud Pill Summit. In the end, Yun Yi still obtained first place. But the most dazzling was not Yun Yi. It was Ning Xiu. Ning Xiu overcame all the difficulties along the way, finally obtaining the result of fourth place. While the top 3 were all Dao realm powerhouses, Ning Xiu's ranking did not have any surprises in itself. She was long universally accepted as the number 1 person under Dao realm. Obtaining the ranking of 4th matched her fame. What made people's jaws drop was Ning Xiu's final battle. Her opponent in that battle was the 3rd-place Dao realm powerhouse, Empyrean Blazing Sun's grandnephew, Yang Yi. In this battle, Ning Xiu unleashed alchemy Dao strength that was beyond imagination and actually forced Yang Yi into desperate straits at one point. During the whole process of the alchemy battle, the two people fought until they were evenly matched. This fight stunned everyone. One had to know Ning Xiu was just at the grand completion initial realm, while Yang Yi was at the Dao realm. For Ning Xiu to be able to have such strength, it could be seen how solid her alchemy Dao foundation was. For some time, Grandmaster Ye's prestige went up a level. While at this time, the Cloud Pill Summit only had 2 last things remaining. This referred to the 2 things that all participants paid the most attention to: Grandmasters accepting disciples, as well as Grandmasters preaching on Dao. The 6-star groups and 5-star groups top 20 had the qualifications to choose a Grandmaster to acknowledge one as their master. Of course, that also depended on whether the Grandmaster would take them in or not. At this time, 14 Grandmasters were seated up on the high platform, overlooking the plaza. 14 virtual images were displayed in the plaza, representing 14 Grandmasters. At this time, an Empyrean powerhouse slowly said, "Now, the 5-star group's top 20, step forward and choose your desired Grandmaster. This Empyrean knows that many among you are descendants of Empyreans. But the master acknowledgement in this Cloud Pill Summit is your massive lucky chance. You all can set your minds at ease and choose your master. Your elders won't mind. But you all have to remember, you only have one chance to pick." Those 5-star disciples had excited looks on their faces. To be able to acknowledge a Grandmaster as their master, this was absolutely their great lucky chance. Even their seniors were also far too lacking compared to Grandmasters. Alright, those names that are called by this Empyrean, step out of the ranks in proper order and choose your Grandmaster. The first, Luo Tianqi. Luo Tianqi was the first place of the 5-star group this time, his strength being quite impressive. In past sessions, when the first place took the stage, they would basically rush over to Empyrean Pilljade. As for whether to take in or not, that would depend on Empyrean Pilljade's mood. But this time, there was Empyrean Flutter Feather, this Ancestor Realm powerhouse. Empyrean Pilljade finally could not hold back anymore.
Luo Tianqi, this Empyrean regards you very favorably. Come to this Empyrean side. This Empyrean will definitely make a special effort in grooming you. In the future, your strength definitely won't lose to Uni. Empyrean Pilljade opened his mouth and said. He was very confident. He was after all an ancestor realm powerhouse, and he even opened his gilded mouth. As long as one was not a fool, they would enter his tutelage. Although he lost this time, the prestige accumulated over several hundreds of thousands of years was not for show.
So many years, the alchemy powerhouses that walked out of Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital were too many to count. It was just that this time he miscalculated.
Luo Tianqi gave a bow toward Empyrean Pilljade and said, Many thanks for Lord Pilljade's showing of appreciation. This child is being seized with fear.
It's just that this child already has a grandmaster that he admires in his heart. Truly sorry. Empyrean Pilljade's face changed and was just about to open his mouth, but then he saw Luo Tianqi actually walk straight toward Yi Yuan's virtual image amidst the surprise of all of the 7-star alchemy gods.
He actually did not pick Flutterfeather? Seeing that it was Yi Yuan, Empyrean Pilljade also let out a sigh in relief. This vying of talents was also an important matter. After all, a massive holy land was not propped up by him alone. As long as they did not pick Empyrean Flutterfeather, then there was no problem.
The Empyrean presiding over was also slightly surprised, but he did not take it to heart and continued, saying, Second, Li Qing.
Originally, Empyrean Pilljade totally looked down on this second place.
It was just that this situation was somewhat special, so he still opened his mouth.
Li Qing. This Empyrean can accept you as a disciple. Empyrean Pilljade opened his mouth and said.
Li Qing had an apologetic look as he bowed and said, Many thanks for Lord Pilljade's showing of favor. It's just that this lowly one already has a choice in his heart.
Finished talking. Li Qing also walked toward Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation.
What's going on here?
Two of them rejected Empyrean Pilljade in a row. This isn't surprising, but why did they all go to Yi Yuan there? In the past sessions, everyone all racked their brains, wanting to go under an ancestor realm's tutelage. Empyrean Flutterfeather defeated Empyrean Pilljade, and they actually did not pick him either? A series of curious voices came from the Empyrean seats. Luo Tianqi and Li Qing's action was seriously perplexing. As for Empyrean Pilljade, his face was already black as the bottom of a pot. When had he, the exalted Southern Border's #1 person, lowered himself to take the initiative to go and recruit disciples?
Today he opened his mouth twice in a row and was actually rejected.
This old face was really thrown until his grandmother's place this time. But what made them more surprised was still at the back. 3rd place, 4th place. All the way until the 8th place they actually all chose Yi Yuan.
The group of grandmasters could not sit still anymore. When the 9th place stepped out of the ranks, Empyrean Blazing Sun immediately opened his mouth and said, Zhou Yunhao, come to this Empyrean here. This Empyrean will do everything to guide and take care of you.
Empyrean Windrider also opened his mouth and said, Zhou Yunhao, the disciples under this Empyrean are presently all powerhouses that can take charge of a region alone. If you follow this Empyrean, you'll surely be able to rise head and shoulders above others in the future.
Apart from these two, the others also opened their mouths one after another.
Zhou Yunhao stood there, his face looking hesitant, but his eyes kept looking over toward Yi Yuan there non-stop. Everyone was secretly surprised in their hearts. The grandmaster that this Zhou Yunhao favored was clearly Yi Yuan too.
Just what magical powers did this Yi Yuan have to actually be able to make these geniuses abandon ancestor realm powerhouses and choose him?
Very soon, apart from the 2 ancestor realm powerhouses, the other grandmasters expressed their stands one after another, promising great benefits, attempting to recruit Zhou Yunhao.
Only Yi Yuan alone kept his mouth shut and did not speak. It was as if these had nothing to do with him at all. Yi Yuan was clear in his heart that these summit's geniuses were only like this because they saw Ning Siyu's breathtaking performance.
As long as one was not a fool, they would be able to tell that Yi Yuan had the right way of teaching disciples. He was far stronger than those so-called ancestor realm powerhouses.
After hesitating slightly, Zhou Yunhao chose Yi Yuan. With this, the group of Empyreans was really shocked. Some grandmasters even swallowed their pride already and made very heavy promises, but Zhou Yunhao still picked Yi Yuan. Next, the 9th place, 10th place, 20th place. The 5-star group's top 20 actually all chose Yi Yuan. The eyeballs of the powerhouses on the Grandmaster seats and Empyrean seats were almost bursting out. It was still the first time this kind of sight appeared in previous Cloud Pill summits. After all, in the past, even if there was Empyrean Pilljade, this Ancestor Realm powerhouse, many geniuses ranked towards the back all had the self-awareness and knew that it was impossible to be chosen. So they picked other Grandmasters. But this time, 20 people actually chose Yi Yuan without exception. This kind of shock was too intense. Even Empyrean Flutterfeather also looked towards Yi Yuan with a stunned look, eyes full of doubt. It was not that he was jealous. It was just surprising. One had to know, he defeated the Southern Border's #1 person, Empyrean Pilljade, in front of everybody's faces. Not a single genius actually picked him. Just why is this? Unable to understand. Truly unable to understand. Even if he's peerlessly talented, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy god. His realm did not reach the Ancestor realm either. But why didn't a single person pick Pilljade or Flutterfeather, the two great Empyreans? Could it be that these little fellows' brains collectively went brain-dead? Those Empyrean powerhouses could not hold back the doubts in their hearts, discussing animatedly. To these 7-star alchemy gods, taking in disciples was just a small thing. The truly important matter was the peak alchemy meet. As for the Cloud Pill Summit, they at most understood a little about which geniuses were more dazzling this time. How could they have thought that the actions of these young geniuses were actually because of a little girl? The Empyrean presiding over was full of shock. It was still his first time encountering such a situation. He sucked in a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and opened his mouth once more and said, "Next, 6-star group, Yun-Yi." 6-star group, Yun-Yi slowly stepped out of the ranks. Everyone knew that the true main show had arrived. After all, no matter how strong the 5-star group was, they were also just 5-star. They still needed a long time to nurture. But the 6-star group was different. These geniuses were already powerhouses that could take charge as chief at a front. As long as groomed properly, becoming 7-star alchemy gods in the future was virtually a sure bet. Even those grandmasters also all pulled themselves together anew, planning on making a move to vie. As for Yun-Yi, they completely could not be bothered to care. He was Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson. If one used the buttocks to think, one would also know that he would choose Pilljade. The others naturally would not rack their brains in vain. Come over." Empyrean Pilljade slowly opened his mouth and said. As he said, he even gave Yi Yuan a proud glance. Just some 5-star brats, so what even if there were none? It was sufficient that he, Pilljade, had Yun-Yi, this great-grandson of his. Yun-Yi was the junior that he liked the most, his talent in alchemy crushing his peers. Of course, apart from Yi Yuan, this kind of freak. But Yun-Yi did not walk toward Empyrean Pilljade's virtual image, but stood on the spot, wavering and not advancing. Empyrean Pilljade's brows furrowed. His voice became deeper as he said again, "Ear." At this time, everyone's gazes were gathered on Yun-Yi. During each session's Cloud Pill Summit, the 6-star group's first place were all the target that the various major factions fought for. This time, because it was Yun-Yi, so everyone kept silent. But looking at this situation now, something was not quite right. Suddenly, Yun-Yi sucked in a deep breath and directly knelt down toward Empyrean Pilljade and said, "Ancestor, forgive my crime. Ear wishes to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage. I hope that Ancestor can fulfill my wish." "What?" Empyrean Pilljade suddenly stood up, his eyes full of disbelief. Forget about other people choosing Yi Yuan. Now, even his biological great-grandson actually chose Yi Yuan? How could he not be shocked? Not just Empyrean Pilljade. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied, looking at Yun-Yi in disbelief. Empyrean Pilljade's great-grandson actually chose his sworn enemy, Yi Yuan. How could this not surprise them? You unfilial child." Empyrean Pilljade pointed at Yun-Yi. His entire body was trembling, clearly already furious to the extreme. Yun-Yi had a calm look as he said, "Ancestor, grandchild is unfilial,
but I hope that ancestor can understand grandchild's pursuit of alchemy Dao.
Finished talking, Yun Yi walked toward Yi Yuan's virtual image without the slightest hesitation, standing at the forefront.
No mocking, no sarcasm. Yun Yi's action shocked everyone. With Yun Yi's action, how the choices next already did not have the slightest suspense.
The top 20 of the 5-star and 6-star groups, a total of 40 people, were all standing in front of Yi Yuan's virtual image.
It was actually empty without a single soul in front of the other 13 Grandmasters' virtual images.
The plaza was deathly silent.
Everyone's gazes were focused on Yi Yuan.
At this time, Yi Yuan slowly got up. Amidst everyone's gazes, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "See you."
Ning Xiu was overjoyed and hurriedly stepped out of the ranks and directly knelt down toward Yi Yuan. "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan slowly nodded and said, "In these 1,000 years, you followed me to refine pills and waited on me. Today, I'll take you in and officially take you in as a disciple. Are you willing?"
Disciple is willing.
Disciple Ning Xiu pays respect to master. Ning Xiu had wild elation on her face, directly kneeling down toward Yi Yuan. When she lifted her head again, Ning Xiu's eyes already brimmed over with hot tears.
Ever since witnessing Yi Yuan's breathtaking alchemy Dao back then, Ning Xiu was deeply subdued by Yi Yuan.
Xian Yu already could not teach Ning Xiu, so changing masters was long already due.
Except, how could wanting to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage be such an easy thing?
Cultivating by Yi Yuan's side these many years, she did her best, wanting to catch up to Yi Yuan's footsteps, wanting to obtain Yi Yuan's approval. It was just a pity that the gap between Yi Yuan and her became bigger and bigger.
All the way until today, she finally obtained Yi Yuan's acknowledgement, so how could Ning Xiu not cry with joy?
It turns out that Ning Xiu was really just Grandmaster Ye's maidservant. A measly little maidservant already has such terrifying strength. Grandmaster Ye's ability in teaching apprentices is truly remarkable. Sigh. It's a pity that I couldn't enter the top 20. Otherwise, I'll definitely have to try. If I can become Grandmaster Ye's disciple, that would really be soaring to the sky with one bound.
In the plaza, several tens of thousands of gazes were gathered on Ning Xiu, envious to the extreme.
As for those 39 people, they were flustered beyond envy.
They did not know whether Yi Yuan would choose them or not, but they were willing to bet.
Once chosen by Yi Yuan, that would be soaring to the sky with one bound. Since Yi Yuan was certain to step into the ancestor realm in the future, then what difference was there between choosing Yi Yuan and choosing an ancestor realm powerhouse? On the Grandmaster seats, Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head, accepting this kowtow calmly, then slowly opened his mouth and said, "As for the rest, all disperse." Everyone's faces abruptly changed, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. "Grandmaster Yi, this. Please reconsider," Luo Tianqi said with unwillingness.
Yun Yi clenched his jaws tightly, similarly with a look of unwillingness. He required tremendous courage to stand here.
But Yi Yuan did not even give him a trace of chance. The others opened their mouths one after another, all wanting to persuade Yi Yuan to change his mind. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said impatiently, "Noisy."
Everyone's faces changed one after another, all shutting their mouths. Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "If getting a place in the rankings can make you qualify to enter my tutelage, do you all think that Xiu will wait until today?
Don't mention this matter again."
Ji Kanglin's incident left behind an indelible mark on Yi Yuan's body. Hence, he would naturally rather go without than make do with something shoddy.
Yi Yuan did not doubt these people's talents. But what has it got to do with him?
However great the talent, they were also just strangers to him. These 39 people's faces were ugly to the extreme.
Yi Yuan completely did not play the cards according to normal style.
In past periods, these geniuses were all very in demand.
One should not look at how those grandmasters had a reserved manner. In reality, they valued the summit's top few places very highly.
But Yi Yuan actually did not even take a look.
The group of grandmasters looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their tongues tied. The geniuses that they could not even beg to come over. Yi Yuan actually cast them aside like a pair of worn-out shoes. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this kind of place that suddenly rose up newly, what was most important were talents.
If Yi Yuan rounded them all up with one fell swoop and took all of these geniuses into his door, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength would surely skyrocket. Did this guy figure out this situation or not?
In the crowd, a person suddenly knelt down. When everyone looked, who could it be if not Yun-Yi?
He kowtowed toward Yi Yuan and said with an austere look, Grandmaster Yi, as long as I can enter your tutelage, Yun-Yi is willing to do anything. Yun-Yi only requests that Grandmaster Yi can give a chance.
Empyrean Pilljade was angered until his expression was livid. This kind of situation was what he completely did not expect.
His own descendant did not take him as master but wanted to go under other people.
Forget that he wanted to enter other people's tutelage. The other person did not even appreciate it. Forget that Yi Yuan did not appreciate it. Yun-Yi even had to go and beg him. Where would his old face go? Yun-Yi? If I didn't remember wrongly, your brother Piljade's descendant. Yun-Yi's expression could not help stiffening as he said with a nod. Yes, Lord Piljade is Yun-Yi's great-grandfather.
Yi Yuan looked toward Yun-Yi and said with a smile that was not a smile, then if I make you break off all relations with Empyrean Piljade, can you do it too?
Once these words came out, everyone's countenance changed visibly. This move of Yi Yuan was too vicious. Empyrean Piljade even stood up quickly, pointing at Yi Yuan and saying furiously, Yi Yuan, you're too much.
But Yi Yuan's expression did not change and he said coolly, I already said that I'm not taking in disciples. It's him who wanted to enter my tutelage. I'm just stating my terms. As for whether or agree or not, it will depend on him. Finished talking, he looked toward Yun-Yi and said coolly, how about it?
But Yun-Yi shook his head and said, Ancestors' kindness of love and care is higher than the heavens. It's impossible for Yun-Yi to betray Ancestor. Your Excellency, please change your conditions.
When Empyrean Piljade heard that, his face revealed a smug look and he said with a cold smile, my Yun family's good grandson.
Yi Yuan punk. Don't you think about sowing discord between us great-grandfather and great-grandson? Yi Yuan completely ignored Empyrean Piljade, but looked at Yun-Yi and said smilingly, if I only have this condition? Yun-Yi sucked in a deep breath, slowly stood up and said, if it's like this, Yun-Yi would rather not acknowledge you as a master. Farewell. Finished talking, Yun-Yi clasped his hands toward Yi Yuan and left without even turning his head back.
If you want to acknowledge me as your master, go to the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower yourself. Put down all of your identities and be a little medicine boy. Maybe one day I'll consider it. Just as Yun-Yi turned around and left, Yi Yuan suddenly said lazily.
Yun-Yi's entire body trembled. Turning around, he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said doubtfully, Grandmaster Yi is this true?
Yi Yuan said coolly, if you had any look of hesitation on your face just now, there would be no chance. Entering my lineage, conduct is number 1, disposition is number 2, and talent is only ranked 3rd. If a person who can betray even his ancestor, what is he if not an ingrate?
Yun-Yi looked toward Yi Yuan in incredible shock, only then knowing that it turned out Yi Yuan was testing him. If he was really moved earlier, he would lose this only chance instead. Yun-Yi prostrated toward Yi Yuan and said with pleasant surprise, Disciple pays respect to your excellency. Yun-Yi will go to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City right away. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything.
Yun-Yi knelt down in front of Piljade II and said, Ancestor, grandchild is unfilial, but grandchild wants to seek his own alchemy Tao. Grandmaster Yi is the best choice.
I know that Ancestor is doubtful, but if you understand Ning Siyu's battle achievements, it will all be clear.
Finished talking, Yun-Yi directly turned around and left without even turning his head back, leaving behind everyone with stunned faces.
Brilliant rays of light shot out of Luo Tianqi's eyes, and he also knelt down and said, Your Excellency, can you also give Tianqi a chance? Yi Yuan said coolly, You all, those who are willing can all go, but you all have to think properly and be prepared. This test isn't easy to pass.
When everyone heard that, they were overjoyed.
When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he just laughed mockingly in his heart. These people were also looking down on his test too much. They were all young masters of influential families, so how could they endure this kind of hardship? He reckoned that having 10% that could stay would already be pretty good.
Ning Siyu's particulars were placed in front of the group of Empyreans very soon.
Everyone was rendered speechless. A female 5-star alchemy god could actually fight on par with initial stage Dao realm powerhouses. This kind of strength was simply outrageous to hear. Wasn't this Ning Xiu a junior version of Yi Yuan? With this, the group of 7-star alchemy gods finally understood why these geniuses all wanted to choose Yi Yuan. How could a barren place like Heavenly Eagle have some unparalleled genius? This Ning Xiu was definitely groomed by Yi Yuan. At the very most, Ning Xiu merely followed Yi Yuan for 1,000 years' time but had such strength. It was truly dreadful to hear. Everyone looked toward Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost. This guy was truly a freak. Emperor Piljade somewhat understood Yun Yi now. This great-grandson of his had an obsession with alchemy Dao that normal people found hard to understand. Witnessing Yi Yuan, this major power, how could Yun Yi not be moved? If Yun Yi could really acknowledge Yi Yuan as master, it would also be a good thing to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. Although he did not want to admit it, Emperor Flutterfeather's talent was indeed greater than his. Now that he already lost to Flutterfeather, along with the passage of time, the likelihood of winning would be lower and lower. But Yun Yi's potential was far from exhausted. Once developed by Yi Yuan, surpassing Emperor Flutterfeather in the future was also not something impossible. Except, could Yun Yi really pass Yi Yuan's test? This season's Cloudpill Summit's disciple recruitment ended in such a theatrical style. Apart from Ning Xiu, the other 39 people directly left Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital afterward and sprinted for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Following that, the curtains were drawn for the Grandmasters preaching on the Dao that had a duration of half a month. A total of 14 locations was set up in the city, provided for 14 Grandmasters to preach on the Dao. Grandmasters preaching on the Dao could be said to be a welfare benefit. All of the alchemists in the city could choose the Grandmaster that they admired in their hearts and listen to the sermon without any restrictions. Lin Tong was a 5-star alchemy god from a remote imperial city. He hurried over to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital from a great distance just to listen attentively to Grandmasters preaching on the Dao. He did not have the qualifications to enter the inner city to watch the Cloudpill Summit. The reason why he came to Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital was for the sake of this final Grandmaster sermon. In the outer city, he also became acquainted with some people of the same profession and agreed to go and listen to Grandmasters preach on the Dao. Lin Tong, which Grandmaster sermon do you plan on listening to? The one talking was called Song Zichuan, a good friend that Lin Tong made in this period of time. Lin Tong said without the slightest hesitation, "Is there still a need to ask?" Of course it's Emperor Piljade. He's an Ancestor Realm powerhouse, the Southern Border's #1 person. Song Zichuan chuckled and said, "Southern Border's #1 person? Your intel is really out of touch." Emperor Piljade lost to Emperor Flutterfeather this time. The title of Southern Border's #1 person already changed owners. Lin Tong's eyes opened wide and he said in disbelief, "Emperor Piljade is an Ancestor Realm powerhouse. How can he possibly lose?" Song Zichuan had the intention of showing off as he said with a smile, "You don't know it yet, right?" Emperor Flutterfeather came prepared this time. He already broke through to Ancestor Realm. Furthermore, he defeated Emperor Piljade under the watchful gazes of everyone. The next Cloudpill Summit will be changing its name to be called Lustrous Gold Summit. There's actually such a thing? Lin Tong said in surprise. It was very hard for them all, these bottom-level martial artists, to get the inner city's information. It tended to be inquired from scraping together what everyone had. Song Zichuan had some connections in the inner city, so the intel that he obtained was still considered more accurate. Song Zichuan said smugly, "Heh." Although Emperor Flutterfeather defeated Emperor Piljade, their light during this Cloudpill Summit was overshadowed by another person. Lin Tong was shocked by this series of information until he stared dumbfoundedly with his mouth gaping. He said blankly, "Could it be that there's still an existence even stronger than these two mighty ancestor realms?" Hoo-hoo, not to the extent of being stronger, but him surpassing these two mighty ancestor realms in the future wouldn't be something hard. Song Zichuan said with a laugh. Lin Tong let out a sigh in relief and said with a smile, "Looks like a remarkable genius emerged in this Cloudpill Summit." Many geniuses would appear in each Cloudpill Summit. This was not at all surprising. Lin Tong naturally would not take it to heart. But Song Zichuan smiled disdainfully and said, Cloud Pill Summit? Hoo-hoo, among all the juniors participating, this lord that I'm talking about is just a third firmament true god, also a 6-star alchemy god. He's in existence who already surmounted above all of the 7-star alchemy gods and became a grandmaster.
Not just that, all top 40 geniuses in this Cloud Pill Summit wanted to acknowledge him as their master.
Lin Tong's expression became more exciting towards the back. After Song Zichuan finished saying, he chuckled and said, "Brother Song, you're also exaggerating too much. A 6-star alchemy god surmounted above all of the 7-star alchemy gods? How is this possible?" When Song Zichuan saw that Lin Tong did not believe, he just smiled coldly and said, "Whether believe it or not, that is up to you. Either way, I'm planning on going to listen to Grandmaster Ye's sermon. Farewell." Seeing Song Zichuan leave, Lin Tong laughed in spite of himself and shook his head. Song Zichuan blew his trumpet a little too hard. It was totally impossible for people to believe.
Actually, it was not just Lin Tong. The alchemists in the city presently were no fewer than several hundreds of thousands. They completely did not believe that a third firmament true god could make 2 great ancestor realms be cast into the shade. When the Grandmaster's sermon started, Yi Yuan's sermon site had the lowest count. There were only a scanty few several thousand people.
Most of these several thousand people were very young. They were all alchemists that participated in the Cloud Pill Summit. Preaching on Tao was different from alchemy battles in the end. No matter how strong Yi Yuan's strength was, his accumulations were also not as long as other grandmasters.
Furthermore, Yi Yuan was just a 6-star alchemy god after all. Hence, everyone did not have much faith in his preaching on the Tao.
To many alchemists, this was an opportunity that only came by once every several thousand years. They were naturally not willing to waste it on a grandmaster who was young until it made people doubt. When Lin Tong saw the ocean-like alchemists around him, he was immediately greatly reassured in his heart. Song Zichuan, that fellow, was definitely bragging. Maybe he's also here listening to Empyrean Pilljade preach on the Tao himself. If that young grandmaster is really so formidable, everyone also wouldn't come and listen to Empyrean Pilljade preaching on the Tao. Lin Tong thought in his heart. On the first day of the sermon, Lin Tong was wholly enraptured listening to it. Ancestor realm powerhouses were ancestor realm powerhouses. The experience and knowledge, the preaching on the Tao, absolutely surmounted all life. Lin Tong's alchemy strength was already considered very strong in the surrounding imperial cities. But his strength had already come to an end.
A measly little imperial city was already unable to let him improve further. By chance, he heard the news of the Cloud Pill Summit and rushed over to Cloud Pill, great imperial capital, without the slightest hesitation.
Now, hearing Empyrean Pilljade's sermon, it made him have a feeling of being amidst cloud and mist. That sort of feeling made him feel like he might break through at any time.
Hey, this is the strength of an ancestor realm powerhouse.
This sermon might be my opportunity to break through, Lin Tong thought, being incomparably certainly in his heart.
But right at this time, very soft discussions suddenly came from around him. Lin Tong's brows furrowed and he turned his head, wanting to express his displeasure.
When an ancestor realm powerhouse was preaching on Tao, they actually did not pay attention and were whispering to one another below. But upon turning his head, he was immediately stunned. Where were the people? Lin Tong listened very attentively and did not notice the situation behind him.
But upon turning his head, he could not help but be filled with surprise. Behind him, the crowd that was originally in great numbers actually disappeared without a trace.
That Grandmaster Yi is incredible. I heard that during his sermon. Many people broke through on the spot. Yeah, I heard that Grandmaster Ye's sermon explained profound theories in simple terms. He made it very easy to understand.
Sigh. I really had my eyes blinded by pig oil to actually not go and listen to Grandmaster Ye's preaching on the Tao.
Many people have already gone over. Let's hurry and go over.
Then what are we still waiting for? Hurry up and go over.
Those few people discussed and got up and were about to leave.
When Lin Tong heard the few people discussing, he was incredibly shocked in his heart and secretly wondered if the Grandmaster Yi from these few people's mouths was the Grandmaster Yi that Song Zichuan spoke of.
Seeing the few people leave, Lin Tong hurriedly stopped them and whispered, "Fellow Taoists, who was the Grandmaster Yi that you guys were talking about just now?"
The few people looked at Lin Tong with eyes like looking at a freak as one of them said, "You don't even know about Grandmaster Yi?" Lin Tong smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist, please tell me." The other person said, "Grandmaster Yi is the youngest Grandmaster in the Southern Border's history, the youngest half-step ancestor realm. In this alchemy summit, he suppressed 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods with his power alone until they submitted. You've actually never heard of his great name before? Not talking to you anymore. I've already been stuck at the initial stage initial realm for many years. Perhaps after listening to Grandmaster Yi preach on Tao, it will suddenly dawn upon me." Done talking, that person left without even turning his head back, leaving behind the Lin Tong with a stunned face. Song Zichuan was actually not bragging, but how was this possible? Song Zichuan said that this Grandmaster Yi was only less than 1,500 years old. He actually stepped into becoming a half-step alchemy god and overpowered 99% of the 7-star alchemy gods? This was simply a figure in mythological stories. If it was merely like this, then forget it. It had nothing to do with him no matter how strong Yi Yuan was either. But now, Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao actually let many people break through on the spot. This was too incredible. Lin Tong harbored complicated feelings and slowly got up and walked over in the direction where Yi Yuan was preaching on the Tao along with the crowd. Along the way, Lin Tong discovered that more and more people were currently gathering in the same direction. This is too inconceivable. Can a 1,000-over-years-old young man really have such great rallying power? Lin Tong was still somewhat doubting. The Tianyue Plaza at the southwest was a very remote plaza of Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. The plaza was very small and could only accommodate several tens of thousands of people. Lin Tong could not move anymore after he walked halfway, because in front of him was packed full of people. On the roofs, on the pavilions, there were figures everywhere. Although the numbers were many, the entire plaza appeared extremely quiet. A pin drop could be heard. There was only a voice that seemed slightly immature in the plaza, transmitting over slowly. Just hearing a few sentences, Lin Tong's figure suddenly trembled, akin to being enlightened, all the pores in the body opening up. This? No way. I have to hurry up and find a place. Lin Tong's eyes swept all around hastily and discovered that it was already overcrowded. Helpless, he came to a slightly far-off rooftop with a few leaps. Lin Tong. Suddenly, a mosquito-like voice came over. Lin Tong had a look of surprise as he said, "Song Zichuan? Why are you here? Who could this person be if not Song Zichuan?" It was just that, didn't Song Zichuan come long ago? Why would he be in such a remote place? Song Zichuan had a bitter smile on his face as he said, "The places in front are all occupied by major families' disciples. I was originally at a place very close to Grandmaster Yi. Now, I was forcefully squeezed out." Finished talking, Song Zichuan switched to an amused smile and said, "Didn't you not believe my words, saying that I was bragging? Since you turned your nose up at Grandmaster Yi, what did you come here now for?" Lin Tong's expression was very awkward, but he recollected his thoughts very quickly and could not be bothered to argue with Song Zichuan. He wanted to listen to Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao. Although he had only heard a few sentences, Lin Tong discovered that Grandmaster Ye's sermon was totally different from Empyrean Piljade's. Empyrean Piljade's sermon was akin to clouds, seeming near but in reality far away. But Grandmaster Ye's sermon was akin to revolving around him. It was within reach. This kind of feeling was like there was a pair of invisible big hands hastening the influence, letting them understand alchemy Tao. Looking at your appearance, you should have discovered the difference of Grandmaster Ye's sermon, right? I only listened for a day and already broke through, Song Zichuan said with a smug look. When he saw the expression on Lin Tong's face, how could he not understand what the other party was thinking? When he first started listening, his expression was exactly the same as Lin Tong's. With this, Lin Tong could not resist visibly changing his countenance anymore. "What? You already broke through," Lin Tong said in shock. Song Zichuan's strength was similar to his. He was also at the peak initial stage initial realm, just a step away from reaching the middle stage initial realm.
It was just that this step was far too difficult for them. But Song Zichuan only listened for a day and already broke through the shackles. How could this not surprise Lin Tong? Song Zichuan chuckled and said, "That's right. Among those 5,000 people that came first, there were at least 300 people that broke through on the spot." Lin Tong was already unable to use words to describe the shock in his heart. This Grandmaster Yi was too amazing. He sucked in a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart, and started listening to Yi Yuan's preaching on the Tao, and he entered a profound and mysterious state very soon.
Empyrean Pilljade looked at the sharply declining numbers, his brows furrowing. This kind of sermon did not restrict the venue. People that were willing could go to several venues within half a month.
But, in the past, his audience normally had more than 100,000 people. But now, there were less than 30,000 people. And the numbers were still declining.
How keen was the divine sense of Empyrean powerhouses?
He could feel that the people who left were all heading in the southwest directly.
That place was precisely the place where Yi Yuan was preaching.
Furthermore, Empyrean Pilljade even discovered that it was not just him, but the numbers of people at other Grandmaster sermons were also reducing sharply. The alchemists in the city were practically all gathered towards the southwest corner.
Just how terrifying is this kid?
Toward Yi Yuan, Empyrean Pilljade presently only had a word to describe his sentiment. Convinced. Ever since the Cloud Pill Summit started, Yi Yuan suppressed Empyreans, seized territories, and took in geniuses. Now, he also drew all of the alchemists in the city into his preaching field.
He felt that the Cloud Pill Summit this time was simply held for Yi Yuan.
Although Empyrean Pilljade looked down on these ordinary alchemists, he also understood that these people were not fools. It was impossible to all go to Yi Yuan there without any rhyme or reason. Yi Yuan's sermon definitely had areas different from others. No, it was not just different from the rest, but it had magical power.
The other 12 Grandmasters, inclusive of Empyrean Flutterfeather, had the same thoughts as Empyrean Pilljade without prior conversation. Empyrean Flutterfeather looked in the southwest direction and smiled bitterly in his heart as he said, "I thought that I already overestimated this kid. I didn't expect that."
I still underestimated him. On the third day of the sermon, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital had empty alleys. All of the alchemists listening attentively to the sermons all gathered at the southwest corner. It was densely packed with crowds around Tianyue Plaza. Turns out it's like this. Turns out that it's like this.
In the crowd, Lin Tong's eyes became brighter and brighter. It was as if clouds and mist were scattering away in the dark night, with stars lighting up.
Listening attentively for a day and night, he suddenly saw the light like pushing away the clouds to see the moon.
The confusion in the past was cleared away by Yi Yuan little by little.
Lin Tong gradually discovered that Grandmaster Ye's sermon was totally different from Empyrean Pilljade's. The things that Empyrean Pilljade talked about were vague and insubstantial. After listening, one would feel that it was very impressive. But after carefully experiencing it, they would discover that it could not be understood at all.
But the things that Grandmaster Yi talked about seemed to be tailor-made for him.
Where the Tao was, the meaning could be understood, but it could not be expressed with words.
No matter how high the realm, how powerful the strength was, if the things expressed were not correct, others could not understand at all either. And Yi Yuan was just like a teacher who was well-versed in teaching methods, analyzing alchemy Tao with penetrating criticism.
Especially to these bottom-level alchemists, it was even more beneficial. Regarding preaching on the Tao, Yi Yuan did not do anything if he was not preaching. But as long as he began lecturing, he would prepare seriously.
Since those that came to listen to the lecture were mostly initial stage and middle stage initial realm alchemists, the content that he talked about was targeted at this demographic. To the current Yi Yuan, this kind of content was very simple and easy to understand. Expressing it was naturally very smooth too.
But when others listened, it was like great Tao heavenly melody, being filled with wisdom.
The aura on Lin Tong's body got stronger and stronger. A mysterious aura of Tao gradually descended upon his body.
Amen? Hang on. What a mysterious aura. What's going on here? Lin Tong was greatly alarmed in his heart because he felt that the surrounding law undulations were too powerful. He currently felt like the sky had fallen.
Boundless power of law surrounded him. It was like he fell into the ocean of alchemy Tao.
Beyond the surprise, Lin Tong was more wildly elated.
Seeing such vast alchemy Dao law was like entering a treasure mountain to him, so how could he return empty-handed? Hence, he frenziedly wanted to collect these alchemy Dao laws. Lin Tong listened very attentively. He did not discover at all that the current Tianwei Plaza scattered out with Yi Yuan as the center and was already densely packed full of figures.
This was an ocean of several hundreds of thousands of people.
And among these people, there were many people who were the same as Lin Tong, all stuck at one point for many years, being unable to advance an inch.
During this period of several days' time, many people's realms that did not move for many years finally broke through the shackles after listening to Yi Yuan's sermon. The plaza where Empyrean Pilljade was at did not have a single figure anymore.
He also stopped preaching and entered meditation. But at this time his two eyes suddenly snapped out, shooting out rays of brilliant light, gaze staring fixedly at the southwest corner.
A boundless and vast power of law descended from the sky, enveloping the entire Cloud Pill Great Imperial capital. Even separated so far away, Empyrean Pilljade also vividly felt that boundlessness. This vast power of law was extremely horrifying. Even when he broke through to the Ancestor realm back then, it was also just a drop in the ocean compared to this. This is the sea of law descending, Empyrean Pilljade said in astonishment.
Suddenly his figure moved, vanishing from where he was. At the east side of the great imperial capital, the plaza in front of Empyrean Flutterfeather was similarly stark empty.
Suddenly, his eyes went wide, looking in the southwest direction with an astonished face. This is...
Empyrean Flutterfeather muttered a sentence under his breath, his figure moving, immediately disappearing from where he was.
Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh.
The Grandmaster's figure virtually all disappeared at the same time.
It was not just them. How could the 7-star alchemy gods in the city not sense this vast power of law? All of them hurried over toward Tianwei Plaza. Flutterfeather, I'm afraid that this child
isn't what your myriad treasure tower can contain. Empyrean Pilljade said calmly without even turning his head. Although his words were calm, the shock in his eyes could not be concealed no matter what.
Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled bitterly in his heart, but his face was calm as he said, "That doesn't need Brother Pilljade to worry about." Empyrean Pilljade gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. This is Sea of Law. Alchemy Dao's Sea of Law. I didn't expect that this Empyrean can actually see this extraordinary view in my remaining years. The realms of hundreds of thousands of people more or less had advancements and triggered heavenly Dao, bringing down the Sea of Law.
This kind of grand occasion is likely hard to come across once in 10 million years too, right? Empyrean Windrider said with vicissitudes of emotion.
Grandmaster Yi is well deserving of the title of Grandmaster. Previously, we actually even doubted his strength. Looking at it now, our title of Grandmaster fails to live up to the title in front of him. Empyrean Lumen shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "No wonder Grandmaster Yi can attract a full turnout of the city. His understanding of alchemy Dao is much deeper than us." The moment these words came out, the group of Empyreans secretly nodded. They only came here a short while. But just this short while, the things that Yi Yuan talked about, even they also felt endlessly beneficial.
The content was superficial content.
But the depth of Yi Yuan's understanding was completely not what they could compare to.
In comparison, their understanding of initial realms somewhat had the meaning of lapping up information without digesting it. An Empyrean shook his head and said, "This kind of grand occasion, probably only the medicine ancestor and that demon race's sacred ancestor can trigger it. It's just that with their identities, why would they preach on the Dao to these ordinary alchemists? Stop talking nonsense. The Sea of Law descending is a massive lucky chance for us as well. Comprehend it well." Empyrean Pilljade said in a solemn voice.
Sea of Law, as the name suggested, was an ocean of law.
How vast was alchemy Dao? It was hard to understand 1/10,000th of it in a lifetime too.
But this Sea of Law was heavenly Dao's blessing. It was a massive lucky chance that was hard to come by once every 10 million years. Even if Yi Yuan preached on the Dao one more time, it would also be very difficult to trigger anymore. This kind of Sea of Law, even to ancestor realms, it was also a massive lucky chance. Reaching Pilljade's level of boundary, even wanting to improve a trace was harder than ascending to heaven. But with the sea of law, they could feel heavenly Tao in close range. Breaking through would clearly be much easier than cultivating themselves. The group of Empyreans turned solemn in their hearts, hurriedly recollecting their thoughts and stepping into the sea of law, and started comprehending alchemy Tao.
The sea of law descending, Yi Yuan naturally detected it long ago.
This kind of major lucky chance that only came by once in 1,000 years, logically speaking, he should immediately stop and comprehend laws. No one knew how long this sea of law would last. But he did not.
He kept on preaching on Tao and did not stop.
1 day, 2 days, in a blink half a month was already up. Yi Yuan's sermon finally ended. Only then did he shut his eyes and meditate, starting to feel the sea of law.
Grandmaster Yi is truly trustworthy.
Grandmaster Yi actually didn't stop preaching on the Tao for our sakes.
No can do.
After this Cloud Pill Summit ends, I'm going to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City immediately to repay his grace of preaching. In the crowd, those alchemists were shedding tears of gratitude toward Yi Yuan. How much comprehension time that Yi Yuan had forsaken, they had a score in their hearts. Winning sincerity with sincerity, how could others not feel moved?
But Yi Yuan did not pay attention to this. His mind and body already sunk into the sea of law, entering a state like an old well without ripples. A profound power of law revolved around him. Yi Yuan felt like his divine soul became a droplet of water merging into his sea of law.
Inside the vast ocean, Yi Yuan felt that he was extremely tiny.
But merging inside, he also felt that he looked down upon the world. The sight around the plaza, he felt like he could actually have a commanding view of it, like a sovereign that controlled this world. Even if it was ants crawling on the ground, insects swimming in the water, Yi Yuan could also see their every move and action distinctly.
This kind of feeling was incomparably magical.
Could this be Ancestor Realm?
No, wait. Although Ancestor Realm is miraculous, it's absolutely impossible to reach this kind of extent.
Yi Yuan liked this current state a lot. Inside the sea of law, Empyrean Pilljade, Empyrean Flutter Feather, Empyrean Blazing Sun, and the rest were all comprehending laws.
Yi Yuan could even see the current situation of the laws around him.
Among these people, the laws flowed the fastest around Empyrean Flutter Feather. Clearly, his comprehension ability was the highest among these people.
The next was Empyrean Pilljade. What Yi Yuan did not expect was that the one who was second only to these two people was actually Empyrean Lumen. Looks like Empyrean Lumen's age isn't that old among these grandmasters and still has potential. With his talent, with this experience of the Sea of Law, he'll probably be able to break through to the Ancestor Realm in the future. It's just a shame about Empyrean Chaoyuan.
If he were still here, he'd probably be able to break through on the spot. But Yi Yuan discovered that no matter how he spied on them, they were unable to detect it. This kind of state was absolutely not what Ancestor Realm could reach.
One had to know these were all late-stage Empyrean Realm mighty experts. Furthermore, their divine souls were incomparably powerful. Even a trace of the rustling of leaves in the wind could not hide from their eyes and ears.
Could it be that I'm currently spying on them through the Sea of Law? Which is also to say that I'm this area's heavenly Tao.
The chance is hard to come by. I have to experience it carefully. Yi Yuan was amazed in his heart. It was as if he had fused into one body with heavenly Tao laws.
He was heavenly Tao and heavenly Tao was him, Yi Yuan.
Yi Yuan recollected his thoughts and started comprehending heavenly Tao.
Time flew by quickly. In a twinkle, a month went by. The group of Empyreans opened both eyes in succession, withdrawing from a meditative state, regretful looks on their faces.
With this comprehension, they each gleaned considerable benefits.
But this kind of comprehension was limited in the end. Their realm was not there yet. Indulging in the Sea of Law for a long time would make them blow up and die.
No matter how strong Empyreans were, they were also not stronger than heavenly Tao. This level of Sea of Law was like an inexhaustible nourishing liquid. Drinking a bit could make people full.
But drinking too much, one would probably be excessively nourished by it and even potentially stuff themselves to death. But these powers of laws were already sufficient for them to digest for a very long time. As for those alchemists that listened attentively to the sermon, they had long already withdrawn respectively.
Their strength was not able to withstand such a vast sea of law at all.
I didn't expect that the Sea of Law actually lasted for more than a month, truly seldom seen.
Amen? Yi Yuan is still comprehending, Empyrean Pilljade said with a frown. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's realm was inferior to his and should have long withdrawn. Flutterfeather also had a look of surprise and said in a solemn voice, "This guy, doesn't he understand the logic of biting off more than one can chew?" The group of Empyrean was also greatly surprised. These Empyreans, had already withdrawn and Yi Yuan was actually still indulging inside.
Brother Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan's state seems to be somewhat amiss. Empyrean Papluing warned. Empyrean Flutterfeather's face changed. Looking over carefully, he discovered that Yi Yuan's condition indeed seemed to be not quite right. The current Yi Yuan was seemingly like an empty husk, his body without any lease of life. No way. I can't let him continue like this. I have to wake him up.
Finished talking, Empyrean Flutterfeather's figure moved and entered the Sea of Law once more, attempting to wake Yi Yuan up. But right at this time, a bolt of lightning the size of a bowl suddenly fell from above the 9 heavens without the slightest signs. Crack, crack, boom. Empyrean Flutterfeather's face changed drastically, a feeling of danger immediately welling up in his heart. How could he dare to hesitate at all? His figure retreated explosively at once. Right at that instant, his figure withdrew from the Sea of Law, and the lightning suddenly dissipated. It was as if it had never appeared before. Came swiftly, departure was quick too. But Empyrean Flutterfeather's back was already drenched in sweat. Just what's going on here? Empyrean Papluing said with surprise. Looks like the Sea of Law can't be entered. We can only pray that Yi Yuan will be safe. Empyrean Flutterfeather shook his head and said with a sigh.
That lightning earlier was too terrifying. It was as if it was the might of heaven and earth.
If he was any slower, he would likely have already turned to ashes.
But some Empyreans that found Yi Yuan displeasing to the eyes were secretly rejoicing in their hearts currently.
Especially Empyrean Proudcloud. The joy on his face practically could not be concealed.
The evil that people bring on themselves is the hardest to bear.
This punk was self-assured that his talent is exceedingly high and really thought that this Sea of Law is his home's backyard. Staying as long as he wanted to. Empyrean Proudcloud said with a cold smile. Empyrean Pilljade was also secretly delighted in his heart. But he did not show it and just said coolly, "All disperse." Time slowly trickled by. The group of Empyreans naturally would not idle away here too, each seeking place and going into close seclusion. At this time, the Cloud Pill Summit already completely ended. But there were still many people gathered around Tianjue Plaza, looking at that figure on the high platform with concerned looks. Yi Yuan's sermon benefited everyone. There were always some people who felt grateful. Although they could not do anything, they could still be concerned about Yi Yuan at one side.
1 day, 2 days.
1 month, 2 months.
1 year, 2 years.
In a blink, more than 2 years already passed. Yi Yuan sat withered on the platform just like that, with no signs of life on his body at all.
Many people all let out deep sighs, turned around and left.
There were already not many people in Tianjue Plaza. How can this be?
Grandmaster Yi is so remarkably talented. Why would he die here?
We received Grandmaster Ye's kindness, but I didn't expect that. He died here. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Suddenly, a voice said with a cold snort, "Shut up! Grandmaster Yi won't die. He must be comprehending the heavenly Tao.
There will come one day where he'll wake up."
By the side, Song Zichuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Forget it. Lin Tong, come on. It's already been 2 years. Didn't you see that those 7-star alchemy gods could only stay for more than a month in the Sea of Law too?" Lin Tong smiled coldly and said, So what? Grandmaster Yi was able to trigger the Sea of Law to descend. So how can he possibly die here?
Didn't you see that the Sea of Law is still there and didn't dissipate?
Song Zichuan, if you want to go, leave. I must wait for Grandmaster Yi to wake up.
Grandmaster Yi gave me a new life. Not seeing him wake up, I'll find it hard to set my mind at ease. Originally, Song Zichuan was Yi Yuan's most staunch supporter.
But along with the time getting longer and longer, Yi Yuan's aura got weaker and weaker. Even he had no confidence anymore as well. Rather, it was Lin Tong who was extremely stubborn, insisting firmly that Yi Yuan did not die and must wait for him to wake up. Song Zichuan let out a sigh, turned around, and left. However, things did not develop according to Lin Tong's idea.
This wait of his was 10 years, but Yi Yuan did not show any signs of waking up.
Duan Yunfei, have you trained Serene Cloud 300 hands 1,000 times? You dare to slack off here. Yuni looked at the Duan Yunfei currently basking in the sun, reproaching angrily.
Duan Yunfei was the youth surnamed Duan who ridiculed Yi Yuan back then. When choosing a master, Duan Yunfei similarly joined in choosing Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation.
After their group of people came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, they joined the Pill Tower. It was just that according to Yi Yuan's instructions, they could only become medicine boys. Disregarding these miscellaneous chores, what they cultivated were also the most basic alchemy techniques.
To these alchemy geniuses who were arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, this was simply something that could not be tolerated.
They had to repeatedly do some dreary things every day. There was no time to cultivate at all. In their view, it was completely wasting time. This was not tempering them at all, but making fun of them. In less than half a year, more than 10 people left Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. After a year, another 7 to 8 people could not endure it and left. These genius disciples more or less had some background.
Later, after they heard the news of Yi Yuan's demise, one after another left in swarms. Now that 10 years had passed, the original 40 people only had 3 scanty people left.
Apart from Yunyi and Duan Yunfei, there was also a young man called Xianxia.
Xianxia was the 5-star group's 20th place, which was also the last place. But only he persisted until now. Even Luo Tianqi also immediately chose to leave after hearing that Yi Yuan fell.
Hey, Brother Yun. If you didn't make me stay behind, I, Duan Yunfei, would have long left. A lousy Serene Cloud 300 hands. I've already trained no less than several tens of thousands of times. What use is there? Moreover, Yi Yuan is already dead. Is there still meaning in continuing to persist? Duan Yunfei said with a disdainful face. Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, Duan Yunfei, I kept on making you cultivate diligently, but you wouldn't listen. Reading a book 100 times, the meaning can naturally be seen. Refining pills is also the same logic. If you trained in the Serene Hand 300 hands diligently, there will absolutely be a different feeling. Duan Yunfei chuckled and said, Enough of that. Merely a rank 1 or 2 alchemy technique, what kind of different feeling can there be? You already trained diligently for 10 years, but I didn't see that your realm had any breakthrough either. Forget it. Forget it. I don't have the time to waste time here. Brother Yun, you're really not leaving together with me? By the side, Xianxia said, Brother Duan, what Brother Yun said is correct. I also didn't expect that these foundational alchemy techniques still had such miraculous comprehensions in the past. If you cultivate diligently, it will really be different. Duan Yunfei gave a cold snort and said, What has it got to do with you?
Do you think you can call me Brother Duan? Get lost. Yun Yi's brows knitted tightly and he said in a solemn voice, You really want to go?
Duan Yunfei said coolly, Brother Yun, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but no matter how great Yi Yuan's talent was, he also played himself to death.
Your talent is currently the southern border's #1, but you want to waste your time here. Yun Yi heaved a sigh and said, Forget it. There is little common ground for understanding between persons of differing principles.
Leave. It's just that. Hope you don't regret it in the future. Duan Yunfei smiled and said, Regret?
How is that possible?
Brother Yun, the one regretting will be you.
It's already been 10 years, yet Yu Yuan didn't even wake up. Do you feel that he can still wake up?
Finished talking. Duan Yunfei left with a loud laugh. Xianxia let out a sigh and said, Brother Yun, I really didn't expect that you could actually persist until this step.
Yun Yi was somewhat lost in deep reverie. Hearing Xianxia said this, he smiled slightly and said, Is it that in your eyes I'm just a silk pants and that I can't endure hardships and suffering?
Xianxia blushed. Clearly, he thought so. But in these 10 years, Yun Yi's actions and conduct indeed made him view him in a different light.
He was the one among everyone who could bear the most hardships and also cultivated the most diligently.
Even these rank 1 and 2 alchemy techniques, he had long already memorized them thoroughly, but he still practiced them again and again fastidiously.
When everyone was about to leave, it was also Yun Yi who spoke up and urged earnestly. It was just that no one listened to him at all. Musing for a moment, Xianxia suddenly said, "Brother Yun, then do you feel that Grandmaster Yi can really come back?" Yun Yi's gaze turned intent. Heaving a sigh, he shook his head and said, "Honestly telling you, I also don't know." Xianxia said in surprise, Then you're still staying here?" Yun Yi smiled bitterly and said, "If it were 5 years ago, I still had some confidence that Grandmaster Yi can return. But it's already 10 years now. That side has already sent news that Grandmaster Ye's body is already totally without any breathing. It's completely the manifestation of not having any life force. The reason why I stayed here is that I felt that Grandmaster Yi wasn't just testing us. He was really teaching us things. Ever since arriving at the Pill Tower, I discovered that turns out one can cultivate like this. The things that we originally overlooked are too many. Xianxia, I think that you also have the same feeling, right?" Xianxia nodded his head seriously and said, "It's indeed like so. A towering skyscraper is constructed from its very base. We think that our alchemy talent is outstanding, but we neglected the importance of foundation. I think that for Grandmaster Yi to be able to have such terrifying strength at a young age, a very large part of the reason comes from this, right?" Yun Yi nodded his head, deeply feeling that way too. In these 10 years, Empyrean Pilljade called him back many times, but he refused to go back no matter what. He was waiting for a miracle to appear. Empyrean Flutterfeather looked at the Yi Yuan inside the Sea of Law. His gaze was extremely complicated. "Yi Yuan, are you really dead? This Empyrean doesn't believe that you'll die in this matter. But it's been 10 years. Why haven't you woken up yet?" Empyrean Flutterfeather said with a sigh. "Heh. Brother Flutterfeather came again? It's already been more than 10 years. You still haven't given up?" This kid pried into heavenly Tao. His divine soul has long been wiped out already. "You're actually still thinking that he can come back to life?" Empyrean Proudcloud said with a snicker. Empyrean Flutterfeather's brows furrowed slightly and said with a cold snort, "Proudcloud, these few years, the few of you went against the Peak Alchemy Meets Agreement and secretly ate Heavenly Eagle's territory. Do you really think that my myriad treasure tower is to be trifled with?" Empyrean Proudcloud laughed loudly and said, "Brother Flutterfeather's words are not right. Yi Yuan has already died. The places that Heavenly Eagle has jurisdiction over naturally became ownerless lands. Such a large territory, if those martial artists don't have medicinal pills, how to cultivate? We're also blessing a region by doing so, right?" Flutterfeather's gaze turned slightly cold and was just about to fly into a rage when suddenly his expression changed, gazing toward the Sea of Law in alarm. But Empyrean Proudcloud laughed wildly and said, "Ha ha ha! The Sea of Law has started dissipating. Brother Flutterfeather, you can help Yi Yuan collect his corpse already." Not far away, the Sea of Law that had been calm all along finally had activities. The vast power of law made the spiritual energy around Tianyue Plaza produce intense undulations. Rumble. Right at this time, the winds and clouds suddenly changed. The sky gradually became dim. In the space where the Sea of Law was at, a violent storm suddenly swept up. Limitless heaven and earth spiritual energy closed in toward the Sea of Law frenziedly. Countless heaven and earth spiritual energy condensed to form a spiritual energy fog, turning corporeal. And this storm was formed with Yi Yuan as the center. Empyrean Flutterfeather was wildly elated in his heart. He then laughed coldly and said, "Collect corpse? Looks like there's no need anymore. I think you'd better think about how to give an account to the Alliance." How is this possible?" Empyrean Proudcloud's pupils constricted, with his expression changing wildly, looking at Yi Yuan, who was at the center of the storm, in disbelief. This kind of thing should not happen at all. Yi Yuan, he was actually breaking through? How could a person possibly last for as long as 10 years inside such a horrifying Sea of Law? The current Yi Yuan's imposing aura was extremely exuberant, with his life force thriving. How was there still any appearance of a dead person? 10 years had gone by. There were only a scanty few people left who were still waiting for Yi Yuan to wake up around Tianyue Plaza. Lin Tong was among them. Seeing this marvelous sight, Lin Tong's face showed wild ecstasy, his entire body was trembling in agitation. Ha ha! Grandmaster Yi indeed didn't die. Indeed didn't die. I knew that he wouldn't die. He wouldn't die, Lin Tong said with near madness. In these 10 years, his mood fell to rock bottom bit by bit. He even could not hold on anymore already. But thinking of Yi Yuan's grace to him, he still persisted. Around Tianwei Plaza, one figure after another suddenly appeared. Those Empyrean powerhouses that had not left Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital showed up one after another. Actually, the majority of the Empyreans did not leave. They benefited a great deal inside the Sea of Law. Naturally, the earlier they comprehended, the more they digested. Hence, in these 10 years, a majority of the people all stayed behind in Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital. At this time, everyone's faces were full of marvel. They never would have thought that not only did Yi Yuan come back to life, but he also even caused such a huge commotion. Looking at this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough was not simple. This kind of commotion was far stronger compared to breaking through to fourth firmament true God. Grandmaster Yi really can't be gauged with common sense. Who could have thought that he was still for 10 years? Not only did he come back to life, but there's also even such a huge breakthrough. Empyrean Lumen lamented. Looking at this scene, the heaven and earth spiritual energy in the circumference of 100,000 miles seems to have been drawn over by this sea of law. If it's all absorbed, even if a 7th or 8th firmament true God came, they would also blow up, Empyrean Blazing exclaimed in admiration. The commotion of Yi Yuan's breakthrough was too vast. Even if these Empyreans saw it, their faces changed slightly too. While this bit of spiritual energy was nothing in their eyes, when placed in true God realm, it was absolutely horrifying. He started absorbing spiritual energy. An Empyrean opened his mouth. Everyone held their breaths. They all wanted to see just how far Yi Yuan could go. At this time, in the center of the storm, Yi Yuan revolved the Chaos Heavenspan cannon frenziedly and started swallowing like a whale. Yi Yuan thought, after 10 years of comprehending the Tao, finally I entered Ancestor Realm. According to my current accumulations, even if I break through directly to become a peak 6th firmament true God, there's also not the slightest problem. It's just that, I don't know if this spiritual energy is enough to use or not. Even so, the seals that his hands were making were not the least bit slow. One cluster of fog after another was directly absorbed into the body by him, and then being refined and stored in the origin pill. That was time. It was one cluster after another and not trace by trace. With Yi Yuan's accumulations, he could have broken through to become a 4th firmament true God long ago. Presently, comprehending Tao for 10 years inside the Sea of Law, this was a lucky chance that bystanders could only look but could not catch up to. With his current accumulations, directly breaking through, even reaching to be a peak 6th firmament true God, would not have the slightest hidden danger. His aura rose steadily up, breaking through to become a 4th firmament true God without any surprises. Except, this was far from stopping yet. The current Yi Yuan was like a gluttonous behemoth, as if he could swallow the entire world in one mouthful. The speed of the spiritual energy condensing actually could not keep up with his speed of absorbing. Outside of the Sea of Law, the group of Empyrean powerhouses watched dumbfoundedly and tongue-tied. This, absorbing spiritual energy like this, isn't he afraid of being stuffed until he explodes? Empyrean Proud Cloud opened his eyes wide and cried out in alarm. Stuffed until he explodes? Hoo-hoo, you don't know, right? Yi Yuan has a perfect 6th transformation golden body. At the same time, he's absorbing spiritual energy to increase his realm, and he's also transforming his fleshy body. I'm afraid that he'll complain that this isn't enough. Empyrean Flutterfeather gave Empyrean Proud Cloud a sidelong glance and said with a cold smile, "Finish talking," without waiting for Empyrean Proud Cloud to be surprised. He reached his hand out and beckoned, yelling, "Yi Yuan, this Empyrean will lend you a helping hand." An Empyrean making a move, the heaven and earth spiritual energy within several hundreds of thousands of miles seemed to have been spurred, swarming over toward Tianwei Plaza frenziedly. Although Yi Yuan was formidable, his realm was after all too low. He wanted to gather more heaven and earth spiritual energy but lacked the strength to match his will. Suddenly, he heard Empyrean Flutterfeathers bellow, and he could not help brightening up in his heart. The surrounding spiritual energy actually turned into fine rain falling down from midair.
But this spiritual energy fine rain would not land on the ground at all before being directly absorbed by Yi Yuan.
Ha ha ha. Many thanks, Brother Flutterfeather, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. With Empyrean Flutterfeather's help, Yi Yuan's aura soared straight to the highest heaven, his fleshy body and martial Tao realm rising frenziedly at the same time.
At the same time, his divine soul also started fluctuating already, and actually started absorbing the sea of law. Rumble. Above the void, lightning flashed.
Yi Yuan's essence, energy, and spirit, 3 paths breaking through at the same time. How outrageous was the commotion.
Empyrean Proudcloud cried out in surprise. He's absorbing the sea of law.
Is he mad?
The other people's faces were also struck dumb with amazement. What was the sea of law?
Putting it bluntly, that was a part of heavenly Tao. That was something that surmounted above all life. Even Empyrean powerhouses only comprehended inside too. How could they dare to show the slightest hint of blasphemy? But Yi Yuan actually wanted to absorb the sea of law.
Ha ha ha. The sea is boundless. I'm only taking a grain of it. Absorb for me. Yi Yuan laughed heroically while absorbing the sea of law frenziedly, causing his divine soul to bolster up continuously. While he was unable to absorb so much of the sea of law, just absorbing a little and strengthening his divine soul was achievable. Dustless's voice suddenly sounded out, Yi Yuan, absorb more of the sea of law. Hurry.
Yi Yuan did not have time to think too much. He just nodded slightly and poured a portion of the sea of law absorbed inside the soul-suppressing pearl.
No idea how long had passed either. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energy was practically absorbed clean by Yi Yuan. His breakthrough finally stopped.
He's now a peak 5th firmament true god. Empyrean Proudcloud's pupils constricted, looking at that figure that walked over in astonishment, full of disbelief.
Yi Yuan did not even move for 10 years. The moment he did so, it was earth-shattering, directly breaking through 2 minor realms, reaching peak 5th firmament true god.
One should not look at how it was only 2 minor realms. For the others, that required several thousands, even several tens of thousands of years of accumulation before it could be achieved. How horrifying was the spiritual energy required.
But Yi Yuan merely used 10 years. What they did not know was that Yi Yuan made use of this boundless spiritual energy, and also broke through to the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. As for his divine soul, it even reached peak rank 6 already. This breakthrough could virtually use a complete remolding to describe Yi Yuan. The Empyrean Pilljade, who had been silent all along. His gaze flickered incessantly, and said with vicissitudes of emotion, Yuni, that kid, he bet correctly.
Hoo-hoo, Brother Flutterfeather, many thanks for your assistance.
If not for you, this year's breakthrough likely won't be so smooth. Yi Yuan took a few steps and arrived in front of Empyrean Flutterfeather and said while cupping his fists.
At Heavenly Eagle, Duan Yunfei looked at Yun-Yi with a look of awkwardness.
Before leaving, he pledged in all solemnity, saying that Yun-Yi would regret it. But now it was him who regretted it. Yes, he came back again. After receiving the news of Yi Yuan's domineering breakthrough, he returned to Heavenly Eagle without any stop. Presently, the Pill Tower's administrator was Xianxia.
Toward these genius alchemists whose backgrounds were exceedingly profound, Xianxia could not offend them either. He could only let them come back. Although he knew that Yi Yuan would not take these people in, how to decide it was Yi Yuan's business. He could not very well make a decision for Yi Yuan too.
Brother Yun, Duan Yunfei said with a bitter face.
He persisted for as long as 10 years but did not expect to fall short of success at the last second. But not coming to try one time, he was also not reconciled to it.
Maybe Yi Yuan's heart would soften and take him in? Yuni looked at Duan Yunfei and said with a sigh. Sigh.
I urged you not to leave back then, but you wouldn't listen.
You already held out for 10 years, so why was there a need to be anxious after that long? Duan Yunfei revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, Who could have thought that?
It would be like this.
At that time, the whole world firmly believed that Yi Yuan already died. Duan Yunfei never dreamed that not only did Yi Yuan not die, but also his strength improved greatly instead. He already received the news from the Duan family that Yi Yuan's domineering breakthrough at Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital shocked the world. Essence, energy, and spirit. 3 paths breaking through at the same time, strength advancing by leaps and bounds, directly stepping into Ancestor Realm. Such a heaven-defying figure, he actually thought that he was dead for sure previously. Freaking hell, your father's head must have been kicked by a donkey. Yuni shook his head and said, although I don't understand Grandmaster Yi, it seems like this level of figure will surely be proud to the extreme. Previously, even though you weren't too diligent in cultivating, he might have taken you in consideration of your willpower. But you left halfway, so it's likely very hard for him to take you in anymore. Duan Yunfei's expression choked up. Yun Yi's words dealt a blow to him. 10 years of persistence were scrapped in one day. Sigh, even if there's only a trace of hope, I also want to stay. Hope that he'll take me in on the account of my 10-year persistence. Duan Yunfei said with a sigh. He currently regretted it until his intestines were green, but there was no regret medicine to eat in this world. At least, his hope was much higher compared to Luo Tianqi those people. Ever since Yi Yuan's news came over, the geniuses that left previously, many came back again one after another. Presently, inside the pill tower, there were already close to 20 people. Toward Yuni and Yang Xian persisting like this, they were previously disdainful and scoff in derision at it before this. But now they were endlessly envious of these 2 people. At the very least, these 2 people's chances were greater than theirs. Inside Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan's gaze looked towards Emperor Proudloud scorchingly, and he said with a cold smile, Brother Proudloud, shouldn't you all give this Yi an explanation? Emperor Proudcloud gave a cold snort and said, what explanation do you want? I've already sent the order. All of this Emperor's forces will immediately withdraw out of your sphere of influence. Could it be that this still isn't enough? Not enough, Yi Yuan said firmly and clearly. Emperor Proudcloud sneered and said, you say that it's not enough and so it's not enough? Don't look at how you're sitting on the seat of a grandmaster, thinking that you can really throw hands with this Emperor. Yi Yuan said coolly, throw hands? You're fit too. You, Emperor Proudcloud said, seemingly stifled. But Yi Yuan did not even look at him. Looking at Emperor Pilljade, he said, Brother Pilljade, I wonder how you view this matter? From Emperor Flutterfeather there, Yi Yuan had long known that this Emperor Proudcloud and some of the other Emperors were merely Emperor Pilljade's lackeys. As long as he forced Emperor Pilljade to lower his head, Emperor Proudcloud naturally would not even dare to let out a fart. Emperor Pilljade's face fell and he said, although younger brother Proudcloud was wrong in this matter, during these 10 years, everyone thought that something happened to you. According to the Alliance's agreement, your territory was a land without a master. Therefore, younger brother Proudcloud's crime is pardonable. Although Yun-Yi wanted to acknowledge Yi Yuan as master, this was this and that was that. In front of such tremendous profits, why would Emperor Pilljade care about a measly little Yun-Yi? One should not look at how the places that Emperor Proudcloud they all occupied was small. All of the Emperors added up also reached 30% of the entire territory. Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital already lost the position of Alliance Chief and 10% of the share. So how could they still make any concessions? No matter how genius that Yun-Yi was, he was also just a junior. His Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital was such a colossal titan. Wouldn't grooming 1 or 2 geniuses still be easily accomplished? Moreover, even if Yun-Yi failed to acknowledge him as master, could it be that he could not teach him? No matter what, he was an Ancestor Realm powerhouse too. Emperor Pilljade still had this bit of pride. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, land without a master? Haha, want to act shamelessly, is it? Looks like you all won't shed tears without seeing the coffin. Emperor Proudcloud smiled coldly and said, what? Could it be that you still really dare to withdraw from the Alliance? Do you think that Brother Flutterfeather really dares to play such high stakes with you? Once you guys withdraw, that's contending against the entire southern border's alchemy world. You weigh the consequences yourself. The other Emperors, including several Grandmasters, all secretly nodded. Yi Yuan said that he had more than a dozen pill formulas in his hands. He merely said it verbally, everyone would not take it seriously. But becoming enemies with the entire southern border's alchemy world, not everyone had this guts.
After all, although Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was formidable, the southern border also had quite a number of Heavenly Emperor powerhouses whose strength was not inferior to his. Empyrean Pilljade also said, "Brother Flutterfeather, once you withdraw from the alliance, it's becoming enemies with everyone seated here. Although Yi Yuan's talent is high, he hasn't grown up after all and isn't able to refine rank 7 divine pills. Is it appropriate for you to bet like this?" His words were threatening Empyrean Flutterfeather and similarly also isolating Yi Yuan. Heavenly Eagle was merely a small place. If Empyrean Flutterfeather did not accompany Yi Yuan could not stir up any waves at all. "Brother Flutterfeather, you have to think thrice before acting," Empyrean Blazing Sun also urged. The few great grandmasters, even Empyrean Windrider, were persuading Empyrean Flutterfeather. Only Empyrean Lumen was silent. Clearly, they were joining hands to apply pressure and also joining hands to suppress Yi Yuan. Once they separated Empyrean Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan, Heavenly Eagle would be a piece of fatty meat. The alliance before would not count anymore. Previously, the various grandmasters were in a state of disunity and did not condense together at all. But the shock that Yi Yuan's breakthrough this time brought to them was too strong, making them feel an immense threat. If the Myriad Treasure Tower had Flutterfeather and Yi Yuan joining hands, who in the southern border could still suppress them in the future? Hence, they unknowingly banded up together. Everyone was currently chirping and talking non-stop when Empyrean Flutterfeather suddenly stood up. Gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, he said coolly. "You guys are also looking down on me, Flutterfeather. Too much, since you all are so shameless. Then, wage war then. From this day forth, my Myriad Treasure Tower will withdraw from the Southern Border Alliance. As for territory, all of us each will rely on their own ability. If you guys can snatch territory from my Myriad Treasure Tower's hands, feel free to come and give it a try." Everyone's faces could not help changing drastically when they saw the situation. They all did not expect that Empyrean Flutterfeather was actually so decisive. The matter of the Myriad Treasure Tower withdrawing from the Southern Border Alliance stirred up titanic waves in the alchemy world. As one of the several Leviathans, the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength was second only to the Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital. But no matter how powerful, it was also merely one of the 7 Leviathans. Myriad Treasure Tower withdrawing out of the Southern Border Alliance was equivalent to waging war with the entire southern border. Although it was not a slaughter of real swords and spears, this kind of merchant war was even more intense than fighting. With the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength, could it survive under the besieging of the 6 great Leviathans and all of the alchemy factions? Empyrean Flutterfeather was too impulsive. For the sake of a measly little Yi Yuan, he's actually going to become enemies with the entire southern border. Grandmaster Yi is indeed impressive. Can even say that it's also not overboard to call him the southern border's #1 person. It's just that one person's strength is ultimately limited. You guys still don't know, right? The 6 Leviathans already opened their shops all in the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. With this, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure might even have to come forward. The 6 Leviathans move so quickly. Empyrean Flutterfeather's intestines should be green with regret now, right? Everywhere in the southern border, the alchemy world was virtually all discussing this matter. In their view, Empyrean Flutterfeather's decision was too unwise. It was clearly pushing the Myriad Treasure Tower into the fire pit. At that time, it would probably need Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure to come forward and clean up the mess. Heavenly Emperor powerhouses normally did not intervene in the affairs of the secular world. But this kind of major thing, Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure likely would not be able to look on either. But at this time, on lustrous gold Great Imperial Capital's Cloud Dream Mountain, golden light rippled, horrifying aura came out from it. Ziyu and Qin Yun, 2 people, were feeling this undulation, being incomparably amazed in their hearts. Too strong. This is the undulation of Ancestor Realm powerhouses. Didn't expect that Elder Yi stepped into the Ancestor Realm so quickly and actually fought until he's evenly matched with Master who broke through to Ancestor Realm. Ziyu said with alarm. They looked down on Yi Yuan back then, but Yi Yuan and Empyrean Flutterfeather's battle thoroughly astounded the 2 of them. Alchemy Intent Resonance, that kind of spectacular sight was still vivid in their impression until now. Xingyun pursed her mouth and said, even if he broke through to the ancestor realm, so what?
He still isn't Master's match.
Master even defeated Empyrean Pilljade in this Cloud Pill summit. The present Master is the Southern Border's #1 person.
Ziyu also nodded and said, that's true. How can Yi Yuan possibly be Master's match? The two people were currently talking when that astonishing aura was withdrawn. Yi Yuan and Flutterfeather, two people, walked out with big smiles. Ziyu, Qingyun, Changchong, and the few elders immediately came up to greet, curious looks on their faces. Master, it must be you, that one, right? You're the Southern Border's #1 alchemy Dao person, Ziyu said, brimming with confidence.
Flutterfeather laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Southern Border's #1 person?
Ha ha ha. My buttocks isn't warm from seating yet, and it's snatched away by this brat. From henceforth, if a heavenly emperor doesn't come out, nobody can match him. Even those few old monsters who don't ask about world affairs are likely not Yi Yuan's match too. Flutterfeather laughed very joyfully, and he also said it very easily. But when it reached the ears of Ziyu and the rest, it was akin to a bolt out of the blue.
This meaning was that their master was defeated?
How is this possible? Master even defeated Empyrean Pilljade in the Cloud Pill Summit, Ziyu said in surprise. In their hearts, Empyrean Pilljade was powerful as stars in the sky, unable to be defeated at all. Now, their master broke through to the Ancestor Realm and defeated Empyrean Pilljade, who was the Southern Border's #1 person, an existence that nobody could defeat. But their master personally admitted that he was inferior to Yi Yuan.
How could this guy be so freakish? Flutterfeather laughed in spite of himself and said, I fought 3 rounds with Yi Yuan and lost all of them. The rank 6 divine pills that he refined already infinitely approaches End Spirit divine pill. I'm inferior to him. Just like when Martial Dao Realm was cultivated to later stages, the span of the quality of Vast Spirit divine pills was also very huge. If divide Vast Spirit divine pills to lower, middle, and upper 3 grade, then the Vast Spirit divine pills that the two people refined in the past were middle grade. After stepping into Ancestor Realm, the Vast Spirit divine pills that Flutterfeather refined already reached high grade. But the current Yi Yuan, when refining Vast Spirit divine pills, could already reach peak high grade, being only a step away from End Spirit divine grade. If Yi Yuan's strength improved further, refining End Spirit divine pills would likely be nothing difficult too. Of course, talking about it was easy, doing it was hard. After the Ancestor Realm, each step forward was far too difficult. Flutterfeather knew that Yi Yuan's talent was exceedingly high, but wanting to poke through this layer of windowpane paper within a short time likely could not be done. However, even so, Yi Yuan's strength was also sufficiently shocking already. At present in the land of Southern Border, if 8-star alchemy gods did not come out, likely no one could compete with Yi Yuan anymore. As long as Yi Yuan broke through to the Empyrean realm, he would be the true Southern Border's #1 person. Hearing Empyrean Flutterfeather's words, Ziyu, Changchong, and the rest all drew a cold breath. 3 rounds, Empyrean Flutterfeather actually did not even win 1 match. This showed that Yi Yuan already firmly suppressed Empyrean Flutterfeather in terms of strength. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Flutterfeather, don't flatter me anymore. You bet the myriad treasure tower on this Yi alone, this gamble is a little big. You're so confident in me. Flutterfeather smiled and said, Hoo-hoo. They don't know your value. But this Empyrean knows. You could even create the soul-driving Dao fusion pill. So what do a mere few kinds of commonly seen medicinal pills count for? They all thought that you were bragging. When they witness your ability, I wonder what kind of expression it will be. In this game, I'll surely win and not lose. Why wouldn't I bet? Win the gamble, and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be the Southern Border's #1 major alchemy faction. All of them would have to bow their heads in submission. This Empyrean is already looking forward to the appearance of Pilljade, that old fogey lowering his head in front of you and me now. Ha ha! After saying all these, Empyrean Flutterfeather even roared with laughter. He did not know Yi Yuan's trump card, but he believed in Yi Yuan. Others did not know the soul-driving Dao fusion pill's terror, but Empyrean Flutterfeather was perfectly clear. Those fools, originally something that could be resolved by lowering their heads, they insisted on forcing Yi Yuan to fly off the handle. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that and said, Brother Flutterfeather is really a calculative demon.
Hoo-hoo, just based on your trust. I'll hand over these 15 kinds of pill formulas to you. Finished talking, Yi Yuan casually beckoned and took out a pile of jade slips and placed them on the desk.
Empyrean Flutterfeather's pupils constricted and he cried out in surprise, so many.
He casually picked up a jade slip and sunk his divine sense inside, his expression changing again. Without the slightest hesitation, he switched to another jade slip. Continuing to look one jade slip after another, the expression on Empyrean Flutterfeather's face became more and more solemn. When he put down the last jade slip, his gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was akin to having seen a ghost.
Sigh, this Empyrean thought that I saw through you clearly, but only when I saw these pill formulas did this Empyrean know that I still underestimated you.
Just based on these pill formulas, this Empyrean wants all of them to crawl to lustrous gold great imperial capital and lower their heads to you and me. Talking about this, rays of brilliant light seemingly appeared in Empyrean Flutterfeather's eyes. Yi Yuan's trump card gave him boundless confidence. Empyrean Flutterfeather knew that this battle would cause a one-sided sanguinary slaughter in the entire southern border's alchemy world.
Longwind Great Imperial Capital, martial Dao was flourishing, powerhouses countless.
This place was in the scope of the myriad treasure tower's influence. Other forces could not stick their hands in at all.
Of course, that was just limited to the Southern Border Alliance's rules that the other forces did not dare to enter.
Now it was different. Virtually overnight, Longwind Great Imperial Capital's medicine shops had a large bunch emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Purple Cloud Establishment, Swallow Pill Hall, so on and so forth. But the one with the biggest reputation naturally had to belong to Cloud Pill Establishment.
Cloud Pill Establishment was a super faction that did not pale in comparison to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Its appearance symbolized a full-scale war between the Myriad Treasure Tower and the Cloud Pill Establishment, two great superforces.
After these medicine shops were opened, they immediately formed a united front.
Unified fixed price, unified distribution, unified sales. The objective was very simple: target the Myriad Treasure Tower and chase the Myriad Treasure Tower out of Longwind Great Imperial Capital.
Ding Xiao, Cloud Pill Establishment's head shopkeeper, was skilled in management and had once chased all of 5 great Grandmasters factions out of a great imperial capital. Among them was the Myriad Treasure Tower.
Empyrean Pilljade sending him to Longwind Great Imperial Capital was clearly to give the Myriad Treasure Tower a fatal blow. The news of the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border going to war already spread throughout the entire Southern Border.
And Longwind Great Imperial Capital had an utmost significance to this war.
Once the Myriad Treasure Tower was chased out of Longwind Great Imperial Capital, they would likely have to face an all-round defeat.
At that time, a rout would be like a landslide. It would be hard for the Myriad Treasure Tower to have the strength to salvage the situation anymore. At this time, inside the newly opened Cloud Pill Establishment's top-floor hall, there was a large gathering.
The various major forces' shopkeepers were all gathered here, discussing the ways to target the Myriad Treasure Tower.
Shopkeeper Ding, that Cho Tianyu is impervious to reason and advice. We've already lowered the prices 30%. Not only did he not lower the price, but he also announced to the outside world instead that after 3 months, the prices of all of the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills will rise 20%.
I think that
the Myriad Treasure Tower is taking the road to ruin here, Tranquil Heart Pavilion's shopkeeper said with a contemptuous look. The other shopkeepers also nodded slightly, showing visible delight on their faces. Originally they thought that it was a life-and-death battle. They did not expect that the Myriad Treasure Tower was too weak to stand up to the competition.
Another shopkeeper reminded Shopkeeper Ding, although we're fighting a price war, it's bound to cause Longwind Great Imperial Capital's martial artists frenzied snatching. At that time, the medicinal pills must ensure adequate stock.
Ding Xiao nodded and said, Brother Lin, rest assured, those big shots above know the importance of this battle and already order their respective factions 5-star and 6-star alchemy gods to go all out in refining pills. You don't need to worry about the stock of medicinal pills.
Only then did Shopkeeper Lin let out a sigh of relief and said, then this Lin can relax. After this battle, even if Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure takes action, the Myriad Treasure Tower's share will certainly shrink substantially too. This level of war, what it competed in was not whose household's 7-star alchemy gods were more. Looking at the entire southern border, Empyrean powerhouses were extremely scarce too. Reaching this realm, everyone would find 7-star alchemy gods to refine pills in private, and not go to medicine shops to purchase medicinal pills. The truly massive consumer demographics were the celestial deity realm and true god realm martial artists. They had immense purchasing power and also very high demands for medicinal pills. Hence, whoever that could capture the hearts of this group of martial artists would be the final winner. For the same of this long-wind battle today, Empyrean Pilljade united the 5 great peak holy lands and already prepared a certain kill strike. They would not give Empyrean Flutter Feather any chance at all. But at this time, Ding Zhao's brows furrowed and he said, "That might be the case, but according to what I know, Chou Tianyu isn't such a foolish person. Even if they are confident that the quality of medicinal pills is better than ours, it's also impossible to take the initiative to raise prices. What I'm worried about is that they have other contingencies." Shopkeeper Lin laughed loudly and said, "Contingency? What contingencies are there?" "I heard that for the sake of this war, the big shots gathered all of the most elite 5-star and 6-star alchemy gods together. We're a level higher than them in terms of medicinal pills quality. When we achieve big success on our first operation in Longwind Great Imperial Capital, there will be no more Myriad Treasure Tower in the future." Yeah, Shopkeeper Ding is too cautious. Although the Myriad Treasure Tower is strong, what do they count for compared to the entire southern border? Tranquil Heart Pavilion's shopkeeper said. Shopkeeper Ding is probably afraid of them rolling out some new medicinal pill, right? Hoo-hoo, my lord has long said before, even if they have 1 or 2 new kinds of medicinal pills pill formula in their hands, it will also be of no avail. Our medicinal pills quality is good and the prices are low. Martial artists aren't fools either, so why would they be drawn over by 1 or 2 kinds of new medicinal pills? Purple Cloud Establishment's shopkeeper said with a smile. Ding Zhao's brows gradually smoothened out and he said with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, it was indeed me who was overly sensitive. About this battle, this Ding has managed things for many years and completely can't see their chances of victory. Even if an 8-star alchemy god makes a move, it's also impossible to reverse the situation." At Pill Tower of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Lord Yi Yuan came. Lord Yi Yuan came to the Pill Tower. Yun Yi's entire body trembled. He knew that the moment of judgment had finally come. But the others used pitying gazes to look at Yun Yi and also pitying gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Heh! Grandmaster Yi finally can't hold out anymore, right? Now, it isn't him choosing us, but whether we're willing to acknowledge him as master or not anymore. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower is defeated, if Grandmaster Yi wants to preserve his life, the best method will be to take us in as disciples and draw support from our factions to preserve his life. Otherwise, Heavenly Eagle's destruction will be near at hand. A shame about Brother Yun Yi. With Grandmaster Ye's pride, he likely won't choose him no matter what. Everyone discussed with laughter. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of everyone. Yun Yi Xianxia pays respect to Master Yi. Yun Yi and Xianxia directly knelt down. As for the rest, they had proud faces, not having the intention of kneeling at all. Hoo-hoo, Brother Yun? You still want to acknowledge him as master until now? Duan Yunfei said with a disdainful smile. Yi Yuan's expression was calm as he looked at Duan Yunfei lightly and said, "Don't you want to acknowledge me as your master?" Duan Yunfei smiled and said, "Of course I want to acknowledge you as my master, but the winds of fortune changed. Now, it should be you begging me to acknowledge you as my master, and it's not me taking the initiative to have you accept me." Yun Yi's brows furrowed, and he said in a cold voice, "Duan Yunfei, you're insolent. To actually be disrespectful toward Master Yi." Duan Yunfei did not care in the slightest and said, "Brother Yi, he might not even be able to protect his small life now. What are you still being so respectful toward him for?" Yi Yuan took no notice of it. He just smiled faintly, gaze sweeping across the other people's faces, and opened his mouth and said, "You all think so as well?" At this time,
Luo Tianqi stepped out of the ranks and said to Yi Yuan with cupped fists, Grandmaster Yi, as long as you're willing to take me in as a disciple and devote all your attention to teach me, my Luo family will definitely ensure your safety. You should know, behind my Luo family is Heavenly Emperor Dark Time. Another person, a 6-star genius, said, Grandmaster Yi, my High family has a deep relationship with Emperor Pilljade. As long as you're willing to accept me as a disciple, my High family will definitely put in a few good words in front of Emperor Pilljade. In their view, all of them were now Yi Yuan's protective talismans. No matter how proud Yi Yuan was, did he still dare to not take them in as disciples? His best way out right now was to be everyone's master. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Tianqi with a smile that was not a smile and said, You're called Luo Tianqi?
Luo Tianqi clasped his hands and said, Yes, Grandmaster Yi.
Yi Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, You can get lost. Luo Tianqi looked at Yi Yuan with a disbelieving face. He was even thinking that he heard it wrongly. At this juncture, Yi Yuan actually still made him get lost? It was not just Luo Tianqi. The rest also looked at Yi Yuan with shocked faces.
Grandmaster Yi, I think that you haven't had a clear understanding of the current situation. Once the Myriad Treasure Tower is defeated, do you feel that you can still be leisurely and carefree in this Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still? Without the Myriad Treasure Tower's protection, Emperor Pilljade, they all will likely be the first to target you. Luo Tianqi said with a cold smile. He felt that there was a need to analyze the current situation for Yi Yuan. Otherwise, Yi Yuan might feel that he was still that high and mighty grandmaster. Yi Yuan looked at Luo Tianqi and said calmly, You said too much crap. I asked you to get lost, didn't you hear me?
Luo Tianqi laughed due to extreme fury and said, Good, good. That day when you become a bereaved dog, I want to see what you have to be this arrogant. At that time, don't you regret it?
Finished talking, Luo Tianqi turned around and was about to leave. Wait! Yi Yuan suddenly yelled. Luo Tianqi's footsteps paused. Turning around to look at Yi Yuan, he smiled coldly and said, What? Regretting it? It's already too late to regret now.
Yi Yuan had a lazy appearance as he said coolly, I asked you to roll. Didn't you hear me?
Luo Tianqi's face changed and he said in a solemn voice, You
dare to humiliate me? I, Luo Tianqi, am a member of the Luo family.
Do you want to wage war with my Luo family?
Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold. A terrifying pressure crushed over towards Luo Tianqi. Bang! Without the slightest strength to resist, Luo Tianqi was directly pressed firmly onto the ground by Yi Yuan's pressure. By the side, the pupils of Yun Yi and the rest of the True God Realm martial artists shrunk, looking at this scene with aghast.
There was nothing to say about Yi Yuan's alchemy talent. They prostrated on all fours in admiration. But they never would have thought that Yi Yuan's martial Tao was actually so strong too. Although Luo Tianqi was True God Realm, pressing the other party on the ground, able to move just based on pressure, they could not do it. Yi Yuan did not have an overbearing personality. So if they did not want to acknowledge him as their master, then just leave.
But this Luo Tianqi was too arrogant, using whatever Luo family to pressure him at the drop of a hat. Did Luo Tianqi really take him to be easy to bully?
Even if Yi Yuan was made out of clay, he would have some anger too. Whatever you're unhappy about, say however you like behind my back. But saying it in front of me, you're in the wrong. Starting from now until you roll out of Heavenly Eagle, as long as let me hear one more superfluous word, you don't need to leave anymore. Don't doubt whether I dare or not.
You can very well give it a try, Yi Yuan said coolly.
Done talking, Yi Yuan withdrew his aura. Luo Tianqi felt like a giant mountain moved away from his body.
But no matter how arrogant he was, he also did not dare to bet with his life. He could only keep silent and say nothing. He started rolling on the ground, rolling out of the city little by little. Tianping, you send him out of the city. If he still dares to talk nonsense, directly kill him, Yi Yuan instructed the Ning Tianping beside him.
Ning Tianping chuckled and said, Yes, Your Excellency.
Ning Tianping looked toward Luo Tianqi and did not have the slightest sympathy. To dare posture in front of His Excellency, one needed to be prepared to have their face slapped by His Excellency. This guy did not even figure out the situation and dare to posture. He truly did not know what he was talking about. His Excellency even dared to throw hands at Emperor Pilljade. Could he be what you, a puny little Luo family's celestial deity realm, can blaspheme? Your family's ancestor coming was more like it. The others were all silent like cicadas in winter. How could they still dare to posture in front of Yi Yuan? At this time, Yi Yuan slowly opened his mouth again and said, I know that you guys feel that Heavenly Eagle is near destruction and feel that I should take you all as disciples to preserve myself. However, you're thinking too much. Back then, I said it very clearly at the Cloud Pill Summit. If you want to acknowledge me as your master, you have to undergo repeated trials. I gave you all the chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it yourselves. Hence, Yun Yi and Xianxia stay behind. The others can all scram. Yun Yi's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise. Duan Yunfei similarly had a look of disbelief as he said, Grandmaster Yi, are you mistaken? Yun Yi is Empyrean Piljade's descendant. You're actually going to take him in as disciple? Yi Yuan said coolly, What does that matter? A battle is a battle. Accepting disciples is accepting disciples. These are two different matters to begin with. It's you all who wanted to lump them together yourselves. I said it before, I first look at one's character when taking in a disciple, look at disposition second, and third is talent. If Yun Yi was the same as you all, then even if his talent is higher than the heavens, I'll also make him get lost. But he's more of an alchemist compared to you all. His future accomplishments will also be what you all can only look up to. Yun Yi's entire body trembled and actually wept from extreme joy when he heard that the Myriad Treasure Tower was breaking away from the Southern Border Alliance. Yun Yi already despaired. He knew that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to take him in as a disciple. Who would take the descendant of their enemy as a disciple? But he never imagined that Yi Yuan gave him a huge surprise. Dong! 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 Yun Yi kowtowed 3 times in a row to Yi Yuan and said while shedding tears of gratitude, Master Yi, Yun Yi will follow you in this lifetime and will never change until death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, You could lay down your noble status and come to the Pill Tower to be a little medicine boy. 10 years of persistence is sufficient to see your sincere heart toward alchemy. Other people all said that I wouldn't accept you. Yet, I'm going to make the world see that his Piljade's descendant will definitely surpass his predecessor. Yuni had a resolute face as he said yes. Yuni definitely won't let Master Yu down. Yi Yuan nodded his head and turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, from today onward, you're the 4th disciple under me, Yi Yuan. Come, pay respects to your senior apprentice brother and sister. Beside Yi Yuan stood Bai Chun and Ning Xiu. Ever since entering the Heavenspan world, he only took Bai Chun 1 disciple. Ning Xiu was the 2nd. Xianxia had a look of agitation and knelt down toward Yi Yuan. Following that, he bowed to Bai Chun, Ning Xiu and Yun Yi. No one could have thought that the 2 disciples which Yi Yuan accepted in the end would be the Cloud Bill Summit's first place and first place from the bottom. Yun Yi's identity was special, so no one thought that Yi Yuan would take him in. Xianxia was even more unremarkable and did not even have any background. Yet, these 2 people entered Yi Yuan's doorway in the end. Duan Yunfei and the rest looked at this scene, with their faces full of envy. With Yi Yuan's guidance, these 2 people attaining a higher level in alchemy in the future was highly probable. But they missed this opportunity. It was just that in this world there was no regret medicine that could be eaten. What Yi Yuan said was right. He already gave them the chance, but it was they themselves who did not cherish it. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance's battle would probably last for 10 years or even as long as several decades, no matter how fast it was. And this period of time was sufficient for Yi Yuan to teach them many things. Even though no one thought that the Myriad Treasure Tower would win, they were still very envious. All right, you all can go now, Yi Yuan said coolly. The expressions of Duan Yunfei and the rest changed, finally still leaving unwillingly. They did not dare to disobey Yi Yuan. Luo Tianqi was the best example if they disobeyed him. After everyone left, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said coolly, The 2 of you cultivated for 10 years. Are there any harvests? Yun-Yi bowed in salute and said, replying Master, Yun-Yi benefited a great deal. Those people capitalized on that, they were noble and turned their noses up at this training. But they didn't know that Master was actually teaching us. Yi Yuan looked at Yun Yi, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. Someone who was not a fool or crazy could not see through his intent at all. Those so-called geniuses were short-sighted and only saw the benefits in front of them. Their achievements in alchemy would definitely be limited. They proudly said they were smart, but in reality, they were unbelievably dumb. Only fools and lunatics, in those people's eyes, had a heart that genuinely yearned for the Tao. Did those people think that talent could resolve everything?
This was the dumbest notion. Without endless hard work, without great willpower, great resolve, why would the door of great Tao open to you?
I only have hard work and foundation. These two words, when I teach disciples. You need to bear it in mind, Yi Yuan said coolly. Yun Yi, two people became solemn and hurriedly said, Yes, master. Disciple will bear it in mind. How could Yi Yuan not tell what the two people were thinking in their hearts? He said, What shortcuts are there to take on the path of the Tao? If you ask Master how to achieve the Tao, Master can only tell you that the Tao is under your feet. Being down to earth is the Tao. You guys saw Siyu radiated with splendor during the Cloud Pill Summit, but you don't know how much hardships and effort she put in at the back. Therefore, if you want to learn whatever pinnacle alchemy Tao from me, you can leave right now. I have nothing to teach you. The two people's faces changed, repeatedly saying that they dare not. But the shock in their hearts could not use words to describe at all. They were unable to imagine senior apprentice Sister Siyu's efforts. Then how much was sunk in behind Master's glory?
Master, disciple understands.
From today onward, disciple will lay down all pride and follow by Master's side.
Yun Yi was not trying to calm Yi Yuan down. Those words made him have a feeling of being enlightened all at once. And these 10 years of bitter cultivation also made him more able to understand the meaning behind Master's words.
Since that was the case, start over from the bottom then.
It's just.
Master, you and Emperor Flutterfeather withdrawing from the Southern Border Alliance this time, is it really fine? Yun Yi said worriedly. He was not taking Yi Yuan's side, but Yun Yi was very conflicted currently. After all, one was his great-grandfather, and the other was his master. Whichever getting hurt was not what he wished to see. Ning Xiu smiled when she heard that and said, You guys are also looking down on Master too much. You'll understand his means very soon.
3 months passed in a twinkle. On this day, early morning, a group of shopkeepers gathered at Cloud Pill establishment once more. Ding Xiao said in high and vigorous spirits, Gentlemen, we didn't fail to live up to expectations. These 3 months, we fought an extremely beautiful war.
At present, we've already controlled more than 70% of this long-winded great imperial capital's market. Reaching this step presently, no matter how capable Cho Tianyu is, he's also powerless to turn the tables. Ha ha! I can finally report on the fulfillment of the mission. Maybe we don't need 10 years and the Myriad Treasure Tower will be thoroughly defeated by us. Shopkeeper Lin said with a big laugh.
Another shopkeeper said with a laugh, Hehe, that is inevitable. No matter how strong the Myriad Treasure Tower is, no matter how strong Emperor Flutterfeather is, no matter how strong Yi Yuan is, it's also impossible to be the entire Southern Border Alliance's match.
The resources in our hands, apart from those reclusive forces, we occupy more than 50% of the southern border. If we lose like this, then we can find a piece of tofu to kill ourselves.
Ding Xiao nodded his head and said, According to the news that I grasped, the most elite alchemists of the entire southern border have already been gathered at the back, refining medicinal pills without ceasing. These medicinal pills will be provided to us in an endless stream. We'll be able to extend out to the various imperial capitals with Longwind Great Imperial Capital as our foundation very soon.
When the group of shopkeepers heard, they could not help being greatly roused. Controlling 70% of the market, it was also no wonder that these shopkeepers were all fired up with boundless enthusiasm. The major and minor factions present were likely no fewer than 40 to 50 in total. This virtually represented the entire southern border's pinnacle factions. Defeat, this sort of term, would not appear in their dictionaries at all. Even if Yi Yuan had some trump cards in his hands, in their view, it was merely eking out a meager existence and delaying the time of the Myriad Treasure Tower's defeat by a little.
Oh right. Didn't Cho Tianyu say that they were going to raise prices? Haha, I want to see who will still go to the Myriad Treasure Tower to buy medicinal pills after raising prices. Shopkeeper Lin suddenly thought of something and said with a big laugh. Things are bad. Things are bad. Shopkeeper Lin's voice had yet to fade when a manservant directly rushed into the hall and said in a great panic. Ding Xiao snorted coldly and berated, "What is it? Making such a big fuss over nothing. Where's the sense of propriety? How could the manservant still care about being punished?" Pointing at the opposite, he said, "Shopkeeper Ding, things are bad. The Myriad Treasure Tower opposite is already almost packed until it's bursting. Those martial artists have all gone crazy, desperately fighting to purchase their medicinal pills. The martial artists that were originally here at our side have all ran over to their side now." "What did you say?" Ding Xiao's eyes went wide, somewhat doubting if his ears heard wrongly or not. Why would those martial artists run to the Myriad Treasure Tower opposite? The other shopkeepers' faces were full of a disbelieving expression. Their notion at this time was unusually unanimous. That was that this manservant was lying. The Myriad Treasure Tower raised prices on all medicinal pills today. So why would martial artists go and fight to buy their medicinal pills at their place? "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ding Xiao said in a cold voice. Although he knew that this manservant did not dare to lie to him, he was still unable to believe it. That manservant had a bitter face as he said, "Shopkeeper Ding, even if you lend this lowly one a gall, this lowly one also wouldn't dare to talk rubbish." Ding Xiao frowned and said, "Go! Let's hurry up and go take a look." As he said this, he took the lead and went down the building. When he just arrived in the audience hall, Ding Xiao was stopped by a few people. He hurriedly switched to a smiling face and went up to greet. These few were all their Cloud Pill establishment's major clients and could not be offended. "Haha! Family Head Su, Family Head Ren, what wind blew you guys here?" Ding Xiao cupped his fists and said smilingly. These two people were precisely two of Longwind Great Imperial Capital's 5 major families, the family heads of the Su family and Ren family. These few months, Ding Xiao expended a Herculean effort and unleashed all of his abilities before prying them over from the Myriad Treasure Tower's hands. Presently, these 2 major families' medicinal pills were all provided by their Cloud Pill establishment. Family head Su smiled and said, "This Su coming today together with younger brother Run is because there's something that we want to request shopkeeper Ding to help us with." Ding Xiao hurriedly smiled and said, "Easily arranged. You two are this Ding's financiers. I'll naturally offer my services. Is it that the medicinal pills aren't enough to use recently? No problem, I'll have servants send a batch of medicinal pills over right away." Family head Su waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. The Su family's medicinal pills for cultivation is enough." Ding Xiao said in surprise. Then, what did Family Head Su come to find this Ding for? Family Head Su took a look at Family Head Ren with some difficulty. Family Head Ren clearly had a hot temper and said impatiently, "What's hard to say? Shopkeeper Ding, this Ren and Family Head Su coming this time, it's to terminate our 2 families' contracts with the Cloud Pill establishment. In the future, concerning the medicinal pills that our 2 families use for cultivation, we won't need to trouble the Cloud Pill establishment anymore." "What? You want to terminate the contract?" Ding Xiao's expression changed, somewhat doubting whether he heard wrongly or not. Terminating the contract was nothing to the Cloud Pill establishment. But to the Su family and Ren family it was a big problem. Family head Su smiled and said, "Don't say it so unpleasantly." This Su went back and discussed with the family clan's elders and felt that the medicinal pills we ordered at our Cloud Pill establishment are too many. So, how astute was Ding Xiao? He immediately realized that something was not right. Could it be that these 2 great families were pulled over by the Myriad Treasure Tower opposite? But just what kind of conditions did the other party give to be able to make these 2 great families terminate the contract at the risk of offending the entire Southern Border Alliance? The reason why the Southern Border Alliance was powerful was because they formed an entity, bound together for good or bad. If any faction dared to offend them, they could completely force them out and not provide medicinal pills for them. This kind of outcome, even for a powerful city like Longwind Great Imperial Capital, it was also too much to bear. Ding Zhao's two eyes narrowed slightly and his tone became cold as he said, Family head Su, family headrun, do you know what the consequences of terminating the contract is? The consequences of offending our southern border alliance isn't what you guys can bear. The warning hint of these words was already very thick. Family head Su's face changed, but family headrun did not have that great of a temper. Snorting coldly, he said, offend, then offend. What's the big deal? It's already enough for our Ren family to cooperate with the Myriad Treasure Tower. Previously, we were bewitched by you. That's how we lost the initiative. This run hasn't even settled the score with you yet. The moment these words came out, the faces of Ding Xiao and the group of shopkeepers changed greatly. A measly little Ren family really had the confidence to lose all decorum with the Southern Border Alliance? Who gave him the confidence? The Myriad Treasure Tower? On what basis? When family head Su saw that family head Ren left no room to salvage things, he let out a sigh and said, Shopkeeper Ding, truly sorry about it. To choose the lesser of two evils, my Su family seriously can't continue the cooperation with you. Your medicinal pills are simply garbage compared to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Farewell. Finished talking. Family head Su cupped his fists and directly left. Family head Ren naturally would not stay either, following family head Su and leaving the Cloud Pill establishment. Ding Xiao stood there, his expression gloomy and erratic. Garbage? Several dozen factions gathered the most elite alchemists. The medicinal pills refined were actually called garbage? Ding Xiao was unable to accept this fact. He wished to rush up and tear family head Su's mouth into pieces. Would he believe this kind of lousy reason? This? Just what's going on here? What in the world did the Myriad Treasure Tower do? Shopkeeper Ling lost his previous composure long ago, astonishment on his face. The others also had panic looks. Clearly, they were completely mentally unprepared about this sudden change. Who could have thought that their 3 months of hard work, the Myriad Treasure Tower only used one morning and completely overturned the situation? However, these Su and Rentu families were just the beginning. Following that, one batch after another of big and small family factions actually all came to pay a visit and terminate their contracts. Not just Cloud Pill Establishment, but also Tranquil Heart Pavilion, Purple Cloud Establishment, and the rest. The orders that they previously negotiated practically all fell short of success at the last step now. Continuously for an entire day, they spent it in the midst of being utterly exhausted from overwork. It was only all the way until the evening, when a series of medicinal pills were presented in front of the shopkeepers, did they know why family head Su called their medicinal pills garbage. What are all these medicinal pills? Where did the Myriad Treasure Tower get the pill formulas? To actually be able to refine so many terrifying medicinal pills. When shopkeeper Lin was talking, his entire body was quivering. He had galloped across the market all his life and had yet to encounter such a powerful enemy before. The other party did not use any management methods at all and did not need any roping in or stomping at all and completely did not need deliberate marketing. Once the medicinal pills were out, all of the opponents were directly crushed. This was absolute strength. It did not require that many flashy methods at all. Just like an Empyrean powerhouse dealing with a true god realm, what schemes or intrigues did they need to use? One completely did not need such a thing. Simply throwed a big slap over, directly pulverizing all of them. This should be the evolved version of the Buddha Jade pill, right? This is the evolved version of the Chaos Origin One Breath pill. My God! Virtually all of the common medicinal pills in the market all have evolved versions. A shopkeeper said with a bitter smile. They directly advanced medicinal pills by an era. Compared to these medicinal pills, ours are indeed rubbish. How to still compete? Even if we have several hundred parties teaming up, we're also not the Myriad Treasure Tower's match. This kind of opponent isn't on the same level at all. The boundless enthusiasm from the morning was long gone without a trace already. These shopkeepers all seemed to be like eggplants hit by frost, being unable to perk up at all. Combining 6 great peak holy lands coupled with several dozen major factions. Such a long period of meticulous planning. It was completely a joke. Ding Xiao let out a slight sigh and said, "This matter is already not what we can influence. It's better to leave it to the lords to go worry about it.
Our opponent is too powerful. The current Ding Xiao had a feeling of all hopes being dashed to pieces.
He had sunk and risen all his life and exchanged blows with countless powerful opponents before. It could be said to be emerging victorious in every battle.
But this time he felt powerless. Crossing swords with this kind of opponent, one did not have any chance at all. He could feel that there was seemingly a giant shadow behind the myriad treasure tower, manipulating this war. That person was Yi Yuan, Grandmaster Yi.
In front of Grandmaster Yi, Ding Xiao felt like he was just like a child.
No matter how you fought with flashy moves, the other party did not take you seriously at all. Although he said to leave it to the various lords verbally, actually, Ding Xiao understood in his heart that this war, the Southern Border Alliance, already completely lost. Even if it was the 6 great grandmasters joining hands, they were also unable to salvage this kind of declining trend. Unless they could join hands and take out a batch of even more advanced medicinal pills.
Except,
how was that possible?
Even if the medicine ancestor took action, he might not be able to do it too.
One bad news after another flew to Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital like scraps of paper. All of Longwind Great Imperial Capital's Cloud Pill establishment's medicinal pills cannot be sold, and we are already unable to sustain our expenditure. Shopkeeper Ding requests to withdraw from Longwind Great Imperial Capital. Lingyun Great Imperial Capital's Cloud Pill establishment has already gone bankrupt. Shopkeeper he requests to withdraw.
Autumn Day Great Imperial Capital's Tranquil Heart Pavilion has already gone out of business. Shopkeeper Feng requests to withdraw. In the audience hall, Empyrean Piljade's expression was grim until it was virtually about to drip water. Among these intel, many places were not the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory but the 6 Great Holy Lands territory.
It was as if the Myriad Treasure Tower opened up throughout the entire southern border's great imperial capitals overnight.
Furthermore, they only used an extremely short time and made the Southern Border Alliance crumble like crushing dead leaves. The Myriad Treasure Tower's new medicinal pills were too domineering.
As long as one was not a fool, they would definitely choose the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills. So what if prices rose? Even if it rose 20% the price, the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills cost performance was still a great deal higher than ordinary medicinal pills. This war already did not have suspense. This, how can this be? Brother Piljade, you mustn't leave us alone to die. Yi Yuan he is definitely taking revenge on us. Hearing one news after another transmitting over, Empyrean Proudcloud looked like he lost his wits.
The Southern Border Alliance was actually all-round defeated within a short half a month's time.
Especially his territory, it was shockingly already a severely hit area.
The Myriad Treasure Tower even did a 3% discount in his territory. Furthermore, the medicinal pills were very plentiful.
This kind of situation absolutely could not be seen elsewhere.
Because right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills were extremely sought after. Even if it rose 20% in price, it was still hard to seek out a single pill.
Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was well prepared this time, they could not stand up to the tidal water-like martial artists. No matter how many the medicinal pills were, it was also impossible to satisfy the requirements of all martial artists. After all, there were too many martial artists and too few alchemists.
Hence, Empyrean Proudcloud's territory was virtually crushed by the Myriad Treasure Tower already. His medicine shops could not continue operating anymore.
Even a blind person could also tell that the Myriad Treasure Tower and Yi Yuan were deliberately squelching Empyrean Proudcloud.
Empyrean Piljade's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "How to save you?
Our 6 great holy lands already can't save ourselves now, and you're still counting on us to go and save you?
Didn't you hear? Just earlier, Eastfent's great imperial capital had already completely fallen and became the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory. Eastfent's great imperial capital was a very important great imperial capital in Empyrean Piljade's hands. Its status was similar to that of the Myriad Treasure Tower's Longwind Great Imperial Capital.
Even Eastfent's great imperial capital had fallen into enemy hands. It could be imagined how dangerous the current situation was. At this time, Empyrean Wunlan could not resist saying, "Humph!
Proudcloud, you still have the cheek to say that.
If not for you, this kind of situation also wouldn't have appeared.
Back then, if you lowered your head to Yi Yuan, how can we get into such a mess?
His losses were also extremely devastating, his mood very bad. Seeing Empyrean Proudcloud jump out, he finally could not resist bursting out.
Empyrean Proudcloud said in a great rage, "Walan, you're shooting me at this time now?"
Back then, I wonder who was it that banged his fist on the table and yelled bravo, and even said that they wanted a share of the loot. You! Empyrean Wanlan was stifled, but he was unable to refute Empyrean Proudcloud. When Yi Yuan withdrew from the Southern Border Alliance, Empyrean Wanlan clapped his hands and cheered at that time.
Furthermore, in the beginning, because of face, he was embarrassed to make a move to swallow Yi Yuan's territory. But later, he had indeed reached his hands out to Yi Yuan's territory.
Enough! Empyrean Pilljade yelled furiously and said, "What's the use of arguing now?
If you have the time, then why not think about how to salvage our position in this declining state?"
Empyrean Windrider said, "Right now, it isn't just the problem of defeat. For the sake of the operation this time, we've virtually mobilized all of the Southern Border's elite alchemists and refined large batches of medicinal pills. If these medicinal pills are unable to be sold, they will rot inside the warehouses." Empyrean Blazing Sun also said with a solemn face, "This time is different from the past. As long as medicinal pills are stored properly, they will always sell. But these medicinal pills that Yi Yuan took out have already rolled out across the board in the Southern Border. Once they become conventional medicinal pills, our medicinal pills won't be able to sell at all." Empyrean Lumen let out a slight sigh and said, "I urged you all back then, but you all wouldn't listen. Now it's too late to regret."
The others were silent.
Empyrean Lumen warned them back then, saying that Yi Yuan's understanding of alchemy Dao was extremely deep. Creating several kinds of new pill formulas was not a problem. But no one believed. It was just that Empyrean Lumen was still extremely shocked in his heart. He thought that he already thought highly of Yi Yuan. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's performance still exceeded his imaginations. As soon as these medicinal pills emerged, it was like martial artists cleansing their marrows, making the entire Southern Border's alchemy world have an overall reorganization. To the 6 great holy lands, the blow was close to catastrophic.
Empyrean Pilljade's gaze flicked, and he opened his mouth and said, "Now that it has come to this, we already don't have a way out.
Order all medicine shops to lower the prices of medicinal pills by half.
If it really doesn't work, then drop it to 40%, 30%.
Since we can't beat them in terms of quality, we'll use price to force them into a corner. Can such a colossal Southern Border alliance be defeated by a mere one person?
Then wouldn't we all become laughingstocks?"
Hearing Empyrean Pilljade's words, the other people's minds quivered.
Losing a little was much better than medicinal pills rotting in the warehouse. The Southern Border Alliance used too much strength this time. The one-off medicinal pills refinement was roughly enough for the various major factions to sell for as long as 10 years. But this kind of method was a typical example of harming others without benefits. It was too shameless. It was just that reaching this point, these heavyweights would not care about whether it was shameless or not.
Therefore, a drawn-out fierce battle unfolded between the Southern Border Alliance and Myriad Treasure Tower. The Myriad Treasure Tower's medicinal pills were indeed unparalleled under the heavens, refreshing the understanding of all martial artists. As soon as the more than 10 kinds of medicinal pills were rolled out, it immediately swept through the entire Southern Border with sky-high praises. In contrast, the Southern Border Alliance's medicinal pills were too lousy. However, one could not help that they were shameless. If the Myriad Treasure Tower was selling their medicinal pills for 100,000 high-grade Divine Essence Stones, then the Southern Border Alliance only sold theirs for 50 or even 30,000 high-grade Divine Essence Stones. This was still very attractive to some bottom-level martial artists. For some time, both parties were stalemated there. This seesaw battle lasted until the 5th year. Finally, the balance was broken by a series of news.
Firstly, Empyrean Chaoyuan came out of seclusion and announced to join the Myriad Treasure Tower's camp.
The second news, the Beitang ancient family and 7 great ancient families that were reclusive similarly announced to join the Myriad Treasure Tower's camp. Although Empyrean Chaoyuan was an itinerant cultivator, the forces under his command still could not be underestimated. Exiting seclusion this time, he broke through to the half-step ancestor realm. This kind of strength was an apex existence even when placed in the entire southern border. No one dared to overlook him, and the addition of the Beitang and other ancient families gave the southern border alliance the most lethal blow. The 7 great ancient families. Each family was an ancient family at the MT-Tai level of the southern border's alchemy world. Their strength even did not lose to the 7 great peak holy lands. With their support, the Myriad Treasure Tower's strength immediately soared by a great deal. To the Myriad Treasure Tower, the most important was the problem of resources. After all, it was hard for 2 fists to fight 4 hands. But although these reclusive ancient families were obscure, they had tremendous influence in terms of resources. With this kind of confidence, the Myriad Treasure Tower was not afraid of fighting a protracted war at all.
You lower your price, I want to see until when you can do so.
When it reached the 8th year, the Southern Border Alliance finally started collapsing. Firstly, a batch of medium and small factions could not bear the stalling and started going out of business one after another. The resources grasped in their hands were far too lacking compared to those peak holy lands. Right on the heels of that, some Grandmasters' factions also gradually started going bankrupt.
Later on, even a major force like the Cloud Pill establishment also started to not be able to hold on anymore. In the 9th year, Cloud Pill Great Imperial Capital's City Lord Manor was overcast with dark clouds. Fatigue and helplessness were written all over the faces of all of the heavyweights. Brother Pilljade, we can't continue like this.
Carrying on like this, the entire southern border will become the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory, Empyrean Remote Knight said with a mournful look.
Yeah, this war is a bottomless hole.
If we keep dragging on, the resources that we accumulated over a long time will all be gone. Another Empyrean was practically crying. Among the Empyrean powerhouses present, which one did not have abundant net worth?
In these hundreds of thousands of years, the Southern Border Alliance monopolized more than 70% of the entire Southern Border's medicinal pills market. The wealth accumulated was incomparably abundant.
It was just that no matter how abundant, they also could not feed into a bottomless hole. Moreover, although their business was huge, the majority of what they gained had to be contributed to Heavenly Emperor Bodemandas. Without the protection of Heavenly Emperors, they were nothing.
Just like the Myriad Treasure Tower, it was precisely because their back was resting against Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure that Flutterfeather had this confidence to make a clean break from the Southern Border Alliance.
Otherwise, why would these people fight what trade war with Empyrean Flutterfeather?
They would have directly called up a bunch of Empyrean powerhouses and annihilated the Myriad Treasure Tower.
Over 9 years, these people felt deeply fatigued. Fighting a war that could never be won had no meaning whatsoever.
Especially that Empyrean Xiaoyuan and the 7 great reclusive ancient families making a move dealt an even more lethal blow to them.
Empyrean Pilljade's expression flickered incessantly, and he gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Really, damn it all to hell. I didn't expect that they actually made the 7 great reclusive families come into being unknowingly. Truly off by one move." Empyrean Blazing Sun sighed and said, "The chips in their hands are too strong. Even for the 7 great reclusive ancient families, it's also impossible to not be moved when they see these medicinal pills. After all, that represents strength. The power of medicinal pills was too strong. It could even create a great ancient family within a short few thousand years. Just like Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, celestial deities were already everywhere within a short few hundred years just based on Yi Yuan alone. Recalling when Yi Yuan just entered Heavenly Eagle back then, their celestial deity realm powerhouses were merely just 2 people. This was the power of medicinal pills. The Myriad Treasure Tower bringing out so many epic-making medicinal pills in one go. How could reclusive ancient families possibly not be moved? Sigh, now that it has come to this, saying any more is useless. In my view, we'd better lower our heads to the Myriad Treasure Tower. Empyrean Windrider let out a sigh and said, he and Empyrean Lumen were the best of friends. Back then, Empyrean Lumen urged him to not get involved in this messy situation.
But in front of tremendous profits, Empyrean Windrider still failed to resist in the end. Of course, more importantly was that he completely did not believe that a puny little Yi Yuan could make the entire southern border change skies.
But now, reality gave him a merciless slap. The southern border's sky really changed.
With this war, the Southern Border Alliance suffered a great loss in vitality. In the future, they could only look up to the myriad treasure tower for direction.
Empyrean Windrider's words pricked everyone's nerves all at once. Lower heads. These two words were something that they had always had on the tip of their tongues but did not dare to say out too.
Which of those present were not important figures that made the Southern Border tremble when they stomped their feet? Saying lowering their heads, this sort of phrase out of their mouths represented humiliation. In reality, how could they not tell that this war was hopeless long ago?
What made them hold on until now was face. Killing 1,000 of the enemy, losing 800 of your own forces. They would rather cause mutual destruction to both sides with the myriad treasure tower than be willing to lower their heads. But, reaching today, they still had to lower their heads in the end. No way! Our Southern Border Alliance unified the Southern Border's alchemy world. But now we have to lower our heads to the myriad treasure tower?
In the future, who will still think highly of our Southern Border Alliance? Empyrean Proudcloud was the first one to jump out to object.
Of course, he said it with a strong sense of righteousness, but everyone knew what he was plotting.
It was just that the words he said were also that nerve which everyone felt the most pain. Everyone was silent and did not speak. The muscles on Empyrean Piljade's face twitched. After remaining silent for a long time, he finally slowly closed his eyes and said, "Proudcloud, this matter was caused by you, so you go to the Myriad Treasure Tower and lower your head to acknowledge fault.
In addition, younger brother Windrider, the negotiations with the Myriad Treasure Tower, the full authority will be handed to you. Remember, it's us admitting defeat to the Myriad Treasure Tower, and not admitting defeat to Yi Yuan." When Empyrean Proudcloud heard that, his face immediately turned ashen, a sense of disgrace instantly welling up in his heart.
This was Empyrean Piljade's action of sacrificing the knights in order to save the queen.
Empyrean Proudcloud was unwilling, but he had no choice.
Breaking away from the Southern Border Alliance?
Yi Yuan had this confidence, but he, Proudcloud, did not. Once he broke away from the Southern Border Alliance, his outcome would be being swallowed by everyone present until not even dregs remained. In the 10th year of the fierce fighting, the Southern Border Alliance finally lowered their proud heads and conceded defeat to the Myriad Treasure Tower. On this day, Empyrean Windrider brought a group of Empyrean powerhouses and came to lustrous gold Great Imperial Capital to negotiate with Empyrean Flutterfeather. But Empyrean Flutterfeather hung them out to dry for as long as a month.
In a pavilion halfway up Cloud Dream Mountain, several figures were currently drinking and chatting away merrily.
A drunkard old man lauded with praises unceasingly. "Fine wine! Truly fine wine! Little friend Yi is well deserving of the title of Grandmaster. Drinking this dreamlike wine is really like being wrapped in a dream."
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If Brother Beidang likes it, I'll order people to bring a few vats over later. But this alcohol isn't easy to brew. This you can't take much out either."
The old man's eyes lit up when he heard that and said with joy, "Is this for real?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Could this Yi still bluff Brother Beitang?"
The old man laughed loudly and said, "Then this Empyrean won't be courteous with you."
This old man was precisely Beitang ancient family's alchemy master, Beitang Li, whose alchemy strength virtually reaching the grand completion Dao realm. It was just that the Beitang family tended to be low profile, so it was not known by outsiders. When the others saw the situation, they also asked for the dreamlike wine from Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan naturally satisfied them one by one.
The dreamlike wine indeed had a superb taste. Even people who did not like to drink alcohol also loved it so much that they could not bear to part with it.
The 7 great ancient families rendered great assistance to the Myriad Treasure Tower this time. Yi Yuan naturally did not stint to give some small gifts as reciprocatory gifts. Empyrean Flutterfeather also felt vicissitudes of emotion at one side. Even before starting the war, he also never thought that only using 10 years, the Myriad Treasure Tower made the Southern Border Alliance bow their heads in submission like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. His initial plan was for the Myriad Treasure Tower to be able to gain a firm foothold under the pincer attack of the Southern Border Alliance. This was already his highest estimated result. Who knew that the pill formulas Yi Yuan took out directly swept throughout the entire southern border, and the formulas even forced out the 7 great ancient families that had always been reclusive. These 7 great ancient families were not the Myriad Treasure Tower going to beg them one by one, but them taking the initiative to come and implore. The attraction of these pill formulas was seriously too great.
Back then, when these 7 great ancient families found the myriad treasure tower, Emperor Flutterfeather said that these pill formulas were Yi Yuan's.
They refused to believe no matter what and thought that the myriad treasure tower was cherishing their own old broomstick.
Later, Beidang and the rest were unconvinced and challenged Yi Yuan and were wrecked by Yi Yuan until they returned in great defeat. Only then did they believe that the pill formulas were Yi Yuan's.
However, this was also making friends after a fight. Right now, Beitang and the 7 great ancient families had the greatest esteem for Yi Yuan and already were friends in spite of the differences in age. With the allying of the 7 great ancient families, the Southern Border Alliance became too weak to stand up to competition. After 3 rounds of drinking, Beitang Li chuckled and said to Yi Yuan, "Younger brother Yi, heh, our friendship is friendship, business is business. You look, the Southern Border Alliance has already lowered their heads. Shouldn't our agreement take effect too?"
Yi Yuan laughed and said, "Elder brother Beidang is really anxious.
Would this Yi be a stingy person? The pill formulas will be presented right away." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out a bunch of jade slips and distributed them respectively to the 7 great ancient families' representatives.
It was naturally impossible for the 7 great ancient families to help the myriad treasure tower for no reason.
These ancient families did not emerge and did not take part in the conflicts of the world.
Since they took part, it was naturally that something that moved them had appeared.
And this thing was the pill formulas in Yi Yuan's hands. Prior to this, Yi Yuan already reached a consensus with the 7 great families. As long as the Southern Border Alliance lowered their heads, he was willing to distribute the pill formulas to the 7 great ancient families. Each ancient family would get 2 pill formulas.
Of course, Yi Yuan would not treat Emperor Xiaoyuan shabbily either. Beidang carefully put away the pill formula and appearance of having obtained a priceless treasure. The pill formulas of these conventional medicinal pills could maintain a major family's long-term prosperity.
How could he, Beitang Li, not be careful? Heh! Little friend Yi is indeed trustworthy. Before I made this trip, family head already said that in the future, you're my Beitang family's retainer elder. You keep this token well. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to little friend Yi, that's becoming enemies with my Beitang ancient family. Done talking, Beitang Li did not care about whether Yi Yuan agreed or not either, directly shoving the token into Yi Yuan's hand. The other ancient family's representatives all secretly regretted endlessly. The Beitang family was a little too shrewd. While they could also invite Yi Yuan to be a retainer elder, how could it be as valuable as the Beitang family who shoved the token first?
But they still made promises, saying that the token will be delivered very soon.
Yi Yuan was helpless and could only accept one by one. Yi Yuan was not something who did not appreciate favors. Since people showed a warm attitude, he would not snub them. Furthermore, these reclusive families' strength was not overt. According to what Emperor Flutterfeather said, each one of these families was very powerful. Since that was the case, wouldn't Yi Yuan finding a few reliable allies for Heavenly Eagle be a good thing? Obtaining the pill formulas and getting the dreamlike wine, Beitang and the rest were all bursting with joy, bidding farewell and leaving one after another. Only at this time did Emperor Flutterfeather's eyes glimmer as he said, "Is it really fine for you to hand the pill formulas to them?
You should know the value of these pill formulas." But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Right now, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance are at war, so everyone won't think of anything. But as time passes, the pill formulas being in the hands of your Myriad Treasure Tower alone, then the Myriad Treasure Tower will become the target of public censure. When the time comes, can you guarantee that pill jade they all won't cause problems? Now, there are even the 7 great ancient families backing up the Myriad Treasure Tower. No matter how much they covet the pill formulas, they also wouldn't easily dare to make a move." Emperor Flutterfeather's pupils constricted, looking at Yi Yuan with amazement.
Immediately, the amazement became a bitter smile and he said, "It's still you who is far-sighted."
Even I had both eyes clouded by this enormous profit.
Although the Myriad Treasure Tower was strong, it was impossible to unify the southern border just based on a Myriad Treasure Tower. It was unless Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure could overpower all of the Heavenly Emperor powerhouses and crown himself king. Except, while Heavenly Emperor Myriad Treasure was wrong,
He clearly could not accomplish this. Since he could not do it, then these pill formulas could not be pocketed without sharing. At that time, forces from various places would come and vie. In front of enormous profits, perhaps it would even draw out heavenly emperor powerhouses. Then there would be no way to clean up the mess. Since the pill formulas must be handed out, then building good relations with the few major reclusive ancient families was better than giving it to others. Now, Empyrean Flutterfeather was rejoicing greatly for having made such a young friend back then. Rather, it was Empyrean Pilljade who clearly had Uni this ace in the hole, but did not know how to cherish and made things difficult for Yi Yuan at every turn. Now, he probably regretted it until his intestines were green, right? At City Lord Manor, lustrous gold great imperial capital. Empyrean Flutterfeather sat up straight, his aura astonishing people around him. Empyrean Windrider and Empyrean Proudcloud had ugly expressions. The myriad treasure towers' heirs were too big. No matter what, they came representing the Southern Border Alliance. Empyrean Flutterfeather actually hung them out to dry for more than a month. Hoo-hoo, fellow Taoists, right now the myriad treasure tower stalls are too many. This Empyrean is busy every day and has neglected everyone. I am truly sorry about it. Flutterfeather apologized verbally, but his face did not have any apology at all. I did it on purpose. Do you have a temper? If you have a temper, push it back down for me. Sure enough, Empyrean Windrider smiled awkwardly and said, Yes, yes. Fellow Taoist Flutterfeather is presently the Southern Border's in-demand person. So you're naturally busy. It's also a should that we wait. Empyrean Flutterfeather smiled and said, Not at all, not at all. The Myriad Treasure Tower is just a small faction. How can it compare to the Southern Border Alliance's power and influence? I wonder what fellow Taoist Windrider came to lustrous gold this time for. The meaning of the words was that you bullied people by taking advantage of your power, and you bullied the few with an advantage in numbers. Now, weren't you still annihilated by me? Flutterfeather's words carried some delight in his heart. Honestly speaking, when he supported Yi Yuan ardently back then, his heart was actually racing too. At that time, how cocky and insufferably arrogant were Empyrean Pilljade they all. Yi Yuan was merely asking for an explanation. In the end, he was attacked collectively by Empyrean Pilljade's rallying and even threatened him, making him not stand on Yi Yuan's side. Now, Yi Yuan did not let him down, beating the Southern Border Alliance into a sorry plight by himself. Empyrean Windrider's expression turned stiff, feeling stifled in his heart. What did I come for? Could it be that you did not know? There was no point in slapping people's faces like that, right? Ha ha, younger brother Flutterfeather. This old man came this time representing the Southern Border Alliance to request for the Myriad Treasure Tower to lift your hand high in mercy. You look, our two parties fighting here and there, disregarding losing our harmonious relationship. How awful would it be to end up in a situation of mutual destruction? Moreover, younger brother Flutterfeather is also a member of the Southern Border Alliance. Why is there a need to harm the harmony among your own family? Empyrean Windrider was helpless and could only say with a fawning smile. But when Empyrean Flutterfeather heard this, he sneered coldly in his heart. This Southern Border Alliance really wanted face no matter what. Mutual destruction? Fellow Taoist Windrider is gilding your own face too much. My Myriad Treasure Tower already occupies half of the Southern Border, but you're telling me mutual destruction now? Moreover, this Empyrean has long already withdrawn from the Southern Border Alliance. You say my own family. Heh. This Empyrean am not worthy to be part of you all, Flutterfeather said with a cold smile. But Windrider took no heed of it and said with a smile, I understand younger brother Flutterfeather's meaning, but my Southern Border Alliance is after all the Southern Border's #1 great faction. Even if the Myriad Treasure Tower holds the advantage presently, the Myriad Treasure Tower can't swallow this massive land of Southern Border. Empyrean Flutterfeather's gaze turned cold, and he said with a sneer, Since that's the case, this Empyrean doesn't feel a need to carry on negotiating anymore too. Whatever methods the Southern Border Alliance still has, feel free to use them. My Myriad Treasure Tower will accompany you to the end. Fellow Taoist Windrider, please return. This bunch of guys actually still dare to be so domineering when they came to concede defeat. Did they really take themselves to be the victor? His myriad treasure tower could not swallow the southern border, but was the southern border alliance a monolithic block?
Really carry on fighting, there would ultimately be someone who could not hold out.
At that time, the southern border alliance would definitely break up.
Empyrean Pilljade definitely saw this too. That was why he sent Empyrean Windrider here.
How could he, Empyrean Flutterfeather, not understand the situation? Moreover, the myriad treasure tower currently had the 7 great ancient families supporting. So what was he, Flutterfeather, afraid of? Empyrean Windrider's face changed, only then coming to a realization that the present Flutterfeather was already not the Flutterfeather back then.
Ever since bringing Empyrean Pilljade to his knees in the Cloud Pill Summit, the present Empyrean Flutterfeather was already a fierce and ambitious figure. Younger brother Flutterfeather, please calm your anger.
This Empyrean coming this time, it's actually to represent the Southern Border Alliance to admit defeat. Brother Pilljade has given the verbal order that as long as younger brother Flutterfeather is willing, you can return to the Southern Border Alliance at any time.
You are still the Alliance chief.
Empyrean Windrider finally lowered his high head.
He was the master of an exalted holy land, so when had he lowered his head to someone before?
But today he had no choice but to lower his head.
Saying, admit defeat, these 2 words out of his mouth was as heavy as 30,000 caddies. When Empyrean Flutterfeather heard that, he just chuckled and said, admitting defeat, one should have the manner of admitting defeat.
It's just whether or not we reconcile, Flutterfeather can't make the decision.
If you guys want to bury the hatchet, there must be another person who nods his head.
Standing at the right side and looking at Yi Yuan, who had a smile that was not a smile, Empyrean Proudcloud felt uncomfortable as if having eaten a fly.
After twists and turns, he finally still stood in front of Yi Yuan and was forced to admit his fault. If he had long known it would be like this, might as well directly take a step back at that time. It would also not be to an extent of like this right now. Grandmaster Yi, Proudcloud is here to apologize to you, Empyrean Proudcloud said with a solemn face. Yi Yuan pursed his mouth and said coolly, do you feel that I'll accept this kind of insincere apology? If you can't swallow your pride, why not Brother Proudcloud go back right away and prepare for another battle?
Empyrean Proudcloud's face alternated between green and white. So many people were looking at them the moment, and yet he had to apologize to a true God Realm Jr. in public. This was simply unprecedented humiliation. The most important thing was that he apologized and the other party was still not satisfied. It was just that he did not see his own expression. How was that an apology?
It was clearly coming to demand repayment of a debt. Empyrean Windrider also could not endure the sight of it anymore. His brows were furrowing slightly as he said, Proudcloud, if you still have no regard for what's important, this Empyrean can't protect you anymore after this. Proudcloud's face changed and he gritted his teeth and said with a bow, Grandmaster Yi, the matter previously was all Proudcloud's fault. I hope that you raise your hand high in mercy and don't carry on fighting with the Southern Border Alliance anymore. This time, although they could still hear his unwillingness, his attitude was clearly much more sincere. Yi Yuan said coolly, forget it. Looking at your reluctant and unwilling appearance, I won't make things difficult for you. But you wouldn't be thinking of apologizing to this Yi with a single sentence, right? Proudcloud gritted his teeth and said, of course not. This Empyrean is willing to take out 20% of his territory to give to Grandmaster Yi. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said smilingly, if you had long known what would happen today, why behave like that back then?
Proudcloud was virtually about to explode, but right at this time, he heard Yi Yuan said faintly, however, that was the price for 10 years ago. Back then, you invaded and occupied my territory. So this he wants an explanation.
If you took out 20% of your territory, everything can naturally be discussed. But you all bullied people by taking advantage of your power and forced this Yi and Brother Flutterfeather out of the Southern Border Alliance.
At this present time, you want to dismiss us with a mere 20% of your territory.
Proudcloud's territory was not considered big among all of the factions in the first place. 20% of the territory was sufficient to make his flesh hurt for a long time. But hearing Yi Yuan's words, he knew that this matter was likely unable to be settled anymore.
I wonder just what Grandmaster Yi wants before you're willing to drop matters? Empyrean Proudcloud closed his 2 eyes and got ready to risk it all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Back then, those factions that took part in fighting for the territory all took out 40% of their territory, while you, Empyrean Proudcloud, took out 50% of your territory. If we do like in the past, this matter will be considered dropped." Empyrean Proudcloud's expression changed wildly, and he said furiously, You're bullying people too far." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, his aura suddenly changing as he said in a cold voice, "I'm bullying people too far? Back then, the agreement was just decided and you all reneged on your words, snatching this Ye's territory. Yet, you all still felt zero shame and wanted to settle things without even a word of apology. How can there be such a bargain in this world? Later, your Southern Border Alliance sowed discord between Brother Flutterfeather and me in order to deal with this Yi. Later, we were even forced out of the Southern Border Alliance. After that, you all invaded the Myriad Treasure Tower's territory in a massive invasion and joined forces with 100 forces to carry out a campaign against the Myriad Treasure Tower. This one event after another, this Yi hasn't said anything yet. Now, when it came out of your mouth, it came out that this Yi bullying people too far. Each sentence Yi Yuan said, he took a step forward, the momentum astonishing. Someone was powerful as Empyrean Proudcloud was actually repeatedly forced back by Yi Yuan. When Windrider and the rest saw, they could not help feeling dumbfounded in their hearts. A mere true god realm actually forced back an Empyrean powerhouse, but they had to admit that Yi Yuan's Grandmaster heir was already formed, the imposing momentum on his body surmounting above all life. This aura did not lord over others, but it gave people a feeling akin to that of the mighty ocean, causing them not daring to look straight at him. Empyrean Windrider heaved a slight sigh. He knew that Proudcloud was already thoroughly suppressed by Yi Yuan and had no way of negotiating at all anymore. What Grandmaster Yi said is true. It's just that your demands are a little too harsh, right? Windrider spoke up. Yi Yuan gave another cold laugh and said, Brother Windrider, this is just me and Proudcloud settling some scores. My score with Brother Pilljade and the Southern Border Alliance hasn't been calculated yet. Don't put things nicely. This Yi is standing here with the bearing of a victor today. If this Yi was defeated, your methods will likely be 10 times fiercer than this Yi, right? Empyrean Windrider's face changed, but he still said with an awkward smile, this. How can this be possible? Yi Yuan said coolly, whether it's possible or not, you and I have a score in our hearts, so saying any more is pointless. I'm only asking you, can my demand be satisfied or not? Empyrean Windrider nodded and said, Okay. The Alliance agrees on their behalf. Whatever conditions Grandmaster Yi still has, why don't you say it out together? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, The rest can still be discussed. The Southern Border Alliance will compensate Heavenly Eagle 10 million high-grade Divine Essence Stones. In addition, I'll give a list later. You guys prepare the natural treasures on it, and my hurdle will be considered cleared. However, don't you all think about this being settled all in one go? Only after the Divine Essence Stones and the natural treasures on the list have fully arrived that Brother Flutterfeather will start his negotiations with you all. Empyrean Windrider's face alternated between green and white. He felt like he was negotiating with an old monster and not a 1,000-over-years-old young man. This guy advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step, not giving you any chance to play tricks at all. He just planned to drag it out when Yi Yuan directly throttled him. 10 million high-grade Divine Essence Stones were nothing. It was just a single hair from 9 oxen to a colossal giant like the Southern Border Alliance. But the list that Yi Yuan pulled out would definitely far exceed 10 million high-grade Divine Essence Stones. Furthermore, these spirit medicines must be very rare. Even if the Myriad Treasure Tower took action, they might not be able to collect them fully. This kid was really a bloodsucker. But Empyrean Windrider was also clear that Yi Yuan here was merely the small end. The real largest share was still at Empyrean Flutterfeather there. The negotiation with the Myriad Treasure Tower was the major thing that had important consequences. Empyrean Windrider mused for a while and said, All right, this Empyrean will agree on behalf of the Alliance. After Empyrean Windrider reached the Myriad Treasure Tower, the news of the Southern Border Alliance suffering a miserable defeat and lowering their heads swept throughout the entire southern border like the wind.
Not only did it cause a great sensation in the alchemy world, it similarly caused a stir in the entire martial arts world. Those who were well-informed all understood that the Southern Border Alliance did not lose to the Myriad Treasure Tower but lost to a genius alchemist called Yi Yuan, overwhelmingly defeating the Southern Border with his power alone. Yi Yuan's great fame instantly spread throughout the entire Southern Border. At the Luo family residence, the Luo family's ancestor had an appearance of bitter resentment and being let down. He pointed at Luo Tianqi's nose and scolded him severely. "You fool! An utter fool! If you enter Grandmaster Ye's tutelage and achieve the grand completion Dao realm in the future, you'll be a great power of this southern border." A godsend opportunity like this, you actually ran in front of Grandmaster Yu to flaunt your prowess? Was your head kicked by a donkey? Luo Tianqi did not give in. He said, "Ancestor, how could Tianqi have known back then that he, a salted fish, could also gain a new lease on life? Moreover, our Luo family is backed by a heavenly emperor. So why is there a need to lick his smelly feet?" You. The Luo family's ancestor was angered until he blew smoke from all 7 orifices and he roared furiously, "Scram! Get lost for me. Starting from today, you'll be confined for 500 years and not permitted to take one step out of your room." The one being remorseful and angry was not just the Luo family's ancestor. Those geniuses who had the chance to enter Yi Yuan's tutelage were currently all thumping their chests and stomping their feet at home, regretting endlessly. Yi Yuan's talent was too great. Furthermore, his ability in teaching disciples was similarly powerful. A figure able to take out more than 10 kinds of pill formulas casually and propel the transformation of the southern border's medicinal pills. How weak could he be in the future? Who could guarantee that several tens of thousands of years later, the southern border would not produce another medicine ancestor-level character? Even if Yi Yuan could not become a medicine ancestor, that was also absolutely a great grandmaster as weighty as Mount Tai. Being able to become his disciple, that was a tremendous lucky chance. Old man Pilljade is blind, but his great-grandson could see what others could not. Yuni, that kid, under Grandmaster Ye's tutelage, he will definitely be an earth-shaking great character in the future. Perhaps in the future, Old man Pilljade wouldn't even be fit to carry shoes for this great-grandson of his. This boy is too monstrous. I'm afraid that even the medicine ancestor back then also did not have this kind of terrifying strength, right? He overturned the entire Southern Border Alliance with his power alone. This kind of heaven-shocking action. He can bear the title of Little Medicine Ancestor already. No idea since when this title of Little Medicine Ancestor was crowned on Yi Yuan's head. The southern border's various places were virtually all discussing Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had such dazzling strength, bystanders would naturally compare with the number 1 alchemy Dao person. In the end, they discovered that even when the medicine ancestor was returned to his youth, it would likely be hard to reach Yi Yuan's current height too. One had to know Yi Yuan overpowered all of the 7-star alchemy gods in the Cloud Pill Summit. Later, he even triggered the Sea of Law and entered Ancestor Realm. At a young age, he was already a Mount Tai-level figure of the alchemy world. This kind of achievement, using accomplishment that surpassed ancient and modern times to describe, was not the least bit overboard. Being carried along by the heaven-shocking momentum, a puny little heavenly eagle imperial city shockingly already became the southern border's 8th great peak holy land. Although this did not get the Southern Border Alliance's acknowledgement, this was already an established fact in the hearts of numerous alchemists. More and more alchemists poured into Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. This small city already appeared too overcrowded. Yi Yuan opening his mouth and exorbitantly demanding 10 million high-grade divine essence stones from the Southern Border Alliance were done in order to expand the city. 10 million high-grade divine essence stones, even at great imperial capital this level, it was also a massive resource. For close to 10 years, Yi Yuan also accumulated a sum of tremendous wealth from cooperating with the Myriad Treasure Tower. It was sufficient to use to expand the city. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance's negotiations were currently carrying out a seesaw game. Actually, Yi Yuan and Flutterfeather were both clear in their hearts that just based on a Myriad Treasure Tower, even if adding in the 7 great reclusive ancient families, they also could not devour the southern border, this piece of fatty meat. This stall ultimately still had to be branched out. Otherwise, what would they still sit down and discuss? With the myriad treasure tower's strength presently, eliminating the Southern Border Alliance was simply as easy as counting numbers, but it was not easy to annex the territories. But even if they could not devour it, the myriad treasure tower also had to fight for the maximization of benefits. The myriad treasure tower ultimately still had to join the Southern Border Alliance. It was just that the division of profits naturally could not be like in the past anymore. The suggestion that Yi Yuan gave Flutterfeather was not to ask for too much of their territories, but the pill formulas must be grasped in their hands. The Southern Border Alliance would definitely covet the pill formulas. The Myriad Treasure Tower's goal was to turn the Southern Border Alliance into their sellers. The Myriad Treasure Tower provided the medicinal pills while the Southern Border Alliance only had the selling rights. At that time, the profits would be divided again. This way, the Myriad Treasure Tower's position of Alliance Chief would be as solid as a metal bucket. As for medicinal pills, presently with the support of the 7 great reclusive ancient families, they could be refined without ceasing. These alchemy ancient families normally stayed hidden and did not emerge. But that was just relatively speaking. For ancient family disciples to want to cultivate, it naturally could not do without large sums of divine essence stones. This kind of remote controlling method was these reclusive ancient families' favorite method of earning money. Of course, this was something that Emperor Flutterfeather needed to worry about. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to go and care. Regardless of what the final outcome was, he just needed to sit and wait to get his share of the money. On this day, Yi Yuan was currently in his manor cultivating when suddenly, someone came to report that 5 firmament great imperial capitals Emperor Lu Yen came to request an audience. Yi Yuan was slightly taken aback and immediately understood something, the corners of his mouth revealing a trace of a smile. At the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan sat high up at the court, while the exalted Emperor Lu Yen could only stand with his hands by the side below. Looking at the Yi Yuan who was akin to being high in the clouds, Lu Yen felt all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. How could he have thought that within the imperial cities that he governed, there would actually be a huge dragon that soared to the sky? Although Lu Yen was not someone involved in alchemy, a grand event like the Cloudbill Summit, how could he not know about what happened with his status as an Emperor? When one soul-stirring news after another came over, Lu Yen finally understood just what kind of existence he offended. Back then, when Flutterfeather gave Yi Yuan the Grandmaster token, beyond his shock, Lu Yen turned his nose up at it more. A puny little true god realm holding a Grandmaster token, going to the Cloud Pill Summit to make a spectacle of himself? At this age, he should compete with 6-star geniuses honestly and sincerely. Be a Grandmaster? Was he worthy? But when one news after another came over, only then did Lu Yen know that Yi Yuan was really worthy of being one. But later, with the Myriad Treasure Tower and Southern Border Alliance battling against one another, Lu Yen saw hope again and even expelled the Myriad Treasure Tower, drawing the Cloud Pill establishment, these major factions in. In his view, the Myriad Treasure Tower would surely be defeated without a doubt. No matter how strong a faction was, how could they possibly be stronger than the entire southern border? The southern border had a boundless expanse of land. Just the great imperial capitals had thousands to tens of thousands. How could a mere Myriad Treasure Tower be the Southern Border Alliance's match? But he never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually fought until the southern border was utterly destroyed with his power alone, ultimately sending people over to beg for peace. Ever since he sent Lu Zi over to capture Yi Yuan, he had never had anything go right for him before. Toward a mere imperial city, Emperors could be said to hold power over its life and death. Yet, in this heavenly eagle, Yi Yuan gave him one surprise after another. The 5 firmament great imperial capital was the Myriad Treasure Tower's traditional faction. Since they came to beg for peace, the Cloud Pill establishment, these factions naturally had to withdraw. With this, Emperor Lu Yen was virtually about to cry. He thickened his face to go and find the Myriad Treasure Tower, hoping for the Myriad Treasure Tower to rejoin the 5 firmament great imperial capital. But they did not buy it at all. Emperor Flutterfeather gave the instructions concerning the 5 firmament great imperial capital's affairs that they would not get involved at all. Wanting to have the Myriad Treasure Tower rejoin the 5 firmament great imperial capital, it must get Yi Yuan's approval. There was no choice. Under Emperor Lu Yan's helplessness, he could only humble himself and come and beg Yi Yuan. Normally, forget about that. Without the myriad treasure tower, he could find other forces to refine medicinal pills.
But the problem was that Yuan poisoned several thousand true god realms to death previously. The 5 firmament great imperial capital virtually had no power to fight.
At this juncture, without the support of powerful medicinal pills, he would have to be a lone general without an army for God knows how long.
The current Emperor Lu Yen brought along Deng Yunzai and Dai Chuanhao just like 3 bullied wives on tenterhooks. Emperor powerhouse, that was the pinnacle most existence in the secular world. How high-spirited were they?
They had never thought that they would actually have this kind of emotion in front of a true God realm junior one day. Lu Yen gave a deep bow toward Yi Yuan and said, 5 firmament great imperial capitals. Lu Yen pays respect to Grandmaster Yi. This young man in front of him was the fellow who killed his precious daughter and slaughtered thousands of his subordinates. Now, he actually had to show such solemn respects to the other party. He had no way to describe how uncomfortable this was. But he also understood that with Yi Yuan's present status in the southern border, even if 10 Lu Yans added up, he would also be inferior.
If not being backed by a heavenly emperor, Yi Yuan could plow 5 firmament great imperial capital 10 times over by randomly calling a few Empyreans.
Think about what kind of people Yi Yuan was associating with now. Empyrean Flutterfeather, Empyrean Chaoyuan, and it was said that there were also the 7 great reclusive alchemy ancient families superpowerhouses. Any one of these people was not an existence that he could provoke.
Although the present Yi Yuan was still true God realm, he already made him unable to look up to him. Emperor Lu Yen coming to find this Yi, it really surprises me greatly. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Lu Yen had an awkward look as he said this.
The matters in the past was all this Lu who had eyes but couldn't discern Grandmaster Ye's true face, resulting in affronting Grandmaster. I hope that Grandmaster Yi is magnanimous and don't haggle over it with us. Being under people's roof, there was no choice but to lower one's head. At this time, how could an Empyrean's face still be wanted?
Moreover, even the southern border alliance's big shots all lowered their heads and admitted their fault to Yi Yuan. What's wrong with him, a mere second firmament Empyrean, lowering his head? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, if apologies have any use, then what do we still cultivate for?
Lu Yen, back then, you commanded an army of 100,000 martial artists and several thousand true god powerhouses. If this Ye's strength was lacking, this heavenly eagle would likely have not even dogs or fowls left anymore. You want to let matters go with this one light and fleeting sentence?
Moreover, these few years you all drove out the myriad treasure tower. It's clearly remnant hatred that's outstanding. Why do you all feel that?
This Yi should help you guys.
Yi Yuan was not a narrow-minded person. However, the 5 firmament great imperial capital had an appearance of showing disdain on everyone and everything, starting with Lu Zi deciding people's life and death at the drop of a hat, making him extremely unhappy.
Later, Lu Yen even dispatched an army of 100,000, claiming that he was going to slaughter the city. If not for Yi Yuan killing several thousand true gods with ruthless means, how could there still be any heavenly eagle imperial city currently? Lu Yen 3 people had awkward faces. At that time, both parties were akin to fire and water. Even now, they still had a blood feud. It was just that circumstances were stronger than people. Lu Yen 3 people had to implore Yi Yuan and had no choice but to lower their heads. What Grandmaster Yi says is true. Back then, our hearts were blinded. That's why we'd be like that. In order to express our apology, we brought some gifts over. We hope that Grandmaster Yi will kindly accept them, Lu Yen said. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard this. He then said, Lu Yen, it's not that this Yi is looking down on you, but can your 5 firmament great imperial capital take out something that moves this Yi? When the 3 people heard that, they could not help choking. That was true. With Heavenly Eagle's present power and influence, they would be controlling 10% of the southern border's medicinal pills market very soon. How astonishing was this wealth! A mere 5 firmament great imperial capital. Even if these 3 great Empyreans took out all of their assets, Yi Yuan would completely turn his nose up at it too. The 3 people exchanged glances and were like eggplants hit by frost, actually at a loss on what to do for a moment. Although they were of noble Empyrean bodies, it was too insignificant in front of the present Yi Yuan. Just as the 3 people lost all hope, Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. You all coming to find me. It's simply to get the myriad treasure tower to rejoin the 5 firmament great imperial capital. I'll give you all a chance, but whether you do it or not is up to you guys. The moment the 3 people heard, they could not help being overjoyed. But very soon, Lu Yan's face fell again. He knew that the thing Yi Yuan was making them do definitely would not be that easy. Brother Lu Yan, what are you still in a daze for? Grandmaster Yi already said to give us a chance. Deng Yunzai urged. He already could not endure the present days anymore. The Deng family had already run out of resources for as long as several years. If there were still no medicinal pills provided, all of their Deng family members' cultivation would probably get delayed. So the moment he heard Yi Yuan's words, Deng Yunzai agreed without thinking. Lu Yan's face changed several times. Yi Yuan did not urge either, just quietly waiting for a response. Suddenly, Lu Yan's face turned intent, seemingly making up his mind, and said in a solemn voice, Whatever orders Grandmaster Yi has, this Lu will definitely do it. Yi Yuan said coolly, Good. I want the 3 of you to extend a formal apology in front of everyone in the city. Also, swear a solemn oath in front of everybody to never invade Heavenly Eagle in this lifetime. Don't use this sort of expression to look at me. It's not this Yi intentionally making things difficult for you all, but that you owe them an apology. When the 3 people heard that, their faces changed rapidly. Inside this tiny little city lord manor, the 3 of them lowering their heads to Yi Yuan. Although this was humiliating, it was actually nothing much. With Yi Yuan's present identity and status, he could bear their apology. But, making them apologize to those ants with their Empyrean bodies, that was another matter altogether. With this apology, it would be known to millions. Where would their old faces go in the future? Reaching their level of realm, forfeiting their integrity was minor, losing face was huge. Looking at the 3 people whose faces were flickering intermittently, Yi Yuan slowly stood up and left with his hands behind his back. You all have 3 days' time to consider. After 3 days, if you haven't replied, you all can leave on your own. Beside the 3 people's ears came Yi Yuan's drawn-out voice. 5 days later, at Heavenly Eagle's Pill Tower Square, countless martial artists and alchemists were gathered here. Among the people present, some people had been through that earth-shaking great battle. There were also people that joined Heavenly Eagle afterward and knew absolutely nothing about this. But very soon, they learned the whole story of that earth-shaking great battle from other people's mouths and was immediately shocked speechless. Only then did they know that Grandmaster Yi still had such a brilliant battle record, annihilating several thousand true gods with his power alone, creating 3 great Empyreans with alchemy, 6 great Empyreans coming to help out from all over the land, forcing a heavenly emperor to give in. This kind of battle record was truly fascinating. But they also learned at the same time why the martial artists in the city loved and respected Grandmaster Yi so much. Grandmaster Yi became furious to the extreme, not for his lover, but it was merely for a nameless kid called Jiang Ming. This kind of benevolent master, was he not worthy of following? Of course, many people present were very disdainful. TSK, what does this count as? Presently, Grandmaster Yi defeated the southern border with his power alone. That is a truly heaven-shocking battle. Ha ha! Reasonable, reasonable. Everyone burst into laughter. But today, Grandmaster Yi still made 3 great Empyreans apologize to the whole city for our sakes. The eyes of the martial artists that had experienced that battle brimmed over with hot tears. Recalling back then, it was really like a dream. At that time, these 3 great Empyreans were gods in the sky in our eyes, crushing until all of us could not catch our breath. But now, a word from Grandmaster Yi can make them bow their heads in submission. It's glorious to live in Heavenly Eagle. Unknowingly, the horizons of Heavenly Eagle's martial artists also broadened significantly. The originally incomparably mysterious Empyreans in their eyes already became normal. They all understood that it was not that they got strong, but that Grandmaster Yi became powerful. This one sentence stirred up the sense of identity of all the martial artists. Everyone raised their hands and started shouting, "Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle! Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle! Glory to live in Heavenly Eagle!" On this day, 3 great Empyreans apologized in public. The southern border was shocked.
The void vibrated. Several young girls fluttering with immortal chi slowly walked out. The girl in the front was dressed in clothes whiter than snow. Although she was not a beauty, she was also quite pretty. It was just that there was an additional trace of viciousness between her brows, giving people a feeling of keeping strangers away. The few people strained their eyes and looked into the distance. A large-scale city rose up from the ground ahead, looking magnificent. Beside the white-clothed girl, one of them said, "Senior Apprentice Sister Sun, this is the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City that little junior sister said, right? I didn't expect that a mere imperial city is actually so magnificent too." Mentioning that little junior sister, a hint of disdain and mockery flashed across in her eyes. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun pursed her mouth and said scornfully, "A mere imperial city made so luxuriously, the person managing affairs must like to do grandiose things to impress people, not making any contributions. Humph! I get angry at the mention of that wretched girl. If not for her, we also wouldn't have needed to travel across the Heavenspan mountain and run to the southern border from the northern border." The pretty junior apprentice sister smiled and said, "That wretched girl feels that she has the profound and divine physique and looks down on eldest senior sister. Master's kindness toward her is as weighty as a mountain, but she doesn't think about repaying it and even wanted us senior apprentice sisters to run here from far away to capture people. Really, damn it. When we capture the person she's in love with, we'll have to teach him a good lesson." Senior apprentice Sister Sun did not express anything and just said coolly, "Come on, enter the city first before talking. Figure out that kid's situation first. Otherwise, if we beat the grass and startle the snake, it wouldn't be good if he runs." The party of 5 followed the crowd and entered Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Only after entering the city did the 5 people detect Heavenly Eagle's prosperity. It actually did not lose to ordinary imperial capitals. This made them very surprised. Compared to the number of martial artists here, this city was not big, but appeared too small. Senior apprentice Sister Sun, is this really a little imperial city? Why do I feel like this place is even more flourishing than the average imperial capital? The pretty junior apprentice sister looked left and right and said in surprise. Senior apprentice Sister Sun frowned and said, "This place has medicine shops in great numbers, alchemy prevalent, looks rather like an alchemy holy land. That girl said before that her little lover is an alchemist. Looks like it matches. There's an inn ahead. Let's go over and inquire about it." The few people entered an inn and found a table next to a window and sat down. When the waiter came over, the pretty junior apprentice sister hurriedly asked, "Waiter, I see that your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City seems to have a lot of alchemists." The moment the waiter heard, he could not help saying with a proud look, "Ladies, you came from other places, right? Hoo-hoo. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. If you want a request for pills, then you came to the right place." The moment the few junior apprentice sisters heard this, they could not help snickering. The pretty junior apprentice sister said in amusement, "#1 in the southern border? A little imperial city also dare claim to be the southern border's #1? Your place is remote and has probably never seen before how big the world outside is, right?" Her meaning was saying that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people had never seen much of the world. It was just that the pretty junior apprentice sister's laughing made everyone around her laugh instead. "Little girl, not that we haven't seen the world. It's that you all haven't seen how big the world is. You go out and inquire and you'll know that our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City is #1 in the southern border. I guarantee this is the truth. Haha. Even if 7-star alchemy gods arrived at our Heavenly Eagle, they also have to bend their backs and walk. Little girl, do more homework before going out. Otherwise, you'll become a joke when you reach the place." There were kind laughters all around, but it was incomparably ear-piercing to these few people. The pretty junior apprentice sister's face turned red and was about to fly off the handle, but she heard senior apprentice Sister Sun cough lightly. Senior apprentice Sister Sun looked at the waiter and asked, "This little brother, since your place here is an alchemy holy land, then have you heard of a young man called Yi Yuan before?" As if afraid that the waiter had not heard of him before, senior apprentice Sister Sun added, "Heard that his age isn't old, his alchemy skills should still be passable." The moment these words came out, the whole place was silent. Extremely strange looks appeared on everyone's faces.
Senior apprentice Sister Soon and everyone immediately also realized that something was wrong. Could it be that her words violated some taboo? But they did not take it to heart. A mere imperial city, even if it violated some taboo, what could they do to her? Why? Did this young lady say something wrong? Senior apprentice Sister Soon asked curiously. The waiter revealed a strange look and said, "That's not it. However, if Lord Ye's alchemy skill is still passable, then other alchemists can find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with." "Oh? In that case, he's very impressive." Senior apprentice Sister Soon did not take it seriously and asked coolly.
She was already very convinced that the people of this imperial city developed a wildly arrogant personality because it was too out of the way.
Think that they were invincible under the heavens with a few formidable alchemists in the city. Ignorance was truly terrifying. She had still heard of the southern borders alchemy world before. The most powerful ones were Empyrean Pilljade as well as the leaders of the 6 great holy lands. When was it a puny little imperial city's turn to assume hegemony? The waiter smiled and said, "Impressive? Hoo-hoo, more than just impressive."
"Tell you this then. Even if 7-star alchemy gods came, they would also have to respectfully call His Excellency Grand Master." Senior apprentice Sister Sun pursed her mouth, a disdainful look on her face.
This bunch of country bumpkins was truly wildly conceited to the extreme. But the waiter was not aware at all and said without caring about others, "Heh, turns out that you want to meet Lord Yi. Then you all came to the right place. If it's at other places, you really can't meet him. But Lord Yi likes our shop and frequently comes to patronize our shop." What a coincidence. Lord Yi is here." The waiter shot a glance and just happened to see a young man bringing 2 followers downstairs, coming up the inn slowly. Senior apprentice Sister Soon's gaze turned intent, a hint of joy flashing across in her eyes.
It was truly wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search and finding it by chance without even looking for it.
When the waiter saw that Yi Yuan came, he hurriedly went over to greet. Yi Yuan already went up the 2nd floor.
"Haha, Lord Yi is here. The box room is already prepared. Your Excellency, please enter," the waiter said with a broad grin. Yi Yuan casually fished out a piece of high-grade divine essence stones and threw it to the waiter, saying with a smile, "Thanks for the trouble. Take this."
The waiter received it with a chuckle and said smilingly, "Thank you, Your Excellency, for the reward." At this time, the 2nd floor's guests all stood up and gave a bow towards Yi Yuan, shouting in unison, "Your Excellency." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said with a laugh, "All sit, all sit." This Ye's mouth was just feeling itchy and came to have some dishes.
Everyone laughed and all sat down.
Yi Yuan being close to the civilians was known to all in Heavenly Eagle. Hence, everyone did not mind and were also not scared that they would affront Yi Yuan. Rather, when Yi Yuan glimpsed and saw Senior Apprentice Sister Sun 5 people, his brows could not help furrowing.
These few people concealed their cultivation and seemed to have enmity towards me?
No time for him to think too much either. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun 5 people already got up. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun used a tone of looking down from a height and said coolly, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "It's precisely this Yi."
Senior Apprentice Sister Sun continued, "Then do you know Lure?"
When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression changed wildly.
When Senior Apprentice Sister Sun saw Yi Yuan's expression, she was immediately certain and said indifferently, "Looks like I'm right. Xianxia, take him down." "Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister."
Behind Senior Apprentice Sister Sun, a girl in palace attire answered and stepped out. Following her taking a step out, her aura rose straight up, reaching peak 5th firmament true God very soon. That Xianxia had a proud look, her gaze sweeping over everyone's faces, hoping to see worshipping looks from the eyes of the people crowding around and watching. A middle-stage true God mighty expert was a god in imperial cities.
It was just too bad that she was disappointed.
The diners were indeed somewhat surprised at first because they did not think that these beautiful ladies actually wanted to deal with Yi Yuan. But very soon, the expressions of these diners calmed down, and in their gazes, it even carried a trace of pity. Even though these people's strength did not pass celestial deity realm at the highest,
The big spectacles that Heavenly Eagle's martial artists had experienced before were too many. Forget about a measly little true god realm, even if it was an Empyrean powerhouse, didn't they also apologize to everyone obediently? Senior apprentice Sister Xian said coolly, just break the 4 limbs will do, don't harm his life. Otherwise, that slut will probably threaten to kill herself. The moment these words came out, Yi Yuan's face fell. Originally, when he suddenly heard Lua's news, he even thought that she was pretty good with these girls. Who knew that the other party wanted to break his 4 limbs the moment they made their move? A surge of evil fire immediately rose in Yi Yuan's heart. Senior apprentice sister, rest assured. Lian Xin knows how far to go and when to stop. This kind of trash, whichever place I want to break him, it will be broken there. Senior apprentice sister soon nodded her head, clearly thinking so too. The current Yi Yuan looked to be just celestial deity realm cultivation too. He was utterly not worth mentioning in her eyes. It was not that Yi Yuan was deliberately concealing his cultivation, but that he traveled incognito and did not wish to swagger through the streets. But in the eye of senior apprentice sister Sun and her group, he became a target that could be needed as they pleased. Finished talking, Lian Xion's palm reached over, aiming for Yi Yuan's shoulder blade. A surge of ice laws instantly spread out, enveloping over toward Yi Yuan. The entire space seemed like it was going to be frozen. This palm was very swift and fierce. If hit, the shoulder blade would definitely shatter. Humph! Acting recklessly and blindly, Yi Yuan gave a cold snort, bending his fingers into a claw and actually reached first despite launching later, directly disregarding Lian Xion's domain. Crack! It was only to hear a crisp sound. Lian Xion fell to the ground with a painful cry. Her shoulder blade bones were already crushed. Senior apprentice Sister Sun's pupils constricted and she cried out in surprise, spatial law. Yi Yuan ignored senior apprentice Sister Sun's surprise and said in a solemn voice, "Where's Lure? Who are you people?" These few girls clearly did not have good intentions. Most likely, Lure's current situation was also not much better. Yi Yuan was naturally anxious in his heart. After a brief surprise, senior apprentice Sister Sun recovered her calmness, her mouth curling as she said, "I underestimated you, but do you think that you can be unbridled because you know a bit of spatial law? Don't you worry. After breaking your 4 limbs, this young lady will slowly tell you that slut's news on the way. Huan Yi. Teach him how to behave properly." "Yes, senior apprentice sister." The pretty girl smiled sweetly and turned to Yi Yuan and said, "No wonder that slut always kept you in her thoughts. I didn't expect that your talent is actually not weaker than hers, cultivating to become a 5th firmament true god in a short 1,000 years. However, it's useless. You dared to hurt my Ice Cloud Tower's disciples. It won't be as simple as breaking 4 limbs." While talking, Huan Yi's aura gradually grew stronger. Taking 3 steps out, her aura already rose to 6th firmament true god. But when that waiter saw the situation, he shook his head slightly and said with a sigh, "Really a little girl who hasn't seen much of the world before, asking for trouble." When others all nodded slightly when they heard it, deeply feeling that way too. If Yi Yuan was just an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely be worried for his safety. But the one standing here was Yi Yuan. Even Lu Zi, that kind of genius who comprehended 5 kinds of laws, died in Yi Yuan's hands. These few little girls in front of them thought that their strength was powerful. But actually, in Yi Yuan's eyes, they were simply ants. The waiter's voice was not concealed. Hearing the waiter's words, her pretty face could not help turning cold, suddenly pointing a finger out and actually pointed at the waiter. "Ignorant ant, go and die." The waiter was merely divine Lord Realm Cultivation. Being hit by this finger, he would definitely be frozen into an ice sculpture. But the waiter did not have the intention of dodging, because he knew that Yi Yuan would not let him die. "Humph! You're the ignorant ant." Yi Yuan had long lost his patience. The other party kept on calling slut. How could he not be furious? It was only to see his figure arriving in front of Huan Yi like a ghost. Huan Yi knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial law and was actually long prepared. But even so, she still jumped in fright from Yi Yuan's ghostly figure. Huan Yu's ice law suddenly released, rushing toward Yi Yuan frenziedly. But sadly, Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all. Smash! A clear slap sounded out. Huan Yi was directly slapped, flying out. This time Yi Yuan did not stop, figure moving once more, already arriving in front of Senior Apprentice Sister Sun. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun laughed coldly, the aura on her body suddenly releasing. She was shockingly seventh firmament true god. Courting death. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's reaction was also extremely fast. With a cry, her long sword was already in her hand in a twinkle. But Yi Yuan did not dodge or avoid. A fist met with Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's sword. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually used his physical body to forcefully resist her true god mystic treasure, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun was even more scornful in her heart. Ice Sleet Sword. It was only to see the tip of her sword point. Countless ice sleets extended out of the void, piercing straight for Yi Yuan. Those ice sleets were condensed by her with the power of law, the power immense. Each one was akin to a sharp sword. Even if a seventh firmament true god forcefully resisted it, they would also have to be poked into a mesh. Yi Yuan actually forcefully resisted with his fleshy body. In her eyes, he was simply courting death. But very soon, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's expression changed wildly. Because Yi Yuan rushed over. Crack, crack, crack. It was only to see golden light radiate brilliantly on Yi Yuan's body. When those ice sleets touched the golden light, they were directly split into two, like ordinary ice cones. These ice sleets that were able to pierce a seventh firmament true god to death were actually unable to stop Yi Yuan in the slightest? How could she know that when Yi Yuan broke through domineeringly at Cloudpill Great Imperial Capital the last time, his physical body already broke through to late-stage 6 transformation? Even when encountering a high-grade true god mystic treasure, he did not fear in the slightest too, let alone ice sleets condensed from mere power of law. At this moment, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's move was already ending and did not have time to change moves at all. Seeing Yi Yuan's punch slam over, she did not have time to think too much, power of law erupting suddenly on her body. All around her body was actually covered in layers of ice armor. Yi Yuan did not care and directly slammed a punch on it. Poo work. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun vomited a mouthful of fresh blood wildly, figure directly flying out of the inn, her life and death unknown. Tianping. Bring her to the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. Yes, Your Excellency. Ning Tianping had followed Yi Yuan for a long time and knew that Yi Yuan was currently already enraged to the extreme. At once, he did not dare to dawdle, his figure going out of the inn with a dash. The Ice Cloud Tower's few disciples looked at Yi Yuan like seeing a ghost, their gazes full of shock. Huan Yi covered her face and cried out in surprise. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's ice law is already cultivated to late-stage rank 6, but she was actually sent flying with one punch. She could not help it but to be shocked. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun was a small stage higher than Yi Yuan. Her ice law was also cultivated to late-stage rank 6 already. Her strength could also rank in the top 5 among the Ice Cloud Tower's young generation. She actually could not even not block one of his punches? Was this fellow still human? Heh, I already said that you all haven't seen much of the world. How can His Excellency's strength be what you all, these little fellows, can judge? The waiter had a smug look as if the one who won was him. Returning to the City Lord Manor, Yi Yuan was too impatient to wait to interrogate Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and the rest. Luer's departure was 1,000 years ago without news. Over these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan was constantly worried about her news. It was just that the Heavenspan world was so big, so where would Yi Yuan go and find? Now he finally managed to hear Luer's news. Yi Yuan's emotion had been uneasy since then. Moreover, he even knew that this piece of news definitely would not be too good. Ning Tianping dragged Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and threw her in front of Yi Yuan. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun started coughing fiercely. Huan Yi and the rest looked at Yi Yuan with terrified faces, full of disbelief. This man in front of them was too powerful. One punch had beaten Senior Apprentice Sister Sun to heavy injuries. Speak. Where's Luer now? I hope that you all don't force me to search your souls. Yi Yuan looked at Senior Apprentice Sister Sun and said coldly. Cough, cough. Your realm isn't even as high as mine. Want to use soul-searching art on this young lady? Cough, cough.
Bring it on, Senior Apprentice Sister Sun said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan's realm was not as high as hers, so his divine soul was naturally not as strong as hers. If he cast Soul Search, not only would it not succeed, it would harm his own divine soul instead. Yi Yuan's face fell and he said, "Since that's the case, you go and die then." Presumably, this woman never did anything good for Lure too. Killed, then killed. Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden. An ocean-like soul force poured out of Yi Yuan's mind. The faces of the few girls changed wildly, only then knowing that Yi Yuan was not joking around. Breaking through the last time, Yi Yuan absorbed the Sea of Law. His divine soul already reached the limit of true God realm. "Stop! I'll say. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun screamed. Too late. Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly attacking Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's mind. Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's divine soul attacked in retaliation frenziedly. Yi Yuan just gave a cold snort. The soul-suppressing pearl's power suddenly poured out, instantly tearing down all of her resistance. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest sympathy, reading Senior Apprentice Sister Sun's divine soul roughly. One scene after another flashed across in Yi Yuan's mind. The more he looked, the angrier he got. It turned out that the northern border had a region called Northernmost Steppe. That place was a land of bitter coldness, factions complicated and complex. Things were not well defined like the southern border, belonging to some heavenly emperor Bottomanda. That place was a no-man's land. Heavenly emperors did not have any interest in this region at all. Hence, it was divided up by major and minor forces. But as a matter of fact, there were 9 great Empyrean-level factions that were the strongest here. This Ice Cloud Tower was one of the Empyrean-level forces. Roughly 1,000 years ago, Lua appeared at the northernmost steppe by some unknown means and was taken fancy on by the Ice Cloud Tower's master. She was then taken in as a disciple. Back then, Lua was merely Heaven Glimpse realm, but the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method was extremely suitable for Lua. By relying on the profound in divine physique, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Over 1,000 years, she already cultivated to true God realm. At present, she was already a 5th firmament true God powerhouse. Of course, this was also all thanks to Yi Yuan. Back then, he helped Lua's 9 divine link meridian to improve further with divine pills, evolving to become the profound divine physique. That was how there was the present Lua. But walking along this path, Lua suffered considerable hardships. This senior apprentice Sister Sun was envious that not only was Lua pretty, but her cultivation talent was also even extremely high. In fact, back then, because Lua violated a rule, she hung Lua up to beating until Lua nearly died. If not for second senior sister helping out later, Yi Yuan probably would not be able to see Lua anymore. Of course, although the senior apprentice Sister Sun was jealous, she only listened to others. The one who really wanted to deal with Lua was eldest senior sister, Xianxia. As for that Ice Cloud Tower's master, she had an attitude of letting things take their course. Although this Ice Cloud Towers was a female force, under the environment of the northernmost steppe, they were mostly self-centered, and would not care about the life and death of the people below at all. In this Ice Cloud Tower, to really talk about treating Lua well, there was only second senior sister Xianxia. This time, the reason why Sun Qingling came to find Yi Yuan was because another of the northernmost steppe's Empyrean-level forces, young lord, took fancy on Lua, intimidating the Ice Cloud Tower's tower master with threats and beguiling with benefits, making her marry Lua to him. The Ice Cloud Tower's master could not resist the temptation and finally still agreed. It was just that Lua threatened to die. That was how the Ice Cloud Tower's master did not succeed. Lua's thoughts were pure and her feelings for Yi Yuan were known by eldest senior sister Xianxia long ago. Hence, she suggested to the Ice Cloud Tower's master to capture Yi Yuan to threaten Lua and force Lua to give in. The moment the Ice Cloud Tower's master heard this, she was overjoyed and immediately allowed it, because she knew that the place Yi Yuan was at was merely an imperial city, so sending Sun Qingling over was already more than sufficient. It was just that the Ice Cloud Tower's master never dreamed that with Yi Yuan's present strength, killing Sun Qingling was merely a matter of flicking a finger. Moreover, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's strength at present was not the slightest bit weaker than Ice Cloud Tower. What was laughable was that Sun Qingling and company thought that they were powerful and came over to capture people without even making inquiries, resulting in being directly annihilated by Yi Yuan. You all very good. When he said this, Yi Yuan's teeth creaked from grinding. When the Ning Tianping and Bai Chen by the side saw the scene, they could not help secretly being speechless. They did not know what Yi Yuan saw in Sun Qingling's divine soul, but they rarely saw such a furious expression on Yi Yuan before. It could be seen that Yi Yuan was already enraged to the extreme. Why, Your Excellency, spare our lives? How could the few girls still have any proud appearance? They were already terrified to the extreme. Heh, this Yi isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. It's just that you all normally treated Luer like that, so you can't be spared. Finished talking, Yi Yuan waved a hand. Several streaks of sword energy fired out, directly blasting the 4 people to mere residue. These 4 people were all Sun Qingling's accomplices. In these 1,000 years, there were no few instances of bullying Luer and even quite a few times of harming Luer to death. How could Yi Yuan spare them? After killing 4 people, Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath, forcefully calmed down and said, "Invite Senior Bai Tong they all over." Hearing that Yi Yuan was going to the northern land, everyone was very worried. After all, arriving at that sort of place, no one knew Grandmaster Yi. If anything mishap happened, that would not be good. Bai Tong frowned and said, "Why not? I go together with you." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "At present, Heavenly Eagle has just stabilized. Forces everywhere are casting covetous eyes, so there must be an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort. All of you stay. Just Tianping following me will do. Bring Bai Tong over would naturally be much more secure." But the southern border was not calm and tranquil. Empyrean Pilljade and the rest were all casting covetous eyes. Without an Empyrean-level powerhouse holding down the fort, Yi Yuan could not set his mind at rest. Through several years of seesawing and negotiations, the Myriad Treasure Tower and Heavenly Eagle joined the Southern Border Alliance once more. With this battle, the Myriad Treasure Tower was naturally the greatest beneficiary, but Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's limelight was the brightest. As the saying went, the winds howl around the highest peaks. It was impossible for Empyrean Pilljade they all to willingly be suppressed just like this. Perhaps some troubles would occur. Bai Tong was not just an Empyrean powerhouse, but a 7-star alchemy god too. With him garrisoning Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan could naturally be much more reassured. Yun Yi, when Master isn't around, this land of Southridge will be presided over by you. If you encounter anything that can't be resolved, consult Senior Bai. Understood. Yi Yuan instructed. Yuni nodded and said, "Yes, Master." After arranging everything for Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan brought along Ning Tianping. The two embarked on the journey to the northernmost steppe. The northernmost steppe was said to be a grassland, but actually it was merely a wasteland. The area here was vast, with fierce beasts everywhere. The humans living here had to band up together to keep warm, gathering together. It was also precisely because of this that the people here were stubborn and unruly, killing people at the drop of a hat. Only the strong could survive here. This place was a magical place where martial artists formed factions and gangs for the sake of benefits and murdering each other. But each beast tied, they were able to put aside all grievances and resist the fierce beasts. Juluoji was such a place. The northern land was extremely cold. The air here seemed to be able to freeze people into ice sculptures. Even if one's cultivation reached true god realm, you could feel the bone-piercing chill too. This place was the world of ice law. Hence, the moment people were born, they would grasp a law that was ice law. Hence, the martial artists here were powerful and often grasped more than 2 laws. At this time, inside a small tavern in Jioluoji, martial artists were gathered in 2s and 3s, drinking and chatting. This was the way of life of martial artists in their leisure time, warming their bellies with strong alcohol and chatting about the affairs of this northernmost steppe. Hence, the tavern's business was very good. A man and a woman, 2 young people wearing fur skirts, entered the small tavern and did not find a space after looking around for a long time, their expression somewhat disappointed. The girl pointed at a corner and said, "Big brother, look, the table over there only has 2 people sitting." Why won't we go over and share tables? In a corner, two young men were currently drinking alcohol. One of them was all wrapped up and still freezing until he was trembling. The other was dressed in thin attire, but he seemed to be completely fine. The man nodded his head and said, "Come, go over and take a look." The two people came beside the table. The man clasped his hands and said, "This little brother? I'm South Water Street's Wu Song, and this is my younger sister, Wu Ling. You look, this Raging Fire Tavern's business is too good. Can we share tables?" The young man dressed lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly, "Sit." The brother and sister two people were overjoyed and directly sat down opposite and shouted, "Waiter, bring 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew." "All right." Far away, the waiter shouted at the top of his voice. Very soon, 4 jugs of Raging Fire brew were served. Wusong opened the seals and directly swigged a mouthful, saying with a smile, refreshing, "Haha, this little brother. Come, cheers." The young man opposite raised his glass in a slight gesture and sipped another mouthful of alcohol. When Wu Ling saw the appearance of rejecting people 1,000 miles away opposite, she curled her mouth and said, "Putting on an appearance." Wusong laughed and said, "Little brother, don't blame her. This younger sister of mine doesn't think before talking. Wonder how do I address you two brothers?" "Ji Qing Yun, Ning Tian Ping." The two people answered one after another. These two people were precisely the Yi Yuan master and servant who crossed over the heaven-span mountain and borders to come. Currently, more than 50 years had already passed since senior apprentice Sister Sun and the rest went to Heavenly Eagle. The master and servant two people went through many twists and turns, and were travel-weary, finally hurrying to the northernmost step half a year ago. But they did not take action immediately. With the two of their strength, even if they barged into the Ice Cloud Tower, it was also impossible to rescue Lure. Fortunately, Yi Yuan ascertained that Lure was fine for the time being. Hence, he started planning how to save Lure. Arriving here, it was naturally not suitable for Yi Yuan to use his original name, so he simply used his previous life's name. Haha, turns out that it's Brother Ji and Brother Ning. I'll gift these 2 jugs of wine to you too. Just take it as thanking the two of you for offering your seats. Wu Song pushed 2 jugs of wine forward and said. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Then this Ji won't be courteous." Wu Song sized Yi Yuan up and could not resist the questions in his heart and said, "Isn't Brother Ji cold wearing so lightly?" Speaking of which, this master and servant two people were weird too. One wore very little but was aloof and indifferent, while the other wore very thickly but was trembling heavily. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Not cold." By the side, Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes, his gaze full of envy. He also did not expect that this trip out was actually such a tough errand. With his presently 3rd firmament true god cultivation, he was actually trembling from the cold like a mortal. But his lord was not at all unadapted to this kind of environment. This guy had a late-stage perfect 6th transformation golden body and did not know what cold was at all. Wu Ling snickered and said, "Putting on airs. In my view, he's definitely keeping out the cold with divine essence, but doesn't know that this is a big taboo in the northernmost step. If you encounter any enemies and only have 70 to 80% divine essence left, there's no difference from seeking death." Divine essence keeping out the cold, this could indeed resist the chill. It was just that in the northernmost step, no one dared to do so, because at this place, there were murders to seize property at the drop of a hat, or fighting with fierce beasts in the wilderness. One must maintain their peak state. Divine essence to ward off the cold had to deplete large amounts of divine essence under this kind of extremely cold weather. Once encountering the enemy, it would be too late to even cry. Ning Tianping was just about to flare up when he heard that, but Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Hoo-hoo, this Ji has plenty of divine essence and isn't afraid to consume it." Wu Ling could not help choking when she heard that, and said with a cold snort, "Don't listen to an elderly person's advice and you'll suffer right away. Really won't be rewarded for good intentions." Wu Song was a little awkward by the side and said with a laugh, "My younger sister is frank with a ready tongue. Come, this Wu drinks a toast to two brothers." Finished drinking, Wu Song put down the wine jug, wiped his mouth, and said, refreshing. "In this Geo Luo Ji, it's still the raging fire brew that has the strongest kick. Drinking a mouthful down is like a ball of fire burning.
Comparing the alcohol of other taverns to it, they are still much more lacking.
Brother G, you're also into this alcohol, right?
Yi Yuan shook his head slightly when he heard that and said, this alcohol is just average, still passable.
Wu Song's brows furrowed when he heard that, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed something who put on airs. Would you die if you did not trigger people? The Raging Fire Brew was a strong drink that was renowned far and wide and deeply loved by the martial artists in the steppe. But reaching Yi Yuan's mouth, it became average, passable.
Even if Wu Song was broad-minded, he nearly spewed a mouthful of alcohol over too. Who knew that this tavern's boss had sharp ears and actually heard Yi Yuan's words? He immediately laughed coldly and said, lad, don't be so arrogant when speaking. In this Geo Luo Ji, who doesn't know that our Raging Fire Tavern's Raging Fire Brew is akin to a fire on the grasslands and mandatory for the grassland's martial artists. Even compared to the medicinal pills of masters, it doesn't pale in the slightest too.
All around, people who loved to drink all had unhappy expressions too. Kid, your hair isn't even fully grown yet and you dare to posture here? Then kid, you're wearing so little, is it using divine essence to ward off the chill?
If you have the capability, don't drink this alcohol.
Raging Fire Brew is your father's favorite.
Are you fucking trying to court death?
Yi Yuan's one sentence immediately ignited the tavern.
Wulong snickered by the side and said, see, I knew it.
Putting on an appearance, you incurred public wrath now, right? Rather, it was Wu Song who was kind-hearted, hurriedly standing up to clasp his hands at everyone, saying, ha, brothers don't mind it. This brother of mine misspoke after drinking. The tavern's boss had a cold smile on his face as he said, misspoke after drinking?
Haha, if you feel that my alcohol isn't good, don't drink if you have the capability.
Go. This place doesn't welcome you.
Yi Yuan shrugged and said, I was just telling the truth, don't drink.
Then don't drink then. Either way, it's also dull and tasteless. Dull and tasteless?
Fucking hell. When the tavern boss heard Yi Yuan's words, he was angered until he stomped his feet.
When the others saw this scene, other than finding it funny, they could not help pitying Yi Yuan. This tavern's boss was called Zhang Tuesday. In his early years, he killed people and committed arsons. His evil deeds knew no limits. His strength also reached middle-stage true god realm and was not a good person. All the way until acquiring this Raging Fire Brew's formula later did he open the Raging Fire Tavern here. The tavern's boss directly dashed in front of Yi Yuan in rapid steps and said with a cold smile, kid, I, Zhang Tu, have sold the Raging Fire Brew in this Joluoji for 10,000 years and have never heard anyone say that it's dull and tasteless before. If you don't give an explanation today, don't think about walking out of this door. Everyone used pitying gazes to look at Yi Yuan. Joluoji's veteran folks all knew that this Zhang Tu was not to be trifled with. Otherwise, with his Raging Fire Brew being highly in demand, could it be that no one dared to have designs on him?
It was that no one dared, that's all.
Wu Ling rolled her eyes and said, how? Made people angry, right?
Why don't you have a lid over your mouth?
See how you clean up the mess. Wu Song shot a fierce glare at her. Turning around with a fawning smile, he said to Zhang Tu, Boss Tu, this little brother of mine just has arrived and doesn't know the rules. Don't stoop to his level.
But Zhang Tu smiled coldly and said, who the hell are you? What's your basis for not making your father stoop to his level? I'm going to stoop to his level today. If these words were to spread out, how will your father's shop still run?
Finished talking, he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, Brat, don't blame your father for not giving you a chance. As long as you bring out a better alcohol than Raging Fire Brew today, this matter will be dropped and your father will even apologize to you.
If you can't take it out.
Heh. Zhang Tu had an appearance of itching for a fight. Clearly, he harbored ill intent. Wu Song shot Yi Yuan a fierce glare by the side and whispered, Apologize, Brother G. Quickly apologized to Boss Tu. Yi Yuan sat there calmly and completely ignored Zhang Tu. But he looked at Wu Song with a smile as he said, Sit down, Brother Wu. Just based on you defending this G like so, this G will treat you to a cup of wine today. While talking, a small flask appeared in Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan pulled open the lid of the flask. A thick aroma of alcohol instantly filled the entire small tavern. So fragrant. Fine wine. My God. This wine is more than 10 times more fragrant than the raging fire brew. What alcohol is this? This old man has never smelled before such an alcohol aroma in this life before. Upon lifting the flask lid, cries of exclamations within the small tavern linked up together. Quite a number of people were already hazy-eyed from drunkenness just by smelling this alcohol aroma. Zhang Tu's expression instantly became extremely ugly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan really took out the wine. Just based on this alcohol aroma, the wine in Yi Yuan's hand far surpassed the raging fire brew. Smells so good. Big brother, I want a drink. By the side, Wu Ling was already drunk, letting out a light moan that was unable to hide her hankering. It was only to see that saliva already drooled out at the corner of her mouth. This fragrance was truly tempting. Smack! Wu Ling just reached her hand out and was smacked flying by Yi Yuan with a slap. Ouch! Why did you hit me? This slap also woke Wu Ling up from the pain. But at this time she looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise as if she had seen a ghost. This guy really had fine alcohol on him. This alcohol is only for Brother Wu to drink, none of your share. Yi Yuan said coolly. TCH stingy. Don't drink then, who wants it? Although she said so, Wu Ling's pair of eyes lingered on the small flask, saliva drooling out again from the corner of her mouth. In this northernmost steppe, women similarly loved drinking. It was not just Wu Ling. Everyone in the small tavern smacked their lips, staring fixedly at the small flask in Yi Yuan's hand. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan poured a small glass for Wu Song. The moment the wine came out of the flask, the fragrance became stronger. Wu Song looked at Yi Yuan with a look of surprise. He was smashed dizzy by this biscuit that fell from the sky. Only he could drink this wine. Brother Wu, sample how's this Ye's wine? Yi Yuan made an inviting gesture and said with a light smile. Wu Song desperately swallowed his saliva. The gluttonous bug in his abdomen was already endlessly agitated. Then, this Wu won't be courteous. Wu Song raised the glass, placed it at the tip of his nose and took a whiff and almost threw the glass away. Too fragrant. He drank so many years of wine and had never smelled before such a fragrant to the extreme wine. The others looked at Wu Song, saliva dripping all over the floor, all incredibly envious. Rather, it was Wu Song who actually could not quite bear to drink it after the wine reached his mouth. By the side, Ning Tianping said with an envious look, TSK, TSK, this sunshine glow, His Excellency couldn't even bear to let me drink one mouth. Boy, you have the good fortune of the mouth. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. You rascal. Don't think that I don't know how much you secretly drank. To actually still dare to vent your grievances here? Really think that I don't dare to beat you? Ning Tianping had an embarrassed look as he said, wasn't it because I was scared of the cold? Heh, Your Excellency's wine really tastes better the more you drink. Even several times stronger than the dreamlike wine. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to care. Arriving at this land of bitter coldness, in this half a year's time, apart from inquiring information, Yi Yuan was brewing this sunshine glow. Although Yi Yuan did not fear the cold wind, it was uncomfortable in this land of bitter cold after all. Drink a mouthful of warm wine and everything would naturally be resolved. Brother Wu, not that this Yi is stingy, you can only drink a cup of this wine. Any more and you'll definitely collapse, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Wu Song smiled when he heard that and said, Brother Ji is looking down on this Wu too much. This Wu known as 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even this raging fire brew. I'll be totally fine after drinking 5 jars too. Finished talking. He tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Drinking finish, Wu Song had a peculiar look on his face. When Zhang Tu saw the situation, he immediately laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha! What did I say? What bullshit sunshine glow? How can it compare to my fine wine? Zhang Tu's words were said halfway when it was directly cut off by these two resounding to the extreme words of Wu Song. Fine wine. Fine wine. Fine wine. Really fucking delicious. Wu Song said 3 fine wines in a row and followed up with a vulgarity. Zhang Tu's face immediately fell. Would you die if you freaking let me say finish? But the others could not wait and looked at Wu Song blankly as they asked curiously, Brother, how is it good? Yeah, quickly say. TSK, TSK. Really want to drink a mouthful. The current Wusong, his eyes actually already started becoming hazy, shaking his head hard, wanting to wake himself up a bit. When everyone saw the situation, they could not help being secretly tongue-tied. This wine was so strong, I can't describe it. Either way, it's just delicious, Wusong said in a rough voice.
Zhang Tu had a look of refusing to submit as he said with a cold smile, "What's the use of being delicious?
My raging fire brew has the effect of warding off the cold. Drink a vat and you don't need to use divine essence for 3 days. No matter how fragrant your wine is, it also can't compare to my raging fire brew." When he said this, he had a proud look.
This raging fire brew's greatest function was not deliciousness, but it was keeping out the cold.
In this land of extremely cold, it was the most practical. As for deliciousness, that was still secondary.
It was just that his voice had yet to fade when Wusong directly pulled open his leather mantle and took off all of his clothes, shouting at the top of his voice, "Hot.
So hot." Everyone used pitying looks to look at Zhang Tuesday. His final trace of pride was trampled to pieces by Wusong's unwitting stripping.
Everyone could tell that Wusong was not pretending.
Currently, Wusong's skin was slightly red. His body actually emitted steaming vapor.
Ha ha, refreshing.
Truly refreshing. Brother G, this wine of yours is simple godlike, Wusong said with a big laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, drinking this cup, you don't need to expend divine essence to keep out the cold within half a month. Wusong nodded slightly and said, I can feel that this wine entering the abdomen is just like there's a pool of hot spring, reaching throughout the entire body from the abdomen. At the rate of the current speed, there's absolutely no problem not using divine essence for 10 days to half a month. Sunshine glow, haha, the wine is indeed as its name suggests. Right now, I feel like there's a warm sun glowing inside my body, being incomparably warm. By the side, Wu Ling was long already drooling with envy. She used a guileless gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said in a spoiled manner, Big brother G, let me drink a cup too. You? Yi Yuan gave her a meaningful glance with a strange expression.
Wu Ling suddenly understood something. Her face could not help changing, her pretty face flushing red.
Ha ha! Loud hoots of laughter echoed within the house.
Girl, no worries. Just strip, we'll take it as we can't see. Scared of what? Our extreme North's girls are men.
Ha ha ha.
Everyone burst out laughing. Wu Ling wished to find a hole in the ground to tunnel into.
At this time, a middle-aged man walked over and said to Yi Yuan with a smile as he said, This little brother, I want to ask for a cup of wine to drink. Is that okay? The moment this man came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. It's Lightning Blade Wang Hang. If this kid dares to not give the alcohol to drink, he'll likely can't go out of this door today, someone discussed softly.
Heh, Wang Hang is a tough character who'll pull out his blade at a word of disagreement. More importantly, there are few people who can last beyond 3 blades under his hands.
When Zhang Tu saw this scene, his face switched to a relaxed expression again. This kid was likely here to cause a scene today. There was finally someone who came to take care of him. Yi Yuan did not even look at Wang Hang. Picking up the small flask, he poured himself a full cup, then held it up.
TCH, pretending for what? Didn't he still yield? Wu Ling whispered.
Wang Hang also had a smile on his face, his saliva almost dripping down, reaching his hand over.
Who knew that Yi Yuan directly tilted his head back and drank it himself?
Wang Hang's expression turned stiff, his hand extended there, unable to take it back or leave it there.
Kid, you tricked me? Wang Hang glared and said in a solemn voice.
I already said only Brother Wu can drink. Did you take it that I was joking? Giving you to drink. Where will my face go? Yi Yuan said coolly. These people were all watching the show just now. Now they wanted to ask for alcohol to drink. Yi Yuan was not so lowly. Seeing Wang Hang's expression turn grim until water could drip out, everyone felt their scalps tingle.
This boy was too capable of causing trouble.
Provoking Zhang Tu was still not enough, and then he provoked Wang Hang. Did this guy really want to go out horizontally today?
This boy is mad, right?
He actually dared to provoke Lightning Blade Wang Hang. Wang Hang is peak fourth firmament true god. It's said that he once contended with a fifth firmament true god with his lightning blade and didn't get defeated. This kid is tired of living. Seeing Yi Yuan's death-courting action, everyone turned pale with fright. When Wu Song heard Yi Yuan's words, the originally 30% drunkenness was immediately frightened awake. Brother Yi, forget it. Just a cup of wine. This is Lightning Blade Wang Hang.
Wang Hang was very famous in this region. Wu Song naturally knew his name.
Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping, two people both concealed their cultivations. In other people's view, these two people were merely young men who were over 1,000 years old. So how much strength could they have?
Therefore, the people in this house did not take the two of them seriously.
Heh. Too late. To dare refute my Wang Hang's face, there's only death. Killing this brat, your father can naturally drink his wine. While talking, Wang Hang suddenly pulled out his blade, the power of ice and the power of lightning revolving around him. This Wang Hang actually fused ice law and lightning law.
The commotion of this blade was outrageous to the extreme.
It's over. Dead for sure.
This boy is really stubborn.
Isn't that so? Just a cup of wine. Just as everyone had sympathetic faces, the blade already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Following that, it was dead silent inside the tavern. Yi Yuan actually used his palm and directly caught Wang Hang's knife edge. Just this light grab and the fused power of law immediately vanished without a trace.
Zhang Tu's pair of eyes became wide circles, looking at the scene in disbelief.
The strength of this Wang Hang's lightning blade absolutely did not lose to his. The edge of the blade was actually caught by this kid with a grab. Wang Hang was similarly incomparably alarmed and terrified. He stared at Yi Yuan with a dumbstruck face, desperately wanting to pull his blade out. But unfortunately, no matter to what degree he pushed his divine essence, his lightning blade seemed to be welded to Yi Yuan's hand, unable to budge an inch. "I'll let go." Still not letting go, "Your father won't be courteous anymore," Wang Hang said, threatening in manner, but inwardly shaky. When Yi Yuan heard that, he gave an "oh" lightly, his palm opening up.
Wang Hang was currently using strength to pull the blade. With Yi Yuan's releasing it, his entire person directly did a dog-eat-shit tumble.
"It's you who made me let go. So why didn't you prepare well yourself?" Yi Yuan said with an innocent look.
When had Wang Hang suffered such unprecedented humiliation before?
He immediately said in a great rage, "Punk, you're courting death. Ice lightning blade. Go to hell for me." This time, Wang Hang's body erupted with an even fiercer aura.
The fused power of laws was even pushed to the peak by him.
Everyone's faces revealed great shock.
Someone exclaimed in admiration, "This is Wang Hang's true strength."
This aura probably doesn't lose to fifth firmament true gods, right? But Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said coolly, "I already spared your life just now, but you insist on coming to seek death. Forget it. I'll send you off then."
Following that, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Yuan lightly met Wang Hang's blade with a finger.
Poo work. The terrifying fused power of law immediately evaporated into thin air. Wang Hang's entire person directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Yi Yuan waved his hand, directly annihilating the blood mist. It was deathly silent inside the house. Everyone used eyes like they had seen ghosts to look at Yi Yuan. This was Lightning Blade Wang Hang. He died just like this? This guy caught a true god mystic treasure with his bare hands. So how powerful was his fleshy body?
It turned out that this boy was really not boasting about not being afraid of the cold.
Why would a fleshy body rivaling a true god mystic treasure be scared of the cold?
Zhang Tu's face seemed to have opened up a dye house, changing colors nonstop.
He secretly sighed at getting lucky. Fortunately, the one who attacked just now was Wang Hang and not him. Otherwise, the current him should be about the same as Wang Hang, right? How could this boy be so strong?
"I'm just waiting for someone here. So you all don't annoy me. You guys can drink this wine in the future, but I'm just afraid that you all can't afford it," Yi Yuan said coolly. He filled a cup of wine for himself and poured another cup for Ning Tianping and downed it in one go. Everyone was speechless. "Didn't you say earlier that could only drink one cup? Waiting for someone? Humph.
I think that you're here to cause a disturbance. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave.
Zhang Tu hated and feared Yi Yuan at this time and only wanted to make him leave this place sooner.
But he did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan too much either. This malefic star's strength was too strong. So contradictions were laid bare in his words. Yi Yuan poured another cup of wine and drank it, and he said coolly, "You rest assured. After I settle my business, I won't come even if you invite me to."
Yi Yuan drank his wine, the aroma of the wine overflowed, teasing everyone until they drooled heavily. Smelling this alcohol aroma, drinking the raging fire brew again completely did not have any taste anymore.
This guy definitely did it on purpose. Within the small tavern, grievance points rose sharply.
How could Zhang Tu not tell what the others were thinking? He wished to kick Yi Yuan out with a foot, but Yi Yuan just refused to leave.
Before long, a gray-robed old man walked into the Raging Fire Tavern. The moment the old man came in, he shouted, "Zhang Tu, give this old man 3 jars of Raging Fire brew and a few side dishes." The moment Zhang Tu saw the arrival of this person, he could not help being overjoyed, hurriedly moving closer and saying respectfully, "Goodness, Master Song Chao, you haven't come for a few days." Not just Zhang Tu. When the rest saw Song Chao, they all stood up one after another, paying their respects to the old man. Clearly, Song Chao's status in Jiluoji was very high. Virtually no one did not know.
Song Chao laughed and said, "I've been busy refining pills these few days. The gluttonous bug in my stomach flared up the moment the medicinal pills are refined completely, so I immediately came over. Hey, smells so good."
"Old Tu, your place produced a new product?
Why is it so fragrant?"
Song Chao said a few sentences when suddenly, the tip of his nose twitched slightly. A whiff of alcohol aroma tunneled into his nose, gladdening the heart and refreshing the mind. But the moment he said it, Zhang Tu's expression immediately became ugly, faltering, not knowing how to answer. Some meddlesome person pointed at Yi Yuan and said, "Master Song Chao, the wine was brought by that kid himself." Song Chao looked toward Yi Yuan with a slight surprise. Raising his foot, he walked over and said smilingly, "Kid, this wine is pretty good. Let this old man have a taste."
His words carried a trace of tone that did not allow any dispute.
That meaning was that you had to give whether or not you were willing to. When Zhang Tu saw the situation, he could not help being delighted in his heart. "Weren't you showing off, punk? Now that Master Song Chao came to ask for wine, see if you still dare to not give." Yi Yuan did not lift his head. Drinking a cup of sunshine glow on his own again, he opened his mouth and said indifferently, "You're Song Chao."
Song Chao's brows furrowed, somewhat happy with Yi Yuan's attitude in his heart as he said in a solemn voice, "That's right. This old man is precisely Song Chao. Kid, this wine."
His words were said halfway when Yi Yuan suddenly took out a challenge letter and placed it on the table in front of him. "Challenge letter?"
Song Chao was taken aback and could not help laughing as he said, "Brat, you want to challenge this old man? Do you know who this old man is?" The others were taken aback with Phil. This boy was crazy, right?
Where did this brat pop out from? Could it be that he lost his mind? Master Song Chao is our Jiluoji's top 3 ranking 6-star alchemy god. This snotty brat, actually wants to challenge Master Song Chao. Master Song Chao's status is venerated. How can he be what a mere nobody can challenge?
This boy went crazy wanting to become famous, right? To actually use this kind of method to draw attention.
Ah, I understand. Turns out that the person he's waiting for is Master Song Chao. At this time, someone finally reacted and cried out in surprise. If, say, one-shotting Lightning Blade Wang Hang in one move earlier, everyone could still accept it. Now, wanting to challenge Song Chao, they were unable to accept it. After all, this place was the northernmost step. Easily lifting the blade and killing people was normal.
But in the northernmost step, the status of alchemists was venerated.
The northernmost step's environment was harsh, spiritual energy thin. It was not suited for the growth of an alchemist. Hence, as long as an alchemist emerged here, their status would be very high. Because the martial artists here actually had even higher requirements towards medicinal pills. They must experience endless slaughter in order to survive. They naturally needed more medicinal pills too. And Song Chao was one of the strongest 3 great 6-star alchemy gods in Jiuluoji.
He was practically standing at the summit of Jiuluoji already. Now, a brat that popped out of God knows where actually wanted to challenge Song Chao the moment he opened his mouth, overestimating his ability too much.
Hearing everyone's cries of exclamations, Song Chao had a smug look as he said, "Hear that, kid?
This old man's strength is sufficient to rank in the top 3 in Jiuluoji. Even the top 2 are also not much stronger than this old man. You, a brat who just made his mark in the world, want to challenge this old man?
Hoo-hoo. The challenge letter isn't for you. It's for your master, Empyrean Lone Swan. You don't have the qualifications to make me challenge you." Yi Yuan sipped a mouthful of wine and said coolly, words hell-bent on shocking people to death. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief.
Even Song Chao was also abruptly stupefied there.
His master, Empyrean Lone Swan, was Jiuluoji's strongest alchemist, not one of the strongest, because he was the one and only 7-star alchemy god.
Even the Jiuluoji's other few Empyreans also addressed him as a brother when they saw Empyrean Lone Swan.
Hoo-hoo. Kid, are you crazy?
Challenging Master Lone Swan? Who gave you the guts? Song Chao felt like he heard the most hilarious joke today.
In his eyes, Master Lone Swan was a god that brooked no blaspheming.
Now, there was actually a brat who wanted to challenge this god. This was something that could not be tolerated.
Yi Yuan said coolly, "I knew that it wouldn't go so smoothly. How about this?
I'll fire out a flame, and if you can extinguish it, consider it my loss. I won't say a single word about this matter of challenging him and will even gift you a jar of sunshine glow."
Ha ha ha! The surroundings hooted with loud laughter.
They were laughing at Yi Yuan's ignorance, laughing at Yi Yuan for overrating his own abilities.
A hint of amusement was revealed in Song Chao's eyes, and he said with a smile, "Kid, our land of extreme north's alchemists might not be able to beat other places in refining pills. But the art of controlling fire, that's what other places absolutely can't compete with."
"You're playing fire with this old man,"
Yi Yuan said coolly. "You just say yes or no." Song Chao snorted coldly and said, "Fine. This old man agrees to you.
If this old man loses, I'll help you deliver this challenge letter immediately. But if you lose, this wine." What he cared about most was not winning or losing, but the sunshine glow.
This wine was too fragrant.
Yi Yuan casually beckoned a hand, a jar appeared on the table.
When everyone saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. It turned out that this kid still had so much sunshine glow on him. Could it be that this wine was really brewed by this boy?
Smack!
Yi Yuan snapped a finger very casually. A small cluster of fire flew towards Song Chao falteringly. Song Chao laughed in spite of himself when he saw the situation and said, "This is your fire controlling technique?
Kid, you're really making a spectacle of yourself.
But your wine is really pretty good."
Amidst the loud laughter, Song Chao beckoned with his palm. A cluster of light green flames turned into a fierce tiger, and it rushed straight at the tongue of flame that Yi Yuan summoned.
The others also revealed disappointed expressions. They even thought that Yi Yuan would show a breathtaking performance. In the end, it was just this bit of strength.
Indeed, talking big to impress people.
Only to hear a slight puffing sound emit in the air. The moment that fierce tiger met the tongue of flame, it immediately disappeared without a trace.
The whole place was silent.
How can it be?
Master Song Chao actually lost in a fire battle?
That small tottering flame, which can be smashed with one smack, Master Song Chao actually failed to beat it? Could it be that this boy is really a fire control master that conceals deeply? Cries of exclamation sounded out all around, clearly not expecting that such a sudden turn of events would occur.
Jiuluoji's top alchemy master actually lost to an unknown little fellow.
Just this bit of capability? You disappoint me too much, Yi Yuan said coolly. Song Chao got a shock. A solemn expression was revealed on his face, and he said in a deep voice, "Terrific lad, I underestimated you. Watch this." Done talking, Song Chao formed seals with both hands. The divine fire turned into a giant hammer and suddenly smashed over towards that small cluster of fire. Bang! The giant hammer directly crumbled. Song Chao's expression changed drastically. This time, he was genuinely shocked. If that time previously was just him doing it casually, then this time he already unleashed 70% of his strength. It actually could not even withstand a single blow in front of this small, falteringly cluster of fire. Wu Ling's small mouth opened to form a circle, looking at this scene in disbelief.
Big brother, did Master Song Chao underestimate the enemy too much?
This is also too unreal, right? Wu Song's expression was solemn as he shook his head and said, I'm afraid that it's not as simple as underestimating the enemy.
I also felt that that small flame just now was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But looking at it now, the flame was compact to the extreme.
So in the view of outsiders, they can't feel the temperature and aura at all. This fire-controlling technique has reached the acme of perfection.
Wu Ling could not resist looking toward Yu Yuan. Could it be that this hateful guy was actually a fire-controlling expert?
Not bad this time, the flame is much more condensed. However,
it's still far too lacking. If you're still not convinced, you can try again, Yi Yuan said coolly.
In his view, that handling just now was still okay.
Compared to the flashiness without substance before, it was clearly much more condensed.
The alchemists of this northernmost steppe would frequently protect the body and expel the cold with flames and were indeed much stronger than alchemists of other places in terms of fire-controlling technique. It was just that this bit of strength was still inadequate in front of Yi Yuan. One had to know, his alchemy strength was the southern border's #1 person.
And what was a foundational skill of alchemy? It was naturally fire control. In terms of fire control, the world was so big, but there were really scanty few that could win Yi Yuan.
Kid, don't you get cocky.
Watch this song get rid of it for you to see.
Song Chao gritted his teeth and made his move once more.
It was just that no matter how he cast the fire control technique, that small cluster of faltering fire was just like a small diamond, standing steadfast.
Unleashing 7 to 8 moves in a row, Song Chao still could not do anything to the flame. His face was grim until it was almost dripping water. Yi Yuan also got somewhat impatient and said coolly, You're too weak. Better invite your master to come out. In order to reward you, I'll treat you to a cup of wine. Done talking, Yi Yuan poured a cup of wine and pushed it in front of Song Chao. Fragrance immediately suffused everywhere. Song Chao's expression flickered indeterminately, but he discovered to his dismay that he already unleashed all of his ability and really could not do anything to this small cluster of flames. He even had a feeling that even if his master, Empyrean Lone Swan, was here, he might not be able to do anything to it too. But very soon, he chased this kind of ridiculous notion out of his head. How was this possible?
His master was a 7-star alchemy god. He was invincible in this Jiu Luo Ji. How could a mere brat who was still wet behind his ears possibly make his master helpless to do anything? Song Chao's attention was drawn over by the thick wine aroma very soon.
This wine was too fragrant. Fragrant until it made people unable to refuse. Song Chao could not resist swallowing his saliva and finally still downed it in one shot amidst everyone's questioning gazes.
Good wine.
Truly fine wine.
This old man has never drunk before such a delicious wine. The moment the wine entered the mouth, Song Chao could not resist giving praises from the bottom of his heart. He felt a stream of top-quality wine flow into his stomach, which then instantly set his whole body on fire, making each of his pores open up.
It was as if a blazing sun rose in his heart, warming his entire body.
In comparison, the raging fire brew that he had always cherished was simply like garbage.
When everyone saw Song Chao's pleased appearance, they no longer doubted the sunshine glow. Previously, everyone was still half dubious, suspecting if Wu Song was pretending or not. Now, with Master Song Chao personally confirming it, who else would still doubt?
It was just that this way, the group of martial artists hankered after the sunshine glow even more. The feeling of being able to see but not being able to drink was truly uncomfortable.
Kid, I'll help you bring the challenge letter.
But this wine, Song Chao stared fixedly at the small flask in Yi Yuan's hand, his goal self-explanatory.
He said nonchalantly, I said 1 cup, it means 1 cup. Don't give me that look. You go back and tell your master that as long as he, Empyrean Lone Swan, accepts the challenge, if this G loses, this Sunshine Glows recipe will be offered up with both hands. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. With your paltry cultivation base, you can't snatch it away.
Song Chao's eyeballs swiveled around, clearly already having the thought of snatching it. In a place like Jiu Luoji, there was no justice and law at all. Things that caught your fancy, just snatch it. As long as your fist was big, whatever you say works. By the side, someone saw that the atmosphere was not right and warned out of goodwill. Master Song Chao just now, Lightning Blade Wang Hang was planning to take action to snatch, and was defeated by him with one punch. Song Chao's face changed and he cried out in surprise. Lightning Blade Wang Hang? He fused two kinds of power of laws, his strength being already comparable to Fifth Firmament True God. He was actually blown up with one punch. That person said again, Master, so many people were watching it. Could I still be deceiving you? Song Chao's gaze turned intent, only then discovering that it seemed like Yi Yuan really could not be underestimated anymore. It was only to see his gaze turn dark and he said, okay. This old man will help you deliver the challenge letter. But I hope that your alchemy skill isn't just a little bit of fire-controlling technique. Farewell. Finished talking, Song Chao put away the challenge letter and directly left. News spread extremely fast. Juluoji had existed for God knows how many tens of thousands of years already. It had never been heard of that someone dared to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. A 7-star alchemy god was a divine master in the northernmost steppe. Their status was extremely venerated. Now, a hothead that popped out from God knows where actually wanted to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan. For some time, Juluoji that had already been quiet for a long time started boiling with excitement. No way, right? Where did this kid pop out from? Never heard before that a remarkable young alchemist emerged in Juluoji. Might have come over from the northern border? The brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth actually dares to challenge a 7-star alchemy god. Heh. There's a good show to watch now. I heard that kid completely defeated Empyrean Lone Swan's accomplished disciple, Master Song Chao, in a fire battle. Wonder if it's real or fake. It's probably that kid deliberately fabricating it in order to grow his reputation, right? Master Song Chao's fire-controlling technique, saying that it's #1 in Juluoji is not even overboard. Just based on that kid. But I heard that this boy has a kind of wine in his possession that's extremely delicious. Empyrean Lone Swan only accepted the challenge for the sake of this recipe. The news spread out, questioning voices were everywhere in Juluoji. All because of this unknown boy who was going to challenge the god of alchemy Dao in their hearts. No one thought that Yi Yuan had hope. This was completely a suicide-style challenge. In Sky Return Plaza, people were everywhere. A 7-star alchemy god taking action, this was a grand event of Jiu Luoji. Yi Yuan issuing a challenge letter to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan spread throughout the entire Jiu Luoji like the wind. Eldest senior brother, you were also too sloppy. Having master compete in alchemy with a snotty brat. This is disgraceful. Song Chao's junior apprentice brother, Luo Yu, said with a disdainful look. Another junior apprentice brother said, isn't making master compete in alchemy with this brat pretty much the same as having master compete in alchemy with us? This kind of alchemy battle doesn't have the slightest suspense at all. Song Chao smiled coldly and said, what the hell do you guys know? That kid has a wine recipe in his hands. Once we obtain it, we can definitely earn boatloads of money. At that time, North Day assembles Empyrean Dragonjade and Split Wind assembles Empyrean Juanhao will all have to bow their heads in submission toward Master. The moment Luo Yu heard this, he said in puzzlement, Senior apprentice brother, is this wine really as good as you say? Song Chao had a look of recollecting the aftertaste as he said, more than good. It simply brings back endless aftertastes. Senior apprentice brother, I only drank a mouth and during this half a month, my whole body has been warm. I don't even need to use divine essence to ward off the cold with divine fire at all. Delicious Plus keeps out the cold. Who do you think can resist its allure in this northernmost steppe? The apprentice brothers were all skeptical. Since eldest senior brother came back from Raging Fire Tavern the last time, his mouth kept on praising this whatever sunshine glow with endless praises as if he was bedeviled. Seeing him always talk about it every day, these few people also could not help drooling. Among the people in this northernmost steppe, there was none who did not like to drink. Hearing that it was so delicious, how could they not be moved?
Except, those who had drunk before the sunshine glow at present was just Song Chao and Wu Song, two people. Whether it really tasted good or not, they were also not sure.
But they understood in their hearts that if it was really as Song Chao said, then as long as this wine was rolled out, it could absolutely sweep across the extreme north's various territories.
He's here, he's here. Is this boy? So young. At this time, there was suddenly a commotion in the crowd. A ridiculously young figure slowly walked onto the stage. This is also too young, right?
Just like a little kid, he's qualified to challenge Empyrean Lone Swan.
Where did this kid pop out from? Simply blaspheming the idol in my heart. Get down. When the people saw that Yi Yuan was so young, they immediately exploded, having a feeling of being cheated. So young, he probably had not even figured out what were medicinal pills and came to challenge Luoji's alchemy Dao #1 person. Was this a joke? With someone taking the lead to hoot, many people also shouted along, asking Yi Yuan to get down. Yi Yuan had an indifferent look as if he could not hear anything. After a while, these guys would naturally shut up. When Luo Yu saw that Yi Yuan was so young, he was also stunned and said disdainfully, "Heh! Really a fool who overestimates his own ability. So young and he actually dares to challenge Master 2. Truly ignorant." But Song Chao said in a solemn voice, "I don't know how's his pill refinement, but his fire-controlling technique is truly transcendent. If this wasn't the case, why would I make Master take action? I would have suppressed him myself." Luo Yu was surprised when he heard that and said, "Eldest senior brother, you really lost to him in a fire battle?"
Song Chao's expression was slightly dark as he nodded his head.
Luo Yu did not quite dare to believe it. He was naturally aware of Song Chao's fire-controlling technique. Even he was a million miles away compared to Song Chao's skill. But such a formidable eldest senior brother actually lost to this kid. Could it be that he was really an alchemy genius? Right at this time, a powerful aura descended from the sky. Empyrean Lone Swan is here. All thanks to this brat that I can see Empyrean Lone Swan's true face. Lord Lone Swan, teach this punk a good lesson. There was cheering in the crowd. Empyrean Lone Swan was a godlike existence in their hearts.
In this northernmost step, a 7-star alchemy god was the sun in the sky, illuminating the world.
A brat like Yi Yuan rushing into challenging Empyrean Lone Swan was blaspheming the idol in their hearts. An old man in azure robes slowly stepped out of the void. His gaze swept all around, his awe displayed in its entirety.
Disciple pays respect to master. Song Chao brought the group of apprentice brothers and directly knelt down.
Empyrean Lone Swan nodded slightly, his gaze finally landing on Yi Yuan. He could not help being slightly surprised. Yi Yuan's youth still far exceeded his expectations. "You're the Ji Qingyun who wants to challenge this Empyrean?" Empyrean Lone Swan's gaze was scorching as he said. The moment he came up, he applied tremendous pressure on Yi Yuan.
Except Yi Yuan was composed and collected in front of this pressure and even had signs of being able to stand up to it as an equal.
When Empyrean Lone Swan saw the situation, he could not help being surprised in his heart. How could he know that even when Yi Yuan was facing Empyrean Pilljade, that level of horrifying existence, his aura was also not the slightest bit weak. His bit of pressure was too much of a child's play and even had some suspicion of showing off in the presence of an expert. "It's precisely this Yi Yuan said coolly. Empyrean Lone Swan deliberately pretended to be magnanimous as he said, "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters.
To dare come and challenge this Empyrean at a young age, your courage is commendable.
Rest assured, this Empyrean won't be bullying the weak by being strong. In a while, when this Empyrean takes action, I'll definitely pay attention to the proper limits." You picked the medicinal pill then. This battle was simply a piece of cake to him.
It was just that his acting was the demeanor of a grandmaster in the view of those people below. He was tolerant and open-minded.
Indeed well deserving of being Empyrean Lone Swan. Toward a young man's affront, he's actually not angry at all and even has the intention of guiding him.
Heh, you look at that kid.
His proud appearance really pisses people off. Actually, how was there any pride? Yi Yuan just had a calm expression, that was all. It was just that in the view of these people, When Yi Yuan saw a powerhouse like Empyrean Lone Swan, he should be reverent and respectful, trembling with fear and trepidation, akin to treading on thin ice. Only that way would it be apt for Yi Yuan's status. Yi Yuan gave Empyrean Lone Swan a glance and said with a strange expression, "Really want me to pick?" Empyrean Lone Swan could not help laughing as he said, "This Empyrean is a 7-star alchemy god. Battling in alchemy with you, a junior, could it be still let this Empyrean pick?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said indifferently, "In that case, Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill then." Empyrean Lone Swan's gaze turned sharp, almost choking to death. This Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill was one of the medicinal pills with the greatest difficulty among rank 6 divine pills. Even refining it with his current strength, the success rate was also not high. Furthermore, even if it succeeded, the grade would not be too high either. He opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but he did not know what he should say. Say that he could refine? What to do if he screwed it up? Saying that he could not refine? Did he have shame or not? "Junior, you're deliberately here to mess with this Empyrean, right? This medicinal pill, you probably can't even learn the rudiments, right?" Empyrean Lone Swan said with a dark expression. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh, "Looks like you don't have much confidence in refining the Crimson Flame Heavenly Soul Pill. Then why not the Amethyst Instant Pill then?" Empyrean Lone Swan nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. "Don't dig up people's dirt like this." Furthermore, it was another level 9 medicinal pill. He was already very sure that this kid was definitely here to mess with him. Could he have been sent by those few fellows? The Amethyst Instant Pill doesn't work too? Yi Yuan shook his head with a disappointed look. He already lowered the benchmark by a lot, but this Empyrean Lone Swan's strength somewhat disappointed him. Looking at the other party's appearance, he reckoned that being able to reach the middle stage Dao realm was already very impressive. Most likely, he was still lingering around the initial stage Dao realm. Then let's lower the difficulty a bit. Earth Nether Imprint Pill then." Yi Yuan talked to himself. Empyrean Lone Swan's face opposite turned green. This guy was absolutely here to nauseate him. "Humph. Earth Nether Imprint Pill then. This Empyrean wants to see if you really have that much capability to be able to refine a level 9 medicinal pill," Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold snort. Although this Earth Nether Imprint Pill was a level 9 medicinal pill, he still had some confidence. Basically, refining middle grade or even high grade was not too big of a problem. Below the stage, the faces of Xianxia and the rest were similarly ugly. The rank 6 medicinal pills that Yi Yuan said, forget about refining them, they could not even learn the rudiments of them. Their master could naturally refine them, but the success rate was not high either. It was not that they doubted master's strength, but that these medicinal pills were seriously too difficult to refine. But in the view of other martial artists, they were somewhat surprised. Empyrean Lone Swan yielded to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said 3 kinds of medicinal pills, but he chose the final medicinal pill. Clearly, he did not have much confidence in the other 2. "Humph. Ignorant fool. To refine level 9 medicinal pills, one needs to at least enter the Dao realm before one has the chance to refine those pills successfully. He's so young, so could it be that he can be a Dao realm powerhouse?" Song Chao said with a cold smile. "Humph, so what even if he's a Dao realm powerhouse? Our master is already peak initial stage Dao realm. Coupled with the disparity in cultivation realm and soul force, could he still lose to him?" Luo Yu said with a disdainful look. Amidst the questioning voices, the 2 people started the alchemy battle. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan's aura released, everyone burst into an uproar. These martial artists had never seen a 7-star alchemy god take action before. The moment he made his move at this time, it was God knows how many times stronger than the likes of Song Chao. To these martial artists, it was incredibly astonishing. This is the strength of a 7-star alchemy god. Even level 9 medicinal pills are also a piece of cake to Lord Lone Swan, right? That kid actually wants to challenge such an existence. Is his head okay? In my view, this kid is deliberately here to nauseate people. At his age, knowing some superficial knowledge is already pretty good. The moment Empyrean Lone Swan made his move, It gave people an extremely breathtaking feeling. It was as if what everyone saw in the past were all ugly girls. Now, suddenly seeing a top-grade beauty, it drove people crazy. There was a wave of cheering voices below the stage, cries of exclamations, as well as disdainful voices toward Yi Yuan. Ning Tianping could not resist rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, "Truly a bunch of bumpkins who have never seen the world before. This bit of strength can let them cheer until like this." Song Chao was standing right beside him. Hearing that, he said in a great rage, "This bit of strength? That brat probably doesn't know how to refine pills at all, right? You look, he hasn't even started until now." Ning Tianping laughed in spite of himself and said, "My lord is being kind-hearted and is giving your master a chance to perform. The moment he makes his move, your master will be crushed until he could be badly mauled all over." Song Chao smiled coldly and said, "Being razor-tongued can't change the outcome too. You guys had best be prepared to hand over the Sunshine Glows recipe." Yi Yuan stood on the stage, his gaze brimming with a look of disappointment. Empyrean Longswan's bit of strength could not even compare to the weakest Empyrean in the Cloud Pill Summit. "Open!" Yi Yuan gave a low cry, reached his hand out, and beckoned. The medicinal pills were all taken into the medicinal cauldron. Immediately after, a vast surging aura burst out of his body. Everyone's cheers abruptly ceased. Under Yi Yuan's aura, Empyrean Longswan's alchemy aura was like a baby, weak to the extreme. Empyrean Longswan's expression changed wildly. The seals formed in his hands could not help but to stop. It was only to hear a puff. A burnt smell came out of the medicinal cauldron. The materials inside were directly being refined into a ruined pill. It was very taxing for him to refine level 9 medicinal pills to begin with, so how could he withstand Yi Yuan's heavy pressure? To him, Yi Yuan's aura was like Mount Tai crushing down on top of him. He did not have the slightest strength to resist at all. A shock to the extreme expressions appeared on Empyrean Longswan's face. However, he did not fly into a great rage but was attracted by Yi Yuan's pill refinement very soon. Not just him. His disciples were also drawn by Yi Yuan's bedazzling pill refinement. In a place like the northernmost steppe, encountering such earth-shaking alchemy skill was undoubtedly like a good rain after a long drought to them. Yi Yuan's every move and action had a tremendous sense of beauty, possessing unusually deep Tao accumulations. In their eyes, Yi Yuan was not refining pills but manipulating the great Tao. This kind of alchemy skill had simply reached the acme of perfection. Inconceivable. Amidst everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill. Only after a long time did Empyrean Longswan awaken from the shock. Then, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, he bowed in salute toward Yi Yuan and said, "Master Ji's alchemy cultivation is unrivaled. Longswan admires greatly. This, Lord Longswan, an exalted Empyrean, actually paid such solemn respects to a true God Realm boy. Shocking. Too shocking. I originally thought that Lord Longswan's alchemy cultivation already reached the acme of perfection. Who knew that Master Ji's alchemy strength is more than 100 times stronger than Lord Longswan?" In Sky Return Plaza, astonished voices rose and ebbed like waves. A dignified 7-star alchemy god actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple to a 6-star alchemy god. How could it not make people marvel? These martial artists were not versed in alchemy and did not understand the disparity between Empyrean Longswan and Yi Yuan. But as an alchemist, Empyrean Longswan understood that the disparity between him and Yi Yuan was too big. People should not look at how he was a 7-star alchemy god. The rank 7 divine pills that he could refine were very limited. When rank 7 divine pills reached level 3 difficulty and above, one could not refine them at all if their realm was lacking. Hence, when he saw that Yi Yuan had such strength, he was immediately shocked beyond words. As for Song Chao and the rest, they had long turned to stone on the spot. Their godlike master was actually defeated just like this? How could this brat-like young man have such terrifying alchemy strength? This? Longswan has many questions on alchemy. I wonder if Master Ji has spare time to give Longswan a pointer or two. Empyrean Longswan asked carefully. Yi Yuan said coolly, "The northernmost steppes alchemy Tao is behind the times. Coming here, This G will just take it as giving you a fortuitous encounter.
The moment Emperor Lone Swan heard, he could not help being overjoyed.
If there were no accidents, his accomplishments in alchemy would just be like that for life. But if there was someone giving guidance, especially the guidance of a master like Yi Yuan, that would be totally different. Many thanks, Master Ji, for showing pity.
Lone Swan can't repay it even with 10,000 deaths. Lone Swan was incredibly agitated and gave another respectful bow toward Yi Yuan.
Finished saying, he straightened his back and immediately recovered his Emperor's majesty as he said in a clear voice, "From today onward, Master Ji is this Emperor's distinguished guest. If anyone dares to offend Master Ji, it's setting yourself against this Emperor." Several days later, a piece of extremely explosive news spread throughout the entire Jiuluoji.
Emperor Lone Swan acknowledged Ji Qingyun as his master and paid respects to the latter as a disciple.
This news was akin to a heavyweight bombshell, stirring up titanic waves in Jiuluoji. Did I hear wrongly?
No matter how powerful that Ji Qingyun is, he's also merely a 6-star alchemy god. Does Lord Lone Swan have this need?
Truly inconceivable. A 7-star alchemy god actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy god as a master. I've lived for tens of thousands of years, but it's still my first time hearing of such a thing. Just what kind of god is Ji Qingyun, to actually be able to bring Lord Lone Swan into submission? The entire Jiuluoji blew up. Everyone was discussing this matter frenziedly. Everyone was filled with curiosity toward this Ji Qingyun that popped out from no idea where. Emperor Lone Swan had always been a godlike figure in Jiuluoji all along. Even Emperor powerhouses also showed extra reverence to him and did not dare to offend in the slightest. But now, this kind of godlike existence actually acknowledged a 1,000-over-years-old youth as his master. It was simply too astonishing.
But very soon, another explosive news came over. Grand Pill Establishment rolled out a new kind of wine. The name of the wine was Sunshine Glow. Grand Pill Establishment was recruiting 9 sales representatives. Once the news came out, it immediately caused a great sensation in the entire Jiuluoji.
This Grand Pill Establishment was Emperor Lone Swan's force.
Not only this wine called Sunshine Glow had excellent taste, but it also had the effect of keeping out the cold.
As long as Celestial Deity Realm martial artists drank a cup, they would not need to use any cold warding method for half a month.
As soon as this wine was rolled out, it immediately spread throughout the entire Jiuluoji in a frenzy. Various restaurants, taverns, and wine shops rushed toward Grand Pill Establishment crazily, wanting to obtain Sunshine Glow's dealership rights.
Hearing this news, Zhang Tu almost went mad. Others did not know, but he knew that this Sunshine Glow was Master Ji's wine. Now, his intestines were almost green with regret. Back then, if not for a moment of muddle-headedness, offending Master Ji, with the Raging Fire Tavern strength and his relationship with Master Song Chao, wouldn't getting Sunshine Glow's dealership rights still be accomplished with ease?
But sadly, there was no regret medicine in this world that could be eaten. Even so, Zhang Tu still brought a large gift and went to find Song Chao. Master Song Chao, you're also aware, my Raging Fire Tavern is #1 in Jiuluoji. There are hundreds of branches alone.
#1? Heh. That's all in the past.
The moment Sunshine Glow emerged, your Raging Fire Tavern probably can't even enter the top 10 anymore. Brother, don't blame me. Wanna blame someone? Blame yourself for not having eyes, offending Grandmaster. These things, bring them away. If Grandmaster knew about it, wouldn't he break my legs?
Zhang Tu's words were not finished saying yet and were interrupted by Song Chao coldly, directly issuing an order to evict the guest. Leaving the Song Manor, Zhang Tu felt like the entire world turned gloomy. A single misstep resulted in eternal regret. In the old days, his Raging Fire brew was unique in Jiuluoji. Could be said that he could summon the rain and wind in Jiuluoji.
But now, the Raging Fire brew was left without anyone caring about it overnight. Sure enough, the 9 great representatives were picked very quickly. As soon as Sunshine Glow came out, it was akin to like a fierce wind passing through, being all the rage. There were long queues in the shops of the 9 sales representatives every day. Many martial artists queued for several days and nights in order to taste a mouthful of this legendary Sunshine Glow. Really too freaking delicious.
Grand Pill Establishment is really harming people. After drinking this wine, Drinking other wines will be like horse piss. Equipped with this jar, I won't need to think of ways to ward off the cold within a year anymore.
This wine should only belong in the heavens.
Fine wine. Fine wine. After Sunshine Glow came out, it became an extremely popular item very soon. Even if Grand Pill Establishment brewed it around the clock, it was also unable to satisfy the enthusiasm of all the martial artists. Later on, the various major restaurants could only limit the supply. A cup of Sunshine Glow was even hiked to a sky-high price. But even so, no one would go and sell the wine at all.
People who had the luck to purchase the wine all cherished what was theirs, hiding and tucking it away, fearful of being known by people.
On this day, Xianxia finally purchased a small jar of Sunshine Glow after queuing for 7 days and nights. Hence, he could not wait and drank a mouthful. The moment the wine entered the abdomen, a mellowness instantly spread throughout his 4 limbs and bones, as if an electric current ran through. At the same time, a hot current gathered at this dantian area, as if it was the blazing sun illuminating from high up, continuously warming his body.
Fine wine.
Truly excellent wine. Xianxia could not resist praising.
But after praising, his expression turned dim.
Such a fine wine. He actually passed right by it. Originally, it should be him who became a figure who could summon the wind and rain in this Jiluoji. But now everything was gone.
Inside Grand Pill Establishment, Emperor Lone Swan was looking at Yi Yuan with a look of worship.
Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all fours in admiration.
After Yi Yuan entered Grand Pill Establishment, Emperor Lone Swan asked him about some areas that he did not understand. The incisiveness of Yi Yuan's understanding took his breath away in astonishment.
On some areas that were obstructed originally, he suddenly saw the light. The following few days, the more he consulted Yi Yuan on alchemy Dao, the more that he felt that Yi Yuan was unfathomable.
He even suspected whether or not Yi Yuan already stepped into the legendary ancestor realm.
Otherwise, how could he have such a deep understanding of alchemy Dao? Therefore, he steeled his resolve and acknowledged Yi Yuan as his master. Yi Yuan hesitated for a moment but still agreed.
This Emperor Lone Swan could acknowledge him as master. As a 7-star, it could be seen that he genuinely loved alchemy. Furthermore, Yi Yuan still had to borrow Emperor Lone Swan's power to save Lure.
After acknowledging him as his disciple, Yi Yuan took out the Sunshine Glow's recipe and handed it to Emperor Lone Swan.
After Emperor Lone Swan drank the Sunshine Glow, he felt even more respect towards Yi Yuan from the depths of his heart. As the saying went, those who reached first can teach. Yi Yuan could casually take out such a freakish pill formula. It could be seen how deep his attainments in alchemy Dao were.
Indeed, as expected, as soon as Sunshine Glow rolled out, it immediately swept across Jiluoji and allowed Grand Pill Establishment earn boatloads of money.
Listening attentively to Master preach on Dao these few days, this disciple suddenly saw the light and seemed to have already touched the threshold of middle-stage Dao realm. Emperor Lone Swan said excitedly.
Yi Yuan gave him a glance and shook his head and said, "You're still far away. Although you became an Empyrean and a 7-star alchemy god, your foundation is too shallow. It seems like you've already touched the threshold of middle-stage Dao realm, but in reality you're too far away. Even if give you 1,000, 10,000 years, you might not be able to enter middle-stage Dao realm too." Imparting Dao to Lone Swan these few days, Yi Yuan was already shocked.
He had never seen before a 7-star alchemy god with such a shallow foundation. Being able to enter 7-star, this Emperor Lone Swan absolutely got massively lucky. Placed in the southern border, Emperor Lone Swan was probably even inferior to Yun Yi, let alone talk about other 7-star alchemy gods.
Hearing Yi Yuan's face, Emperor Lone Swan also had a look of embarrassment on his face as he said with vicissitudes of emotion, "It's exactly as Master said. It's just that this northernmost step, spirit medicines are lacking and inheritances are missing. Wanting to step into 7-star is as hard as ascending to heaven."
Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Hence, if you want to improve further, don't reach beyond your grasp, but be down to earth."
Emperor Lone Swan repeatedly said yes. The two people chatted for a while when Emperor Lone Swan suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, Jiluoji's other 7 great Empyreans have heard about you. All of them want to come over to pay respects to you. I wonder, what's your opinion?"
Yi Yuan's brows raised up, thinking to himself that the thing he waited for finally came.
He naturally did not do so many things in order to show off his power and make a name for himself. It was actually in order to make these Empyreans pay him a visit.
Jiu Luoji had 9 great Empyreans. Yi Yuan, as an outsider, running over to ask for people without rhyme or reason was no different from a lamb being thrown to the wolves.
Then what could let him get close to these Empyreans? It was naturally alchemy.
Since Empyreans revered alchemy immensely, then as long as he displayed his alchemy strength, would these Empyreans still not look to him for help?
In addition, Yi Yuan also took out the Sunshine Glow, this major killing tool. These Empyreans would view him in a different light even more. As for Empyrean Lone Swan wanting to acknowledge him as master, this exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations.
8 Empyreans appearing in unison, the atmosphere in the hall became heavy all of a sudden.
Song Chao and the rest of the disciples waited upon them carefully, not daring to even breathe loudly. Yi Yuan sat up straight, looking calm and composed. The 8 great Empyreans all sized Yi Yuan up with curious faces, clearly all carrying a trace of doubt. They never would have thought that Empyrean Lone Swan's master was actually so young. Master, disciple will introduce to you. This is Sword Star Pavilion's Empyrean Void Sword, Empyrean Lone Swan said.
Master Ji, Empyrean Void Sword said with clasped hands.
Yi Yuan looked over, nodded his head slightly, which was considered to have greeted Empyrean Void Sword.
Empyrean Void Sword's brows furrowed, thinking to himself that this boy was so arrogant.
Empyrean Lone Swan appeared slightly awkward, but he knew that Master had great ability. Being a little cold and arrogant was normal. Hence, he carried on making introductions to several others. This is Ice Cloud Tower's master, Empyrean Ice Cloud. Her ice attribute laws have reached the acme of perfection, with her strength being powerful.
But the 4th one that Empyrean Lone Swan introduced was a middle-aged woman who had already partly lost her good looks but still retained her graceful bearing. Actually, from the moment she came in, Yi Yuan's attention was placed on her. Among Jiu Luoji's 9 great Empyreans, only this Empyrean Ice Cloud was a woman. Who could it be if it was not her?
MMM. Yi Yuan still grunted a response perfunctorily. Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort and said, "Your esteemed self is also a little too arrogant, right? We're this Jiu Luoji's masters no matter what. Us greeting you and you gave us this kind of attitude." The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard this, he knew that it was going to be bad. Others did not know, but he knew that his master was not being arrogant. It was his master having the confidence. How could ordinary Empyreans enter his eyes? It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud, this old lady's temper, was not an ordinary kind of cold arrogance. How could she stand Yi Yuan's attitude?
Sure enough, the other Empyreans were all reserved. But reaching her, it broke down. Clearly, the other Empyreans also knew Empyrean Ice Cloud's temper and were all waiting for her to jump out.
Everyone was not a fool. For Empyrean Lone Swan to be able to acknowledge such a young person as his master, this young man definitely had aspects surpassing others.
Although they all did not believe it, they also would not be silly enough to go and offend the other party.
After all, they were all here to request for pills, and not to look for trouble.
Once they offended the master, where would they go to find medicinal pills?
Sure enough, Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly and he said indifferently, "If Empyrean Ice Cloud feels like this G's attitude is haughty, you can leave first. You all came here simply for the sake of requesting for pills. Since you have something to ask this G, then whatever attitude I have, you have to endure it. Isn't that so?" The moment the group of Empyreans heard, they all thought, "Terrific fellow," indeed clashed. How venerated was Empyrean Ice Cloud's status in this Jiu Luoji?
When had she suffered this kind of wrong before? It was only to see her laugh. She then said, "Hoo-hoo.
What a wildly arrogant Master G. I wonder if your ability is as great as your spirit." Yi Yuan gave her a light glance and said coolly, "How can my ability be what you can gauge? I already said, those who don't believe me can very well leave."
You. Empyrean Ice Cloud's frosty eyebrows rose in anger and she suddenly stood up.
With her flying into a rage, Empyrean pressure swept over toward Yi Yuan crazily. She actually wanted to take action. With this, Empyrean Lone Swan was enraged too. He said with a cold snort, "Ice Cloud, Letting you all come in is Master giving you guys face. But you're not giving this Empyrean face like this. This place doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Also, don't come and beg this Empyrean for medicinal pills for your ice cloud tower anymore in the future.
Empyrean Lone Swan had long already prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan these few days. Although he was an Empyrean, he would never put on any airs of an Empyrean in front of Yi Yuan. Who could have thought that this ice cloud did not give face at all and actually questioned Master in front of him and even wanted to attack?
How could he tolerate it? Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression darkened. Empyrean Lone Swan's move was too vicious.
In this northernmost step, 7-star alchemy gods could be this arrogant.
No one dared to offend a 7-star alchemy god. Once offended, one could only feel endless regret. Their cultivation could only rely on luck in the future.
Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was extremely ugly, standing there at a loss on what to do. The others were also secretly startled. They all did not think that the normally incomparably lofty Empyrean Lone Swan was actually so respectful toward Yi Yuan.
Empyrean Void Sword hurriedly stepped forward to be a mediator, saying with a smile, "The two of you, don't get angry. Since Master Ji is Empyrean Lone Swan's master, then he naturally has genuine ability. Younger sister Ice Cloud, you also have to fix your temper."
Empyrean Ice Cloud gave a cold snort but did not dare to make a sound anymore. But she still had a stubborn look on her face, not having the intention of backing down. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and said, "I know that everyone questions my strength, but how can my ability be what you can imagine?
As long as you all can pool together enough spirit medicines, this G will create 10 Empyreans for you. Where's the difficulty in that?" The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed disbelieving expressions.
Which of them did not corroborate their Tao as Empyreans after narrow escapes bathed in bloody slaughters in this northernmost step?
How could Empyrean powerhouses be created as you wished? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face had an even more apparent sneer. But this time, she learned to be smart and just smiled coldly and did not speak.
Hey, you all don't put on those expressions. That day when I had the alchemy battle with Master, I didn't open my furnace. But do you all know what grade was Master's Earth Nether imprint pill? Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold smile.
Empyrean Void Sword said hesitantly, "What grade was it? Could it have been superior grade?"
Another Empyrean said, "Heaven grade." Hoo-hoo, you all see for yourselves.
Empyrean Lone Swan laughed coldly and threw a small bottle to Empyrean Void Sword. Empyrean Void Sword caught the medicine bottle curiously. The others all stared at all, similarly having curious faces.
Looking at Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, could it be divine grade? Except, they denied this notion very quickly. How is this possible?
Earth Nether imprint pill was a level 9 medicinal pill. They knew that Empyrean Lone Swan could at most only refine high grade. Even if this Yi Yuan was formidable, he was also merely a 6-star alchemy god. At the very most, it was also just peak heaven grade.
Empyrean Void Sword probed with divine sense and his expression suddenly changed wildly, looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified face as if he had seen a ghost.
"Brother Void Sword, just what grade is it?" When everyone saw his expression, they became even more curious. Could it really be divine grade?
Void Sword threw the small bottle to another Empyrean and said with a sigh, "Brother Huiming, you see for yourself." The medicinal bottle passed around the hands of the Empyrean powerhouses.
After the person in front finished inspecting, they just silently passed it to the next person, the expression on their faces incomparably stunned.
Even someone as cold as ice like Empyrean Ice Cloud also had her curiosity stirred.
She thought to herself, could this medicinal pill really be divine grade? Younger sister Ice Cloud, you take a look for yourself.
Among the 8 people, the stronger Empyrean Redfeather heaved a slight sigh and passed the small medicinal bottle to Empyrean Ice Cloud.
Ice Cloud looked at him curiously, caught the small bottle that was thrown over and said scornfully, "Even if it's divine grade, it's also not to the extent of making all of you have this expression, right? Humph.
So what if it's divine grade? Is this the reason for looking down on us?" As she expressed her derision, she sunk her divine sense into the small bottle.
Talking until the end, her entire sentence was stuck in her throat, and she only felt that her throat was incomparably dry. Vast spirit, divine grade. How is this possible?
Empyrean Ice Cloud's pupils constricted, her gaze full of disbelief. Vast Spirit Divine Pill.
In this vast expanse of northernmost steppe, had vast spirit divine pills appeared before?
Empyrean Ice Cloud was also not too sure, but most likely it had never occurred.
Although the northernmost steppe was boundlessly vast, the seven-star alchemy gods added up were also just those few.
Even if those people's strengths were stronger than Empyrean Lone Swan, it was also not that much stronger.
Forget about having them refine vast spirit divine pills. Even ordinary purple spirit divine grade, they probably could not refine it.
Even if refined, it was also those level 1 and 2 simple medicinal pills.
The difficulty of level 9 medicinal pills to them was too high. But this young man in front of them actually refined a vast spirit divine pill with the cultivation realm of a 6-star alchemy god.
How is this possible?
Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud. You were too impulsive.
How can someone capable of making younger brother Lone Swan respect so much not have some ability? Empyrean Redfeather also sighed slightly and said,
Some ability? Heh, Master G. Doesn't have just some ability here. Empyrean Void Sword said with a laugh. Humph. This Empyrean is also a respected figure in this northernmost steppe. If not for Master's alchemy Tao making me look up to it, why would I acknowledge him as my master? Ice Cloud, before you came in you said that you talk nicely. That's why this Empyrean agreed. But now, after entering Grand Pill Establishment, you disrespected Master. This Empyrean can't help you anymore. Empyrean Lone Swan said with a cold snort.
Wouldn't Empyrean Ice Cloud looking down on Yi Yuan be equivalent to looking down on him, Empyrean Lone Swan?
How silly would he have been to acknowledge an incapable 6-star alchemy god as his master? This, Master G, I... Empyrean Ice Cloud stammered and already did not know what she should say. A 6-star alchemy god capable of refining vast spirit divine pills was absolutely a Mount Tai existence in this northernmost steppe. She actually questioned such a major power just now. Only now did she know that when Yi Yuan said he could create an Empyrean powerhouse with a flip of his hand, those were not empty words.
Since Yi Yuan could refine a vast spirit divine grade earth nether imprint pill, then refining a divine grade and above heaven season good fortune pill was absolutely nothing difficult.
It was just that the spirit medicines that the heaven seizing good fortune pill required were too hard to come by. Otherwise, wouldn't Yi Yuan creating a batch of Empyrean powerhouses be like taking something out of his pocket? Empyrean Ice Cloud, you can leave now. The medicinal pills that you're requesting for, this G won't refine them. In addition, all of Grand Pill Establishment's medicinal pill supply to your Ice Cloud Tower will discontinue starting from today. Yi Yuan opened his mouth coolly and directly issued the order to chase away the guest. He sneered coldly to no end in his heart. Finally, he showed Empyrean Ice Cloud some colors.
To dare treat lure like so, how could it do to not let you taste the flavor of despair? Right from the start, Yi Yuan never planned on dropping in to ask Empyrean Ice Cloud to release her.
That was the worst strategy. He thought even less of snatching lure with martial strength. Really pressing this Empyrean Ice Cloud into a corner, she might really hurt lure.
Since the identity of an alchemist was useful, then what did bringing Jiao Luo Ji to its knees and compelling the northernmost steppe to submit count for with his strength?
One had to know, he defeated the entire southern border's alchemy world with his power alone. Yi Yuan's plan was to overpower her until she yielded. And he also wanted to make her send lure over obediently. You, bullying people too far. When had Empyrean Ice Cloud suffered this kind of treatment before? She was angered until her middle-aged expression was icy cold.
Empyrean Ice Cloud was still thinking of apologizing. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not give her the chance at all, directly cutting off Ice Cloud Tower's grain.
Yi Yuan said coolly, bullying people too far? This is just you bringing trouble to yourself. Empyrean Redfeather could not quite look on anymore and spoke up. Master G, younger sister Ice Cloud, she...
Before he finished speaking, Yi Yuan's expression turned cold and he said in a cold voice, if anyone intercedes for her, don't come to Grand Pill Establishment to request for pills anymore in the future. The faces of all the Empyreans changed and they indeed did not dare to say any more.
They had already witnessed Yi Yuan's strength. Although it could not directly increase their strength, it could make their factions much more powerful. How could such a person be casually offended? Even Empyrean Ice Cloud, this kind of hothead, was purely looking for abuse by opposing Yi Yuan. Song Chao and the rest watched until they were quaking in their boots by the side. Good lord. Their grandmaster was really domineering.
Empyrean Ice Cloud's chest heaved up and down and she gritted her teeth and said, "Good, good, good. This Empyrean doesn't believe that in this northernmost step there's just you, one alchemist." Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud flicked her sleeves and left.
Master, this Empyrean Lone Swan also did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually have such an intense reaction and did not even hesitate. In this northernmost step, the 7-star alchemy gods were not just him alone.
Hearing Empyrean Ice Cloud's meaning, she was clearly planning to find other assemble 7-star alchemy gods to cooperate.
But Yi Yuan did not care in the slightest and said coolly, "Lone Swan, remember,
under my charge, alchemists mustn't be insulted. Not only this G is like this, you as well as Song Chao, they all need to have this confidence, understood?" Empyrean Lone Swan's expression turned somber and then he bowed and said, "Yes, disciple understands."
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and continued, "Lone Swan, starting from tomorrow, you accompany me and head to the surrounding territories to pay a visit to fellow alchemists in the steppes." The moment these words came out, all of the Empyreans' faces changed. Goodness, this was ruthless extermination. If one was unconvinced, kill until the person submitted. Not only was this young man's strength formidable, but his temper was also similarly arrogant. This kind of person must not be offended. All of the Empyreans' hearts turned cold and naturally understood that Yi Yuan was killing the chicken to warn the monkeys. "Yes, master," Lone Swan said respectfully. At the same time, he was delighted in his heart. With master garrisoning, Grand Pill Establishment could do as it pleased in the northernmost step this time.
Haha, Master G, this Empyrean has always been on close terms with Lone Swan. Coming here this time, I want to request for several medicinal pills, Empyrean Redfeather said with some awkwardness.
Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "This is naturally not a problem. If you need rank 6 divine pills, as long as you all gather the spirit medicines, I'll definitely return you a divine-grade medicinal pill. As for rank 7 divine pills, wait for a few more days. I believe that Lone Swan will be able to give you all a pleasant surprise." When everyone heard that, their hearts could not help jumping. Following that, it was wild elation. Rank 7 divine pills were too hard to come across in this northernmost step.
In Ice Cloud Tower's dungeon, it was gloomy and cold and also damp.
Several celestial deity realm disciples guarding were chatting while drinking wine to warm themselves.
"Did you hear? Our Ice Cloud Tower has completely fallen out with the Grand Pill Establishment. They directly cut off our medicinal pills supply. I heard that Martial Ancestor flew into a thunderous rage after returning.
Senior apprentice sister Li got a little on her bad side and was actually killed by her with one palm." "What?
Cut off the medicinal pills supply?
Then what should we do about our cultivation in the future? I heard that Martial Ancestor already sent people to arrange things with North Day Assemble's Empyrean Dragonjade. I believe that there will be a result very soon. But that Master G who's new is really too scary to actually be able to make Empyrean Lone Swan acknowledge him as a master."
"Master G?
Which Master G? When did our Jioluo G have an additional Master G?"
"Hoo-hoo, junior apprentice sister, you were guarding the dungeon these few days and don't know about the outside world's situation. This Master G is called Ji Qingyun. Although he's just a 6-star alchemy god, he defeated Lord Lone Swan in public.
Later, Lord Lone Swan even put aside the face of an Empyrean and acknowledged him as a master. Oh right, this Master G even brought a kind of fine wine called Sunshine Glow. It's already being snatched like crazy outside now. So impressive?"
That junior apprentice sister's mouth opened wide, a face of disbelief.
Empyrean Lone Swan was a godlike existence in her eyes. But now, this godlike existence actually acknowledged a 6-star alchemy god as his master. Then how formidable was the other party? She was already unable to imagine it.
Inside the dungeon, when a gaunt and thin figure heard Ji Qingyun, these 3 words, her beautiful figure suddenly trembled.
Following that, she actually wept with joy.
"He came.
I knew it.
I know that you'll be fine."
If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize with one glance, and this thin figure was precisely the Luer that he had already not seen for more than 1,000 years. In these several decades, Luer had always been suffering torment. Eldest senior sister Xianxia told her that her master already sent senior apprentice sister Sun to go capture Yi Yuan. When senior apprentice sister Sun captured Yi Yuan and brought him back, if she still dared to disagree with the wedding with Feng Tianyang, her master would sentence Yi Yuan to death. Senior apprentice sister Sun had left several decades ago. Calculating it, she should also be coming back. Luer naturally had confidence in her young master. But the more she cultivated, the more she knew that cultivation was not easy. Senior apprentice sister Sun was a top 5 ranking existence in Jiluoji, being a late-stage true god realm mighty expert. Even if Yi Yuan was formidable, it was likely hard to resist senior apprentice sister Sun too. Hence, these several dozen years, Luer did not have a single day where she could cultivate serenely, and also did not have a day where she could rest well. Presently, she had a wan and sallow appearance. If Yi Yuan was here, his heart would probably ache terribly. But earlier, the discussion of Ice Cloud Tower's third-generation disciples made Luer wildly ecstatic. All the worries in these several decades, all of the suffering, completely vanished without a trace at this moment. Sure enough, young master was invincible. He came to save me. Ji Qingyun this name, others did not know it, but how could she, Luer, not know? Moreover, to be able to make a 7-star alchemy god put aside his pride and acknowledge this figure as a master, who could it be if not her young master? The current Luer was proud and also delighted and also touched. The pain and resentment of these few years had long already evaporated into thin air. Turns out that his excellency is already so incredible. Even a 7-star alchemy god like Lord Lone Swan actually has to acknowledge him as a master. Lua's eyes sparkled, the joyous emotion not only expressed in words but also on the face. She knew that her young master was incredible. But she did not expect that 1,000 years had passed and he was already formidable to such a degree. Even Empyrean powerhouses had to acknowledge him as a master. Great martial ant! Luer was currently rejoicing on her own when several panicky voices suddenly came from outside. She hurriedly reined in her emotions and concealed her joy. Although Luer was pure, she was not dumb. Since Yi Yuan changed his name and came to this northernmost step, he definitely had his plans. If she gave it away, not only would it disrupt Yi Yuan's plans, it might even put Yi Yuan in danger. Xianxia was born with a mean face and had a high and mighty appearance, making people give rise to detest the moment they saw her. But in this ice cloud tower, her seniority was the oldest and her strength the strongest. Seeing Luer, Xianxia had a cold smile on her face as she said, "You're ungrateful slut, you really don't know what's good for you. Master imparted to you cultivation methods and provided resources for your cultivation. Now, asking you to do a little something, you threaten to die." Luer said coolly, "Senior apprentice sister, don't need to say anymore. If Master makes Luer go and fight, even if I die on the battlefield, Luer will also not have any complaints. But, making Luer commit to Feng Tianyang, that bastard, Luer would rather die than submit." Xianxia curled her mouth and said disdainfully, "What's wrong with Feng Tianyang? He's this northernmost steppes young generation's #1 person. Getting his favor is your fortune cultivated from your previous life." Luer said, "Senior apprentice sister, you don't need to say anymore. These words, Luer has already listened until my ears are growing calluses. How that Feng Tianyang's temperament is, I believe that senior apprentice sister is even clearer than me." Seeing that Luer was impervious to everything, Xianxia could not help feeling angry and said in a solemn voice, "Humph. Are you still harboring hope in your heart? Let me tell you, your senior apprentice sister Sun has already sent news that your little lover has already been captured by her. 3 years if it's short, 5 years if it's long, they will be able to return to Jiluoji." Xianxia wanted to see a panicky expression from Luer's face or even kneel on the ground to beg for mercy. But she was disappointed. If it were before, Luer would still be worried. Now, Luer knew that Jiluoji had an addition Ji Qingyun. So why would she be worried? However, Luer's face still changed colors slightly. It was just that it was reined in very quickly, recovering to an indifferent expression as she said coolly, "Is that so? Senior apprentice sister Soon left for several decades and has never been heard of since. But today, she suddenly sent news. Don't eldest senior sister find it strange? Saying any more is pointless. If senior apprentice sister Soon really brought young master over, Luer will naturally submit." With Yi Yuan's news, Luer had much more confidence when speaking. "You, little slut, you really think that I don't dare to do anything to you?" He Xiangyun said furiously. Luer could not be bothered to argue with He Xiangyun and simply shut her two eyes. Luer ignored her. Good, good, good. What a stubborn little slut. I want to see if you're forged out of iron." Under He Xiangyun's rage, she repeatedly fired out several seals. Lightning suddenly shot from everywhere in the entire dungeon. Luer cried out painfully, her whole body being bound up by frenzied electricity. But the stubborn Luer did not make a sound. It was just that the light moans that came from time to time showed her current agony. The 5 lightning array formation was laid down in this dungeon. It was in order to prevent prisoners from escaping and also to carry out punishments. Since Luer went into the prison, He Xiangyun would come and torture Luer when she was unhappy, all the way until Luer spasmed on the ground in pain. Only then would she leave in satisfaction. But this was already no idea how many times. When those celestial deity realm disciples outside heard the lightning sounds coming from inside, they knew that Martial Ant Luer was being tortured again. All of them were frightened until they were silent like cicadas in winter. Only all the way until after more than 2 hours after Luer laid on the ground and made no more sounds did He Xiangyun laugh coldly. She then said, "TSK, TSK, really pity my little junior sister. Although I can't kill you, seeing you get tormented every day is still very satisfying, ha ha." In front of Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower, second senior sister Yang Fei said anxiously, "Master, our Ice Cloud Tower has already not had gotten new medicinal pills for the greater part of this year. At present, the medicinal pills reserves are already less than 10%. He Xiangyun smiled and said, "Junior apprentice sister, what are you anxious about? In this northernmost step, what can stump master?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's face was cold as frost as she said coolly, "Humph, that boy thinks that by relying on a mere grand pill establishment, he can boycott our Ice Cloud Tower? Truly overestimating his own ability. Although the northernmost step respects alchemists, the ones who know how to refine pills aren't just one lone swan alone. Hoo-hoo, that boy has just arrived. How can he understand master's means?" He Xiangyun continued buttering up. But actually, she was still somewhat unhappy in her heart. She was presently already 9th firmament true god and already not far from grand completion true god realm. He Xiangyun heard that Master Ji's ability was remarkable and could even refine a divine-grade heaven-seizing good fortune pill. If she could obtain one, wouldn't she be able to corroborate her Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean? There was just this one shop in this northernmost step. Yet her master offended him. Now, being boycotted by him, this thoroughly throttled her trace of hope to break through to become an Empyrean. He Xiangyun understood her potential. It was likely that the grand completion true god realm was her limit. As for Empyrean, this step was far too difficult. In this greater part of a year, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran everywhere and finally managed to fix up a contract with North Day Assembles Empyrean Dragonjade. They agreed to provide Ice Cloud Tower with medicinal pills. While it was a little troublesome, it was not to the point of having no medicinal pills. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression eased up slightly and she said coolly, "Amen, counting the time. The first batch of medicinal pills should already be almost arriving. No need to worry too much. Rather, that last Soon side has no news whatsoever until now. Could some accident have happened?" He Xiangyun smiled and said, "Master is worrying too much. A mere imperial city. What formidable character can it produce? Rather, it might be that junior apprentice sister Soon couldn't find the person. That's why it delayed some time." Empyrean Ice Cloud nodded her head slightly, also feeling that it was not too likely. But by the side, Yang Feier's pretty face changed slightly. If junior apprentice sister Soon brought that Yang Feier back, little junior sister would definitely be forced to give in. The few people were currently chatting when suddenly Empyrean Ice Cloud's thoughts stirred. Only to see her spit divine essence. A powerful virtual image appeared in the Great Hall.
Seeing the person, a trace of a smile finally appeared on Empyrean Ice Cloud's 10,000-year ice face.
Brother Dragonjade, how have you been? Suddenly coming to find Ice Cloud. Could it be that the first batch of medicinal pills we agreed upon is arriving? Ice Cloud said smilingly.
This virtual image was shockingly a wisp of Empyrean Dragonjade's divine sense. Dragonjade smiled and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, this Empyrean is finding you to let you know that our cooperation probably can't carry on anymore. As for the deposit that you paid in advance, this Empyrean will send someone to return it in due time."
All right. This Empyrean still has something. Goodbye. Wait, Brother Dragonjade. Empyrean Dragonjade completely ignored Empyrean Ice Cloud. His virtual image gradually dissipated, leaving behind Ice Cloud and the rest whose expressions changed drastically.
How can this be? Xianxia was still brimming with confidence previously. Who knew that in a blink of an eye the situation suddenly changed?
Empyrean Ice Cloud recovered to a dead person's expression. Her expression was as ugly as it could get. When she went to find Empyrean Dragonjade previously, Empyrean Dragonjade was still very enthusiastic. Empyrean Ice Cloud also paid a great price for this. But who knew that, in a blink of an eye, Empyrean Dragonjade actually went back on his word.
Suddenly a voice sounded out in the Great Hall. The person said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, are you there?"
Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes glimmered and she said, "It's Brother Redfeather. Please enter." A figure slowly stepped in. It was precisely Empyrean Redfeather. In this Juluoji, the 9 great Empyreans each acted of their own free will. But to talk about relationships, it was pretty good between Empyrean Redfeather and Empyrean Ice Cloud.
The moment Redfeather entered the hall, he said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, you have to be more careful." Master G traveled around the various territories in this greater part of the year, challenging powerhouses from everywhere, with his fame already shaking the northernmost steppe.
But he suddenly discovered that the expressions of everyone in the hall were very amiss.
Empyrean Ice Cloud even had a face like dead ashes, disbelief on her face.
"What is it?" Empyrean Redfeather asked uncertainly.
Ice Cloud did not answer. He turned to Xianxia. Xianxia laughed bitterly and said, "Lord Redfeather is a step too late. Just earlier, Empyrean Dragonjade broke the contract and already stopped providing medicinal pills to our Ice Cloud Tower."
Empyrean Redfeather's expression changed. Following this, he sighed and said, "Sigh, younger sister Ice Cloud. Your attitude should change.
This Master G's alchemy strength is unrivaled and really can't be offended."
Empyrean Ice Cloud gnashed her teeth in hatred at this time. Her chest was heaving up and down. She was practically at the brink of rampaging already. "I don't believe that a mere 6-star alchemy god can still make the northernmost steppe bow its heads in submission. This Empyrean will go and find Empyrean Xiaoyu right now." As Empyrean Ice Cloud said this, she was about to leave. But then she heard Empyrean Redfeather sigh faintly and said, "It's too late. Just earlier, Vast Wind Assemble sent news that Ji Qingyun challenged Empyrean Xiaoyu. Empyrean Xiaoyu suffered a crushing defeat and carried out the etiquette of a disciple in front of Ji Qingyun." The moment these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the Great Hall changed wildly. What? Empyrean Xiaoyu was also defeated? He's the Extreme North's #1 alchemy Dao person. A middle-stage Dao realm powerhouse. Empyrean Ice Cloud was really visibly moved this time. Vast Wind Assemble was the strongest pill establishment in the northernmost steppe. And Empyrean Xiaoyu was also the publicly recognized strongest 7-star alchemy god in the northernmost steppe. But now, Ji Qingyun even defeated him too. Defeated then defeated, but Empyrean Xiaoyu actually carried out the etiquette of a disciple towards Ji Qingyun like Empyrean Lone Swan. Just how monstrous was this Ji Qingyun? Vast Wind Assemble was actually managed by Feng Tianyang's father. Empyrean Ice Cloud was planning on forcefully bringing Luer to request help from Vast Wind Assemble just now. But hearing this news, she was akin to being struck by lightning.
Matters between Empyreans could not be settled by marriage and becoming in-laws. Ji Qingyun was currently like the noonday sun. Even Empyrean Vast Wind also had to give Ji Qingyun some face. How could he possibly offend Ji Qingyun, this great Buddha, for Luer?
let alone that Feng Tianyang had at least 10 if not 8 women too. Why would he pay attention to her? A measly little Empyrean ice cloud. Empyrean ice cloud suddenly discovered that with how vast the northernmost steppe was, there was actually no place for her to stay anymore.
Empyrean Redfeather gave Empyrean Ice Cloud a glance rather sympathetically and sighed and said, "Younger sister Ice Cloud, after Master Ji returns, give in to him.
While he's a little arrogant, he's actually very easygoing." Having contact with Yi Yuan these few days, Empyrean Redfeather discovered that Yi Yuan was actually very easy to have dealings with. As long as one did not oppose him, he would even give quite a lot of concessions in medicinal pills. Furthermore, Ji Qingyun's medicinal pills were really extremely impressive. He requested for a few medicinal pills, and then the disciples under him actually all broke through their cultivation realms. How could this kind of powerhouse be easily offended? Furthermore, Yi Yuan threw them an even larger bait, which was Empyrean Lone Swan. This time, Yi Yuan brought Empyrean Lone Swan along to tour the extreme north. Once they returned, Empyrean Lone Swan might have a large improvement in strength. At the Grand Pill establishment, Empyrean Lone Swan was more and more respectful in front of Yi Yuan. During this 1 year, Yi Yuan brought him to tour the extreme north's territories and challenged the various mighty 7-star alchemy gods. There was not a single defeat. Even the extreme north's number 1 person, Empyrean Xiaoyu, also completely lost to Yi Yuan.
Of course, during this 1 year, Empyrean Lone Swan gleaned immense benefits by following Yi Yuan's side.
He was an Empyrean to begin with. He was even more sensitive toward the flow of Tao. The realm that Yi Yuan displayed made him have a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Coupled with Yi Yuan's guidance normally, Empyrean Lone Swan was already just a step away from the middle stage Tao realm. At present, he felt incomparably joyful regarding his own decisive decision. So what if he was an Empyrean?
Putting down those vague and insubstantial pride and acknowledging an exceptional teacher beats several thousand years of bitter cultivation. Master, it's likely not appropriate for us to isolate the Ice Cloud Tower like this, right? No matter what, she's an Empyrean powerhouse too. At this rate, I'm afraid that she'll be detrimental to you. Empyrean Lone Swan said cautiously.
Yi Yuan could tell that Empyrean Lone Swan was really concerned about his safety. But he did not take it to heart and just said coolly, "No worries. Just based on her, she can't harm me yet. Oh right, help me spread this piece of news out, saying that Master wants to refine a furnace of medicinal pills and require the profound in divine physique to assist by the side.
If there's a profound in divine physique that comes forth, Master will definitely show generous thanks."
The moment Empyrean Lone Swan heard, he could not help revealing a strange look as he said, "There's a profound in divine physique inside that ice cloud tower." Yi Yuan revealed a look of surprise and said, "Oh? So coincidental? Forget it, let that old lady get off cheap then. If she can have that profound in divine physique come to help me refine pills, this matter will be dropped just like that. Oh right, this piece of news still needs to be spread. Make that old lady come find us. Don't make it like we're rushing to beg them."
"Yes, Master." Empyrean Lone Swan received the order and left.
Yi Yuan naturally said these words on purpose.
Toward Empyrean Lone Swan, Yi Yuan still could not trust completely yet.
After all, those who were able to corroborate their Tao and take the seat of an Empyrean in this Juluoji, which one was simple.
Once anything went wrong with this matter, Yi Yuan had the means to protect himself. But wanting to save Lua would become extremely difficult. Traveling along the way for several decades, Yi Yuan had long planned everything out.
Empyrean Ice Cloud was not on guard against him at all, but he knew about Empyrean Ice Cloud like the back of his hands.
He sought out a profound in divine physique to assist in pill refinement with the name of a grandmaster. This was also commonly seen in alchemy and would not arouse people's suspicions.
Everything that Yi Yuan did previously was all for the sake of this scheme today. He wanted to make Empyrean Ice Cloud send Lure over willingly.
It was just that Lone Swan's action of acknowledging a master made his plan go a little easier.
Sure enough, the moment the news was spread, Empyrean Ice Cloud ran over. Just lending for a few days, Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally would not let go of this chance to get on friendly terms with Yi Yuan. The incident previously was all Ice Cloud failing to see your true ability despite having eyes. I heard that Master G requires the assistance of a profound in divine physique in pill refinement. Our Ice Cloud Tower just happens to have a disciple that's of the profound in divine physique. Ice Cloud is willing to lend her to Master G to refine pills. I hope that Master G won't bear a grudge against Ice Cloud anymore and let the Ice Cloud Tower off. Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower said with a fawning smile. Yi Yuan had long seen through that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was an old lady who bullied the weak but feared the strong. Vast Wind Assemble was strong, so she delivered her disciple up with both hands. Previously, being displeased at the sight of Yi Yuan was because she still had not reached the end of her ropes. But now, she saw Yi Yuan's true strength, so she yielded. How could the coldness and pride from before still be seen at this time? If one did not know, one would even think that this Empyrean Ice Cloud was the neighbor's mother being very cordial. Looking at this face, Yi Yuan only felt disgust. Luer actually acknowledged such a person as master. Luer truly had eyes but could not see. Humph! Since this G made my first appearance in the world, I've yet to be looked down upon by people like this before. So what if Empyrean? This G can't tell how many Empyreans I've seen before. Which one isn't reverent and respectful towards this G? Only Lord Ice Cloud turns your nose up at this G. Act out the full thing when putting on a show. Yi Yuan naturally would not relax his bite so easily. These Empyreans were all extremely cunning. Since he played the role of this arrogant character, then be arrogant until the end. If he let things go so easily, it would arouse people's suspicions instead. At the very least, he had to make Empyrean Ice Cloud feel that refining pills were just in passing, it was not essential. Empyrean Ice Cloud had an awkward look on her face and she said, "What Master G said is right. Actually, after the matter that day, Ice Cloud has always regretted it too. It's just that. It's just that you felt that you still had a way out and didn't have the need to lower your head to a mere true god realm, is it?" Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud was even more embarrassed when she heard that. She suddenly felt that although this Yi Yuan was haughty, he was actually extremely scheming and not the kind of silk pants who looked down on everyone. Just looking at his actions in the extreme north, she could tell that the other party advanced gradually and entrenched himself at every step all the way until he forced her into a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, Empyrean Ice Cloud became even more respectful in her heart. She was born with this mindset: if you were strong, she would be weak, but if you were weak, she would be strong. It was all Ice Cloud's fault. I only hope that I can make up for it a little. Ice Cloud hopes that Master G can provide this opportunity, Empyrean Ice Cloud said respectfully. But Yi Yuan said coolly, "I can give you the opportunity, but your Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills. The price will increase 10% more than other factions. Don't use that kind of expression to look at me. This is your punishment. You don't think that by sending a profound in divine physique over to refine pills, our enmity can be wiped clean off the slate, right?" Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Ice Cloud had an impulse to vomit blood. To Empyrean factions, the medicinal pills that they expended every year were very considerable. 10% price did not look like much, but accumulated, it would be very horrifying. And this was all money thrown away. However, being able to purchase medicinal pills, this was already a substantial step that was taken. Actually, Empyrean Ice Cloud did not care too much about whether or not she could purchase rank 5 and rank 6 medicinal pills. But the rank 7 medicinal pills that Empyrean Lone Swan refined, she could not survive without them. Ice Cloud already heard that during this 1-year period, Empyrean Lone Swan's strength advanced greatly. Many medicinal pills that he could not refine in the past, he could refine them now. This was simply a piece of massive good news to them, these Empyreans. Disciples were just tools to earn money for them. Only their own strength becoming powerful was important. Many thanks to Master G for giving Ice Cloud this opportunity. I wonder when Master will be refining the pill, so that Ice Cloud can have people bring the profound in divine physique over. Ice Cloud already could not wait to send Lure over. But Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "No hurry. This medicinal pill is very hard to refine. This G still has to prepare. After 3 days, you just get people to send her over then." "Why? You aren't willing." As Yi Yuan said those words, he discovered that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to speak, but swallowed the words back. Yi Yuan could not help furrowing his brows.
Empyrean Ice Cloud jumped in fright and hurriedly waved her hands and said, "No, no, no. Ice Cloud dare not. It's just that, about Ice Cloud's disciple Vast Wind assembles Feng Tianyang took fancy on her, but she isn't willing, threatening with death at every turn. Ice Cloud is afraid that she'll make use of this chance to escape, so."
3 days later, Ice Cloud Tower's eldest senior sister, Xianxia, escorted Lu'er and arrived at Grand Pill Establishment.
In order to set Empyrean Ice Cloud's mind at ease, Yi Yuan agreed to her terms. All in all, talk about it again after seeing Lu'er first. But Yi Yuan's requirement was having Empyrean Ice Cloud's eldest disciple personally escorting her over, because in this way it would show sincerity. "Damn lass, let me tell you this. Don't have any lousy ideas?
With me around, you can't go anywhere," Xianxia said viciously.
Lu'er looked straight ahead and could not be bothered to acknowledge.
Actually, she was long overjoyed in her heart already. Indeed, young master is different from the rest when doing things. If it were others, they would either charge into Ice Cloud Tower desperately or think of ways to infiltrate into Ice Cloud Tower to save people. But her young master was good. He directly made her master deliver her to the doorstep willingly. For more than half a year, Lu'er had been thinking of what method her young master would use to rescue her every day. She thought of countless possibilities but never thought of this kind of method before. You came to save people and even had the other party obediently deliver the person that you wanted to save in front of you. This kind of means was truly fantastical. This was having to help you count money after being sold, right? Lu'er thought mischievously in her heart. Also, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect, his strength being immensely formidable. If you dare to rebut him at all, I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Ha! Heard that? Seeing Lu'er ignore her, Xianxia could not help getting irritated.
Relax, eldest senior sister. The matter concerns Ice Cloud Tower's future. Lu'er knows the importance, Lu'er said coolly.
Although Lu'er had been dissatisfied with Empyrean Ice Cloud these recent few years, she had a pure heart and still had more gratitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud than resentment. After all, in this 1,000 years, it was Empyrean Ice Cloud who imparted to her cultivation method, giving her what she had today.
Humph. Hope that you know what's good for you.
We're about to enter Grand Pill Establishment right away. Behave yourself, Xianxia said with a cold snort. The two people entered Grand Pill Establishment. Under Song Chao's lead, they entered the hall. The moment Lu'er entered the door, she saw that young and handsome figure who appeared slightly skinny. Her entire person immediately froze there. Even if 1,000 years had passed, even if Yi Yuan's present looks had changed a lot now, Lu'er still recognized at a glance. This figure lived in her mind every day, lived in her dream, and had never been forgotten. What did she wander for hundreds of millions of miles, arriving at this land of hardship, endure the disparaging and scorn of her junior and senior apprentice sisters, and whipping punishment for? Wasn't it to not become his burden anymore? But who knew that in the end, young master still had to run around for hundreds of millions of miles and come to this land of extreme north to save her? Thinking up to here, her tears wanted to burst forth from her eyes uncontrollably. Lu'er was currently thinking of diving toward Yi Yuan, but she noticed that Yi Yuan was currently giving her a look, only then abruptly startling awake. Right now was not the time to identify each other yet. Empyrean Lone Swan was currently seating next to Yi Yuan. Ice Cloud Tower Xianxia pays respect to Master Ji. When Xianxia saw Yi Yuan, she bowed respectfully. Seeing that Lu'er was still in a daze, her face turned cold and she said in a deep voice, "Slut, what are you stoning there for? Why haven't you hurrying up and coming over to pay respects to Master Ji?" As she said, she was about to make a move to deal with Lu'er. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his expression turning cold as he said with a cold yell, "Insolence!" Xianxia did not figure out the situation and said with a cold smile, "Slut, heard that? You're too impudent. I'm talking about you." Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said in a cold voice, "Actually, the killing intent in Yi Yuan's heart currently already filled his chest." He saw how Lu'er spent these few years in senior apprentice Sister Sun's memories. This Xianxia was the main culprit. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's eyesight, how could he not tell that Lu'er currently had a great deal of hidden injuries on her body? Clearly, she had suffered considerable torment. Just looking at He Xiangyun's attitude, Yi Yuan could guess that these were likely related to her. It was just that due to Empyrean Lone Swan being present, Yi Yuan could not make a move. Otherwise, the current He Xiangyun would already be a dead person. Ah? Me? He Xiangyun was stunned, clearly not believing it. It was clearly this lass who did not have manners. So how did it become me who was insolent instead? However, before she could react, Yi Yuan gave a cold yell again. Lone Swan? Slap her mouth. Lone Swan was taken aback but did not dare to defy, sending a slap over with a whoosh. He also did not understand why Yi Yuan was hitting He Xiangyun, but he heard Yi Yuan's fury. Spending a long time with Yi Yuan, he had also grasped a little of Yi Yuan's temperament. Therefore, he did not hold back in this slap. How could the slap of an Empyrean be what He Xiangyun could block? Even if she was able to react to it, she did not dare to block too. Smack! An extremely resounding slap smacked on He Xiangyun's face, directly smacking her flying out. All the way until that moment she was sent flying, He Xiangyun still did not able to understand what was going on. Junior apprentice sister was disrespectful to you, Master Ji. Was there anything wrong if I am disciplining my junior apprentice sister? But Lone Swan knew how far to go when he made his move. Although this slap was loud, it was not lethal. After all, He Xiangyun was Ice Cloud Tower's eldest disciple. If the slap smacked her to death, wouldn't that old lady come find him to fight it out? But Yi Yuan's order, he carried it out without the slightest hesitation. When He Xiangyun crawled to her feet, half of her face was already swollen badly. It was only to see that she had a confused look, clearly not understanding why Yi Yuan wanted to hit her. Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through what she was thinking and said with a cold smile, "Understood why I hit you or not?" He Xiangyun understood that Yi Yuan was presently the extreme north's big shot. Even her master did not dare to provoke too. She could only endure this slap. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, He Xiangyun shook her head very innocently. "Don't even understand why I hit you? Stupid." "Lone Swan, hit again," Yi Yuan said coolly. Lone Swan's expression changed, but he still followed Yi Yuan's order. Another slap landed on the left side of He Xiangyun's face, sending her flying to the other side. How heavy was the slap of an Empyrean? Even if Empyrean Lone Swan controlled his strength, these two slaps were also enough for her to suffer. On the two sides of He Xiangyun's face, the mark of 10 fingers was very distinct, as if imprinted on it. 2 slaps made He Xiangyun see stars and also could not figure out where was north, south, east, and west. After He Xiangyun recovered slightly, Yi Yuan asked again coolly, "Now, do you understand?" How could He Xiangyun still dare to shake her head? She hurriedly nodded her head and said incoherently, "You understood. Understood." Who knew that Yi Yuan shouted coldly again, "Lone Swan, hit again." With this, even Lone Swan somewhat pitied He Xiangyun. But he did not have the intention of holding back. Another slap flew over, He Xiangyun was sent flying once more. Only after she crawled to her feet did Yi Yuan say coolly, "Clearly didn't understand, but pretend to understand, deserves to be hit." He Xiangyun had 10 million profanities galloping across in her head currently. Your reason for hitting people is really a good reason. It was absolutely out of the question for her to dare say these words out. But He Xiangyun already had tears pouring down her face now, clearly feeling wronged. Humph! In this grand pill establishment, who kneels and who doesn't kneel, it's my call. It's OT your turn to come and gesture here and there. Now understand. Yi Yuan looked at He Xiangyun coldly and said calmly. He Xiangyun nodded her head painfully, her face covered with tears. What the hell is this? Young master. The moment she entered the medicine refining room in the back hall, Luer could not hold back anymore and dove right into Yi Yuan's embrace. She then started sobbing loudly. Yi Yuan consoled carefully, his heart also filled with 1,000 regrets. To other martial artists, 1,000 years was very short. But to Yi Yuan and Luer, 1,000 years was far too long. Yi Yuan walking all the way from the state of Qin, the one who accompanied him the longest was Luer. The two of them were known as master and servant, but actually even Yi Yuan himself also could not tell the two of their feelings anymore. 1,000 years was seemingly as long as seas changing into mulberry fields and mulberry fields into seas to them.
All right, don't cry, don't cry. Young master came to fetch you home. Yi Yuan patted Luer's back lightly and said akin to being relieved of a heavy burden.
Ever since Lier and the rest left Heavenly Eagle, Yi Yuan was very worried every day.
Later, compared to the situation of White Light and Lier, the one that he worried about most was naturally Luer. But Luer did not have any news all along. Yi Yuan was also greatly anxious in his heart.
The suffering involved, only he himself was aware.
Sniff, sniff?
Young master, I even thought. Hoo-hoo. Did you think that senior apprentice sister Sun of yours came to capture me? Bully me? Yi Yuan said with a laugh.
Luer nodded her head. These few years she lost all desire for food and drink. What she was most worried about was this. Miss Luer, rest assured. His Excellency has a high prestige now. He defeated the southern border with his power alone, and he is presently the southern border's #1 alchemy god. Also, the present Heavenly Eagle is also the southern border's #1 alchemy holy land. Even Empyrean realm powerhouses have to respectfully call Grandmaster Yi when they see His Excellency.
Those few senior apprentice sisters of yours didn't even figure out the situation and ran over to capture His Excellency. Simply not knowing life from death. Ning Tianping said with a cold smile on his face.
When Luer heard, it felt like she was listening to a book from heaven, her brain not quite enough to use.
Southern Borders #1 Alchemy God and Southern Borders #1 Alchemy Holy Land. The present Luer naturally knew how vast a land the Southern Border was. Yi Yuan actually became a figure that could command the wind and rain like so in the entire Southern Border. Turns out that young master is already this formidable? Luer was shocked and also happy. The more impressive her young master was, the happier she naturally would be.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, no matter how impressive, I'm also your young master.
Suddenly Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. His expression turned cold, and he said, You have injuries all over your body. Someone should have used a lightning attribute array formation to hurt you, right? If I didn't guess wrongly, it's that eldest senior sister of yours, Xianxia, right?
Luer said in surprise, young master, you already knew.
Yi Yuan sneered and said, That senior apprentice sister Sun of yours was stupid and was already soul-searched by me. If this was not the case, why would I set up such a grand scheme and make Empyrean Ice Cloud send you over obediently?
When Luer heard this, she could not help feeling pain in her heart.
Yi Yuan knew Luer's personality and said with a sigh, Oh, it's been so many years. You're also a grown girl already, to actually not have changed at all. Xianxia and Sun Mengyao abused you like so. But why you actually still want to plead on their behalf? When Luer heard that, she could not help saying with a wronged face, They are my senior apprentice sisters after all.
Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh and changed the topic. He said, all right, don't talk anymore. Young master will help you treat your wounds first. Inspecting for Luer, only then did Yi Yuan know how severe the injuries on Luer's body were.
How brilliant were Yi Yuan's medical skills.
Inspecting slightly, he knew that some of the wounds on Luer's body already lasted for several decades. There were even some old injuries that had been buried in the body for several hundred years. The more he examined, the greater the fury in Yi Yuan's heart.
He already secretly made up his mind that this Xianxia must be eliminated. Of course, he would not tell Luer. Just not long after Yi Yuan and Luer entered the medicine refining room, a matter that shook the Jiluoji happened. Vast Wind assembles Empyrean Vast Wind's son, Feng Tianyang, exited seclusion. Empyrean Vast Wind's brother, Empyrean Windlike brought Feng Tianyang and as a large contingent of troops and came to Jiluoji to get married. And the target of marriage was a disciple of Ice Cloud Tower. This matter caused a great sensation in the entire assemble. Ice Cloud Tower, that was originally a relatively weak power in Jiluoji, became a highly popular faction all of a sudden. Vast Wind Assemble was one of the strongest forces in the northernmost steppe. Empyrean Vast Wind was even a fifth firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse, his status incomparably venerated. Different from Jiluoji, everyone going their own way, Vast Wind Assemble was ruled by Empyrean Vast Wind alone. There were as many as over a dozen Empyrean powerhouses under his command. and Feng Tianyang was even known as the northernmost steppes #1 genius, and already a 9th firmament true god mighty expert.
Just a step away and he could enter the realm of Empyrean. Even Empyrean Ice Cloud also did not expect that vast wind assemble would regard it with such importance to actually send Empyrean Windlike here.
At this time, all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples all came out to welcome Empyrean Windlike's party.
The other 8 great Empyreans were also all present.
Hoo-hoo. Not seeing for many years, younger sister Ice Cloud is more and more beautiful, Empyrean Windlike said with a laugh. Empyrean Ice Cloud smiled and said, Brother Windlike is making fun of Ice Cloud. Ice Cloud is already a faded beauty. So how am I beautiful? Empyrean Windlike could not help laughing as he said, What years is there to speak of for cultivators of our generation? Younger sister Ice Cloud is too modest. At this time, another old man stepped forward to greet her. The moment Ice Cloud looked, who was it if not Empyrean Xiaoyu? Empyrean Ice Cloud hurriedly returned the courtesy. She did not expect that Empyrean Xiaoyu actually came together too. Everyone present was extremely surprised. Vast Wind Assemble was attaching too much importance to this marriage, right? To actually have 2 Empyreans come at once.
After all, Feng Tianong had a lawfully wedded wife. Marrying Luer was merely as a concubine.
Those who were not aware of the details all knew that Empyrean Xiaoyu probably had an ulterior motive, and it was with that Master Ji. Especially Empyrean Lone Swan, it was something that he already knew. This Empyrean Xiaoyu was actually very envious of him entering Yi Yuan's tutelage. Feng Tianyang pays respect to Senior Ice Cloud and various seniors.
At this time, a mighty youth flashed out from behind Empyrean Windlike and bowed to Empyrean Ice Cloud.
But his appearance was not as a junior bowing respectfully to a senior, but as peers talking on equal footing.
Empyrean Ice Cloud did not mind either, saying with a smile, hoo-hoo, not seeing for some time, honorable nephew Feng's cultivation grows with each passing day.
Empyrean Ice Cloud was also very surprised in her heart. The last time she saw Feng Tianyang was still 100 years ago. At that time, Feng Tianyang was merely a middle-stage 9th firmament true god. Now that 100 years passed, Feng Tianyang's strength already approached grand completion. He was only a step away from becoming an Empyrean.
At this rate, in less than 2,000 years, this boy would likely be stepping into the realm of Empyrean. Feng Tianyang just smiled faintly, paying no attention to this kind of compliment.
It was just that his gaze swept, but his brows knitted together and he said in a solemn voice, Senior Ice Cloud Tower, your Ice Cloud Tower's disciples are all here. Why is only Luer missing? Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, and she hurriedly gave a few words of explanation.
Who knew that Feng Tianyang gave a cold snort and said, Senior Ice Cloud, your way of doing things is also too preposterous. Lone Swan is my unwed wife, you actually had her stay in the same room with another man.
Empyrean Lone Swan, that Ji Qingyun is your Grand Pill Establishment's people. You order them to bring Ji Qingyun over right now and apologize to me.
Just say that I Feng Tianyang said it.
Everyone's hearts turned cold. Was this opposing Master Ji?
Everyone knew that at present, in this northernmost step, Master Ji's limelight was in full bloom, even crushing Ice Cloud Tower until it had to bow its head in submission. And Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person of the junior generation, a peerless heavens chosen, a powerhouse who was about to step into Empyrean. These 2 great gods were going to clash head-on?
Empyrean Xiaoyu's brows furrowed and he said, Tianyang, Master Ji enjoys a high prestige and commands universal respect. I'm afraid. This isn't appropriate, right? Feng Tianyang was unrivaledly domineering as he said with a cold snort. What's inappropriate about it? I've long wanted to meet this Ji Qingyun. I want to see if he's really as impressive as the legends say. He was not an alchemist and did not have that much awe and veneration toward Yi Yuan at all. In his view, no matter how impressive this Master Ji was, if he could not be used by him, what use was there? Since he wanted to meet Master Ji, and there was also such a good excuse, so why not use it? As for whatever lone man and woman, Feng Tianyang was not worried at all. In this land of extreme north, no one dared to touch his, Feng Tianyang's, woman.
Seeing Lone Swan not moving, Feng Tianyang said in a cold voice, What, Lone Swan? Can't hear my words?
At this time, Feng Tianyang was already very impolite when speaking.
Facing Empyrean Lone Swan, he even dropped the honorifics and actually directly called him by name. Lone Swan's expression flickered incessantly. Vast Wind Assemble was powerful, he could not afford to provoke Feng Tianyang.
Among the extreme North's factions, they were mutually interdependent and also exercised control over each other.
A major faction like Vast Wind Assemble, its strength exceeded the other factions by significantly a lot. Others naturally could not afford to provoke it. In the northernmost steppe, the situation of one faction swallowing another was not rare. For the Vast Wind Assemble to have such a scale, it was the result of Empyrean Vast Wind going on expeditions all around. It was precisely because Empyrean Vast Wind was very domineering, sweeping across the extreme north, that Feng Tianyang had the confidence to treat these Empyreans as he pleased. Empyrean Ice Cloud was already frightened by Yi Yuan and could only warn Tianyang that Master Ji's personality is very proud.
I'm afraid that. Feng Tianyang sneered and said, "Scared of what?
Isn't Senior Ice Cloud just worried that there will be no one supplying medicinal pills in the future?"
Rest assured, Luer will be this Feng's wife in the future. Why would I ignore her parental home? Senior Xiao Yu will supply Ice Cloud Tower's medicinal pills in the future. There's no problem, right? Empyrean Xiao Yu understood in his heart that Feng Tianyang was making an example out of Ji Qingyun. It was just that Feng Tianyang was the same as his father, being extremely domineering. He could only nod and said, "No problem." The moment Ice Cloud heard, she immediately felt assurance in her heart and said smilingly, "Then, I really thank you so much, Honorable Nephew Tianyang." Xianxia was long already bursting with joy behind Empyrean Ice Cloud and complained tearfully, "Master, that Master Ji is really too arrogant. You have to stand up for me." That day, she escorted Luer to Yi Yuan there. In the end, she was directly dealt a few slaps by Yi Yuan. Until today, the swelling still had not gone down.
After Xianxia, who had a stricken senseless look, returned, she complained tearfully to Empyrean Ice Cloud.
Although Empyrean Ice Cloud was angry, how could she still dare to offend Yi Yuan? She could only swallow the insult and humiliation silently, and swapped with second eldest sister, Yang Fei, to go over.
But now it was different. Empyrean Ice Cloud said coolly, "Since that's the case, you take a trip together with Empyrean Lone Swan then. If that Yi Yuan dares to go against Honorable Nephew Tianyang's orders, directly detain him and bring him here."
Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed and he said in a cold voice, "Ice Cloud, what's the meaning of this? Could it be that you're ignoring this Empyrean?"
"Humph. Lone Swan, could it be that you're deeming this Feng as nothing?" Empyrean Ice Cloud had not spoken yet when Feng Tianyang said with a cold snort. Lone Swan's expression changed several times. Snorting coldly, he flicked his sleeves and left. Empyrean Ice Cloud was overjoyed in her heart. She originally thought that Feng Tianyang was just playing with Luer. Looking at it now, he clearly regarded Luer with great importance.
With the Vast Wind Assemble as a backer, who would she still be scared of in this Jiluoji?
"Xianxia, what are you still in a daze for?" Ice Cloud said coolly. A hint of a cold smile flashed across Xianxia's face and she followed after. The group of Empyreans was silent like cicadas in winter. Clearly, they did not expect such a big hoo-ha to occur the moment they met.
Although they were all not willing to offend Master Ji, Feng Tianyang clearly did not think so.
Everyone also discerned that Feng Tianyang wanted to take Ji Qingyun into use for himself. If he could not compel him to submit, then he would destroy him.
Although everyone felt that it was a shame, they also did not say anything. After all, in this northernmost steppe, the strong reigned supreme. In the end, Ji Qingyun was merely a true god realm. Even if Xianxia went, he was not a match against her. Xianxia was self-satisfied and already plotting on finding Yi Yuan to settle the scores. She had lived in this Jiluoji for so many years and had yet to suffer such unprecedented humiliation before. She had the personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance to begin with. Now that she found a chance, how could she not take revenge? Previously, not daring to make a move was dreading Empyrean Lone Swan on one hand. On the other hand, it was that Yi Yuan's prestige was too strong. She did not dare to offend. But now, with Feng Tianyang backing her up, what was she still afraid of? A mere Yi Yuan, so what even if his pill refinement was any stronger? With her ninth firmament true god powerful strength, wouldn't trampling on Yi Yuan still be effortless? Master, vast wind assembles Feng Tianyang has arrived. He said to have you send Miss Luer over. Also, talking up to here, Empyrean Lone Swan truly found it hard to speak out anymore. At this time, He Xiangyun followed closely behind. Seeing Empyrean Lone Swan's appearance, she could not help laughing mockingly and said in a clear voice, Ji Qingyun, get out for your grand aunt. Lord Tianong orders you to immediately bring that slut over and offer an apology to him. Empyrean Lone Swan's brows furrowed slightly, opening his mouth but did not say anything. The vast wind assemble was powerful. He, Lone Swan, alone, could not afford to provoke. However, no one answered. He Xiangyun clearly did not have that patience. Not answering was perfect. If Ji Qingyun went obediently, she would really not have the reason to explode. Senior Lone Swan, I believe that you've also heard Lord Tianyang's words. Now it's Ji Qingyun making light of Lord Tianyang. Don't blame Xiangyun for taking action. Finished talking, He Xiangyun was just about to make a move to destroy the door. Empyrean Lone Swan snorted coldly and said angrily, get lost. How can Master's prestige be what you can violate? He Xiangyun's face changed, but she was not afraid. She then said with a cold smile, Senior Lone Swan, you're also an exalted Empyrean. To actually acknowledge a 6-star alchemy god as a master? Now Lord Tianong is clearly going to take care of Ji Qingyun. With vast wind assembles might, could it be that you wish to resist with your power alone? When talking, He Xiangyun had a smug look. With Feng Tianyang backing her up at the back, why would she think anything of one Empyrean Lone Swan? Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed several times. Finally, he said with a dark expression, stay here obediently for this Empyrean. If you dare to move rashly, this Empyrean definitely won't spare you. Done talking, his figure moved and he was planning on pushing the door and entering. Right at this time, the hall's door opened with a creak. The figure slowly walked out. When He Xiangyun saw Yi Yuan, a hint of delight from taking vengeance flashed across on her face. Pointing her finger, she said in a commanding tone, this young lady thought that you had a tough and unyielding character and would rather break than bend. Didn't expect that. You're a loser too. Call Luer and take a trip with this young lady. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face and he walked over leisurely, his aura growing stronger and stronger. Seeing Yi Yuan come in a threatening manner, He Xiangyun was not alarmed but happy instead. She was currently worried about not finding the reason to fly off the handle. But she did not expect that Yi Yuan actually delivered himself to the door. Peak 6th Firmament True God? Hoo-hoo, Ji Qingyun. The humiliation that you gave this grand aunt this time, I'll return it to you this time along with the interest. He Xiangyun revealed a cruel smile. At the same time her aura rose to the peak. That delightful sensation of taking vengeance was practically filling her up. Yi Yuan's bit of strength was nothing at all in her eyes. She was Ice Cloud Tower's head disciple, an initial stage 9th Firmament True God mighty expert. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6th Firmament True God still be captured with ease? Master, you're not her match, you mustn't be rash. Empyrean Lone Swan's face changed and he was about to make a move. But his figure had not moved yet when Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice came over. Yi Yuan said, no need for you to take action. This bitch, I'll do it myself. Originally, He Xiangyun was still somewhat wary of Empyrean Lone Swan. But this guy was actually courting death himself. At once, He Xiangyun laughed coldly. Ice laws suddenly expanding out, ravaging over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. The commotion was outrageous, making the Empyrean Lone Swan by the side feel anxious and fearful. Yi Yuan walked over leisurely. The very first step was just around 10 feet, but the further to the back, the greater the distance his one step took. Under He Xiangyun's powerful aura, Yi Yuan appeared too weak. Freezing domain. He Xiangyun shouted and said with a cold smile, the humiliation that you gave me, I'm going to return all. The words were said halfway when He Xiangyun's expression changed drastically. Looking at Yi Yuan with a horrified look, Yi Yuan actually passed through inside her freezing domain with ease, arriving in front of her in a blink of an eye. Smack! A resounding slap instantly echoed throughout the entire Grand Pill establishment. This slap, Yi Yuan did not employ divine essence. It was merely struck with the power of the physical body. However, how horrifying was the power of his physical body. This slap directly slapped He Xiangyun flying out.
Empyrean Lone Swan and Xianxia, who were not far away, both opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief.
Yi Yuan, who was just 6th Firmament True God, sent the 9th Firmament True God He Xiangyun flying with a slap. Yi Yuan took a step out, stood in front of He Xiangyun with his hands behind his back, and said coolly, "Just now, what did you say that you were going to do with the humiliation I gave you?" He Xiangyun's face hurt to the extreme and already lost all sensation. Currently, half of her face was already swollen badly, being akin to a pig's head. She covered her face, looking at Yi Yuan with a stunned look. Her freezing domain could even freeze space, but Yi Yuan actually cut through it? How was this possible? The reason why she did so just now was actually to give the frozen Yi Yuan a few slaps to take back her humiliation. Who knew that her freezing domain actually did not have any effect on Yi Yuan at all? How could He Xiangyun know that Yi Yuan's attainments in spatial law were sufficient to rival Empyreans? She only came into contact with a smattering of spatial law through ice law. How could she resist Yi Yuan? I'll kill you. After the shock, He Xiangyun completely turned angry from embarrassment and already had killing intent aroused. In her view, it was just a moment of carelessness earlier. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to be her match. Limitless ice arrows. He Xiangyun's gaze was full of hatred. Forming seals in her hands, compact and tiny ice arrows suddenly condensed in space, and they carried out indiscriminate attacks inside this area of space.
Even if a 9th Firmament True God got caught inside, they would also be injured even if they did not die.
She was fast, but Yi Yuan was faster than her. The moment He Xiangyun's spell activated, Yi Yuan's figure moved. Smack! Another slap sent her flying once more.
Yi Yuan looked at He Xiangyun with a smile that was not a smile and said, "Kill me?"
Based on your strength. By the side, Empyrean Lone Swan was long already stupefied from watching. It was his first time knowing that Yi Yuan's martial Dao strength was actually so strong. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that not only did Yi Yuan comprehend spatial law, his fleshy body even reached the late-stage 6th transformation golden body. Furthermore, Yi Yuan's 6th transformation golden body seemed to be special.
Xianxia similarly had an astonished look. The extremely powerful eldest senior sister in her eyes actually lost and failed to even receive a single move.
Not only was this Master Ji's alchemy strength fearsome, but the strength of his martial art was also formidable. What kind of monster was this? But at this time, she could not look on with folded arms anymore as well, her figure moving and blocking in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and she said, "You want to stop me?"
Xianxia's expression was pale. She knew that she was not Yi Yuan's match, but she said stubbornly, "Eldest senior sister was disrespectful toward Master Ji.
I apologize to you on her behalf. I hope that Master Ji shows mercy." At this time, Empyrean Lone Swan also urged, "Master, hold on just a moment. That Feng Tianyang currently wants to use you to establish awe. If you kill He Xiangyun, wouldn't you fall right into his scheme?" When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh,
if I want to become enemies with this Feng Tianyang, what will you choose?"
Presently, it already reached the moment of a showdown. Lone Swan's every action and conduct was all within Yi Yuan's observations.
He Xiangyun came representing Feng Tianyang. Just now, when she made a move toward him, Lone Swan was clearly planning on taking action.
Looking at it like this Lone Swan was rather sincere toward him.
Lone Swan let out a sigh, shook his head, and said, "It's no use. Feng Tianyang is naturally nothing, but behind him is Empyrean Vast Wind, one of the extreme north's strongest existences. Even if I want to stand up for Master, my spirit is willing, but my strength is lacking too." To Empyrean Lone Swan, Vast Wind Assemble was a colossal giant.
A mere grand pill establishment was totally not enough to look at in front of the Vast Wind Assemble. Although he was an Empyrean powerhouse, he had to lower his head too. Yi Yuan looked at Lone Swan and said with a smile, "I'm only asking you. If I must shed all pretenses of cordiality with Feng Tianyang, what will you do?"
Although Yi Yuan looked like he was joking, Lone Swan understood in his heart that Yi Yuan already made a decision in his heart. Now was the time where it was his turn to make a decision. Was it to stand on Yi Yuan's side and fight till the death, or betray Yi Yuan and stand on Feng Tianyang's side? But this was a battle where no hope could be seen at all. Just based on him, one Empyrean, how was it enough? Once they lost all decorum. Don't talk about Empyrean Vast Wind who was in the distance Vast Wind assemble. Even Jiluoji's Empyreans would also definitely stand on Feng Tianyang's side. Empyrean Lone Swan's face revealed a struggling look, clearly extremely conflicted in his heart. He had no intention of becoming enemies with Yi Yuan. But this kind of pointless sacrifice, he was truly unable to understand. Yi Yuan did not urge either, he just looked at Empyrean Lone Swan indifferently waiting for him to make his decision. At this time, Xianxia finally struggled to her feet and said inarticulately, just based on you, a puny little true god realm, you also dare to become enemies with Lord Tianang? Reckless and blind thing. Where's Lure, that slut? Why haven't you made her come out? Slap, slap, slap. Yang Feier did not even react to it and Yi Yuan already arrived behind Xianxia. A series of slaps greeted her, hitting until Xianxia's blood and foam sputtered, her eyes seeing stars. After no idea how many slaps, Yi Yuan finally stopped. Looking at the dead pig like Xianxia, Yi Yuan said coolly, "Know why I hit you?" Xianxia's eyes rolled back and she instinctively shook her head. She also really wanted to know what Yi Yuan targeted her like so. Yang Feier was clearly by the side too. But Yi Yuan did not touch her at all. Was it merely because she offended him? Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Because I'm called Yi Yuan." Yi Yuan? Who was Yi Yuan? Yi Yuan was struck silly by Yi Yuan, her brain not wrapping itself around it for a while. Rather, it was Yang Feier who suddenly cried out in surprise. Looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief, she said with a cry of surprise, "Yi Yuan? You're that young master who Lure spoke of." Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's right. It's precisely me. Senior apprentice Sister Feier. For the past 1,000 years, thank you very much for taking care of Lure." As he said, Yi Yuan gave a deep bow toward Yang Feier to show his thanks. This bow, it came from the bottom of Yi Yuan's heart. In these 1,000 years, if not for Yang Feier looking after Lure would probably have died long ago. Yang Feier was full of disbelief and muttered this. "How is this possible? Didn't junior apprentice Sister Sun go to find you?" "Oh right. With your strength, how can junior apprentice Sister Sun be your match?" Speaking up until here, Yang Feier shook her head with a bitter smile. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who could have expected that Yi Yuan's strength was actually even stronger than eldest senior sister Xianxia? One had to know Lure's cultivation speed was already extremely horrifying, cultivating from the Heaven Glimpse realm to the True God realm in 1,000 over years' time. How could Ice Cloud Tower's people think that her young master's cultivation talent was even more horrifying than hers? Although his realm was still clearly lacking, his combat power was off the charts, directly using the power of the fleshy body to crush Xianxia, who was a 9th firmament true god. This kind of talent was truly terrifying to the extreme. More importantly, Yi Yuan was also an unrivaled alchemy master, sweeping across the northernmost steppe, making a group of 7-star alchemy gods bow their heads in submission. The shock in Yang Feier's heart simply could not be any greater. Was there really such a monstrous genius in this world? "Why, you're Yi Yuan." Xianxia used a muffled voice and cried out in surprise. Although they could not hear what she was saying too clearly, they could hear her fear. Xianxia finally understood why Yi Yuan found fault and directly gave her a few slaps. It turned out that he was taking revenge for Lure. That target that they could freely need in their hearts actually appeared in the northernmost steppe now, casually needing them. This kind of thing made people too unable to accept it. Just like you saw an ant from afar, walking in front of it to take a look. Turns out that it was a giant. That kind of terror, this kind of shock, simply could not use words to describe. Hoo-hoo, also you. For the past 1,000 years, I have to thank you for taking extra care of Lure. Of course, stemming from repayment, you can go and die already. Yi Yuan pointed a finger out, directly blasting Xianxia to dregs, destroyed in body and soul. At this time,
Yang Feier finally recovered from the shock, and looked toward Yi Yuan while being somewhat fearful as she said, "Why you hurry up and bring Lure away from here, while Feng Tianyang hasn't discovered it yet?
Not only does he want Lure, but he also wants to deal with you. If you let him discover your relationship with Lure, he definitely won't spare you."
When Yang Feier learned of Yi Yuan's real identity, what she thought about right away was to have them hurry up and escape. The further they ran, the better. After all, no matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was also just a true god realm. In this Jiuluoji, there were 10 Empyrean-level powerhouses. Once discovered by them, the two of them could forget about escaping. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Leave here? Why leave? If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. The reason why I stayed behind is to meet this Feng Tianyang. I want to see what kind of character he is." Yang Feier even thought that Yi Yuan's temperament flared up and said anxiously, "Now isn't the time to be willful. Feng Tianyang's strength is not what eldest senior sister can compare to. Furthermore, he even brought 2 Empyrean powerhouses." Yi Yuan just smiled and did not answer, but looked at Empyrean Lone Swan and said smilingly, "Have you thought about things over?
If you've thought it through, swear a heavenly Tao oath, you only have this one chance." Empyrean Lone Swan kept quiet by the side the entire time, but in his heart monstrous waves were similarly stirred up. Although he did not understand what was going on, he could think of the reason why Yi Yuan suddenly appeared in Jiuluoji. His goal was simply lure. What a grand scheme.
The entire Jiuluoji's people were toyed with by Yi Yuan in the palm of his hand, especially Empyrean Ice Cloud. She actually even delivered lure over submissively.
If not for seeing with his own eyes, he would not believe even if beaten to death that the entire northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses became Yi Yuan's tool.
What kind of scheming was this?
What kind of daringness? What kind of means? However, Lone Swan still could not tell what confidence Yi Yuan had to dare remain here and provoke Feng Tianyang.
Hang on. Yi Yuan played such a grand game of chess, so how could he possibly not leave himself a way out?
Thinking all about these, Lone Swan was taken aback by the shock.
In this 1 year plus of living together, he thought that he already understood Yi Yuan very well. But only today did he discover that his understanding of Yi Yuan was too little.
In fact, he, an Empyrean powerhouse, was unable to imagine just what Yi Yuan's path of retreat was.
Suddenly, he sucked in a deep breath and made the wisest decision in this life. Lone Swan is willing to follow Master till death and absolutely not betray. If I violate this oath, Lone Swan is willing to accept heaven's punishment, Empyrean Lone Swan said in a solemn voice.
By the side, Yang Feier could not help being struck dumb with amazement.
She felt that the scares that she suffered in this life were not as many as today.
After Empyrean Lone Swan knew about Yi Yuan's real identity, he actually swore a heavenly Tao oath and said that he wanted to follow Yi Yuan.
Was he crazy? Smart. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and threw 2 jade plates to Lone Swan and Yang Feier respectively, saying coolly, "In a while, if you encounter danger, just deploy divine essence and shatter the jade plates. It will naturally ensure your safety." Empyrean Lone Swan's pupils constricted, thinking to himself that he indeed did not misjudge. It was just that, could this small piece of jade plate escape from under the noses of 10 Empyreans?
That Empyrean Windlike, Empyrean Redfeather, both were third firmament Empyrean powerhouses.
An hour arrived in a flash. Inside Ice Cloud Tower, Feng Tianyang slowly opened both eyes and said coldly, "Looks like he's refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit."
Looks like this Ji Qingyun hasn't figured out who has the final say in this land of extreme north.
By the side, Ice Cloud said with a cold snort, "That kid doesn't have anyone in his eyes in the first place. He's someone who won't shed tears without seeing the coffin." But, logically speaking, Xiangyun should have also brought him back already. Could it be that brother Lone Swan stood in the way?
Feng Tianyang curled his mouth and said disdainfully, "I think that this Lone Swan is likely muddle-headed with age to actually acknowledge a true god realm as his master with the status of an Empyrean."
"Martial uncle, let's go over and take a look. If that Lone Swan doesn't know how to appreciate favors, we don't mind sending him off." Empyrean Windlike nodded slightly and slowly followed after. Seeing Feng Tianyang seethe with killing intent, Empyrean Ice Cloud was incomparably delighted in her heart. She had long found Yi Yuan and Lone Swan displeasing to the eyes. This time, she could just nicely borrow a blade and kill people. Erasing these two people, Jiuluoji would have peace and tranquility. The group of Empyreans and true gods arrived at Grand Pill establishment in a threatening manner but discovered that the hall had just experienced a great battle. While the Grand Pill establishment was long already void of people. On the hall's stone steps, Yi Yuan sat with his ankle on his knee, sitting on a wooden armchair, drinking wine calmly as the wine aroma overflowed. Empyrean Lone Swan and Yang Feier, two people, were standing on the left and right in attendance. Feeling the bloody smell pervading in the air, Feng Qinyang's gaze turned slightly cold. But he did not look at Yi Yuan but looked toward Empyrean Lone Swan. Lone Swan, you actually dared to kill Xianxia. Could it be that you want to become enemies with my vast wind assemble? Feng Tianyang said coldly. In his view, it was simply impossible for Yi Yuan to kill Xianxia unless Lone Swan turned traitor. Lone Swan shook his head lightly and said she wasn't killed by this Empyrean. Feng Tianyang smiled coldly and said, "Still want to quibble? Apart from you, who else can kill Xianxia here? Also, what's the meaning of this junior apprentice sister Yang?" Empyrean Ice Cloud's two eyes narrowed and she said in a solemn voice, "Feier, why haven't you come over here?" Yang Feier looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud. Those eyes were like looking at a stranger. "Master, it's Feier's last time calling you like this. From today onward, Feier will be leaving Ice Cloud Tower," Yang Feier said coolly. Empyrean Ice Cloud Tower's pupils constricted, and she said in a cold voice, "Treacherous disciple, do you know what you're saying? Master nurtured you for so many years, but you actually want to break away from the Ice Cloud Tower? Feier, kill the person in front of you and return in front of Master. Master can take it as if nothing happened." Talking toward the back, Empyrean Ice Cloud's words gradually became gentle like a benevolent mother. When Empyrean Ice Cloud was saying this, a light flashed in her eyes. A mysterious power transmitted out of her body, reaching Yang Feier. This power was extremely hidden. Even the Empyrean powerhouses present were unable to detect it. It was just that Yang Feier was not moved at all, as if she did not hear it at all. Empyrean Ice Cloud's face changed, her voice becoming sharp as she said, "Feier, Master is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" At this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly smiled and said, "Are you wondering why you used the Divine Soul mystic art? But senior apprentice Sister Feier didn't listen to your orders?" When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, her heart jumped wildly. Her soul-planting secret art was extremely hidden. How did this boy discover it? Furthermore, her secret art had never failed before. Why would Yang Feier not listen to her orders? Empyrean Ice Cloud had a stomach full of doubts. But she was an old monster who had lived for several 100,000 years in the end. She naturally would not reveal it easily. "Stinking brat, at death's door and you're still spurting nonsense here. Do you believe that this Empyrean will tear your mouth right now?" Empyrean Ice Cloud said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was indifferent as he said with a faint smile, "Unsavory history got dug out by me and turned angry from embarrassment? Hoo-hoo. Using a divine soul mystic art to control your own disciples. A master like you really makes people's hair stand on end." The moment these words came out, the faces of all of Ice Cloud Tower's disciples changed drastically. They looked towards Empyrean Ice Cloud with a look of terror, disbelief on their faces. Being planted with a divine soul mystic art was equivalent to being another person's slave. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could make them do anything. This kind of thing any martial artist would not be willing. This kind of method, what difference was there between them and a bunch of pigs reared in pens? Even the other Empyreans also looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud with incredibly shocked gazes. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes were icy cold as she said in a frosty voice, "Humph! Despicable little brute, want to use this kind of method to sow discord in the Ice Cloud Tower? Do you think that you have a chance to escape like this?" Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly. A powerful to the extreme ice law suddenly expanded out and a palm smacked over toward Yi Yuan. How fearsome was the palm of an Empyrean. But right at this time, Empyrean Lone Swan similarly made his move. Bang! The two people exchanged a palm in the air, leveling Grand Pill establishment to the ground. Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud, his gaze gradually becoming cold. When he treated Luer's injuries, he was extra cautious and inspected Luer's divine soul through the soul-suppressing pearl. Only then, discovering an abnormality, and could not help breaking out into cold sweat from alarm. It turned out that this was Empyrean Ice Cloud's true trump card. This kind of divine soul mystic art was extremely hidden. It was concealed within the Ice Cloud Tower's cultivation method. When Ice Cloud Tower's disciples cultivated this cultivation method, it would secretly leave behind Empyrean Ice Cloud's divine soul imprints in their divine souls. As long as Empyrean Ice Cloud was willing, she could control these disciples through her divine soul imprints at any time. If not for Yi Yuan having a secret treasure like the soul-suppressing pearl, he would really not be able to discover it. With this trump card here, Empyrean Ice Cloud was not worried at all that Luer would not give in. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud did not wish to arouse the disciples' vigilance, coupled with that Feng Tianyang was currently in closed seclusion and the time was not up yet. That was why she did not activate it. As for capturing him to threaten Luer, it would naturally be good if she got him, but it also did not matter if she did not. At that time, she just had to play a little trick in Luer's divine soul. No one would discover it at all. It was just that Empyrean Ice Cloud exhausted every power of her brain and also did not think that her unnecessary move provoked a Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan ferreted this out, he also felt lingering fear. If not for him being extra cautious, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine. At the same time, he also brimmed with killing intent. This Empyrean Ice Cloud deserved to be killed. After taking care of He Shangyun earlier, Yi Yuan gave Yang Fei an inspection and indeed discovered that she was also planted with a divine soul imprint and conveniently wiped it away for her. Otherwise, Yang Fei also would not have this attitude toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Killing off witnesses just based on you? Yi Yuan looked at Empyrean Ice Cloud and said with a cold smile. Empyrean Ice Cloud's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, she said to Feng Tianyang, "Honorable nephew Tianyang, this boy is spurting nonsense. Also don't know where he sent Luer to. He truly deserves death." Everyone's hearts turned cold, aware that Empyrean Ice Cloud wanted to borrow a knife to kill people. Feng Tianyang's gaze looked at Yi Yuan coldly, and he said coolly, "Kid, this young master give you a chance now. Hand Luer over, then kneel down and beg for mercy. This young master will let you become the vast wind assemble's grand protector, making your status even above senior Xiao Yu's." In Feng Tianyang's view, Yi Yuan was merely a trapped beast currently. He gave him a way out. He should be shedding tears of gratitude. Of course, he was eyeing Yi Yuan's pill refining strength. Controlling such an alchemy genius in vast wind assemble in the future after he corroborates his Tao as an Empyrean, it would also not be impossible for him to lead the vast wind assemble and unify the land of extreme north. Feng Tianyang's ambition was extremely great, even stronger than his father's. In front of him, either submit or die. It was also precisely because so that even when these Empyreans saw him, they were also all very wary. It was a shame that he ran into Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and shook his head, laughing in spite of himself as he said, "A toad wanting to eat swan meat, overestimating your own ability. Just the likes of you are also fit to make me submit? Swaggering and blustering here. What you're relying on are those Empyreans beside you, right?" Feng Tianyang burst out laughing and said, "Kid, you think that because your alchemy Tao is powerful, you can turn your nose up at other people? Alchemy Tao is ultimately a minor Tao. Martial Tao is the truly great Tao that leads to heaven. Why would I, Feng Tianyang, rely on other people's strength? Ji Qingyun, I know that you're unconvinced, but you don't need to goad me either, because you're not qualified enough yet. Dealing with you, why would I need an Empyrean to take action? If you want to stand before me, beat them first before talking." Feng Tianyang waved his hand. 7 to 8 young men walked to the front of the crowd. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Wang Ning, Zhou Qianhui, Su Xinyu. My God, those are all the various Empyreans' head disciples. It's over this time Master Ji is dead for sure. These head disciples, the weakest is also an initial stage 9th firmament true god. How to fight? Apart from He Shangyun who had already died and Master Song Chao, Jiluoji's young generation's top experts are all gathered here. There was a wave of exclamations all around. Clearly, this lineup gave them a fright. These head disciples were all very powerful existences even among ninth firmament true gods. There was no problem at all crushing those in the same rank.
Master Ji was still a little away from late-stage true god realm, so how was he going to fight them? Feng Tianong had a proud look as he turned to Lone Swan and said coolly, "Lone Swan, the affairs of the younger generation will be left to us. You'd best not meddle in it. Otherwise,
don't blame this Feng for not being courteous." Emperor Lone Swan's two eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Relax. This Emperor won't take action." Wang Ning looked at Yi Yuan with a disdainful look and said coolly, "Brother Feng, dealing with a trash like this, Wang Ning alone is more than enough. Why is there a need to mobilize everyone?" Yi Yuan sneered and said, "A trash like this? If I didn't see wrongly, you recently consumed the I Ching pill that I refined. That's how you broke through to peak ninth firmament true god, right?"
Wang Ning said coolly, "So what?
Didn't you hear, Brother Feng?
Martial Dao is the great Dao. In front of our martial prowess, you're as fragile as an ant." When Yi Yuan heard that, he grinned and said, "Very good.
Looks like I've underestimated the northern people's degree of shamelessness. Zhuluoji's Empyreans really made me have a completely new appraisal of them. The few of you, attack together then."
Yi Yuan could tell that these few people had all consumed the medicinal pills that he refined, their cultivations all having an overnight transformation.
This kind of favor, Wang Ning actually summed it up in a few words and said it out simply. How shameless was it?
Yi Yuan's medicinal pills were hard to exchange for using money.
Even if it was a tiny bit of improvement, it saved hundreds, even thousands of years for these people. Attack together?
You haven't gone delirious from fear, right? Wang Ning and the rest could not help laughing as they said.
In their view, no matter how strong Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao was, it was merely becoming a wedding gown for others. How much strength could he have?
Yi Yuan did not even reach the late-stage true god realm, but he actually boasted shamelessly about wanting to fight 1-on-7.
He was truly ignorant until it was laughable in their eyes. Hoo-hoo. Looks like this punk is normally kept aloof from the masses and already forgot what's called awe and veneration. Since that's the case, let's teach him, Su Xinyu said proudly with a faint smile. Finished talking. The 7 people had amused looks on their faces as they sped over towards Yi Yuan.
Regarding this kind of battle, they were all somewhat unconcerned. Too lacking of a challenge. It was just that they did not detect that an amused expression similarly showed on Emperor Lone Swan's face.
Yi Yuan and Feng Tianyang, who was more formidable, he did not know. But for Yi Yuan to dare let these people attack together, then he definitely thought nothing of them. These people were stronger than He Shangyun, but they were also not much stronger. Yi Yuan suppressed He Shangyun with a slap. He reckoned that dealing with them would also be a cinch. Brothers, play with him well.
Wang Ning said with a smile and already flashed behind Yi Yuan, his speed extremely fast.
A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he raised his hand to deal a palm.
The others also all had amused expressions as if already seeing that panicky expression of Yi Yuan being toyed with.
Talking about it was slow, but actually Wang Ning's speed was just a matter of a blink of an eye.
However, just as this palm of his was about to land on Yi Yuan's shoulder, Yi Yuan seemed to have grown eyes at his back, slightly leaning his body to one side, dodging it lightly.
This is the martial Dao that you spoke of? Claiming so solemnly about what martial Dao? I was wondering how formidable you were. Truly disappointing. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a sigh. Wang Ning's face instantly turned the color of pig liver. This time it was a huge loss of face.
Haha, Wang Ning, didn't you say that you wanted to play with him?
Why were you toyed around? Zhou Qianhui said with a big laugh.
Wang Ning can't even take care of a middle-stage true god realm.
You're really losing face for us. These head disciples. Su Xinyu said with a loud laugh. When the other head disciples saw the situation, they also ridiculed away. Among the few great chiefs, there were naturally secret competitions too. Seeing Wang Ning get deflated, they naturally could not dispense with a bout of sarcasm. It was only to see Wang Ning's expression turning cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Just now was just a moment of carelessness. Kid, don't you get cocky."
Oh? Is that so? Yi Yuan stood with both hands behind his back, having a meaningful expression on his face. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Wang Ning immediately became angry from embarrassment and said in a great rage, "Punk! You actually dare to underestimate me." Wang Ning's aura immediately rose to the peak. A strange but crafty sword stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. Whoosh! The speed of Wang Ning's sword was extremely fast, practically arriving in an instant. It was just that Yi Yuan still leaned his body to one side slightly and dodged it again lightly. Damn it! How did he do it? I don't believe that I can't even take care of a middle-stage true god realm. Wang Ning gritted his teeth, brandished his sword, and attacked again. It was just that no matter how hard he worked, he still could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. He talked about playing with Yi Yuan, but the end result was being toyed with by Yi Yuan. In the beginning, everyone was all still mocking Wang Ning, feeling that this chief was too trash. But along with the passage of time, everyone could not laugh anymore. Once or twice could still say that it was lucky, but they were very clear about Wang Ning's strength. No matter how lacking, it was also not to the point of being toyed in circles by a middle-stage true god realm. Zhou Qianhui and the rest exchanged glances, all seeing shock from each other's eyes. Attack together. This boy is strange, Zhou Qianhui said in a deep voice. 6 great chiefs immediately used their means and rushed forward together. It was just that them joining the battle was still useless. No one could touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves at all. The 7 people had a threatening manner, but no matter how hard they worked, they still could not do anything to Yi Yuan. The more they fought, the more alarmed they got. The more they fought, the more shocked they became. Yi Yuan's movement technique was too bizarre, just like a loach, being unable to catch it at all. Far away, Feng Qianyang's expression likewise became more and more serious. Yi Yuan's move was clearly extremely brilliant spatial law. This kind of supreme law, comprehending even a little, was tremendous luck. Yi Yuan clearly comprehended to an extremely high realm. Those few fools did not detect it at all. Just what's going on here? A 6th firmament true god is toying with 7 9th firmament true gods in the palm of his hand. Could it be that Master Ji isn't just an alchemy master, he's similarly a martial arts expert? Too strong. Just don't know if Master Ji has the means to retaliate or not. A 6th firmament true god toying with 7 9th firmament true gods. This scene was overly shocking, incurring a series of exclamations. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan would definitely be made fun of. Who knew that the result was totally the opposite? Hoo-hoo, this is your martial Dao? Truly laughable to actually not even be on par with me, this minor Dao's alchemist. You guys also dare claim to be chief disciples. High up in the sky came Yi Yuan's bantering laughter. Suddenly, a fearsome power of vitality soared to the sky. Everyone's faces changed. Forget it, you all let me down too much, let's end this game. Yi Yuan's lazy voice spread out nonchalantly. Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. His power of vitality was actually on par with 8th firmament true gods. It was only to see him dodging Wang Ning's sword nimbly. He directly threw a fist over. Wang Ning only felt a horrifying power arrive with a howl behind him. But wanting to dodge was already too late. Bang! Amidst everyone's frightened voices, Wang Ning was smashed into a cloud of blood mist. Universe Dragon Claw coupled with the perfect 6th transformation golden body, the power of Yi Yuan's punch already did not lose to peak 9th firmament true gods. How could Wang Ning be able to resist it? When the other chiefs saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. How could they still dare to deal with Yi Yuan? All running helter-skelter everywhere. Master, save me! Save me, Master! These chiefs seemed to be finding their families grown-ups after being bullied by people outside. There was even sobbing in their words. They all thought that Yi Yuan was easy to bully, but who knew that this was a desolate wild beast? Yi Yuan was not to be provoked at all. When Empyrean Redfeather and the rest saw the situation, they immediately shouted, "Stop, Ji Qingyun!" At the same time, the few great Empyreans were about to take action. It was just that Yi Yuan was faster than them. After Yi Yuan killed Wang Ning, he did not have the intention of stopping at all. It was only to see one Yi Yuan suddenly become 6, appearing in 6 directions at the same time. Bang! 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 A series of detonations came from the sky. The 6 great chiefs were directly blasted into dregs. Everyone looked at this scene dumbfoundedly with their mouths agape, stunned looks on their faces. Especially the few great Empyreans, their hearts were dripping blood. These were all their successors. How much painstaking effort did they expend these few years? But now Yi Yuan only used several breaths and killed all of them. How to make them accept this? However, they currently were even more shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan exhibited extremely brilliant spatial law, far exceeding their imagination. In an instant, transformation into 6 clones, appearing at 6 venues at the same time, slaying 6 powerhouses. These Empyreans, could naturally tell that this was not some cloning technique, but an extremely brilliant utilization of spatial law. This kind of means was simply inconceivable. Even these Empyrean powerhouses, could not do it too. This is also too strong, right? Even if Master G is a body-refining powerhouse, it's also not to the extent of being so strong, right? His one move killed 6 great 9th firmament true gods. Truly inconceivable. Master G already overpowered the extreme north's alchemy path at a young age. Furthermore, he actually also has such horrifying strength in martial Dao. How did he cultivate? Everyone was long already dumbfounded from shock. They were stunned by Yi Yuan's combat power. Originally thought that Yi Yuan was merely an alchemist, and that his combat power was limited. But who knew that Yi Yuan's combat strength was off the charts, directly crossing a few minor realms and killing his enemies. Jiluo Ji's most elite juniors actually did not even have the chance to escape from under his hands. Ji Qingyun, you killed my disciple. This Empyrean will definitely kill you today, Empyrean Redfeather said with a furious roar. The other Empyreans were also extremely alarmed and enraged. They were thoroughly enraged by Yi Yuan's actions. However, Yi Yuan was very calm, looking toward Feng Tianyang with a smile that was not a smile. He then said, "Looks like their martial Dao isn't worth mentioning at all. Don't know whether your martial Dao can stir up any of my interest or not." Feng Tianyang's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, brilliant light shining in his eyes. Yi Yuan's performance greatly exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought that he could casually suppress Yi Yuan. He did not expect that the combat power Yi Yuan displayed was actually sufficient to pose a threat to him. Ho-ho! Boy, you indeed made me very surprised. However, you still don't have the qualifications to stand in front of me. Those people are similarly clay chickens and pottery dogs in front of this young master. Feng Tianyang slowly stepped out, the aura on his body growing stronger and stronger. Everyone's faces could not help changing. Someone cried out in surprise, "What a powerful aura!" This aura already reached the grand completion true God realm. Just a step and he'll be able to reach Empyrean realm. Feng Tianyang had a proud look and said with a faint smile, "If you feel that after killing them you have the qualifications to challenge me, then you're gravely mistaken. I, Feng Tianyang, am destined to be the person who unifies the extreme north. How can I be compared to those kinds of trash?" Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Is that so? You also said so just now. But they are all dead." Feng Tianyang's face turned cold and he said, "Humph! This young master gives you a chance now. Hand over lure, or die." Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, his words having an additional hint of coldness as he said, "You want to marry Lure because you took fancy on her profound physique?" Feng Tianyang was taken aback and said, "How did you know?" "But it also doesn't matter that you know. This young master is doing it for her profound physique. This young master's cultivation method has already reached major accomplishment, and my cultivation is already cultivated to the peak true God realm as well. After this young master takes her profound physique, I'll be able to break through the shackles and become the youngest Empyrean powerhouse in this northernmost steppe." When Yi Yuan heard that, killing intent soared in his heart. Earlier, when Feng Tianyang released his world power, Yi Yuan could feel an extremely scorching power. This power was extremely strong, as if it was a primitive behemoth. But Yi Yuan could detect that this power was not at grand completion. Amidst the power of extreme yang, it was missing a trace of extreme yin power. Yi Yuan's understanding of heavenly Tao was far from what ordinary people could compare to. Myriad life in this world had always mutually promoted and restrained each other. No matter how strong the power of extreme yang,
it ultimately had a limit too. Just based on this, even if give Feng Tianyang another 100,000 years, he could also forget about stepping into Empyrean realm. But, if he completed this missing piece, Feng Tianyang might be able to break through to Empyrean within a few years. How could it be that easy to search for this trace of extreme Yin power?
But Lua's appearance made Feng Tianyang see hope.
Hence, he had been in close seclusion all the way these few years, finally cultivating to be a grand completion true god. Then, after coming out and taking Luer's extreme Yin power, he would be able to break through to be an Empyrean smoothly. It was just that while he planned things out well, he ran into Yi Yuan, this unexpected variable. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he said, "You deserve death." Feng Tianyang's actions already touched Yi Yuan's bottom line. Luer was Yi Yuan's reverse scale. Touch and die. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "Letting this young master corroborate my Tao as an Empyrean, that's her honor. Where is she?
Hand her over, and this young master can spare you from death." Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said with a mocking look, "You talk so much. Didn't you think why I took Louis away?"
Feng Tianyang's expression turned dark and said, "I don't care who you are. Not handing Luer over. You'll have to die." Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Stop making futile efforts. Luer isn't in Jiuluoji anymore. Also, my name is actually Yi Yuan."
Feng Tianyang was clearly unfamiliar with this name. But when Empyrean Ice Cloud heard this name, her expression could not help changing wildly.
"Why you're Yi Yuan?
How is this possible?" Empyrean Ice Cloud was the same as Empyrean Lone Swan, instantly thinking of many things.
It was also precise because of this that she was extremely shocked in her heart. It turned out that all of these were his schemes.
And she, an Empyrean powerhouse who dominated a region, fell into the scheme step by step under Yi Yuan's towing. She even personally delivered Luer to Yi Yuan's hands.
Feng Tianyang's brows furrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "Who is he?"
He's the person that Lua is in love with," Empyrean Ice Cloud said bitterly.
Feng Tianyang was also a clever person and thought of many things in an instant. In this 1 year plus, Ji Qingyun's name echoed throughout the extreme north. Feng Tianyang naturally heard a lot after leaving seclusion. It was just that he also did not expect that Yi Yuan doing so much was actually for Luer. Heh. What a grand scheme.
Boy, you really made me see you in a different light.
However, to dare snatch my Feng Tianyang's woman, you must die today. Feng Tianyang laughed coldly, a roaring flame suddenly bursting out from his body.
Limitless fire hell. Feng Tianyang held his palm out. The entire region of space was completely enveloped by the flames, directly shrouding Yi Yuan inside it.
Everyone's faces changed. This ball of fire hell was like a blazing sun. Even if they were so far away, they also had a feeling of being incinerated. What kind of situation would it be for the Yi Yuan situated inside the fire hell?
Indeed, well-deserving of being the extreme north's #1 person, Feng Tianyang's heaven-burning secret art has probably cultivated to sublimity already. Even if Master Ji has the ability to reach the highest heaven, he probably can't escape this limitless fire hell too. A shame such a powerful alchemy master died just like this.
Many people shook their heads and sighed, lamenting for Yi Yuan. In their view, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Feng Tianyang's mouth, and he said disdainfully, "This limitless fire hell of mine can incinerate limitless void. Even if you grasp spatial law, how can you escape?" "Oh? Is that so?"
The voice had yet to fade when a figure walked out of that limitless flames leisurely and at ease. It was as if that limitless sea of fire was his own backyard. Who is this person if not Yi Yuan?
Feng Tianyang's face changed and he said,
How is this possible?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "You overestimated your flame law and also looked down on spatial law too much. Incinerating limitless void? How can it be as easy as you think?"
Only a person like you who doesn't understand space dare to say this kind of words. The more he studied spatial law, the more Yi Yuan felt the extensive and profoundness of spatial law. The Tao of space was one of this world's most primitive laws. How could it be defeated so easily? True God realm powerhouses used spatial law to shuttle through the void, but that was merely the most superficial application of spatial law.
Comprehending spatial law to Yi Yuan's degree, one could not find more than a few in the entire heavenspan world.
Feng Tianyang judged others using his own strength. So how could he understand Yi Yuan's might? Unless Feng Tianyang could cultivate spatial law to Yi Yuan's level or cultivate flame law to Empyrean level, then there would be a possibility of hurting Yi Yuan. Just with this current level, how could it threaten Yi Yuan? Feng Tianyang's face fell slightly, and he said coldly, "Humph,"
being deliberately mystifying. "I underestimated you. I'll let you take a look at my true strength then."
It was only to see his gaze turn sharp. Another aura rose to the sky. Wind attribute law. This is Empyrean vast wind's specialty. Everyone was still in the midst of exclaiming when a third power of law spread out. This time, even Yi Yuan's gaze also revealed some solemnness.
Ice law.
I didn't expect that Feng Tianyang is actually such a peerless talent, to actually fuse 3 kinds of power of law. No wonder he's so arrogant. He indeed has the capital to be wildly arrogant. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration.
That was right. He did not comprehend 3 kinds of laws, but he actually fused 3 kinds of power of law.
It was only to see that on Feng Tianyang's body, the power of flames, power of the fierce gale, and power of ice, intertwining together. Clearly, it was the manifestation of 3 power of laws fusing together.
Law comprehension like his could virtually sweep across those in the same rank already.
There was a wave of exclamations all around. Everyone said that Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's #1 person. Previously, everyone all felt that this was him relying on his father's prestige. Only now, did they know that that was him relying on his own strength. Those who fused 2 power of laws were already called geniuses among geniuses.
Those who fused 3 power of laws could no longer be described using genius. That was a peerless talent.
Fusing 3 power of laws was not what Lu Zi's 5 power of laws could compare to. With Feng Tianyang's strength, he could probably pummel Lu Zi with just one hand.
Feng Tianyang looked at Yi Yuan with a proud look and said with a cold smile, "To be able to force my full strength out, you can be sufficiently proud.
I fused 3 power of laws and have never met a match in the same rank. Now, I stepped into grand completion true God realm. I'm the #1 person under Empyrean. Yi Yuan, this is my martial Tao. Do you think I have the qualifications to say this?" Yi Yuan said coolly. "This is your full strength?"
Not bad, it's just don't know if you can force my full strength out or not, bring it on." Feng Tianyang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Reckless and blind fool, I want to see what your full strength is." Done talking, Feng Tianyang's figure moved, arriving in an instant.
3 power of laws fused into one. His fist was momentous and tidal-like, virtually about to rent the sky asunder and split the earth open. Even the group of Empyreans also had slight changes in countenance at this time. This kind of commotion, once Feng Tianyang stepped into Empyrean realm, he could probably crush all of them instantly. Only a third firmament Empyrean like Empyrean Redfeather had the qualifications to firmly suppress him. At the same time, Yi Yuan's vital energy also rose to the peak and was even stronger than just now. Bang! Above the void, the 2 people exchanged a punch. Horrifying energy undulations spread out, giving people a feeling of empty tie crushing down from above. Under the one punch, Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward, a mouthful of fresh blood spurting out wildly. Feng Tianyang laughed loudly and said, "To be able to receive this punch of mine, you can be sufficiently proud. However, you're still hard-pressed to escape death today." Again, finished talking. He did not wait for Yi Yuan to catch his breath either. Another punch slamming over. Bang! 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 One loud boom after another came over. The 2 people's battle was practically about to shatter the sky. The void trembled, making the starry river flowing in reverse. This kind of battle practically already surpassed the limits of true God realm. This was a fight of another level. So strong. The 2 of them are both so strong. Truly unable to imagine how the 2 of them cultivate. What a shame. Yi Yuan almost can't hold on anymore. He's still too young, give him another few hundred years, he should be able to win Feng Tianyang. There are no ifs in life. Lose means lose. But considering Yi Yuan's talent, it's indeed a shame.
Below, there was a series of exclamations. The two people's combat strength far exceeded their imaginations. It was just that Yu Yuan was repeatedly forced back under Feng Tianyang's pressuring and already could not quite hold out anymore. The outcome of this fight was obvious already. Feng Tianyang's aura was too outrageous. For Yu Yuan to be able to last until now under his fierce attacks, it was already rather valiant. Bang! Right at this time, a loud bang came over. Yi Yuan's figure drew a straight line and fell into the earth. Sigh! Yi Yuan is defeated. A wave of bemoaning came from the crowd. Feng Tianyang stood in the air, akin to a god of war. Ha ha ha, in the junior generation, you're the first to be able to fight with me to this extent. Now you can go to hell. Feng Tianyang's figure similarly cut across the horizon, heading toward that huge pit in the ground. Bang! Feng Tianyang arrived fast, but he was blasted back even quicker. Everyone was dumbfounded, uncertain what it meant. What happened? They completely did not detect any trace of undulation and Feng Tianyang was blasted flying. It was as if Feng Tianyang ran into a wall and was directly rebounded back. This scene was extremely puzzling. Inside the pit, Yi Yuan carried the bone sword and slowly walked out, with a desolate killing aura on his body. Very good. To be able to force out my full strength, you can be sufficiently proud. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Tianyang and said coolly. He stood there, giving people a very lofty feeling, just like a sharp sword that was sheathed, accumulating momentum and awaiting release. This is sword intent. What a swift and fierce sword intent. He fused a supreme law and the sword Dao law. How is this possible? Empyrean Windlike had been standing there calmly all along. Even when he saw that Yi Yuan comprehended spatial law, he was also not the least bit moved. Because he knew that Feng Tianyang would definitely win. But at this time, a look of surprise finally showed on his face. Comprehending spatial law was nothing, but fusing sword Dao law and spatial law, that was incredible. The difficulty level was much harder than even fusing 3 powers of law. Supreme law, just comprehending it required immense talent. Ordinary people could not even learn the rudiments, let alone talk about fusing the power of law. Just how in the world did this kid cultivate? His alchemy talent crushed 7-star alchemy gods. But he's actually also heavenly defying in martial arts. Empyrean Redfeather exclaimed with admiration. Just now was him striking Feng Tianyang flying? But I didn't detect sword Dao undulations at all. Another Empyrean cried out in surprise. An attack that could not be seen was the scariest. The group of Empyreans already did not know how to describe their emotions. Originally they thought that one Feng Tianyang was already monstrous enough. They did not expect that Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than Feng Tianyang's. This, Brother Windlike, honorable nephew Tianyang will be fine, right? Why not? We'd better take action. Empyrean Ice Cloud said worriedly. Empyrean Windlike shook his head and said, relax. Just now was just Tianyang's momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he still has an ultimate move that he hasn't used. Tianyang won't lose. Although this boy's talent is high, his cultivation realm is inferior to Tianyang's in the end. The moment the group of Empyreans heard this, they immediately felt greatly reassured. The current Feng Tianyang had disheveled hair, numerous wounds on his body, in a sorry state. How is there still that lofty bearing from before? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You dared to hurt me. I'll definitely tear you to shreds. Yi Yuan. This finger is the strongest attack that I created after fusing 3 laws. For you to be able to die under this attack, you can be sufficiently proud. Feng Tianyang roared and pointed a finger out fiercely. Fine cracks actually appeared in space. It could be seen how horrifying this finger was. If this finger were to land on a person's body, it could probably directly annihilate them. Space-shattering finger. Empyrean Windlike's face revealed a hint of a praising smile as he said, fusing laws is one aspect. Application of laws is another aspect. Tianyang's understanding of these 3 laws is extremely profound and already carved out a great Tao that belongs to him. Maybe he can surpass Big Brother in the future and become a once-in-a-blue-moon heavenly emperor powerhouse of this land of extreme north in several 100,000 years. This finger, even if a first firmament Empyrean took it, it would likely be the outcome of serious injuries too.
When everyone heard that, their faces all changed. They did not expect that Feng Tianong was actually so monstrous. The strike of a ninth firmament true god could actually harm an Empyrean. What kind of terrifying offensive power was this? How strong was an Empyrean? Even if one stood there and let a grand completion true god realm hit them, it would also be hard to injure them in the slightest. These were powerhouses of two different levels. It was two different levels of understanding toward heavenly Tao. But Feng Tianyang's finger could actually seriously injure an Empyrean. Could be seen how terrifying this attack was. Of course, being able to harm an Empyrean was one thing. An Empyrean powerhouse naturally would not stand there stupidly and let Feng Tianyang hit. The Empyreans could not help looking over toward Yi Yuan with pity. Encountering such an opponent was his sorrow. Amen? He's actually smiling? The Empyreans discovered that a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and could not help being very surprised. At this time, he actually still had the mood to smile. Ice Cloud sneered and said, "Probably scared silly, right?" "A little interesting." Yi Yuan slowly raised his sword and calmly stabbed a sword out. This sword was too sloppy and ordinary, without any power to speak of. Compared to Feng Tianyang's show of strength that billowed to the sky, Yi Yuan's sword art did not have any aesthetic sense at all. It looked like Yi Yuan was a martial artist who did not know how to use the sword at all. Except, if Song Yu and the rest of the people who had been to the ancient god battlefield before were here, they would know that Yi Yuan's sword actually followed the exact same pattern as that Empyrean bone devil. What is he doing? Can this kind of sword hurt people? Empyrean Windlike furrowed his brows. He completely could not tell what impressive aspect Yi Yuan's sword had, but he kept feeling in his heart that there was that tiny hint of something amiss. Empyrean Ice Cloud laughed coldly and said, "Of course it can't hurt anyone. That's why this Empyrean said that he's scared silly." People who did not know the inside story were all mocking Yi Yuan's sword, saying that he was a mantis blocking the cart. Feng Tianyang was similarly like so. He laughed wildly and said, "Haha, you're relying on this sword to handle me? Go to hell then." At this time, the space-shattering finger was already formed. He pointed over toward Yi Yuan fiercely. "True sword hollow etch." Yi Yuan lightly spat these 4 words out of his mouth. This move was still sword hollow etch, but he was inspired by the Empyrean Bone Devil and already completely mastered restraining the power. Sword hollow etch's power also reached the extreme and did not leak out in the slightest, reaching the realm of returning to one's original simplicity. Hence, he named it True Sword Hollow Etch. Right at this time, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across in Empyrean Windlike's mind, thinking of something. Just now, when Feng Tianyang was suddenly blasted out backward, wasn't there no undulations at all? Could it be that this boy condensed his power to the limits and did not leak any of it out? Could this kind of thing really be done? Not good. Tianyang, quickly retreat. Empyrean Windlike yelled out, his figure suddenly moving, speeding over towards the two people's battlefield. But sadly, it was already too late. One bright and one dark, 2 attacks, collided together in midair fiercely, rending the void apart. This kind of collision could be described using move mountains and fill the seas, making mountains and rivers flow in reverse. It was not the least bit over the top. Everyone looked at this scene in great shock. Their brains had not processed it yet. Why would Yi Yuan's sloppy and ordinary sword have such terrifying power? Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch was an incomparably swift and fierce strike in the first place. Now that his retraining of power had reached major accomplishment, the power of sword hollow etch was compressed to the extreme, without any leakage. The power became several times greater. Such a terrifying attack, it was hard for even space-shattering finger to withstand too. Feng Tianyang did not even get to groan and was directly annihilated. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. Why? Why is it like this? The one dead is actually Feng Tianyang? Just what kind of sword is this? Why would it have such terrifying power? Seeing Yi Yuan put away the bone sword calmly, Empyrean Windlike's 2 eyes were practically spewing fire. Vast Wind Assemble's future was actually killed just like that, right under his eyelids. He thought that by relying on his Empyrean might, it was absolutely impossible for such a thing to happen. Yi Yuan also would not dare to kill him right in his face. But Yi Yuan killed him just like that. Punk, you've got guts. Empyrean Windlike gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound and divine physique. He deserved to die. If Feng Tianyang just took fancy on Luer's beauty, Yi Yuan also would not have his killing intent aroused. After all, everyone loved beautiful things. Yi Yuan would not go so far as to be so crazy, killing off anyone who took fancy on the people around him. But Feng Tianyang never should have had designs on Luer's divine physique. If Feng Tianyang took Luer's profound divine physique, Luer would become a cripple if minor, or kick the bucket if it was serious. How could Yi Yuan tolerate this kind of thing? Good. Today, if I Windlike don't kill you, I'm not human. Empyrean Windlike was already furious to the extreme, his body emitting an outrageous aura. Feng Tianyang was the extreme north's future master, was the vast wind assemble's future. Now, he was actually dead. Empyrean Windlike's fury could be imagined. What a terrific little brute. You dared to kill honorable nephew Tianyang. It's becoming enemies with the entire land of extreme north. Today, this Empyrean will definitely kill you. Empyrean Ice Cloud immediately jumped out and said, Little friend Yi Yuan, you went overboard in this matter. Today you must stay here. This Empyrean won't sit by idly and remain indifferent too. Empyrean Redfeather also said. With Feng Tianyang dying at Jiluoji, it would be hard for them all, these people, to absolve themselves from the blame. Once Empyrean Vast Wind investigated it, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Hence, their attitude must be shown right now. The other Empyreans also spoke up, wanting to capture Yi Yuan one after another. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said with a smile, Kill me? Heh. Today's matters aren't over yet. The injustice that Lewis suffered these few years, this Yi will claim it back for her today all at once. Today, this Yi will exterminate your ice cloud tower down to the last person. Yi Yuan staying behind was not for bravery or to fight. When he found out the problem in Lua's cultivation method, he had killing intent aroused toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. Furthermore, in this ice cloud tower, the ones who bullied Lure normally were not in the minority. To Yi Yuan, Ice Cloud Tower already did not have the need to exist anymore. It was just that these words sounded overly conceited in other people's ears. Ha, you want to kill this Empyrean? Kid, I admit that you're very strong, but you, a mere true god realm, want to kill an Empyrean. When Empyrean Ice Cloud heard that, she burst out laughing. Everyone all shook their heads one after another, feeling that Yi Yuan was too ignorant. He was indeed peerlessly talented, but wanting to kill an Empyrean, he was clearly not qualified enough yet. In theory, that sort of Yi Yuan's was sufficient to threaten Empyrean powerhouses. It was just that these Empyreans were not fools either. Would they stand there and let Yi Yuan kill? Moreover, that kind of horrifying sword, the consumption would definitely be tremendous. How many swords could Yi Yuan unleash? Yi Yuan sighed slightly, a dark metal ball suddenly appearing in his hand. This thing was originally my final trump card. I didn't want to use it easily. But today, in order to kill you, I can only use it. When Yi Yuan was talking, he had a look of reluctance to part. Ha. Ha. Empyrean Ice Cloud's laughter gradually ceased, the expression on her face becoming extremely fascinating. Not just her. After the other Empyreans saw that black ball, each and every one of their expressions became incomparably solemn. Even Empyrean Windlike, the fury on his face also diminished considerably. At this time, there was more alarm and fear. Clearly, he feared this black ball like a tiger. Heaven-shocking lightning. This is heavenly emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning. Why would you have this sort of thing? Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out strangely. How was there still any of the former composure? Currently, alarm and terror were written all over her face, and the other Empyreans also unconsciously pulled apart the distance from her. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Turns out that you all recognize this thing, huh? Then I don't need to do any explanations. Men, just now, weren't you all very fierce, wanting to uphold justice for Feng Tianyang's death? That's okay. I don't mind. I welcome you all to come to find me to demand justice any time. All of the Empyreans' faces turned black, nearly fainting in anger. Demand justice, my ass. That's heaven-shocking lightning. Heavenly Emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning. Heaven-shocking lightning was a one-time consumable. Inside sealed the power of a certain powerhouse's one attack.
Once opened, it would be equivalent to that powerhouse's all-out attack. And heaven-shocking lightning had many different colors. Among them, the highest grade of heaven-shocking lightning was black, and it was refined with special methods. It was extremely hard to come across.
What was sealed inside was naturally the attack of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. If it was an Empyrean-level heaven-shocking lightning, everyone would not be at the extent of being so fearful. After all, it was just the power of one strike. Furthermore, it was not executed by the caster themselves. But, Heavenly Emperor-level heaven-shocking lightning, how horrifying was the power. This kind of heaven-shocking lightning, the materials required were extremely hard to come by. It was normally hard to chance upon. Yet Yi Yuan had one in his hands. This was a deadly object. Once Yi Yuan released the heaven-shocking lightning here, probably none of them, these Empyrean powerhouses, could survive. The attack of a heavenly emperor shocked the heavens and earth. In front of a heavenly emperor, all were ants. This heaven-shocking lightning was obtained by Yi Yuan inside the ancient god battlefield's heavenly emperor Crepe Myrtle's cave. Originally, it was used as his final trump card to preserve his life.
Even when 100,000 people besieged Heavenly Eagle back then, he also never used it. But today, for Lua's sake, he decided to use it.
This Empyrean ice cloud's thoughts were extremely wicked. Not killing her. It was hard for Yi Yuan to dispel the hatred in his heart. Thinking about everything that Yi Yuan suffered in these 1,000 years, Yi Yuan's heart ached faintly. The Empyrean Windlike, who was still clamoring about taking revenge just now. His expression was currently deathly white, without any imposing momentum at all. Right now, Yi Yuan's spearhead was clearly targeting Empyrean Ice Cloud. He did not wish to anger Yi Yuan and make Yi Yuan turn the spearhead to deal with him.
How could his fragile body bear it?
Why Yi Yuan? Misunderstanding.
It's all a misunderstanding. You look, in any case, this Empyrean has also brought Lua up for so many years and imparted to her cultivation methods. Empyrean Ice Cloud broke out in cold sweat, racking her brain to think of a plan to escape.
Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding? Hoo-hoo.
Lua has followed me since young, and I couldn't even bear to hit her once. You count for yourself, how much hardship has she suffered since she arrived at Ice Cloud Tower?
Furthermore, in your eyes, she's probably just a cultivation tool, right? Now, you're telling me that it's a misunderstanding." Empyrean Ice Cloud discovered that this Yi Yuan was too smart, as if he was an old thing that had experienced many vicissitudes of life. How was he like a young man?
This kind of inferior quibbling had no way of fooling him at all.
Hence, she gritted her teeth and said in a stern voice, "Glazed frost grand art, absorb for me." Ah! Ah! Ah!
Those Ice Cloud Tower disciples all cried out miserably.
The divine essence in their bodies actually broke out of their bodies frenziedly, swarming over toward Empyrean Ice Cloud.
And Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura was currently rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. Initial stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Middle stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean.
Late stage 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura increased steadily, directly breaking through the fetters of 2nd Firmament Empyrean, reaching peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean.
And this was not over. Her aura was still rising, heading straight for 4th Firmament Empyrean. The realm that originally needed year after year before she could break through was actually not the slightest bit stagnant at this moment. However, those Ice Cloud Tower disciples were all sucked into dry corpses, the method extremely cruel.
Even when Yang Feier saw this scene, her face also turned pale. These junior apprentice sisters and martial nieces that had lived with her for many years passed away just like that, without even a trace of strength to resist. She could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. If not for this man, she would probably also be the same as them now, right? The other Empyreans also stared at Empyrean Ice Cloud in immense shock, being stunned by this scene. No one could have thought that she actually concealed such means.
It turned out that Empyrean Ice Cloud was the ambitious schemer hidden among them.
Yi Yuan's sudden appearance clearly disrupted Empyrean Ice Cloud's plans. Otherwise, come one day in the future, when Empyrean Ice Cloud devoured all of her disciples in one go, she would likely be able to directly become the extreme north's #1 person. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came, he might not be able to suppress her too.
At the thought of this, everyone was horrified. To be able to use such cruel means to equip herself, the northernmost step would probably immediately be plunged into darkness under this woman's rule. In virtually an instant, Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura rose to 5th Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Vast Wind not moving out. There were really few existences that could be found in this land of extreme north that could do anything to her. Even Empyrean Windlike was weaker than her. Empyrean Ice Cloud stood in the air, her white fairy dress fluttering away. Glaring at Yi Yuan, she said ferociously, "Brat, you forced my hand. The two of our debts have to be squared." Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud took a step out and directly concealed inside the void. The other people were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied, gazes casting toward Yi Yuan one after another. They were afraid that Yi Yuan would use the heaven-shocking lightning on them. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed and similarly took a step out, entering the void. Seeing Yi Yuan left, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally sent this plague god away. Brother Windlike, this? Empyrean Redfeather said with a hesitant look. Empyrean Windlike gave a cold snort and said, "This matter isn't over so easily. Humph. After he uses that heaven-shocking lightning, I want to see what methods he still has to be cocky with us. Tianyang's matter, I'm afraid that Big Brother already knows. At this time, he is probably already on the way. Perhaps feeling being at the mercy of a true god earlier was overly humiliating. He was a little loud when speaking. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Empyrean Redfeather and the rest nodded slightly, clearly having long predicted that this matter would not be left at this. Feng Tianyang was too monstrous, but such a monster died at Jiluoji. If there was no explanation for this matter, Empyrean Vast Wind would probably turn the entire northernmost step upside down. A little while ago, inside a dark space of Vast Wind Assemble, a stalwart figure was currently sitting down cross-legged. Behind him, several colored lanterns were suspended in the air. These were all the lifeblood soul lamps of the Vast Wind Assemble's important people. Suddenly, one of the colored lanterns gave off an intense tremor, then shattered with a crack. That big and tall figure suddenly opened both eyes, his gaze cold and gloomy like a bottomless abyss. This Empyrean gave Tianyang several life-preserving divine abilities. Even when facing Empyrean powerhouses, he should be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, there's Windlike accompanying him on this trip. So who could kill Tianyang in front of Windlike? Empyrean Vast Wind's brows were tightly knitted, full of puzzlement. He regarded Feng Tianyang extremely highly. Although he normally trained Feng Tianyang a lot, he also gave Feng Tianyang quite a lot of life-preserving divine abilities. With these divine abilities around, even if facing an Empyrean powerhouse and Feng Tianyang could not beat him, he could still escape with his life. For so many years, those divine abilities also let Feng Tianyang tide over perilous situations, turning dangers into safety time after time. Let alone that this time was just marrying a girl. Furthermore, there was also Empyrean Windlike accompanying him. In Empyrean Vast Wind's view, there was no danger at all. Yet, this time, Feng Tianyang died. This son that he pinned high hopes on was dead. Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that Feng Tianyang did not have time to use life-preserving divine abilities at all, and was directly killed by Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch. Having lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, Empyrean Vast Wind had long already cultivated until he had no joy nor sorrow. It was just that currently at his glabella, that thunderous rage hidden in the depths of his heart could be seen. Humph! No matter who it is, to dare kill Tianyang, even if this Empyrean goes up to the 9th heaven and below the earth, I'll also tear you to pieces. Not pulling your divine soul out and refining it for 100,000 years, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. Finished saying, Empyrean Vast Wind pointed at the void. Several dozen streams of light directly tore through the void and left. After 15 minutes, Vast Wind Assemble was in an uproar. Several dozen powerful auras gathered in the sky above Vast Wind Assemble, virtually making the entire territory asphyxiated. Isn't that Ling Yu Assemble Empyrean Shenluo? That's a 5th Firmament Empyrean super powerhouse.
Why would he appear here?
Also, that's Hedong assembles Empyrean Xianxia.
That's Ironwood assembles Empyrean Gu Yun. What in the world is happening? Practically half of the northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses have gathered at our here.
In Vast Wind Assemble, people who had the knowledge noticed that all of these Empyreans that normally did not show themselves to the public were now there.
Each one of them was a super powerhouse whose names shook a region.
But now all of them were gathered in Vast Wind Assemble.
Even a fool also knew that something big was about to happen. Empyrean Shenluo was in front and said to Empyrean Vast Wind with clasped hands, "Brother Vast Wind, I wonder what happened? You actually want to use the Heaven Rank Secret Order? The last time it was used, it was when the demon race's 9 great sovereigns arrived together. The other Empyreans also had blank faces, not knowing what happened. This Heaven Rank Secret Order was the secret order that Empyrean Vast Wind commanded the extreme north with. Normally, not reaching a life and death juncture, it would not be used. Now, they received the Heaven Rank Secret Order under the circumstances where they did not receive any danger alerts."
Empyrean Vast Wind had a calm expression devoid of joy and sorrow as he opened his mouth and said coolly, "Wait, there are still a few that haven't arrived."
The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. Empyrean Vast Wind's prestige was not established through words but carved out with real swords and spears.
People should not look at how these Empyreans were all powerful. In reality, they were very fearful of Empyrean Vast Wind. Before long, the void trembled and 3 figures slowly stepped out.
When the Empyreans saw this scene, their pupils could not help constricting.
Empyrean Tianju,
Empyrean Mieyu,
Empyrean Zhenhuang. These 3 are all existences that aren't weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind.
They actually came too. Looks like something big is really going to happen. Vast Wind, you issued the Heaven Rank Secret Order to call us here. If there isn't anything special, you'll need to give me an account.
Empyrean Tianju looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said those words with a cold smile on his face.
Clearly, he did not really have respect for Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Tianju and the 2 great Empyreans were slightly weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind in terms of strength. But if they really fought, Empyrean Tianju 3 people also would not be that much weaker.
Hence, even though they treated Empyrean Vast Wind as their common lord, they actually did not really have respect for him.
Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, "My son, Feng Tianyang, has perished. Inviting everyone here is to request for everybody to take action together and block off this hunt. After the matter is done, this Empyrean will naturally repay generously."
The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed.
Feng Tianyang was known as the young generation's #1 person. Once he stepped into Empyrean in the future, he would be the extreme north's common lord.
But now he died?
Tianju and the rest were wildly elated in their hearts when they heard that. But in front of Empyrean Vast Wind, they could not express it and just said with a loud laugh, "Vast Wind, what has your son dying got to do with us? Isn't it too rash for you to send out the Heaven Rank Secret Order arbitrarily? Vast Wind, you're too unbridled. The Heaven Rank Secret Order is the highest secret order that we've agreed upon. You actually gathered all of us here for this. What evil motives do you have?" Empyrean Mieyu said in a cold voice. "Humph.
Vast Wind, if you don't give us an explanation today, this matter isn't over," Empyrean Zhenhuang said unhappily. While the 3 great supreme Empyreans dealing with Empyrean Vast Wind in unison, the other Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter.
The scene was already going out of control. Many Empyreans were gloating over others' misfortune, waiting to watch Empyrean Vast Wind's good show.
After all, even though Empyrean Vast Wind was formidable, he was not formidable to the extent of truly unifying the extreme north.
Summoning the group of Empyreans here for his son, everyone was also rather unhappy in their hearts. Feng Tianyang's death was actually something that had a far-reaching impact on the northernmost steppe. Concerning this point, everyone had a score in their hearts. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "You want an explanation? This Empyrean will explain for you right now." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind suddenly fired a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Empyrean Zhenhuang's face revealed a look of great alarm.
hurriedly raising his palm to meet the enemy. However, a power akin to Mount Tai crushing down from above suddenly pressed over. This palm, he was unable to contend with it. Emperor Miao's two eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed a finger out too. Crack, crack, crack. The wind and clouds changed, lightning flashing. The battle between middle-stage Empyrean realms was too earth-shaking. Yet, under this palm of Empyrean vast wind, the two great sixth firmament Empyrean powerhouses were faltering very soon. Empyrean Tianju gave a cold snort and also struck a palm out. With three great Empyreans making a move at the same time, how shocking was the commotion. However, what was even more shocking was Empyrean vast wind. His palm seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, suppressing the world. Poo work, poo work, poo work. Very soon, the three great Empyreans could not hold on anymore, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Empyrean vast winds one palm suppressed three great Empyreans. Damn it! You broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Empyrean Tianju looked at Vast Wind and said with a look of astonishment. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "Are you all still satisfied with this explanation?" Empyrean Tianju was tongue-tied for a moment and actually did not know what to say. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Looks like nobody has objections anymore. Set off then." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind stepped out and shuttled into the void. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but still followed him in the end. Several tens of thousands of miles outside of Jiuluoji, Empyrean Ice Cloud revealed her figure, having a hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. So what if you have the heaven-shocking lightning? Can't catch up to this Empyrean. Everything is futile. Except her voice had yet to fade when a layer of ripples emerged in space. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out. Empyrean Ice Cloud's words were immediately cut off. She used a gaze like having seen a ghost and cried out in surprise. "You, how can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan played with the heaven-shocking lightning in his hand and said coolly, "You seem to have forgotten that I know spatial law." Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally did not forget. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan's spatial law would actually be fearsome to such a degree. She traversed the void with the power of fifth firmament Empyrean. How fast was the speed? Originally she thought that she would be able to shake Yi Yuan off, but who knew that she would be caught up so quickly? A true god realm could actually rely on spatial law to catch up to a fifth firmament Empyrean. What kind of shocking thing was this? Just how will you be willing to let me off? Empyrean Ice Cloud's complexion was ashen, looking at Yi Yuan with a terrified look. Let you off? Hoo-hoo. You're probably thinking too much. You must die today, Yi Yuan said coldly. Are you mad? Your heaven-shocking lightning, there's even a possibility of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but you're actually using it to kill me? This kind of precious treasure is a treasure that can fortify destiny regardless of which faction it's placed in. You're actually wasting it like this. Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out at the top of her voice in shock. So what? In my view, there's only willing or not willing, not about its worth. Yi Yuan still remained unmoved. You lunatic. Do you know once you use the heaven-shocking lightning to kill me, Empyrean Windlike absolutely won't let you off. Also, that Empyrean Vast Wind, he regards the sun dearly. Right now, he's probably already on the way here. If you have the heaven-shocking lightning, they will absolutely be incomparably apprehensive. But if you use it to kill me, you won't have a reliance anymore. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes swiveled around, trying to persuade Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, that doesn't need you to worry over. You also don't need to harbor thoughts of getting lucky anymore. No matter what, you also can't escape death today. Facing Yi Yuan, who was impervious to all reason, Empyrean Ice Cloud completely broke down. She no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to luck, her figure moving and shuttling into the void, attempting to escape. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly, right hand pushing lightly pressing the heaven-shocking lightning into the void. Using spatial law in front of Yi Yuan, even if it was Empyrean Ice Cloud, it was also showing off in front of an expert. It was only to see a horrifying to the extreme power burst out from within the void. A blinding light could be seen distinctly even from more than 100,000 miles away.
At this time, it was as if there was only that area of pale yellow light left in the world.
Rumble. The Empyreans who were far away at Luoji currently had ashen pale faces.
That horrifying energy undulation was seemingly like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears, being clear and distinguishable.
They were all very clear that this energy was released more than 100,000 miles away. If released in this Luoji, the entire Luoji would probably be razed to the ground instantly.
An Empyrean powerhouse said falteringly, This is the strike of a heavenly emperor.
Are really too horrifying. Saying that it has the power to destroy the world is also not overboard. Currently, the group of Empyreans exchanged glances and they actually felt somewhat grateful toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. If she did not run away, Yi Yuan would likely have directly obliterated Luoji at this time.
In Luoji there was utter dilapidation. Even when separated by such a great distance, Luoji was still affected.
This heaven-shocking strike let everyone feel clearly how powerful a heavenly emperor powerhouse was.
Originally, everyone did not have a clear understanding of heavenly emperors, this kind of legendary existence. But now everyone had an understanding. The group of Empyreans strained their eyes and looked into the distance, all palpitating with anxiety and fear. Is this the strike of a heavenly emperor?
No wonder everyone says that Heavenly Emperor is a life form on another level. This kind of power is simply unimaginable. Empyrean Redfeather's face turned pale as he said.
Only a short while ago, he felt that he was already standing at the summit of the world, thinking that Empyrean was already extremely powerful.
But now he knew that in front of Heavenly Emperors he was weak like an ant.
This kind of destructive power was simply unable to use shocking to describe. It's us being weak that restricted our imaginations, Empyrean Xiao Yu lamented.
All the way until now, that light that covered the sky still did not dissipate.
It seemed to have become eternal in this world. There was already no one who cared about whether Empyrean Ice Cloud was dead or alive. Under this kind of heaven-shocking strike, forget about a fifth firmament Empyrean, even a ninth firmament Empyrean or half-step heavenly emperor, so what? There was only death. Suddenly, the void trembled. Several dozen figures stepped out of the air. The entire Luoji immediately exclaimed in alarm. Several dozen Empyreans, what kind of powerful lineup was this?
To actually descend upon Luoji at the same time.
The extreme north was shocked.
Used their buttocks to think that everyone also knew who came.
It was just that Empyrean Vast Wind did not come in a threatening manner, but looked at the light in the horizon, his expression flickering incessantly.
Earlier, in the void, he felt a power that he was unable to contend with affecting the entire world. It almost sent them, these Empyrean powerhouses, into the spatial turbulent flow.
This kind of horrifying power made his heart palpitate. This was a power that he was unable to rival.
There was still such a terrifying power existing in this northernmost step?
An Empyrean who just came out said with lingering fear in his heart. What in the world happened here? Even a ninth firmament Empyrean also doesn't have such horrifying destructive power, right?
This power, could it be a heavenly emperor powerhouse?
Could it be that Feng Tianyang offended a heavenly emperor powerhouse? That's why he was killed. Empyrean Miayu's face also turned white, speculating.
These powerhouses were normally all high and mighty, having an appearance of impassiveness.
But having witnessed such a horrifying energy undulation, they were all not composed anymore. Empyrean Vast Wind's two eyes narrowed, his gaze finally landing on Empyrean Windlike.
Windlike, what's going on here? Who killed Tianyang? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice.
It was just that when asking this, the extreme north's sovereign Empyrean Vast Wind appeared lacking in confidence. After all, this scene before their eyes was too shocking. It already far exceeded the scope of power that he controlled. How could Empyrean Windlike not understand what Vast Wind was thinking? In reality, the Empyrean Windlike who witnessed everything was currently even more shocked than Empyrean Vast Wind and the others.
But Empyrean Vast Wind was asking him. So Empyrean Windlike forcefully collected his thoughts, then briefly recounted the events from start to end. When mentioning the heaven-shocking lightning, everyone including Empyrean Vast Wind all let out a long sigh in relief.
If this thing was released against them, probably none of the Empyreans present would be able to survive. That was several dozen Empyreans. More than half of this extreme North's Empyreans still did not have any strength to retaliate in front of this power. But beyond the shock, the group of Empyreans was secretly laughing at Yi Yuan's foolishness. This kind of precious treasure was actually used to bombard a mosquito, killing the ant-like Empyrean ice cloud. It was truly a wanton waste of God's good gifts. As long as Yi Yuan did not use it, he would be able to deter the entire northernmost steppe. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came to find him, he also would not dare to be impudent in front of him. But now Yi Yuan used it up. Wouldn't it be equivalent to asking Empyrean Vast Wind to exterminate him? Sure enough, Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "What a fine Yi Yuan! To dare kill my son, this Empyrean will definitely have you die without a burial ground." Although his words were ruthless, everyone heard the sense of relief in his words. If Yi Yuan did not use up the heaven-shocking lightning, him coming in a threatening manner would probably have had his face slapped swollen. However, before this, I'll take care of the two of you first. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze turned cold but landed on Yang Feier and Empyrean Lone Swan. After Yi Yuan left, Empyrean Windlike's aura had locked onto their bodies from far away the entire time. As long as they made any strange movements, he would deal a lightning blow. But these two people were also sensible and actually did not run away. Everyone looked at the two people with pity, feeling that they followed the wrong person. "Ha, old man Lone Swan, you're also someone who has lived to a ripe old age to actually throw your lot in with such a fool. That kid had such a precious treasure in his hands, and he actually used it to kill a measly little ice cloud. Are you regretting it to death right now?" Empyrean Tianju said mockingly. Empyrean Lone Swan's face did not have a flustered look. He just said coolly, "Tianju, you're wrong. Not only did I not regret it, but I'm also rejoicing greatly instead." Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "Rejoicing? You followed such a fool and are actually still rejoicing? Right now he threw you here alone to wait for death, but you're actually still rejoicing? Old man Lone Swan. Looks like you're really muddle-headed with age." A hint of a smile surfaced on Empyrean Lone Swan's face and he said coolly, "That strike just now, you all saw it, right? Do you feel that you are very insignificant? Do you feel that you're very weak? You guys aren't able to imagine this kind of realm throughout your lives, while I will witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse. Or maybe one day in the future, this Empyrean will also possess this kind of power. Ha ha ha, peerless powerhouse? You're talking about that kid? He'll become a dead person very soon. No matter how great his talent is, what's the use?" Tianju laughed loudly and said. The other Empyreans also had mocking looks on their faces, feeling that Empyrean Lone Swan had gone utterly insane and already could not figure out the situation. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "Do you want to witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse? Can go to another world. He'll go down to accompany you very soon." "No, wait. He won't have the chance. Because this Empyrean is going to extract his soul alive and refine it for 100,000 years, making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity." His aura suddenly released. A horrifying pressure filled the group of Empyreans with fear. Everyone knew that Empyrean Vast Wind genuinely became enraged. It was only to see him throw a palm over toward Lone Swan and Yang Feier fiercely. But these two people were not seized with panic but took out a jade plate very calmly. "Hoo-hoo, Vast Wind, your son's death only had himself to blame. You can't kill Master too. As for us, you likewise can't kill." Lone Swan crushed the jade plate very calmly. The two people's figures instantly vanished on the spot. Empyrean Vast Wind laughed coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see him extend a palm into the palm, chasing right after the two people. It was just that when he probed into the void, where was there still the two people's shadows? Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed, and he said in alarm and fury, "Damn it! It's a spatial node technique. It's actually a spatial node technique. This guy's grasp over spatial law actually already reached such an extent." Empyrean Tianju was dumbfounded with amazement as he looked at this scene. Originally thought that Lone Swan two people were dead for sure, who would have thought that they suddenly used spatial node technique, escaping away. Even if there was a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert like Empyrean Vast Wind, he also could not hold these two back. Spatial node technique was an extremely profound application of spatial law. There were also scanty few Empyrean powerhouses that could grasp it. The so-called spatial node technique was leaving behind a marker in some nodal point of space and imprinting it onto some object with extremely complicated spatial secret art. As long as one crushed this item, they would be able to trigger the spatial secret art and transport the person around it to that spatial node. This kind of transportation was something instantaneous. Unless one's spatial law attainments reached a certain realm, otherwise it was very hard to keep the other party behind. Damn it! This spatial node technique can't transport you too far. After this Empyrean kills that wicked thing, I'll come and take care of both of you. Empyrean Vast Wind's words appeared somewhat, having become somewhat angry from embarrassment.
The other people were silent like cicadas in winter, all not daring to speak.
It was just that toward this scene just now they were secretly startled.
In this northernmost step there were few who could escape from under Empyrean Vast Wind's hands so effortlessly. Tianzhu, Miayu, Xinhuang, the three of you each lead a team and pincer Yi Yuan from 3 directions. If you guys let him escape, this Empyrean will exterminate your clans. Empyrean Vast Wind said in a thunderous rage.
The 3 people's faces were slightly fearful, nodding their heads and answering yes one after another.
Empyrean Vast Wind already planted a divine sense imprint on Yi Yuan. The 3 people chased after following the aura. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and took a step out.
Brother Tianzhu, this kid's spatial law is so impressive, but why is he hobbling slowly over there?
Empyrean Shen Luo sensed that Empyrean Vast Wind's divine sense imprint speed of moving was not fast and instead like it was sightseeing.
Empyrean Tianzhu's brows furrowed and he said, "Humph! Conceited fool. No matter how great this kind of person's talent is, it's also impossible to rise up. Let's hasten our footsteps. The southwest direction is the Demon Divine region. Once let him escape to the Demon Divine region. That will be like a fish entering the sea." Empyrean Shenluo nodded slightly, the party's speed increasing a little.
After half a day above a stretch of wilderness, more than a dozen figures stepped out of the air. Ahead, a youth in white stood with his hands behind his back, traveling leisurely and carefree.
When the youth in white saw Tianzhu and the rest, he flashed a smile and said, "Only came now. You guys are too slow." Empyrean Tianzhu's 2 eyes narrowed and he said in a solemn voice, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. It's precisely this Yi."
"You knew that we were coming?" Empyrean Tianzhu's brows furrowed, feeling puzzled in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan should be escaping in a panic right now.
But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he was sightseeing, deliberately waiting for them to come.
He only felt that Yi Yuan was foolish before, not knowing that they were pursuing.
However, the moment Yi Yuan saw them, his face did not have the slightest expression of surprise. It was as if he knew about them chasing him long ago.
Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said that Feng Tianyang fused 3 power of laws. No matter where he's at, he's a peerless genius. Empyrean Vast Wind naturally dotes on him dearly. I killed him, so it's impossible for Empyrean Vast Wind to regard it like he didn't see it.
The moment Yi Yuan said it like this, Empyrean Tianzhu's brows knitted even tighter. Yi Yuan's logic was extremely clear, not at all like a slow-witted person.
How could such a person possibly resign himself to death here? Then why didn't you run? Empyrean Tianzhu said.
Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Although I'm proficient in spatial law, in front of a middle-stage Empyrean powerhouse, I can't escape at all. Since I can't run, then might as well don't run anymore." Although Yi Yuan's spatial law was impressive in terms of speed, it was at most only comparable to the initial stage Empyrean realm. In front of middle-stage Empyrean realms, there was no possibility of escaping at all. The northernmost step was a vast territory that was immense, sufficient for Empyrean Vast Wind to catch up to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan never planned on escaping at all. As for Empyrean Ice Cloud, she just forcefully increased her strength with a secret art and did not count as a true middle-stage Empyrean realm at all. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan could catch up to her very quickly. "In that case, you're planning on surrendering without resistance?" Empyrean Tianzhu said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Surrendering without resistance?
Hoo-hoo, you're thinking too much. Waiting for you guys here, I just want to tell Empyrean Vast Wind that he can't kill me. Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, if you have the heaven-shocking lightning in your possession, he indeed can't kill you. But you actually used such a precious treasure to kill one ice cloud. So what reliance do you have now? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, how can my means be what you can imagine? Yi Yuan had a look of composure as if these Empyreans were all ants. Right at this time, an astonishing aura descended. A middle-aged in azure robes slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Empyrean Vast Wind? His gaze fell on Yi Yuan, cold until it pierced the bones. You're Yi Yuan? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan-sized Empyrean Vast wind up for a bit and said coolly, well worthy of being the extreme north's #1 person. The aura on your body is much stronger compared to them. No wonder you could groom a genius like Feng Tianyang. Empyrean Vast Wind was taken aback. This boy actually still had the mood to appraise him? Humph! You still have the gall to mention Tianyang. Since you got caught up by this Empyrean, I believe that you already came to understand, right? Empyrean Vast Wind said coldly. Came to understand? What's that? I stayed behind just to warn you that Feng Tianyang coveted lures profound in divine physique. His crime deserving more than death. This matter ends here. If you refuse to stop, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said coolly. You are warning this Empyrean? A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Empyrean Vast Wind's mouth, seeming to find it very funny. But Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. It's warning you. The other Empyreans' faces all revealed very comical looks. Clearly, they all felt that Yi Yuan's words were very hilarious. Heh! Looks like you're impenetrably thick-headed. Then, this Empyrean will send you off. Relax, I won't let you die so easily. This Empyrean will extract your divine soul and refine for 100,000 years. I'll let you know the taste of despair. Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly rose, gradually reaching the peak. Then he pressed a palm over toward Yi Yuan. The moment a 7th firmament Empyrean made his move, how shocking was the commotion. The other Empyreans' faces all changed, looking at this scene in incredible shock. Too strong. This palm virtually represented the apex of the northernmost step. However, right at this time, a figure flashed out of the void. That figure similarly smacked a palm out. The commotion was extremely shocking and actually roughly on par with Empyrean Vast Wind. Bang! A horrifying air billow came over. Even those 6th firmament Empyreans could not stand firm either, almost dropping down from the sky. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out backward. He looked at this figure in great shock and said, Hunt Wind, what's the meaning of this? This is my human race's internal affairs. If you intervene, it's becoming enemies with the entire extreme north's human race. This middle-aged man that suddenly appeared had a stocky and imposing build, having a full beard on his face, looking very boorish. It was just that the divine essence undulation on his body was different from Vast Wind and the rest. It was shockingly a demon race's major power. He was Empyrean Hunt Wind, one of the northernmost step's 5 great demon race Empyreans. His status was comparable to Empyrean Vast Wind's in the demon race. Hearing Empyrean Vast Wind's question, Empyrean Hunt Wind chuckled and said, You old wily fox, using the human race to come and suppress this Empyrean? Hey, if not for dreading those few old monsters, do you think that it's your turn to be unbridled here? Empyrean Vast Wind snorted coldly and said, This boy has the enmity of having killed my son. If you protect him, you can forget about leaving this place today. But Empyrean Hunt Wind ignored him. Instead, he turned around and gave a respectful bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Hunt Wind was tardy in coming to the rescue. I hope that Lord's second sage pardons my offense. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, No worries. The time was just right. Empyrean Hunt Wind suddenly switched to a pleased expression as he asked excitedly, Lord's second sage killed Feng Tianyang? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, Feng Tianyang coveted Lua's profound in divine physique and was killed by me with one sword move. Ha ha ha. Well killed. This Empyrean wanted to kill that punk long ago. But Vast Wind, this old thing is too cunning, not giving me any chance. I didn't expect that he actually died in Lord's second sage's hands. Empyrean Hunt Wind said with a big laugh. Although he was laughing, he was actually extremely shocked in his heart.
What kind of character was Feng Tianyang? Even he, one of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, was extremely apprehensive of him. Once Feng Tianyang grew up, it would absolutely be a catastrophic blow to their demon race. Hence, for so many years, Empyrean Hunt Wind had once engineered numerous murder schemes targeting Feng Tianyang, but none ever succeeded even once. For this, the demon race even lost numerous geniuses. Who could have thought that Feng Tianyang actually died just like that? He died in the hands of a middle-stage true god realm. When Vast Wind and the rest of the Empyreans saw Huntwind's attitude, their eyeballs nearly popped out. This stubborn and unruly demon race major power was actually so respectful toward a human race's true god realm. In this land of extreme north, Vast Wind and the rest had fought with the demon race's 5 great Empyreans countless times before. When had they seen him be so respectful toward someone before? Also, Empyrean Hunt Wind actually called Yi Yuan's second sage. Who could shoulder this form of address? Just who was this kid in front of him? Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that before Yi Yuan came to the extreme north, the demon race's sacred ancestor high priest announced to the entire demon race that he was conferring to Yi Yuan the title second sage. In alchemy, this was an existence second only to him. This title stirred up monumental waves in the demon race. The sacred ancestor high priest status in the demon race was extremely revered. The second sage that he personally conferred, how venerated was that status? Why would Yi Yuan not have any reliance when coming to this geoluogy? This title of second sage was the path of retreat that he saved for himself. Yi Yuan knew that the northernmost steppe was a vast territory. Even if he saved Lu'er, he might not be able to escape too. And this northernmost steppe's demon race was his greatest reliance. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning without any scruples. Seeing Empyrean Huntwind's gloating appearance, Empyrean Vast Wind finally could not endure it anymore. Humph! Huntwind, this Empyrean doesn't care who he is. If you dare to stop this Empyrean today, this Empyrean will make you fall here. Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly released and actually directly reached 7th Firmament Empyrean. Huntwind had a look of amusement as he said, "Haha! Did you think that only you broke through?" The moment Empyrean Huntwind's aura was released, Berserk Demon Divine Essence was emitted, and he was actually not the least bit weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed. He thought that he would be able to suppress the 5 great Empyreans after he broke through. Who knew that Empyrean Hunt Wind was the same as him, also breaking through to the late-stage Empyrean realm? Except, his notion of killing Yi Yuan would not change at all simply because of Empyrean Huntwind's breakthrough. Tianju, Mieyu, Zhenhuang, this Empyrean will deal with this old bear. You all attack together. Go kill that boy, Empyrean Vast Wind ordered. Empyrean Huntwind laughed loudly and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, competing with numbers? Open your dog eyes and take a look. The moment these words came out, each and every one of the human race's major powers' faces changed drastically. Swoosh! 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 In the void, one figure after another stepped out of the air. It was all Empyrean powerhouses. Roughly calculating a bit, there were probably already several hundred Empyrean powerhouses. The faces of Vast Wind and the rest turned pale with a whoosh. What the hell is going on here? The demon race's 5 great Empyreans have always been divided. Why would they join hands and attack this time? This kind of lineup, probably the entire Extreme North's demon race Empyreans are all here, right? How is this possible? The Extreme North's demon race goes on conquests year in and year out without ceasing. That's how our human race can keep a foothold here. But today, when the human race's several dozen Empyreans saw such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of their faces revealed looks of despair. In the northernmost steppe, the demon race's strength was much stronger than the human race. It was just that among the demon race's powerhouses, neither yielded to the others. That was how the human race could survive between the crevices. But today, these different species of demons actually all joined hands. This kind of situation had never happened before. If prior to this, their understanding of second sage still remained on that it was a term. However, now they finally had a clear understanding of how powerful this noun was. What kind of person could make the entire Extreme North's demon race be bound by a common hatred for the enemy? Even if Hunt Wind broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm, he also could not do this. In fact, those few old monsters of the demon race likewise could not do it too. But Yi Yuan did it.
Empyrean Vast Wind finally understood what kind of powerful opponent he was facing.
Ha ha ha. Vast Wind, weren't you very arrogant just now?
Continue to be cocky now.
You want to kill Second Sage. Then today, our extreme North's demon race will annihilate your human race. Hunt Wind laughed wildly and said, several hundred Empyreans ganging up on several dozen Empyreans, this kind of strength comparison was not on the same level at all.
Empyrean Vast Wind's face was ashen. He never dreamed that he would end up in such a hopeless situation today.
When he heard that Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning, he not only had fear toward Yi Yuan in his heart,
but who could have thought that a measly little true god realm actually moved the entire extreme North's demon race Empyreans? Vast Wind, this Empyrean said before, you can't kill Master. A figure slowly stepped out. It was precisely Empyrean Lone Swan who escaped with the spatial node technique. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression flickered incessantly and he gritted his teeth and said, you all really want to fight a life-and-death struggle for a human?
One of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, Empyrean Divine Scorpion, said with a sinister smile, heh, Vast Wind. This Empyrean wanted to kill you long ago.
This time you can forget about escaping.
The 5 great Empyreans each stood separately, surrounding Empyrean Vast Wind.
As long as he made any unusual movements, what awaited him would be a lightning blow.
Finally, Empyrean Divine Scorpion clearly could not hold back anymore, wanting to take action. Stop! Without my orders, no one is allowed to make a move.
Yi Yuan stood in the air. Empyrean Divine Scorpion stopped rather unwillingly.
He looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said coolly, Vast Wind, I wonder if this Ye's warning is effective or not? Vast Wind, Tianju, and the rest had blank expressions. Was this Empyrean Divine Scorpion in front of them really that Divine Scorpion that they knew? This Empyrean Divine Scorpion was an existence that did not give in to anyone.
But now he was submissive and obedient toward Yi Yuan. They simply could not believe their eyes.
Yi Yuan, this Empyrean is considered defeated today. I only beg that you take into account that we're of the same human race and let us leave. Empyrean Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said. Although he gave in, the resentful look in Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze flashed past. The other human Empyreans were also all sighing endlessly. The haughty and overbearing Empyrean Vast Wind actually lowered his head toward a true God realm powerhouse. They were all clear what kind of proud existence Empyrean Vast Wind was. Such a person's heart was loftier than the sky. How could he admit defeat?
Yi Yuan looked at Vast Wind and said with a faint smile, of course. This he isn't a murderous person. The rest can all leave, but only you and Empyrean Windlike will probably have to stay here forever.
Empyrean Vast Wind's face changed drastically when he heard that and looked at Yi Yuan with an alarmed and enraged face as he roared. You're despicable. Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, Despicable? Hoo-hoo, I warned you previously. It's considered to have given you a chance. But it was you who didn't cherish it. Since my identity is already leaked, do you think that I'd wait for you to come and take revenge?
Yi Yuan and Lua's identities were not a secret anymore. As long as Empyrean Vast Wind inquired slightly, he would be able to know that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City.
Being remembered by a 7th Firmament Empyrean mighty expert day and night, even if Yi Yuan had formidable abilities, it was also hard to take comprehensive precautions.
Yi Yuan was not a person who murdered the innocent. The grudge between him and Vast Wind was just a personal grudge, so he did not wish to implicate too many outsiders. After all, these were all the human race's powerhouses. Once they all died here, the entire extreme north would probably be plunged into misery and suffering.
This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. He surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, Today's matter is just the personal grudge between me and Vast Wind.
Those who don't want to die, hurry up and get lost for me. The group of Empyreans exchanged glances. Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, Don't get fooled by this brat sowing discord. He has clearly thrown his lots in with the demon race and wants to divide and destroy our extreme north's human race. Haha, Vast Wind, you saying these words is also insulting our intelligence too much. You want to drag us down the water together, no chance at all.
This Empyrean was forced against my will to come here in the first place. Feng Tianyang dying is a good thing to us. Now, there's someone taking care of you. We're all too happy. Empyrean Miayu said with a loud laugh. Vast wind, you've played the tyrant in the extreme north for so many years. You finally came to an end. I, Zhen Huang, won't be accompanying anymore. Finished talking, Empyrean Zhen Huang directly shuttled into the void and disappeared. With these two people taking the lead, the other Empyreans also left one after another. Empyrean Tianju and the rest were unconvinced by Vast Wind to begin with. If not for him breaking through to be 7th Firmament Empyrean and forcing these Empyreans to come here, they absolutely would not get involved in this matter. Now, there was someone taking care of Vast Wind, so they were all too eager. From this, one could also tell that Vast Wind ruling the extreme north's human race, what he relied on was just martial strength. There were not many people who sincerely followed him. Looking at one Empyrean after another leaving, Empyrean Vast Wind was close to despairing. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like your popularity isn't too good. There's not even one that stayed behind. Looks like you normally don't enjoy popular support in the extreme north." Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and roared furiously, "Damn little brute! Today, even if I die, this Empyrean will also slaughter you." Everyone did not predict that Empyrean Vast Wind would suddenly erupt. How outrageous was the commotion once an Empyrean was enraged. Even Empyrean Huntwind did not react, but he was a powerhouse on the same level as Empyrean Vast Wind after all. Even if he was half a beat slower, he also chased after in time. It was only to see him suddenly slam a fist out, the imposing momentum swift and fierce to the extreme. However, Empyrean Vast Wind did not avoid this punch. He torpedoed toward Yi Yuan at full strength. All of a sudden, an energy undulation that blotted out the skies and covered the earth crushed over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Bang! It was only to hear a loud boom transmit over. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. However, his palm already fired out too. Although it was just a palm that was struck hastily, how powerful was the strength of a 7th Firmament Empyrean. Even if it was a casual palm, butchering true God realm martial artists were also as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing Empyrean Vast Wind forcefully take a fist of his, Empyrean Hunt Wind felt his scalp tingle. If Sacred Ancestor High Priest died at his place here, Sacred Ancestor High Priest would probably fly into a thunderous rage, right? Careful, Second Sage. Empyrean Hunt Wind only had time to cry out in surprise, the palm already arriving. Bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood, space shattered, spiritual energy flying everywhere. An intense light shone until people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, that place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure long ago. All of the demon race's powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. Second Sage was killed by someone under their heavy encirclement? This was a sin. Once Sacred Ancestor High Priest raged, the northernmost step would not have the blade of grass grow. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! This Empyrean will kill you. Empyrean Hunt Wind roared at Empyrean Vast Wind, suddenly slamming a fist over. Bang! Forcefully receiving Huntwind's punch, the current Empyrean Vast Wind was already seriously injured. How could he still be Huntwind's match? This punch, he forcefully withstood it again. However, his face did not have any decadence, but instead burst out laughing as he said, "Ha ha! Cough cough! Ha ha, what bullshit Second Sage? Didn't he still die at this Empyrean's hands? Tianong, father has. Cough cough. Avenged you." Empyrean Vast Wind started laughing free from inhibitions as he coughed blood. Empyrean Hunt Wind bristled with anger, but to the Vast Wind who already had the will to die, his fury had no use at all. A moment of carelessness let Second Sage die. He could not absolve himself from the blame. "What are you happy about?" Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out in everyone's ears, making Empyrean Vast Wind's laughter abruptly stopped. A young and handsome voice slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Empyrean Huntwind's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "Lord Second Sage, you didn't die." The other demon race Empyreans also had astonished faces.
Although that palm earlier was not strong, it was enough to one-shot an initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouse. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. How is this possible? That palm of mine clearly already hit you. Empyrean Vast Wind had a blank face as he said in shock. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "You don't seem to know this, but Lone Swan their spatial node technique. It was personally set up by me. With my spatial law attainments, even if there isn't hunt wind they all around, it also won't be easy for you to want to kill me, let alone that you can only ambush me while taking advantage of their inattentiveness. This degree of attack is indeed lethal to other true god realms, but I laid down several dozen spatial nodes all around here. As long as my thoughts stir, I'll be able to teleport away. How can it be that easy for you to want to kill me?" This Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, his complexion ashen. The palm that he risked his old life to exchange for actually did not even harm Yi Yuan's hair. It was simply very hard for people who did not truly learn the rudiments of spatial law to imagine how profound this law was. The higher the realm, the more accomplished with high proficiency the application of spatial law. It would instead form more of an illusion. That would be so for someone who was actually already very skilled in the aspect of spatial law. However, being able to be called a supreme law, how could spatial law be that easy? Martial artists' understanding of law was just one aspect. The ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the aspect of spatial law, even if he was not an Empyrean's match, if an Empyrean wanted to kill him, it was not as simple as dying to one palm. Very clearly, Empyrean Vast Wind was misled just like that. In reality, the Empyreans present were all deceived by Yi Yuan. "All right, you've experienced it now. You can give up hope now, right? Hunt wind. Send him on his way," Yi Yuan said coolly. All right? Haha, it's still Lord Second Sage who is impressive. Otherwise, this old bear, I would have to expend considerable effort to kill him." Empyrean Hunt Wind rubbed his fists and wiped his palms, appearing extremely excited. He and Vast Wind were the demon race's and the human race's #1 person. The two people had fought for no idea how many years. Today, he could finally eliminate this guy. So how could he not be excited? Huntwind's palm carried horrifying power, directly annihilating Empyrean Vast Wind. The all-powerful lord of the extreme north, Empyrean Vast Wind, was annihilated just like that. As for Empyrean Windlike, it was naturally even less necessary to go into details. Under the garroting of the group of demon race Empyreans, he fell in battle very quickly. "Young master." At this time, Luer's figure slowly walked out of the void, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the world. Even if these demon race Empyreans saw, they also could not help becoming absent-minded. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and could not help sighing. The thin and frail young lass back then already grew into a tall and graceful lady now. The current Luer did not lose to Lier and Mu Lingxue, the two great goddesses, in terms of looks in the slightest. Furthermore, Luer's profounding body bestowed on her a disposition as clean as ice and as pure as jade, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Hoo-hoo! It's all over. In the future, this young master won't let you suffer any harm again. Yi Yuan lightly caressed Luer's head and said smilingly. Luer nodded her head and said, "It was Luer who caused trouble for young master." Not far away, Yang Feier looked at this scene with an envious look. In Ice Cloud Tower, Yang Feier was the closest to Luer and naturally knew that she always kept that young master in her thoughts. It was just that, in her view, that so-called young master was not worthy of Luer at all. Luer was exceptionally talented. There were practically no obstacles in corroborating her Tao as an Empyrean in the future at all, while that young master was merely a puny little imperial city's alchemist. 1,000 years later, the two people would long already not be on the same level anymore. But when she knew Yi Yuan's identity, Yang Feier was thoroughly stunned. Luer's young master was actually so freakishly talented. If it was merely talent, forget it. The series of events that happened later made her shocked until it could not be any greater. Eradicating He Shangyun with his fist, slaying Feng Tianyang with his sword, and even obliterating Empyrean Ice Cloud with a heaven-shocking attack. Now, even the leader of the extreme north's human race, Empyrean Vast Wind, also died in his hands.
Not just so, he even became the demon race's second sage. Even the Empyrean Hunt Wind, that Empyrean Vast Wind who was very wary of, was also submissive and obedient to him. This kind of peerlessly heroic man, which woman could not admire.
Xianxia sighed faintly and actually became somewhat envious of Luer.
Yi Yuan comforted Luer a while and suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Already watched for so long. Still not showing yourself?" Hunt Wind and the rest of the Empyreans exchanged glances, looking all around, and did not discover traces of other people at all. Suddenly, a layer of ripple emerged in space. A figure was like a ripple, slowly condensing and forming into an old man like. The old man had a goatee, looking very amiable.
When Huntwind looked at the arrival, he could not help opening his eyes wide.
He, this seventh firmament Empyrean powerhouse, did not even discover the arrival. Yi Yuan discovered him? No wonder Sacred Ancestor High Priest valued Lord Second Sage so highly. He was indeed extraordinary. Previously, his awe toward Yi Yuan mostly originated from Sacred Ancestor High Priest.
But now he discovered that the second sage was really not simple.
However, what shocked him even more was this goatee old man. With his strength, he actually could not fathom the old man's depths. The goatee old man gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This old man Gongyang Lai, as a servant by High Priest Redplume's side, pays respect to Lord Second Sage."
Toward Goatbeard's self-introduction, Yi Yuan did not have any reaction. But each and every one of the demon race Empyreans present, their eyeballs nearly popped out.
High Priest Redplume. Extreme North's Hunt Wind pays respect to Lord Gongyang. Empyrean Hunt Wind actually knelt straight down, knees hitting the ground.
Paying respect to Lord Gongyang. The group of Empyreans all prostrated.
Yi Yuan was at a loss and said in puzzlement, "High Priest Redplume? Who is that?" The Goatbeard's brows furrowed slightly, but he still explained, "High Priest Redplume is the 11th disciple under Sacred Ancestor High Priest. One of the demon race's strongest 11 people in terms of alchemy Dao apart from the Sacred Ancestor High Priest himself."
Yi Yuan was enlightened the moment he heard this.
This High Priest Redplume was Sacred Ancestor High Priest's little disciple. Not just any random Tom, Dick, or Harry could become a servant by High Priest Redplume's side.
This Goatbeard was likely a heavenly emperor powerhouse.
Hence, that was why Hunt Wind and the rest would be so respectful.
Of course, just based on High Priest Redplume's servant, this identity, even if the Goatbeard did not have a heavenly emperor's cultivation realm, it was also sufficient to do as he pleased in the demon race.
So that's how it is. "Cat, did you come to find me for?" Yi Yuan said with a faint smile.
Facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not have much awe or veneration.
He saw Sacred Ancestor High Priest's thoughts as clear as a blazing fire. Previously, when he solved Ask Not, he did not express anything but suppressed the matter instead. Sacred Ancestor High Priest was worried that giving him too high a status would hinder his growth.
Presently, Yi Yuan displayed his talent for the first time in the southern border, crushing until the whole territory's 7-star alchemy gods bowed their heads in submission. Sacred Ancestor High Priest felt that the time already arrived.
That was why he would announce to the outside world that he was Second Sage. This title of Second Sage was not that he felt that Yi Yuan's standing could already match up to this kind of status. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's present strength was completely inadequate to harness this title.
In terms of realm, Yi Yuan was merely true God realm.
In terms of alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan also merely just entered Ancestor realm currently.
There were countless powerhouses in this world, but Yi Yuan never felt that he was invincible under the heavens.
Not mentioning others, just talking about these 11 disciples under Sacred Ancestor High Priest, each one of them was a demon race major power, with their alchemy Dao strength being immensely formidable. The current Yi Yuan was far from a match. Sacred Ancestor High Priest giving him this title was to make him become the target of public scorn, to let him swiftly grow up amidst adversity. Clearly, his every action and conduct, the other party was paying attention to it.
Humph, this kid is so condescending to actually think nothing of master.
Does he really take himself to be Second Sage? Seeing that Yi Yuan's face did not have any look of awe, Gongyang Lai was very unhappy in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and said with a faint smile, West Spirit Region under Master's command is going to host a Grand Demon Divine Pill Convention. He heard that Second Sage is an alchemy master and specially invited Second Sage over to give a pointer or two. Master, little junior brother, he seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with your decision, and he arbitrarily summoned Yi Yuan to West Spirit Region, GMO said with a helpless look. Sacred Ancestor High Priest stood with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned. A table-sized chessboard landed on the table. GMO, you bring this chessboard and make a trip to Wanxiang Great Imperial Capital, Wing said with a faint smile.
GMO's entire body trembled and he said, Master, this
is the ask-not chessboard that you studied for several million years. You're actually going to let that kid crack it? You wouldn't really take him to be Second Sage, right? When he said this, GMO's words more or less still carried some indignation. He touched his heart and felt that when he was young, he also had talent that did not lose to Yi Yuan.
However, he did not obtain his master's such serious and earnest response.
Wing gave GMO a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Second Sage? Hoo-hoo, GMO, the more one cares about this title, the more one can't amount to anything great.
You apprentice brothers pay too much attention to this title.
To people who pursue Tao, all undeserved reputation is fabricated. Only one's own strength is real.
GMO trembled again, his face revealing an ashamed expression as he bowed. He then said, What Master says is extremely right. GMO has learned it.
These days, them apprentice brothers cared about this title of Second Sage immensely. One had to know these apprentice brothers, had already followed Sacred Ancestor High Priest for several millions of years. But no one could get this name.
But now a measly little true god realm, 6-star alchemy god, was actually enjoying such a revered reputation. What did Second Sage mean? That was an existence second only to the Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Furthermore, it was the honor of having the Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally granted.
But now, Sacred Ancestor High Priest roused the dreamer from sleep with a word. GMO could not help being taken aback by surprise.
He gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, the so-called martial artist's yearn for Tao is actually merely a joke. This world is a vanity fair. How many can throw aside fame and pursue great Tao?
Even those high and mighty Tao ancestors probably find it hard to truly abandon this world's fame and gain too. But this Yi Yuan, this seat has observed him for a long time. His Tao is different from the others. In alchemy Tao, his innocence and devotion definitely have never wavered before. And this is also the greatest difference between you all apprentice brothers and him. GMO's expression gradually became solemn. The more he followed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest's side, the more he felt his shallowness. It was just that this logic, him understanding, did not mean that he could really do it.
In this world, who did not understand the logic of yearning for Tao?
But after reaching Empyrean realm, cultivation is easily calculated with millions of years. How many powerhouses could really endure the whittling of time? Time was a butcher's blade.
Since time immemorial, how many Empyreans or even heavenly emperor powerhouses had it killed? What Master said, GMO has received the teachings. GMO said respectfully.
Haha. Go on.
The seat already can't wait and want to have a battle with this boy. Truly an opponent that makes people's hot blood seethe. Sacred Ancestor High Priest's gaze seemed to have passed through the firmament, arriving at the northernmost step.
Hoo-hoo, looks like Sacred Ancestor High Priest can't quite stand the loneliness anymore. Hearing what Gongyang Lai said, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His gaze looked towards the horizon as if piercing through the void, meeting eyes with a certain someone on the horizon. The so-called being spiritually attached to a friend that one had not met was likely talking about the two of them, right?
It was just the Yi Yuan's words were so uninhibited and unbridled in Gong Ong Lai's view.
Humph! Don't Second Sage forget, your title is bestowed by Sacred Ancestor High Priest. The minimum respect should still be shown, Gongyang Lai said unhappily.
How shocking was the rage of a heavenly emperor! Huntwind and the rest were crushed by this powerful pressure until they could not breathe and did not even dare to raise their heads. In Gong Ong Lai's view, High Priest Red Loom was already a paramount existence. Then what kind of existence was his master, Sacred Ancestor High Priest?
People should not look at how they called him second sage. In reality, there were not many who truly took him to be second sage. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, "Goat beard, one day in the future you'll know what I mean. Sacred ancestor high priest, he has been lonely for too long. You all won't understand." Gong Onglai seemed to only have a hazy notion, but he still gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Before coming, High Priest Red Plume instructed before, to make sure not to rub second sage the wrong way. Gong Yonglai was merely a servant, so he naturally did not dare to defy. "All right, you can go. Half a year later, I'll keep the appointment." Yi Yuan waved his hand and motioned for Gong Yonglai to leave. Gong Yonglai had an oppressed look as he said with a cold smile, "Very well. I hope that half a year later, Lord Second Sage won't disappoint Gong Ong. Farewell." Done talking, Gong Onglai's figure gradually turned illusory, finally disappearing. Only after Gong Yonglai's figure completely vanished did Hunt Wind and the rest finally let out a sigh in relief. Just now, Lord Gong Yonglai was clearly already enraged. It was just that due to Lord Second Sage's identity, that was why he forcefully pressed it down. Except, the pressure of a heavenly emperor was too strong. Many Empyreans were already dog-tired and could not even stand. Empyrean Hunt Wind had a bitter face as he said, "Lord Second Sage, you're a big shot, but it's too much for us. These small fries." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Relax, your friendly sentiments, this you will bear it in mind. This half a year, I'll create several Empyrean powerhouses for your demon race." Empyrean Vast Wind's demise in battle shook the entire northernmost steppe. Vast Wind, two brothers, as well as Feng Tianyang's passing, changed the entire northernmost steppe's arrangement. Vast Wind Assemble fell apart, while Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Mieyu, Empyrean Jinhuang, and the rest of the powerful Empyrean powerhouses broke away from central authority and exercised local power. The northernmost steppe entered the Warring States era, having endless disputes. But a legend was left behind in this land of extreme north. You all don't know how insufferably arrogant Feng Tianyang was back then. The fusion of three laws that power, even if an Empyrean powerhouse saw, they would also have to keep a wide berth. But Lord Ji Qingyun directly annihilated him with just a casual sword. Master Ji is really my extreme north human race's savior. If not for him, our extreme north's human race will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Master Ji is truly remarkable. I heard that he's even the demon race's second sage. Even if Empyrean Hunt Wind saw him, he has to bow his head in submission and be obedient. After that incident, Yi Yuan ordered Empyrean Hunt Wind that the demon race was not to invade the human territory within 1,000 years. It was also precisely because of this order that let the human race barely manage to maintain. The land of extreme north was where the strong feeds and the weak were prey. What Yi Yuan could do was also just this. If the human race was still unable to give birth to powerhouses that were able to resist the demon race within 1,000 years, then it was also not his fault anymore. Survival of the fittest in natural selection. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to protect the extreme north human race for life. Their strength still needed themselves. And in this half a year, Yi Yuan refined several heaven-ranked demon Empyrean pills for the extreme north's demon race, creating several Empyrean powerhouses for the extreme north's demon race. The demon race simply prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan, the second sage. Half a year later, Yi Yuan brought Luer and the rest, and stepped onto the road leading to the West Spirit region. Exine Luo leads everyone to pay respects to Lord Gongyang. Below the hall, a crimson-haired middle-aged man led a group of powerhouses wearing priest-divine robes and prostrated on the ground, the appearance extremely devout. Each and every one of these powerhouses had powerful auras. They were all the same, being Empyrean powerhouses. But in front of Gongong Lai, this heavenly emperor powerhouse, they did not even have the qualification to raise their heads. Of course, what they were more awestruck by was the high priest Red Plume behind Gongyang Lai. Sacred ancestor high priest's 11 disciples, each one was a leviathan of a region, an existence in charge of a region. But they were all very puzzled in their hearts. Who was this true God Realm Jr. standing beside Lord Gongyang? Which true God Realm Jr. had the qualifications to stand beside Lord Gongyang? Could it be a disciple that High Priest Red Plume recently took in? Gongyang Lai waved his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "All come and pay respects to Lord Second Sage." Everyone trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with disbelieving faces. He's the second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest chose? So young. A mere true god realm can actually overpower 11 great disciples. What capability does this kid have? Based on what? A punk like this, based on what can he overpower High Priest Red Plume?
I'm not convinced.
Below, a commotion immediately came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were stunned by Gongyang Lai's introduction. But after the shock, each and every one of these Empyreans' faces revealed indignant looks.
Those present were all the West Spirit region's elite 7-star priests. They were all supporters of High Priest Red Plume.
If High Priest Red Plume's eldest senior brother, High Priest Cloudcave, was conferred second sage, they naturally would not say anything. However, Yi Yuan was too young and his realm was too low.
Such a young man who suddenly appeared wanted to ride on top of High Priest Red Plume's head. How could they be convinced?
The red-haired powerhouse, Xian Luo, bowed and said, "Lord Gongyang, please pardon us for being impolite. This junior in front of us is merely 1,000 over years old. His realm is merely late-stage rank 6. Letting him become second sage, we truly can't accept it." "Yeah, Lord Gongyang."
Letting us bow to a junior like this, we're seriously unconvinced.
Lord Gongyang saying something unpleasant first. If we bow to him, can he afford to accept it?
There was a hubbub below. Clearly, they were extremely averse to the second sage who suddenly appeared. High Priest Red Plume, they all, fellow apprentice brothers, those were all top powerhouses among heavenly emperors.
Among 8-star priests, they were all apex existences.
Even such a top character was unable to become second sage, but a junior became second sage. These people did not say certain words out, that was whether or not sacred ancestor High Priest was muddle-headed with age.
A few years ago, sacred ancestor High Priest announced to the demon race that he was conferring Yi Yuan as sacred ancestor High Priest. No one knew who Yi Yuan was, where he popped out from. This announcement was vague, only saying that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was immensely formidable, and he had once resolved the eternal chess game, Ask Not. There was nothing else. In the beginning, everyone was extremely stunned. But later, everyone was speculating one after another that second sage might be some reclusive powerhouse, an existence on the same level as sacred ancestor High Priest.
Suddenly coming out and debating on Tao with sacred ancestor High Priest and was just a bit inferior, so that was how he was conferred as second sage.
But now, a group of Empyreans suddenly saw a true god realm. Furthermore, it was even a human becoming second sage and being above them. They were unable to accept this kind of thing. Seeing everyone's fierce reaction, Gongyang Lai did not get angry but was delighted instead.
Of course, he, an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, naturally would not show it on his face.
It was only to hear him snorting coldly. He said, "Insolence. How can it be up to you all to but in about the second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred? Forget about true god realm. Even if a heaven glimpse realm is here, you all have to prostrate in worship too."
The moment a heavenly emperor raged, it was as if the entire hall was quaking.
All of the Empyreans' faces turned fearful and immediately became silent.
But each and every one of these Empyreans was also an old monster. They caught some unusual meaning from Gongyang Lai's words. Lord Gongyang had an implicit meaning.
Sure enough, Gongyang Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "Lord Second Sage, your status is noble. Please don't stoop to the level of a bunch of boorish fellows." Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Gongyang Lai's thoughts? Wasn't acting this out today to take him down a notch? If it was really some welcoming ceremony, he should have long given these people a heads up, and not like this right now, everyone having vacant faces, then completely exploding.
With his status of High Priest Red Plume's spokesman and a heavenly emperor powerhouse, if he were to really forcefully suppress, how could these Empyreans dare to speak? It would also not be their turn to talk.
The second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, even High Priest Red Plume did not dare to butt in too. But his face had never joy nor sorrow as he said with a faint smile, "Ho ho. I'm going to stoop to their level today. As Yi Yuan smiled, the aura on his body suddenly flared, immediately having a feeling of looking down upon the world. Gongyang Lai's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's reaction would actually be so intense. He thought that with so many Empyrean powerhouses, plus him, this heavenly emperor powerhouse who lorded over all life, wouldn't toying with a measly little Yi Yuan still be easily done? But Yi Yuan did not play games with him at all. Was this Yi Yuan in front of him who looked down upon the world really that true God realm kid? Gongyang Lai's eyes could not help going into a trance. Gongyang Lai, you don't need to play this kind of outwardly compliant but inwardly opposing game with me. The demon race has always been lofty and straightforward. If you're unconvinced by me, just say it right out. Don't need to incite them to come and squeeze me. You've taken human form for too long and are about to lose even your ancestors' guts too. Right? Yi Yuan questioned. Gongyang Lai's face turned black, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan really did not save him any face when opposing him, this heavenly emperor. If any junior dared to talk to him like this, they would have long been beaten to death by him with a sneeze. Yet, this in front of him was the second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred, who dared to touch him. Him playing a bit of petty tricks in secret was still okay. But to really take action, that was a big no-no for him. This emperor is unconvinced. Can you, a measly little true God realm, shoulder the name of second sage? Gongyang Lai was angered until his face reddened to the ears as he said. Below, those Empyrean powerhouses were long already staring dumbfoundedly. A true God realm who dared to oppose a heavenly emperor powerhouse they had lived for several million years, it was still really their first time seeing. These two realms were people of two completely different worlds. Forget about true God realm, even Empyrean realm, a heavenly emperor could also smack him to death with one slap. With Gongyang Lai's realm, if he really wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he would not even need a finger. Yi Yuan, this second sage, was really extraordinary. Ha ha! Hearing Gongyang Lai's words, Yi Yuan suddenly laughed loudly and said, Gongyang Lai, do you feel that sacred ancestor high priest is muddle-headed with age? Gongyang Lai's face changed and he said in alarm and anger, You're spurting nonsense. Why would this emperor have this kind of thought? Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Don't need to hide it. I know that not only you think so, but they also think so. But let me tell you this. I'm indeed not High Priest Redplume's match right now. But before long, I'll surpass him.